I stood on the roof of the teaching building and yelled for several hours, and finally fainted. I gave up the contract ceremony for a while. People thought I was crazy, but in reality, they had no idea how desperate I was. Before making a contract with the coffin spirit, each student will awaken a talent as a coffin guardian. My original body had already awakened, but it had the worst talent, corpse servant. This talent can only be used to contract with the coffin spirit of the corpse clan, and you have to nourish the corpse with your own essence and blood, and sleep with the corpse spirit in the coffin to improve the intimacy. Because in this world, the zombies are recognized as the weakest and most disgusting race. Ordinary zombies account for 90% of them. Not only do they have very poor potential and limited evolution, but they are also easy to be restrained. It all started hundreds of years ago when a group of tomb robbers dug up a space passage. The space channel caused countless terrifying secret realms with monsters to merge with the blue planet. After the fusion, hundreds of millions of evil monsters emerged from the secret realm, triggering a world-destroying disaster. Later, in order to explore the root cause of the disaster, countless pioneers entered the secret realm one after another. Eventually, it was discovered that deep within these secret realms there were huge cemeteries filled with countless sealed coffins. The evil monster escaped from the broken coffin. Through research, the pioneers discovered something extremely shocking. Only a very small number of talented people can master the seal on the coffin and open up the sealed space. After they integrate the seal into themselves, they can drive these evil monsters at will. Thus, a powerful profession was born on Blue Star, the coffin keeper. However, my talent is the most useless corpse servant. It is extremely difficult for me to become a famous coffin keeper. Just when I was about to end it all, a cold reminder sound suddenly appeared in my mind. The system voice prompts ding. The host is detected to meet the binding conditions. The strongest corpse raising system is being activated. The strongest corpse raising system? Welfare for time travelers? I was shocked. I used to be quite resistant to the zombie clan, but now that the corpse raising system has been activated, I instantly gain confidence. Even if the system issues a task for me to kiss a zombie twice, I will accept it. A strong person should be fearless. The system voice prompts ding. The strongest corpse raising system is activated. The host talent is detected as a corpse servant. System benefits are issued. System voice prompts. Ding. Congratulations to the host for upgrading his talent to a god-level corpse breeder. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to break the evil golden pupil. I checked the system and it showed god-level corpse raiser, immune to all corpse poisons. When contracting a corpse clan coffin spirit, the success rate is 100% and the number of coffin spirits contracted doubles. You can drive all coffin spirits to fight at the same time, and the spiritual power consumption is halved. The overall ability of the coffin spirit is increased by 200%. The experience acquisition speed is increased by 100%. The skill learning success rate is 100%, and the training material consumption is halved. After the contract is signed, the speed of gaining intimacy is increased by 50%. When the level is full, specific materials can be used to break through the level limit and increase the potential level. Seeing the huge leap in talent, I was filled with shock. This talent is simply amazing. The biggest shortcomings of the corpse clan, corpse poison, weak combat power, and low potential, were all perfectly solved by me. And the number of coffin spirits contracted directly doubled. You know, an ordinary coffin tightener can only contract one when he's a novice, but I can contract two at the beginning, and it can continue to evolve. I took a deep breath. A gleam of confidence flashed in my eyes, and then I began to explore the evil-breaking golden pupil. Evil-breaking golden eyes can see through the target's attributes and release powerful golden rays. I can even see through attributes. It seems that this time I can contract the most potential corpse coffin spirit. I was secretly excited. Ding! Detected that the host has not yet contracted a coffin spirit. Novice mission released. Successfully contract a corpse coffin spirit. Rewards. Advanced corpse template lottery ticket, full intimacy, coffin spirit experience. As soon as the system's task was released, I instantly became interested. Advanced corpse clan template raffle ticket? Ding! The host can designate the coffin spirit to use the lottery ticket to draw a zombie character template. After winning, you can finalize your appearance, improve your potential level, and adjust your talents and skills. It's really a good thing. I was a little excited, and countless classic characters from games, animations, and movies flashed through my mind. especially
those powerful zombies who were like gods flying in the sky, hiding in the ground, moving mountains, and filling the sea. But I quickly calmed down, and the most urgent thing was to contract the first coffin spirit and complete the task. I looked at my sister Yi Xiaoyao, whose eyes were slightly red, and said with a smile, "Okay, I will accompany you to the contract ceremony today and show you how powerful I am." Yi Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, then widened her eyes in surprise. "Are you serious? If I lie to you, I'll be a puppy." I nodded. After getting a positive answer, she happily pushed me out of the house. Half an hour later, we arrived at the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3 of Fengyue No. 1 Middle School. I leaned against the wall outside the classroom, which was filled with senior high school students, and waited. Once they have awakened their talents, their homeroom teacher will take them to the contract center. At this time, a girl in the front row of the classroom looked at Yi Xiaoyao with curiosity in her eyes. "Yao Yao, is that handsome guy outside the door your boyfriend?" Yi Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. "That's my brother. If I dare to find a boyfriend, he will break my legs." "So he's your brother. So you need a sister-in-law?" "I don't need it. Don't think about it," Xiaoyao answered helplessly. Listening to the conversation coming from the door, I scratched my head helplessly. Break the legs? Did I ever say such a thing? At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew over. I looked up and saw a woman in a black suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and big brown wavy hair walking slowly towards me. She seemed a little surprised to see me. "Yimo, why are you here?" I smiled and said, "Sister Wenjing, I am here with my sister to awaken her talent and use up the contract quota that the school has reserved for me." Sister Wenjing is the head teacher of Class 2, Grade 3, and also my subject teacher. We are quite familiar with each other. "Your sister is in my class?" She was a little surprised, frowned slightly, and seemed a little worried. She knew that my talent back then was extremely poor, and she was afraid that her sister would also awaken a similar talent. Wenjing looked unnatural, and then she made up a reason to persuade me. "Yimo, as an off-campus student, your contract time is different. This batch of students will have practical training after the contract, but you are not qualified. I suggest you go to the Outer City Tomb Hunting Guild to upgrade first." I could see clearly what was going on in her heart. She just didn't want me to drag down her performance. But I didn't take it too seriously. I just smiled secretly. "I see. Thanks for the reminder. I'll go first." After saying that, I turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait!" She suddenly called me and then said softly, "The time is almost up. I'll let my coffin spirit take you there." I saw a purple light appearing in her hand, and a strange rune formation lit up on the ground. As she shouted six-pointed seal, "Release!" A silver coffin with a six-pointed star printed on it slowly emerged, emitting black mist, and stood steadily in the corridor. Just as I was stunned, the silver coffin in front of me shook violently, and the lid suddenly opened with a bang. Thick black fog poured out of the coffin and soared into the sky along with a few screaming crows. The crows circled in the sky, gradually condensing into an evil figure. It was wearing a black cloak made of feathers, and its entire body was wrapped tightly, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes exposed, exuding a chilling aura. My eyes focused, and I looked carefully at the coffin spirit. System information shows coffin spirit, dark crow, rumor teller race, demon level, guardian seal level, silver ancestral coffin, level cap 39, seal level represents the potential of the coffin spirit talent. Triple form skills, high speed dive level 2, claw shadow attack level 2, shadow feather blade level 2, night perception level 2, high speed flight level 2. Special skill, disaster words, instigates and alienates the target. The time depends on the target level and the strength of the coffin master's spiritual power. Introduction, a shapeshifter from the dark forest, evolved from the evil crow man. He has 3 transformable forms, human, crow, and fighting bird man. He has average strength and limited potential. Hey, this crow is actually level 28? It seems that this is her main battle coffin spirit. I was slightly surprised. The strength of the coffin master is linked to the main battle coffin spirit. When the main battle coffin spirit is upgraded, a large amount of spiritual power will be fed back to the coffin master. And the spiritual power of the coffin master is the basis for driving the coffin spirit skills. Although Wenjing's coffin spirit is only at the guard level, it is extremely difficult to upgrade, which shows that her strength is close to the peak of the intermediate level. She is also one of the best in Fengyue City. If I can continuously improve the level of the coffin spirit, this level of strength will be no problem. Will there be a high potential corpse coffin spirit at the contract center? I thought to myself. Anyway, I have time to slowly choose, and I can always find a suitable coffin spirit. At this moment, Wenjing glanced at the expectant students in the classroom and said calmly, "Black Crow, transform into birdman form and take him to the contract center." The Raven Herald nodded, and his cloak bulged and then ripped. Its originally human face gradually turned into a ferocious crow head. Its body was covered with black feathers. Its legs turned into sharp claws, and a pair of huge black wings were supported behind it. It flapped its wings, stretched out its sharp claws to grab my shoulders, and flew towards the center of the contract. During the flight, my phone vibrated, and a message popped up on the screen. It was from Yi Xiaoyao. "Yimeng, what did you say to teacher Wen? Did you ask her to take you home?" There was also contempt behind the angry expression. I shook my head helplessly, took a photo and sent it to her, then turned my phone to silent mode and put it in my pocket. Soon after, we arrived at the lobby of the contract center. Because we arrived early, the lobby was deserted except for a few registration staff. The contract center is divided into 2 floors. Due to the danger of coffin spirits, the coffins that seal them are placed on the underground floor. The walls around the hall are covered with illustrations of various coffin spirits, creating an eerie atmosphere, as if one is in an ancient tomb museum. How dare you make the contract center look like a haunted house? At this moment, I felt a chill on my back, and a gentle voice sounded in my ears. Hello, I am Xiao Mei, the temporary guide of the contract center. Is there anything I can help you with? I turned around and saw a young female ghost in white clothes and with a pale face floating in the air, smiling at me. I was stunned for a moment, then I asked calmly, "Excuse me, how do I get to the underground floor? Please follow me." She waved her hand and floated towards the passage on the left side of the hall. I followed her all the way to the contract hall on the underground floor. It was extremely spacious, like the top of the night sky sprinkled with blue stars, illuminating thousands of dark coffins. I looked around and found that there were 2 types of coffins here. One was hexagonal, and the other was a square coffin. The coffins were all covered with seals, and like opening a blind box, it was impossible to see clearly what was inside. But for me, this is just like a vegetable market. I can pick whatever I want. Even breaking golden coupons, I thought, and my eyes glowed with light that no one could detect. All the seals were broken wherever my eyes went. I scanned dozens of coffins. The one with the greatest potential was the skeleton knight in the golden coffin. The others were basically bronze and silver coffins. I haven't seen a black, iron coffin yet. Are golden coffins so rare? I was a little disappointed and continued to search in the hall. After walking around for half an hour, I stood in front of a 3-meter-long hexagonal coffin. This is the coffin with the highest seal level in the entire hall, Hellfire Demon, the true King Emerald coffin, with a maximum level of 69. As long as I can contract this guy, I will definitely be envied. But I frowned. If I contract a demon coffin spirit, the system reward and talent will be wasted. The coffin spirit of the corpse clan should be somewhere else. I was certain in my heart and suddenly shouted loudly, "Xiao Mei!" A cool breeze blew by, and the female ghost Xiao Mei instantly appeared behind me. I need to contract the coffin spirits of the corpse clan. Do you know where their coffins are? Xiao Mei's expression suddenly became strange, and white light flashed in her empty eyes. A slightly old voice came out of her mouth. "Young man, you and Xiao Mei go to the abandoned warehouse behind the contract center. The coffin spirits of the corpse clan are all there." In the office of the director of the contract center, a white-haired old man in a simple gown and with a spirited look was standing in front of the window, and next to him stood respectfully a middle-aged man, the director of the Fengyue City Contract Center, Wang Ming. The white-haired old man was none other than the president of Fengyue City's grave-seeking guild, the legendary coffin-suppressing master, Chen Shuizhou. "Mr. Chun, didn't you say that there are already quite a few broken coffins in that batch of new corpses? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to let this young man go?" Wang Ming reminded in a low voice, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Old Chun stared at the surveillance screen intently and said calmly, "It doesn't matter. Since he wants to go, let him go." He frowned for a moment and said slowly, "Just now, this guy paused for 2 seconds every time he passed by a golden coffin or a dark golden dragon coffin. He even discovered the jade coffin. You should understand his intention, right?" Hearing this, Wang Ming was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Almost no one knows the origin and potential of these coffins except Mr. Chun. And this young man could actually sense the seal level of the coffin and even chose the emerald coffin, but he didn't open it rashly. This guy's ability is really outrageous. "Mr. Chun, do you mean that he may have talents related to the corpse clan?" Wang Ming asked with a somewhat complicated mood, with regret revealed in his tone. Elder Chen smiled and stroked his beard. "It is true that the corpse clan cannot defeat the coffin spirits of other races, but don't forget a certain guy. He is also a corpse clan talent, but his zombie king Xuankue is feared by even many demon kings. You were talking about Lin Jizuan, right?" Wang Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. "He is a rare genius. This young man can't be compared with him." "Oh, I think this kid is not simple." Elder Chen's eyes revealed a hint of expectation. "He will participate in actual combat training in the afternoon, right? If he performs well, I don't mind giving him a big gift." Wang Ming showed an awkward smile on his face and shook his head slightly, obviously not optimistic. At this moment, Old Chen's face suddenly froze, and he summoned a small jade coffin in his hand. A thumping sound came from the coffin, accompanied by the voice of a young girl. "I want to eat meat." Wang Ming's eyes showed surprise. "Mr. Chen, what is this?" Old Chen smiled and said, "This is a little fellow I dug out from an ancient secret realm recently. I can't control it, so I have to find another owner." As he said that, he released the coffin spirit, a tiny little zombie wearing a talisman, holding a bronze sword, an indigo official uniform, stood on the ground, cute yet a bit majestic. Old Chen touched its head, turned to Wang Ming and said, "I'll take it out for a walk. I won't bother you anymore." At this point, I had arrived at the abandoned warehouse behind the contract center. Xiaomei floated in the air and pointed at the rusty iron gate. This is it. The coffins of those guys are all in containers. You can check them one by one. I nodded and walked towards the iron gate. The warehouse in front of me was eerie and strange, far beyond the atmosphere of the contract hall. The surrounding iron fence exuded a faint stench, and a biochemical warning sign was printed on the rusty door. Are there really going to be zombies running out? I muttered to myself, and with some nervousness, I pushed open the door and walked in. The light here is dim and the ground is covered with dried blood, but my expectations are even higher. I walked to the first container and eagerly opened the door. The information of the first monster scene showed coffin spirit. Ordinary zombie race, corpse, seal level. Black iron demon coffin, level cap 19 talents. Pain immunity, corpse poison skills. Bite flaws, fragile body, slow movements, evaluation. Trash, one punch can smash its head. What a rubbish. I shook my head and turned to continue opening the coffin. I saw the information of the second monster. Coffin spirit. Copper armor corpse race, corpse clan, ghost seal level. Black iron demon coffin talent. Copper skin corpse poison skills. Bite defect. Extremely afraid of light and fire. Relies on breathing to determine position, evaluation. Not much better than garbage. Afraid of light and fire. Can only rely on the target's breathing to locate. I continued to examine the coffin and saw the information of the third monster. Coffin spirit. Zombie dog race. Corpse clan. Ferocious beast. Seal level. Ancient bronze coffin. Level cap 29. Talents. Pain immunity. Corpse poison skills. Bite, track, flaws. Confusion. Sometimes cannot distinguish friend from foe. Evaluation. A good pet, but be careful, it may bite people randomly. Remember to use a leash. Black-eyed vampire zombie. Black iron. White-haired zombie. Black iron. Strange zombie bronze. Virus mummy bronze. The more I looked, the more disappointed I became, and I kicked open the iron door of the container in annoyance. Zombies have terrifying flaws, especially the photophobic zombies, which can be paralyzed by a flashlight. Isn't this the only low-grade stuff? I complained in a low voice. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from the warehouse. I looked back and saw that there were more than a dozen zombies gathered outside the container that I had opened earlier. They staggered and roared towards me. Shit, how did these guys get out? I thought to myself, this is not good. I held my breath, slowly backed away, and came to another container. Taking a deep breath, I carefully opened the door of the container, and what came into view was a huge hexagonal coffin. Coffin spirit, first generation tyrant type race, corpse clan seal level, silver ancestral coffin talent, comprehensive virus enhancement, strength, endurance, agility, and defense are comprehensively improved. Skills, tear, rush, destruction smash, primary healing special skill. Unbinding, when life is threatened or attacked continuously, enter super tyrant form, and the virus enhancement effect is doubled. Introduction. This monster comes from the City of Doom. It is a powerful monster among the zombies, with excellent language comprehension ability, limited potential, but outstanding strength. Seeing this coffin spirit, I was ecstatic. Although it was just a corpse clan sealed in a silver coffin, it was absolutely a crushing existence in front of the group of low-level zombies just now. It was an extremely rare power-type coffin spirit among the corpse clan. Without hesitation, I placed my palm on the seal of the coffin. A ball of golden light flashed, and the coffin quickly shrank to the size of my palm. The seal disappeared as well, turning into a hexagram formation and merging into my body. System voice prompts. Ding! The host has successfully contracted the coffin spirit, and the mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the high-level corpse ghost template lottery ticket and experience. Congratulations to the host. The first-generation tyrant's intimacy has reached the full value of 100, sacrificing life to protect the master. Congratulations to the host. The first-generation tyrant's level has been upgraded to the servant level. The system voice prompts. Congratulations to the host for slightly improving his spiritual power. Please name the coffin spirit. Looking at the first-generation tyrant that I had just contracted, I felt a sense of accomplishment and excitement, and I started thinking of a cool name. Listening to the system prompt sound in my mind, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it worked. I finally made a contract with the first coffin spirit. I felt the silver coffin in the sealed space within my body, as well as the spiritual power that the coffin spirit fed back to me, and I couldn't help but smile. In my memory, the tyrant is an extremely terrifying zombie. Now with the blessing of the god-level corpse-raising talent, its strength has doubled. Even though it is only level 2 now, it is definitely more than enough to crush coffin spirits of the same level. Since you are the first coffin spirit I have contracted, let your evil reputation spread throughout the world. Tyrant. What a suitable name. My eyes flashed, and I kicked the locked door of the container open. Bah! A violent noise exploded in the silent warehouse, and the echo lingered for a long time. All the zombies in the warehouse were attracted and rushed towards me like crazy. Just in time, I shouted. A golden light appeared on my palm, and I pressed it hard on the ground. With a boom, a hexagram formation flashed on the ground, and the silver coffin in the sealed space suddenly rushed out from the ground. Roar! A violent roar resounded throughout the warehouse. The tyrant, who was more than 2 meters tall, was covered with dead, gray muscles and bulging blood vessels. The huge claws on his palms flashed with cold light. He suddenly jumped out of the silver coffin and stood in front of me. "Tyrant, come on," I shouted excitedly. The tyrant nodded, pulled off the iron door of the container, and threw it directly into the group of zombies, knocking several zombies to the ground. Then it kicked its legs, and its huge figure rushed into the crowd of zombies, waving its claws like a meat grinder. Roar! The tyrant's roars sounded one after another. Each blow was so powerful that ordinary zombies were torn into pieces in an instant. Even the copper-armored zombie's defense was vulnerable to its heavy blow. It flew back more than 10 meters and fell onto the open space outside the warehouse, where it was burned by the sunlight and emitted green smoke. The system prompt sound kept ringing in my mind. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed an ordinary zombie, doubled the experience, and gained 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed the bronze-armored zombie, doubled the experience, and gained 20 experience points. I was excited. Sure enough, I can gain experience by killing monsters. This feeling is so cool. Watching the tyrant killing everyone in the zombie horde, I was looking forward to its level continuing to rise. At this rate, it will be no problem for it to directly upgrade to level 3 after it has dealt with these dozen or so coffin-breaking monsters. What's more, if all the corpse monsters in the warehouse became its experience, it would be simply against the will of heaven. I looked around the warehouse containers that had not been checked yet with great interest, thinking to myself, if the remaining coffin spirits don't have higher potential, I won't bother to train them for now. Next, the right thing to do is to let the tyrant evolve first. As for the advanced corpse template lottery ticket rewarded by the system, I decided to keep it for now. Once the template is finalized, the appearance of the coffin spirit will change, but the visually impactful appearance of the tyrant is already shocking enough and does not need to be changed. What's more, the opportunity to contract a high-potential female coffin spirit in the future will maximize the value of this lottery ticket. System prompts. Ding! The tyrant's level has been upgraded to servant level. The next level requires 20 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on the slight increase in the host's spiritual power. System prompt. Ding! Since the host has commanded the coffin spirit to complete the battle for the first time, the first battle achievement is unlocked. Reward: a random coffin spirit skill. Supermatter penetration, level 8. When I heard the words 8th level skill, I was stunned. 8th level skill? Usually only coffin spirits above level 80 can comprehend it. And now it was actually taken by a level 2 zombie. Who would believe it? It was simply a bomb dropped from the sky. At the same time, in the director's office of the contract center, Wang Ming had just seen off Mr. Chun and was looking through my information with great curiosity. He drank tea leisurely, looking at the information in his hand, and muttered, "Mr. Chun is so optimistic about him. Could he be a genius?" As a result, I looked at the information written on it. EMO, 20 years old, a repeater of Fengyue City No. 1 middle school, talent, corpse servant. Puff! Wang Ming spat out a mouthful of tea, which burned him so much that he jumped up. Fuck! So he's the weirdo who stood on the roof of Fengyue No. 1 middle school's teaching building and yelled for an entire afternoon 2 years ago? Is Mr. Chin blind? Thinking that the legendary coffin master of Fengyue City could have made a mistake, he shook his head, seemingly not intending to take me seriously. He just sighed and said, perhaps it's because there are so few coffin masters in the corpse clan recently that Elder Chun felt sympathy for this talent. But suddenly, Wang Ming's face froze, and he said in shock, "Oh no, this kid has been in the warehouse for half an hour and hasn't come out yet." He put down his teacup suddenly, picked up the phone, and quickly dialed the security room. A security guard received a call and said, "Director, what can I do for you?" Wang Ming said angrily, "Hurry up and send someone to the abandoned warehouse to find a young man named Yi. If he's alive, we must see him. If he's dead, we must see his body." The security guard replied, "Yes." At this moment, I have almost cleared out all the monsters in the warehouse with the tyrant, and the tyrant has successfully reached level 5. Watching the tyrant's level and strength rise, the spiritual power fed back to me also improved my physical fitness. The warehouse was filled with a strong smell of blood. It was like a hell on earth. I was not used to it at the beginning, but now I have long ignored the sticky blood on my body and killed to my heart's content. But he also felt somewhat helpless. Among the hundreds of coffin spirits sealed in this huge warehouse, except for the tyrant, none of them had the potential greater than black iron. "Thank you for your hard work, tyrant." I patted the tyrant's shoulder. It looked down at me, scratched its head, and turned into a stream of light and entered the silver coffin. I put away the silver coffin and looked at the messy warehouse. I said to myself with some trepidation, if I kill all these coffin spirits, will the contract center cause trouble for me? I took out my phone and looked at the time on the screen. I was shocked. Fuck, it's already 10 o'clock? I didn't want to cause any more trouble, so I grinned and said to myself, let's get away while no one is around. Less than 10 minutes after I left the warehouse, the security personnel from the contract center arrived. 2 security guards carrying bronze coffins stood outside the warehouse with nervous expressions. The bald one among them was cursing and complaining. I really don't know what that student was thinking. He dared to run here without a contracted coffin spirit. Isn't this courting death? Old Lou next to him nodded in agreement, curling his lips and saying, I guess he's tired of living. If it weren't for the director's order, I wouldn't want to come to this damn place to die. The bald man sighed and said, forget it. Let's summon the coffin spirit to protect ourselves, so as to avoid being attacked by zombies when we go in. After saying this, he placed the bronze coffin on his back on the ground, unsealed it, and released a green-skinned ghoul. His companion also summoned a skeleton soldier holding a dagger. Open the door, Lao Lu. The bald man pushed Lao Lu. Old Lou glared at him with an unhappy look on his face. Why should I open the door? What if a bunch of zombies run out of the door? I'm here to get paid, not to die. You open the door yourself if you want. The bald man sneered and shook the recorder in his hand. Haha, I recorded it. If you don't open the door, I will give what you just said to Zhou Paopi. You damn bald guy, you were trying to trick me. Old Lou stomped his feet in anger, but in the end he held his breath helplessly, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and slowly pushed open the iron gate. The bald man also followed and pressed the other door with a serious face. With a creaking sound of metal friction, the warehouse door was slowly pushed open. The imagined horde of corpses did not rush out. Only a strong, fishy smell came to the nose. The two looked at each other, puzzled. Old Lou muttered, why is there no movement? Could it be that the zombies haven't broken out of the coffin yet? Let's go in and take a look. The bald man nodded and carefully stepped into the warehouse with the coffin spirit. As soon as they entered the door, they felt suffocated by the strong smell of blood and oppressive atmosphere. There were several large holes in the wall of the warehouse, and sunlight poured in through the gaps, illuminating the scene before them. The ground was covered with congealed blood, and body parts and arms and legs were scattered everywhere. The scene was like hell, and it was terribly silent. The two looked in shock at the mess inside the warehouse. The containers were covered with scratches and holes, as if they had been attacked by some terrible monster. Old Lou swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, do you think it's possible that the student did it after he contracted the coffin spirit? The bald man frowned and shook his head in denial. Impossible. This destructive power is even more terrifying than our top servant-level coffin spirits. How could there be such a strong corpse ghost in this warehouse? That guy must have been eaten by the monster a long time ago. At this moment, Lao Lu suddenly pointed at the ground and shouted, Bald, look over there! The bald man walked in the direction his finger pointed and saw a white short-sleeved shirt stained with blood lying on the ground. He squatted down and looked carefully for a few seconds, and out of the corner of his eye he saw rows of footprints in the blood. Looking in the direction of the footprints, his expression froze instantly. He looked up blankly and said to Lao Lu, Lao Lu, it seems that this kid is still alive. These footprints are not dry yet. Old Lou also looked incredulous, and he shouted in amazement, Fuck, these footprints are still wet. He really just left. Could it be that what I said was true? A newly contracted student killed all the monsters in the warehouse. If this is true, it's too scary. Report to Zhou Paopi immediately. The bald man said with shock in his tone. Old Lou nodded and immediately dialed the number. After the call was connected, he suppressed his shock and reported, Captain, all the monsters in the warehouse broke out of the coffins, and that student. Before he could finish his words, Captain Zhou's impatient voice came from the other side. I know. Can you still find that student? Captain, he left before we got here. Those monsters. Old Lou was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Captain Zhou coldly. It's good that he's gone. As for those monsters, just lock the warehouse door and stop talking nonsense in my ear. If you can't do it well, I'll deduct your salary for this month. After hanging up the phone, Lao Lu clenched his fists and his face was gloomy. The bald man patted his shoulder and laughed softly. Don't be angry, I just recorded it. This time when Zhou Paopi reports the situation to the curator, he will know that he has made a fool of himself. Hearing this, Old Lou's anger subsided. He patted the bald man on the head and scolded him with a smile. Ha! You are worthy of it. Today this bald man looks pleasing to the eye. At the same time, I didn't go through the main gate. Instead, I took advantage of no one's attention, turned left after leaving the warehouse, climbed over the wall, and slipped out. Although I might get into some trouble if I kill all the monsters in the warehouse. That would be a lot of experience. I will be letting myself down if I don't. Anyway, this is self-defense. Even if the contract center wants to find fault, they can't do anything to me. I chose to climb the wall. Firstly, because I wanted to reminisce about my youth. Secondly, it was not a good idea to walk through the main gate shirtless as it would easily attract other people's attention. I don't want to be criticized, and I'm too lazy to explain. After all, now that I have a younger sister, I have to be more restrained and not be too presumptuous. Soon, I stopped by a small lake near the contract center, jumped into the water to wash myself thoroughly, and became refreshed. When I returned to the shore and turned on my phone, I found that the number of unread messages on the screen was 99 plus. When I saw these messages, I couldn't help but laugh and quickly picked up my phone to reply to her. I sent her the photo of the coffin, then put down my phone with a smile on my face and waited quietly for her feedback. I sat by the lake, thinking thoughtfully about my next journey. I suddenly thought, There is only one path that suits me now. First, I will go to the tomb-seeking guild to get certified as a coffin keeper. Then I will go to the dangerous places outside the city to gain experience. I bent down to wring out the moisture from my pants, bought a random piece of clothing from a nearby stall, and also got a black cloak for the tyrant to conceal its identity. Then, I walked straight towards the grave-seeking guild. In this world, anyone who has made a contract with a coffin spirit must go to the grave-finding guild to authenticate their identity before they can truly become a coffin keeper. 80% of the area on Blue Planet has been occupied by monsters. There are countless dangerous places and secret realms. Humans can only live in towns and cities to survive. The identity of a coffin teller is a free pass to all major base cities. Only with the identity of a coffin teller can I enter and exit dangerous areas freely and truly embark on the road of training. Just as I was concentrating on my journey, a system notification sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit has been severely exhausted due to the battle and is currently hungry. Please remember to feed it in time. I paused and quickly checked the status of the tyrant. Coffin spirit. First generation tyrant. Race. Corpse level. Servant. Seal level. Silver ancestral coffin. Upper limit 39 levels. Current status. Hungry. Needs 200 kilograms of fresh flesh and blood to replenish energy. 200 kilograms of fresh flesh and blood. I was stunned and immediately understood what raising corpses meant. This tyrant's appetite is really a bit outrageous. Feeling the tyrant's listless state in the sealed space, I decided to stop by the nearby flesh and blood market to find some meat to fill its stomach. In front of a meat stall in the meat market, I took out my wallet and looked at the only 2,000 yuan left in my hand, feeling helpless. I have been playing poorly in the past 2 years and almost squandered all the inheritance my parents left me. The remaining family assets are all in Yi Xiaoyao's hands, who made me grow up in poverty while she grew up in wealth. Boss, give me 200 kilograms of pork, I said. The stall owner was a fat middle-aged man. When he saw that I was dressed in ordinary clothes, he looked me over and a cunning look flashed in his eyes. He smiled softly, quietly put away the price list in front of the stall, and said slowly, "Little brother, this is not ordinary pork. It is all mutant wild boar meat produced in the Doomsday Camp. Only mid-level, coffin-suppressing masters dare to go to that place. 250 per caddy, starting from 50 caddies. Are you sure you want 200 caddies?" As soon as he finished speaking, several stall owners nearby started laughing, not hiding their ridicule. "Ha, here comes another brainless idiot," they said. "Do you really think this is an ordinary vegetable market? You want to buy meat here for 2,000 yuan? Don't you consider your status?" Listening to these people's sarcasm, I frowned. I just came here to buy some meat, but these stall owners acted condescendingly. Do they really think they are so great? It's a pity that I can't kill people at will in the inner city, otherwise they would have become the tyrant's food long ago, and it should be barely enough to feed the tyrant. The fat stall owner saw me standing still, his face darkened, and he cursed. "What are you standing there for? Get out if you don't have money. Can you afford to pay me for delaying my business?" I glanced at him coldly, too lazy to argue with him, and picked up my phone to contact Yu Xiaoyao to transfer some money. However, before I could send a message, the fat stall owner snorted coldly, stabbed the boning knife on the chopping board with a dong, walked straight over to me, snatched the money from my hand, and put it in his pocket. "Didn't I just remind you to get out of here?" He sneered. "You've wasted so much time here, this little bit of money is just compensation. It's your bad luck." A trace of anger welled up in my heart, but I forced myself to suppress it. After all, I didn't want to cause more trouble. However, he didn't give up. As he turned around, he gently nudged the phone in my hand with his elbow, knocking it to the ground, shattering the screen. I bent down silently to pick up my phone, sneering inwardly. Seeing that I didn't say anything, they thought I was a soft persimmon? These stall owners really underestimated me. Sooner or later, they will regret it. The stall owners around me saw that I had suffered a loss but still endured it in silence, and they started to mock me unscrupulously. "Ah, kid, remember this? There are some places you can't go to. The law of the jungle is valid everywhere. If you want to survive in this market, you need some background. Just get out of here and suffer the loss." The fat stall owner also sneered and echoed. "Suffering a little loss is like paying tuition. Some places are not for you to come casually. Don't think about revenge. We all have the background of coffin masters here." I snorted coldly and responded in a cold tone. "The strong prey on the weak is a good reminder. Good that you understand. Get out of here now. Are you still not convinced? Do you want to be taught a lesson again?" The fat stall owner challenged proudly. "Well, I do want to experience it again," I said lightly. As soon as I finished speaking, a golden light flashed quickly in my hand, and then a formation emerged, and a coffin emitting an ancient silver luster appeared in front of everyone. Roar! The tyrant suddenly rushed out of the coffin, and his deafening roar resounded throughout the market. Its eyes were glowing red, and it was burning with anger. It was obvious that its hunger made it even more violent. The originally noisy market suddenly became silent, with only the tyrant's roar echoing in the air. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly. Many timid stall owners and customers ran away, leaving only a few onlookers standing in the distance, watching in astonishment. I glanced coldly at the fat stall owner, watching him collapse to the ground, trembling all over, and sneered in my heart. Where is this guy's arrogance just now? You are actually a coffin suppressor. The fat stall owner was so frightened that he could hardly speak clearly. He took out several thousand yuan from his pocket and threw it at me. I will compensate you for your phone and return the money to you. Please let me go. I sneered and asked calmly. Isn't this also considered the survival of the fittest? Forget it. Forget it. I admit it. This is my fault. I didn't recognize the great man. This is all a misunderstanding. He nodded repeatedly with a flattering smile, not daring to look me in the eye. You offended someone stronger than you, and you want to leave without paying a price? I said coldly. When he heard this, his face changed and he quickly said, I'll transfer 50,000 yuan to you right away, if you let me go. It's not enough. I shook my head. He said anxiously, 100,000. I gave you the chance, but you are useless. I sneered, turned around, and motioned for the tyrant to continue forward. Seeing the tyrant's giant claws approaching, he finally collapsed and shouted at the top of his lungs. Fuck. What do you want? My brother is a member of the Ghost Grave Hunters. I don't believe you dare to attack me in the inner city. I said coldly, Tyrant, kill him. The tyrant growled and pounced on him fiercely. His huge claws instantly tore his body apart, and blood splattered. His pupils suddenly contracted, and before the fear could fully emerge, the tyrant had already walked up to him with a dull growl and lifted him up easily with one hand. The next second, with a puff sound, the sharp claws pierced directly through his chest, blood spurted out, and then his body was torn into pieces. Blood mist filled the air, and the smell of blood spread everywhere. The entire market was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone was stunned to watch this scene. Shock, dullness, fear. All kinds of emotions were mixed on the faces of the onlookers. No one dared to believe that I would actually dare to kill someone in the inner city. Even though the coffin master had a high status, killing someone in public in the inner city would still attract sanctions from the law enforcement team, especially since the fat stall owner's brother was a member of the notorious ghost tomb hunting group. I know that I will probably have a lot of troubles in the days ahead. Oh, it's too impulsive. It's not worth it. Someone sighed quietly beside him. What do you know? Since the feud has already been formed, even if we let him go, we will inevitably be retaliated. Well done for killing him. It makes people happy. You've gone crazy, right? The fact I didn't do anything wrong, and killing someone is wrong after all. If it were me, I would at most chop off his hands and ask him to write an apology letter and read it aloud in public 100 times. Someone sneered, with a sinister tone in his voice. I thought you were a saint, but you turned out to be a devil. Someone nearby joked. There was a fluctuating stream of discussion around me, but to me it was of no importance. I only care about one thing, the state of the tyrant. After killing people, the tyrant became even more bloodthirsty, and his roar was deafening. Many people retreated after seeing this, and some timid ones even ran directly to the market exit. I looked at Tyrant, and an idea suddenly occurred to me. I pointed to the fresh pork on the stall next to me and said calmly, Tyrant, go ahead. Upon hearing this, the tyrant roared excitedly, picked up the entire meat stall, walked to the corner of the market, avoided my sight, and started to devour it. In the corner I heard the sound of eating like a wild beast, and I couldn't help but smile. The system prompt sounded, ding, your coffin spirit tyrant ate 10 caddies of pork, and the experience doubled, and 5 experience points were gained. Ding, your coffin spirit tyrant ate 10 caddies of pork, and the experience doubled, and 5 experience points were gained. Listening to the system prompt sound, I couldn't help but feel excited. Sure enough, I guessed right. The tyrant can also gain experience by eating. I was secretly proud of myself. After the tyrant reached level 5, the experience gained from killing low-level monsters gradually decreased. Now, eating flesh and blood has become a shortcut to quickly level up. As long as he eats 200 kilograms of flesh and blood, the tyrant's level can be raised again. I turned my gaze towards the stall owners huddled in a corner, raised my eyebrows, and asked coldly, so, what price are you prepared to pay for your lives? I'm not a bloodthirsty person, but the sarcasm from these people did annoy me. Just let them go so easily? Obviously, I'm not willing to do that. Brother, I was wrong. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you now. A stall owner in black took out his mobile phone in panic. Brother, I'll give you 200,000. Another stall owner in green shouted anxiously. The black-clothed stall owner's face suddenly froze, and he cursed in a low voice. Are you fucking crazy? This is to redeem a life, not to bid. You're crazy. Have you forgotten what happened to that fat guy? The stall owner in green retorted. At this time, a timid stall owner tremblingly handed over a card and said in a trembling voice, Brother, this is all my savings, 300,000. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. I took the card, sneered, and asked, Guaranteed authenticity? Guaranteed. Absolutely guaranteed. He nodded repeatedly. How dare I joke with my life? Okay, you can go now. I smiled, put the card in my pocket, turned to look at the remaining people. What about you guys? A stall owner said, 300,000. Another stall owner said, I'll give you 400,000. Let me go first. Some stall owners said, get lost. I want 500,000. After a few people bid, I took their money with satisfaction and watched them leave in shame. After they walked away, I found a booth and sat down, feeling very happy. I was so happy to earn millions so easily. It seems that these stall owners make a lot of money by selling meat and cheating people. Hundreds of thousands are just a drop in the bucket for them. Otherwise, they would not bid in front of me. They shouldn't dare to cause me trouble again. After all, when ordinary people have a grudge against the coffin master, the weak ones will always suffer. I sat and waited for a while, not in a hurry to leave. After all, I killed someone in the inner city, so even if I wanted to run away, it was not realistic. It would be better to wait for the law enforcement team to arrive. Haha, as long as I show enough strength, the law enforcement team may not make things difficult for me just for a street scoundrel. I leaned back in my chair, thinking secretly in my mind. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant ate 10 kilograms of demonized wild boar meat, and the experience was doubled. You gained 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 kilograms of demonized wild boar meat, and his experience has doubled, gaining 30 experience points. When I heard this, I stood up in surprise. What the hell? That guy actually has mutant wild boar meat in his stall. A look of ecstasy appeared on my face. The speed of experience acquisition was skyrocketing, and the tyrant's level was rising like a rocket. It seems that the fat stall owner is indeed a smart man. He sells different goods to different people, and he is very accurate in his decision. Unfortunately, he thought he could easily bully me, but he ended up hitting a wall and lost his life. At this time, the system prompted me, ding, the tyrant level has been upgraded to servant level. The next level requires 30 experience points. I couldn't help but pat the sealed space and said with a smile, Tyrant, eat as much as you want. You'll be full today. Roar! The tyrant's response was full of excitement. It continued to eat in the sealed space like a bottomless pit. At this moment, I didn't think about the upcoming law enforcement team at all. As far as I know, the strength of ordinary members of the law enforcement team is only around the initial 7 stars, and the coffin spirit level is about level 15. The tyrant is now level 6 and has extremely strong combat power, so he is fully capable of dealing with it. If it weren't for this zombie raising system, I estimate it would take me a year or two to train a low-potential zombie to the maximum level. But now, in just 2 hours, the contract tyrant has already been upgraded to level 6. Its strength has skyrocketed, and it is extremely terrifying. I just hope that the law enforcement team can see my strength and won't make things difficult for me because of such a small matter. I looked at the broken screen of the phone in my hand and shook my head helplessly. My cell phone is not working, otherwise I could have contacted Yu Xiaoyao to come and help. After all, her superclass talent and the contracted True King Emerald Coffin Spirit are enough to attract the attention of the entire city, and the law enforcement team will also give her some face. Chapter 8 Kill the Stall Owner. Experience screen. Tyrant, kill him. The cold voice made the fat stall owner's pupil shrink suddenly. Before he regretted it, the tyrant walked up to him with a dull roar and lifted him up with one hand. The next second, with a puff sound, blood splattered. The sharp claws pierced his chest directly and then tore him into pieces. For a time, the smell of blood was everywhere, and a thick blood mist was floating in the air. You could hear a pin drop. Shock, stupor, fear, different expressions appeared on everyone's faces. No one could believe that EMO really dared to take action. Although human life is worthless, this is in the inner city. Even a coffin suppressor cannot escape the punishment of order. Not to mention that the fat stall owner's brother is a member of the notorious ghost grave hunting group. It can be imagined that Yumo's days ahead will definitely not be easy. It's not worth it. It's too impulsive. You know nothing. The feud has already been established. Even if I let this guy go, I will be retaliated against. Haha, great kill. Very satisfying. You are all crazy. The butcher did not commit any serious crime. Killing people is wrong after all. If it were me, I would at most teach him a lesson, chop off his hands and tongue, and ask him to write an apology letter and read it to me. Then I can forgive him. I thought you were a saint, but you turned out to be a living devil. Everyone was talking about it and had different opinions. At this time, the tyrant who felt the fresh blood became extremely bloodthirsty, and his roar became even more deafening. When everyone saw this scene, they retreated one after another and rushed towards the exit of the market. Oh my god, this zombie seems to be going crazy. Let's go. You old fool, just move. Why are you pulling me? Soon, there were only a few people left in the flesh market. Yemo was not in a hurry to cause trouble to the other stall owners. Instead, he wanted to verify something. He pointed to the fresh pork on the stall next to him and said calmly, Tyrant, go ahead. Upon hearing this, the tyrant roared excitedly, quickly carried the entire meat stall, and walked towards a corner nearby, avoiding Yemo's sight. Then, the sound of feasting could be heard from around the corner. This guy is quite particular. Listening to the beast-like eating sounds, a smile appeared on Yemo's face. Ding! Your coffin tyrant ate 10 kilograms of pork, and his experience doubled, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant ate 10 kilograms of pork, and his experience doubled, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant ate 10 kilograms of pork, and his experience doubled, gaining 5 experience points. Bite. When the system sounded, Yemo suddenly became excited. I guessed it right. You can also gain experience by eating. After the tyrant was upgraded to level 5, the experience points gained from killing monsters that broke the coffin were obviously decreasing. Now you can also gain good experience points by eating flesh and blood. As long as you eat 100 kilograms of flesh and blood, you can get 50 points. This is several times better than killing low-level monsters. Experience points are still refreshing. Yemo raised his eyebrows as he looked at the stall owners who were huddled in front of him, trembling all over. So what price are you prepared to pay for your life? Yemo is not a bloodthirsty person, but the ridicule from these people did make him angry. If he let these people go like this, he might not be able to sleep at night. Brother, I was wrong. I will transfer 100,000 yuan to you now. One of the stall owners in black said in panic, taking out his mobile phone. Brother, I'm transferring 200,000 to you, another stall owner in green shouted. Upon hearing this, the black-clothed stall owner's face suddenly froze. Disbelief flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, Are you fucking crazy? We are redeeming our lives. You're putting it up here for auction, right? You are crazy. Have you forgotten how the fat guy died just now? Just then, another voice sounded between them, and a card was handed over at the same time. Brother, I'll give you my savings, which contains 300,000 yuan. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Upon hearing this, Yemo took the card from the stall owner and asked, Is this card authentic? Fidelity? Fidelity. The money is not missing a penny, and the password is absolutely true. I dare not joke with my life. Okay, you can go now. Yemo smiled, put the deposit card into his pocket, then looked at the other 3 people and said, What about you? 300,000. Fuck, I'll give you 400,000. Let me go first. Get lost. I'm richer than you. 500,000. After a few people left, Yemo took a bench and sat down at a stall nearby, looking in a very good mood. Just by making them pay a little bit, you can earn millions, which is so cool. It has to be said that these guys make a ton of money just from selling meat and cheating people. Hundreds of thousands are just a piece of cake for them and are well within their affordability. Otherwise, they would not have bid so high. Yemo was also sure that these people would not dare to retaliate against him. After all, when ordinary people have a feud with the coffin keeper, the weak ones are always the first to die. As for why he hasn't left yet, because I killed someone in the inner city and I can't get away. It would be better to wait for the arrival of the law enforcement team here. At the same time, there are so many resources in the flesh and blood market, which is enough for the tyrant to upgrade several levels. Haha, as long as I can demonstrate my value, the law enforcement team should not punish me for a bad person. Yemo sat quietly, thinking in his heart. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 kilograms of demonized wild boar meat, and his experience has doubled, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 kilograms of demonized wild boar meat, and his experience has doubled, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten 10 kilograms of demonized wild boar meat, and his experience has doubled, gaining 30 experience points. A series of system sounds rang out, instantly making the contemplative Yemo stand up in surprise. What the hell? This guy really has mutant wild boar meat in his stall? Yemo's face was filled with ecstasy. This experience screen is several times more exciting than 2 minutes ago. The tyrant's experience is rising like a plane. I didn't expect that the fat stall owner was so shrewd and sold different goods to different people. It's a pity that he hit a wall and lost his life. Ding, the tyrant's level has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required for the next level is 30. Tyrant, eat as much as you can. You'll be full. Yemo smiled, feeling quite good. Roar! Now! Yemo didn't take the law enforcement team he was about to face seriously at all. As far as he knows, the strength of ordinary members of the law enforcement team is generally not very high. Should be around the initial 7 stars, and the coffin spirit is about level 15. I can definitely handle them if I meet them. If the corpse raising system had not been awakened, it would probably take me a year or 2 to train a level 1 zombie to the maximum level. And now, in less than 2 hours of contracting the tyrant, it has been upgraded to level 6, and its combat power is simply terrifying. I hope they see the strength I have shown and won't keep me locked up for too long. Yemo glanced at the broken screen of his phone and shook his head helplessly. The cell phone is not working, otherwise I could have asked Yishao to come and rescue me. After all, a genius with superclass talent and a contracted demon level is enough to attract the attention of the whole city. The law enforcement team will definitely give her face. Chapter 9. The old man taking the child for a walk. My dear brother, I want to ask you why you are so panicked. Did something happen up front? On the road near the meat market, an old man who was taking a walk with his child stopped a young man with a panicked look on his face. When the young man heard what the old man said, he came back to his senses and quickly advised, Uncle, please don't go that way anymore. Just now, a few butchers were trying to cheat a young coffin maker. As a result, the coffin master became furious and released a tyrant zombie to eat them all. That tyrant zombie is so scary. It's over 4 meters tall, and it has a bloody mouth. It can eat a fat man in one bite. Alas, the coffin guard must have lost his mind by now and let the tyrant go on a rampage of slaughter in the market. The young man sighed and described vividly. Fortunately, I was the first one to run out. Otherwise, you will just become the excrement of zombies. Chairman Chen looked at the young man's exaggerated expression and couldn't help but stroke his beard, frowning slightly. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Of course I didn't lie to you. Who would have nothing to do after eating and tell lies with open eyes? The young man vowed. Upon hearing this, President Chen's face immediately turned displeased. After leaving the contract center, he took Xiao Zongzi to several meat shops, but couldn't find any meat that the other party would like to eat. Then I thought about visiting the largest flesh and blood market in Fengyue City. And now this situation has occurred in the flesh and blood market, which is undoubtedly very annoying. All I heard was a cold snort from him. How could this be possible? Someone actually dared to commit a crime in the inner city. I want to take a closer look to see who is so bold. Uncle, I see you have such a hard time taking care of a child. You should not join in the fun. Be careful not to fall down, and no one will help you. The young man pointed at the child led by the old man. The child was wearing a bunny doll costume, revealing only his pale face. He held a toy sword in one hand, while the other hand was held by the old man. He jumped forward vigorously from time to time, appearing to be full of energy. But the child was too weak to pull the old man. The young man looked at this scene and cast a look of disdain towards President Chun. In his opinion, this old man was really annoying. He didn't care about the feelings of the cute child at all. Maybe he wasn't very smart. Uncle, you better not take the kids out for a walk anymore. Look, she is so tired that her face has turned pale. Why don't you find a place to rest quickly instead of going to watch the fun? Really drunk, the young man choked, then turned and left. Hearing this, President Chen's hand that was stroking his beard froze suddenly, and he looked down at the little dumpling that kept jumping forward. After some hesitation, I decided to pick it up. I want to eat meat. Little Zongzi looked at the ground in confusion, then looked at his short legs, and then kicked his legs habitually, trying to jump out of the old man's arms. Okay, I'll take you to eat meat right away. President Chun turned his head away helplessly, guarding against the little Zongzi's invulnerable head. I've experienced the feeling of being hit on the chin by the iron head technique before, and the pain was beyond imagination. Just then, a phone rang. President Chun answered the phone despite the risk of his chin being hit. On the other end of the line, there was a sighing voice. Hey, Mr. Chin, you really have a sharp eye, and you didn't make a mistake. I was wrong. Oh, are you trying to say that the young man's contract was successful? Tell me what kind of coffin spirit he contracted. President Chin's eyes showed doubt. To be honest, I don't know what he signed, but he did something great. Don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us directly. President Chin said, while dodging Xiao Zongzi's iron head skill. There was a brief silence on the phone. After a few breaths, a heavy breathing sound suddenly appeared. The voice was also mixed with anger, and it seemed as if he was gritting his teeth. Mr. Chun, that bastard is simply not a human being. After signing the contract, he did not leave immediately. He actually killed all the coffin spirits in the warehouse, leaving not a single one behind. Now, some graduates are going to the warehouse area to try out actual combat. I couldn't release any monsters, and I was blocked at the office door by the teachers from the school, and I dared not go out. You tell me what I should do. After hearing what Wang Ming said, President Chin's eyes suddenly flashed with shock. I didn't expect that I underestimated that young man after all. What was even more unexpected was that a student who had just made a contract with the coffin spirit of the Corpse Clan could slaughter hundreds of low-level monsters by himself. In my impression, even many students of contracted demons find it difficult to do this. Courage, mentality, combat awareness, and talent are all indispensable. Besides, corpse poison is no joke. If a beginner coffin keeper does not take anti-corpse poison medicine within 10 minutes after being bitten, he will definitely turn into a corpse. Yimo's current performance has exceeded his expectations and is worthy of taking the little dumpling in his arms away. Xiao Wang, you are at least a high-level 9-star coffin guardian. How can you be so anxious when encountering such an accident? You stabilize these people first. Tell me where the young man is now. I'm going to meet him. President Chin said with a hint of anticipation. Mr. Chin thinks that guy is afraid that the contract center will ask him for compensation. After he killed all the monsters, he simply climbed over the wall and ran away. I just asked about the details, but now I can't find him anywhere. As soon as these words were spoken, the expectation on President Chin's face disappeared without a trace. If you have time, go and find out where that young man lives. Tell me his address later. I'll continue shopping now. President Chun hung up the phone with an unhappy tone. 2 minutes later, President Chun came to the main entrance of the meat market holding the little Zongzi. At this moment, the coffin-suppressing masters of the 4 law enforcement teams happened to arrive. One of the sharp-eyed captains recognized him at the first sight. The law enforcement captain trotted for dozens of meters and came to President Chun, greeting him respectfully. President Chun, why are you here too? Chairman Chun looked at the other party's respectful appearance, nodded slightly, and said in a calm tone, I just happened to be passing by and was going to take a stroll in the market. Go deal with the troublemakers first, and don't bother with me. Yes. The law enforcement captain nodded heavily when he heard this. Then he rushed back to his three teammates. Boss Su Feng, who was that old man just now? Why were you so respectful to him? A pale-faced young man coughed. When Su Feng heard this, a cold look flashed across his eyes, and he scolded, "That's President Chen of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. You better shut up and stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, if we offend him, all of us will suffer." As soon as these words came out, several people took a breath of cold air. They had all heard of President Chen's name since they were young, but had never seen him in person. All we know is that he is very mysterious and rarely appears in public. But they never imagined that such a legendary figure was actually an ordinary old man who was walking around the market with a child in his arms. As if he had thought of something, Su Feng looked at several of his men. Then his gaze fell on the pale young man and said, "Yang Qi, if I remember correctly, you have always wanted to leave the law enforcement team and join the tomb hunting team." When the young man heard this, surprise flashed in his eyes, and he nodded quickly. "In that case, I'll give you this opportunity," Su Feng said calmly, and at the same time looked at the other two men and said, "I will follow President Chun to visit the market later. You two assist Yang Qi to eliminate the coffin-suppressing master on the third floor of the market, and then clean up the inside. Don't make too much noise. If you disturb President Chen's pleasure, I will hold you accountable." "Boss, are we not going to follow the procedures this time?" asked one of the law enforcement officers. Hearing this, Su Feng's face suddenly flashed with impatience, and he glared at the other party and said, "No, I'm not leaving. I'm Busi. He's just a guy who has contracted a zombie. You could just kill him. But boss, how do we write the report? Are you fucking stupid? The report says that he spread the corpse poison, causing great adverse effects. He deserves death." Chapter 10, The Arrival of the Law Enforcer, the First Confrontation. The third floor of the flesh and blood market. Since there was no interference from others, Yemo directly let the tyrant devour the ones with rich qi and blood. As the tyrant continues to eat, experience points increase rapidly. Ding! Your coffin tyrant has eaten a mutant hen, and the experience has doubled, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant eats a mutant egg, and the experience has doubled, gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Your coffin tyrant eats a mutant rooster, and the experience has doubled, gaining 40 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit is currently at the servant level. The required experience for the next level is 450. In a short period of time, the tyrant devoured another 200 kilograms of flesh and blood and gained hundreds of experience points. This made Yemo even happier. Although the tyrant is only about 2 meters in size, its speed in digesting flesh and blood is astonishingly fast. It can eat a whole chicken in one bite without even spitting out the bones. If the law enforcement team didn't come, I'm afraid the tyrant would have a chance to directly upgrade to level 10. At this moment, Yemo was looking at the meat on the many stalls, feeling a little distressed. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "It's really inconvenient without a space backpack. Otherwise I could pack up all the meat here and take it away. It seems that I can only wait until this matter is over, and then borrow some money from Xiaoyao to buy it." Just then, the sounds of several footsteps suddenly came into Yemo's ears. At the entrance to the third floor of the flesh and blood market, 3 figures dressed in gray law enforcer uniforms suddenly appeared. The next second, the lights in the flesh market suddenly flickered violently, as if a short circuit had occurred. Bursts of electric sound were heard, and all the lights went out instantly, making the surrounding environment extremely dim. "Are you here?" Yemo stood up slowly and stared at the entrance of the market not far away. Thanks to the existence of the golden eyes that could break evil, he would not feel any discomfort even in such a dim environment. The tyrant also noticed Yemo's actions at this time and quickly stopped eating. It let out a low growl and walked to Yemo's side with heavy steps, like a guard, waiting for the other party to give orders. I wondered who dared to kill people in the city. It turns out it was just the famous Brother Mo. A teasing voice sounded from the dim entrance. Then 3 figures dressed in gray law enforcement uniforms walked in from the entrance. One of the young men had a pale face and was carrying a hexagonal coffin about 1.8 meters tall, locked with iron chains, on his back. The coffin was emitting bright silver light and had a faint smile on his face. The other 2 law enforcers did not seem prepared to take action and did not summon the coffin. When Yemo heard someone calling him, he was stunned. 2 seconds later, he finally recognized the other person's identity. "Young Qi?" Yemo asked tentatively. This was his former classmate, but the two of them didn't interact much, and their relationship was very ordinary, probably not even acquaintances. However, he did know one thing. That is, Yang Qi did not pass the graduation examination that year, so he could only join the Tomb-Seeking Guild in advance or become a law enforcer in the city. "Ha! I didn't expect such a famous person would still remember me. I feel so honored." Yang Qi smiled and said casually, looking at Yemo as if he was looking at prey. Feeling this uncomfortable look, Yemo immediately gave up the idea of reminiscing about the past. Soon, Yang Qi brought 2 other law enforcers and stopped about 20 meters away from Yemo. Then he squinted his eyes and looked at the tall figure in a black robe beside Yemo. "Old classmate, tell me, why did you violate the order of Fengyue City and allow zombies to kill people in the inner city and also cause the zombie poison to spread?" As he spoke, he untied the chains behind his back and placed the bright silver coffin on the ground. Guillermo couldn't help but frown when he heard what the other party said. He said calmly, "The corpse poison spreads? If I say that my coffin spirit doesn't have corpse poison, do you believe it?" As soon as these words came out, a law enforcer beside Yang Qi suddenly shouted angrily, "Bullshit! How can such a disgusting thing as zombies not have corpse poison? Even if there is no corpse poison, if we say you are guilty, you are guilty." Upon hearing this, another law enforcer also echoed, "A coffin-suppressing master of contracted zombies will harm others and himself no matter where he is placed. If you commit suicide right now, we won't bother to let the coffin spirit do it. Otherwise, you will die miserably." Hearing this, Yimo's face turned extremely ugly. He didn't expect that these law enforcement officers would not follow the procedures. These words were equivalent to sentencing yourself to death. "It seems like I have no choice but to teach these guys a lesson." A strong desire to fight flashed through Yimo's mind. As if sensing Yimo's thoughts, the tyrant took a few steps forward, tore open the black robe draped over his body, revealing sharp claws emitting cold light, and growled at Yang Qi and the other two. When Yang Qi and the other two saw this, they were startled and took half a step back. They are coffin guardians above the initial 7 stars. One can tell at a glance that Yimo's spiritual power level is not strong, only about the initial 3 stars. But the power emanating from the opponent's tyrant coffin spirit is almost on par with a servant of around level 15. This made them even more frightened. "Don't waste your breath on him. Think about what the captain just told us. Xiao Yang, this tyrant doesn't look simple. If you want to join the tomb hunting group, go all out. Once you kill this zombie, we will take care of your classmates." Hearing his companion's words, Yang Qi nodded vigorously. Then he opened the coffin next to him. A werewolf about 2 meters tall was released. It was covered with long gray hair, had sharp teeth, and had eyes emitting green murderous light. When the werewolf saw the tyrant, he immediately crouched down and took a fighting stance. At the same time, he let out low growls from his throat, and saliva filled with a fishy smell kept flowing out of his mouth, as if he was waiting for Yang Qi's orders. "Guillermo, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame you for killing someone," Yang Qi said coldly. After saying that, he shouted loudly, "Grey Wolf, jump over and tear that zombie into pieces for me." Upon hearing this, the werewolf raised his head and let out a long howl, and the sharp claws on his limbs suddenly flashed a cold light. Then it kicked its legs, turned into a shadow, and pounced directly towards the tyrant with a gust of bloody wind. When Guillermo saw this, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that Yang Qi didn't try to test him at the beginning, but let the werewolf rush over directly. A bit reckless. Guillermo shook his head and thought to himself. At this moment, the werewolf's attack speed was so fast that the tyrant couldn't even react. If someone else were to take command, the tyrant would definitely be injured by this move. Even if he could complete the battle with the help of primary healing and restraint release, he had already lost the initiative. But Guillermo had already seen through the other party's intentions and immediately said, "Tyrant, watch your back. Step back to the left, turn around, and counterattack." As soon as the words fell, the tyrant roared, turned around quickly, moved away, and raised his huge claws to attack the front fiercely. At the same time, the werewolf appeared in front of the tyrant. However, before the werewolf could make a move, he was met with a devastating blow. All I heard was a loud bang. The tyrant's huge claws slammed heavily on the werewolf's waist, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Blood splattered as the werewolf was hit by a huge force. He flew backwards several meters and fell on a nearby stall. Finally, he fell to the ground, howling in anger. Chapter 11, Is the Tyrant About to Lose? Supermatter Penetration. How come your zombies are so strong? You clearly have the talent of a corpse servant. How is it possible that you know the movements of the Grey Wolf? Yang Qi's face was dull, with disbelief flashing in his eyes. The zombie in front of him clearly had level 1 potential, which was consistent with his werewolf potential. Although they are both servant level, there is an obvious difference in their levels. But now, this low-level zombie could actually knock his werewolf away with just one palm. This is simply unbelievable. On the side, 2 teammates were also shocked. Yang Qi is the strongest among them. Moreover, his talent is enhanced vision, and he has extremely strong night vision ability. So before going up to the 3rd floor of the flesh and blood market, they helped Yang Qi cut off the circuit on the 3rd floor to create a perfect combat environment for him. In a dark environment, Yang Qi's enhanced vision combined with the werewolf's talent of Night Walker is enough to kill many enemies of the same level. But after a fight, the werewolf was actually injured by a zombie, which was a bit horrifying. At this time, a teammate looked at Yang Qi and asked solemnly, "Xiao Yang, this guy seems a little bit complicated. Do you want our help?" When Yang Qi heard this, his face suddenly turned ashamed and angry. "No need. This must be a coincidence. I don't believe a zombie can defeat my werewolf." After saying that, a look of madness flashed in his eyes, and he rushed to the werewolf, took out a dagger, and cut his wrist directly. As the blood spurted out, Yang Qi smiled evilly and said, "Grey Wolf, absorb all my blood." The werewolf looked at the fresh blood with greed in his eyes and opened his mouth and sucked hard. In an instant, Yang Qi's face became paler and his spiritual power was severely depleted. At this time, the werewolf who absorbed the blood had bloodshot eyes and quickly got up from the ground. I saw his muscles and hair twisting rapidly. His body instantly grew to 3 meters taller, and he grew a pair of fangs as sharp as blades, looking extremely terrifying. The wounds originally inflicted by the tyrant were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ha, Yemo, I don't believe that your zombie can defeat the Grey Wolf now." Yang Qi laughed. Seeing this, Yemo frowned slowly and shifted his gaze to the werewolf. Coffin spirit, werewolf. Race, demon. Level, servant level. Seal level, silver ancestral coffin. Talent, Nightwalker strength increases by 30% in the dark. Skills, chain claw shadow, powerful bite, tracking, primary healing, after image leap, level 2. Special skill. After bloodthirsty fury absorbs blood, the body size increases, the strength is enhanced, the healing speed is increased tenfold, and the pain is reduced by 80%. Disadvantage weak, waste defense. Intimacy, obey others. Current state, excited. Number of possible evolutions, 1. Introduction, a monster from the dark forest. Before absorbing blood, it is extremely fast and its attack is weak. Bloodlust and rage. It feels like the tyrant's bondage is lifted, but there is a bit of the blood of the wasted coffin master. Yemo thought to himself. When Yang Qi stabbed with the dagger, just now, the blood that spurted out was 2 or 3 times more than what he had donated at the blood donation station before. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely faint. But Yang Qi is much more ruthless than the ruthless guy, and can completely be called a wolf Mia. Looking at the werewolf in front of him whose size had already crushed the tyrant, Yemo felt no fear in his heart, but instead revealed a smile. The tyrant has the 8th level skill Supermaterial Penetration. This skill not only ignores physical defense, but can also directly attack soul bodies and elemental bodies. Even some high-level demons that are condensed from elemental forces and claim to be immortal would be annihilated by this blow. Not to mention werewolves who only have 10 times the healing power. Since we know each other, I suggest you take your teammates and leave. I don't want to kill anymore. Yemo looked at Yang Qi and advised him lightly. However, Yang Qi was stunned when he heard this. His 2 teammates laughed even more. "Ah, kid, are you sleepwalking? How dare you say such words? You are about to die, yet you still dare to be stubborn. You really don't know your own limitations. Yemo, you are so arrogant. I will let the Grey Wolf tear you into pieces." Yang Qi said, gritting his teeth. Then he let out a soft cry. "Grey Wolf, come on." As soon as the words fell, the Grey Wolf suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Even with a height of 3 meters, it does not affect its speed at all. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside the tyrant, ready to grab the tyrant's head with one claw. However, how could Yemo, who had already seen through its panel attributes, let it succeed? Tyrant, resist and find a way to control it. Yemo's cold voice came out. Hearing this, the tyrant roared. Then it raised its huge claws and smashed towards the werewolf's claws. With a ding sound, the 2 pairs of sharp claws collided with each other, making a loud noise, like the sound of metal clashing, echoing throughout the space. Roar! When the tyrant saw that his sharp claws, which he was so proud of, were unable to cut off the werewolf's claws, and that he had no upper hand, he immediately became angry and roared. Yemo gave it double the ability and 8th level skills, giving it enough capital to leap to a higher level. If he fails to kill a werewolf, wouldn't that tarnish his master's reputation? At this moment, a trace of anger flashed in the tyrant's eyes. Then it kicked its legs, grabbed the werewolf's neck with one hand, and slammed him to the ground. With a loud bang, a spider web-like crack instantly appeared on the ground. After a successful strike, the tyrant quickly used his other sharp claw to stab into the werewolf's waist, trying to break the werewolf's lumbar vertebrae. The werewolf was not afraid, but became even more violent. It roared, turned over, and suppressed the tyrant, and continued to tear the flesh of the tyrant with its sharp claws. In an instant, the tyrant was covered in blood and flesh, with his white bones exposed, looking extremely terrifying. "Hi, Yemo. My werewolf has a 10-fold healing speed, and you dare to let a zombie like this fight it head-on. It's simply stupid," Yang Qi said complacently. "As expected of you, Xiaoyang, you trained the werewolves so well. It's obvious that the zombies that guy raised haven't experienced many battles. They can't compare with you at all. Boy, your zombies are about to lose. You'd better commit suicide right here." The 2 teammates were very arrogant. "Suicide? You seem to be overthinking it." Yemo smiled faintly. His voice suddenly became extremely cold, and his spiritual energy began to fluctuate. "Tyrant, remove the restraints. Use super matter to penetrate. Kill it." As soon as these words came out, the tyrant roared, and the blood vessels in his body suddenly twisted, making a sound like an engine. At this moment, it directly transformed into a super tyrant form, and its physical strength doubled again. Before Yang Qi and the others could react, the tyrant suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the werewolf's head in an instant, turned over, and smashed the wolf's head to the ground, breaking the werewolf's cervical vertebrae. Then its other claw made a half-clenched position. A blood-red ball of energy that was so terrifying that it distorted space slowly flashed in its palm. The werewolf sensed this deadly threat and immediately stopped roaring, freezing in place and not daring to move. When Yang Qi and others saw the agitation of this energy, they couldn't help but feel a chill all over their bodies. They never imagined that this zombie would have such horrific methods. This kind of energy fluctuation is comparable to the ultimate move of a commander-level coffin spirit. This blow would at least create a huge, deep crack in the flesh and blood market, and might even cause the floor to collapse. Aren't the zombies the weakest? How is it possible for them to comprehend such a powerful skill? One of the teammates said in horror. Seeing this, the other one's legs and feet trembled a little and said, "This is too scary. Let's go quickly." But, no buts, the boss can't possibly withstand this kind of attack. After saying that, the two of them left quickly, leaving Yang Qi standing there stupidly. "Brother Mo, for the sake of our friendship, can you please let my coffin spirit go?" Yang Qi's face was bitter, with regret in his tone. Upon hearing this, Mo just shook his head and said with a slight sigh, "It's not a good idea to let it go now that the atmosphere has become so tense, right? You might as well sit down and quietly watch the tyrant set off his fireworks." Chapter 12. The Big Man Arrives. It seemed that he saw the determination in Mo's eyes. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on Yang Qi's face, and he said slowly, "Mo, actually this is a misunderstanding. Don't be impulsive, please listen to my explanation." At this moment, he no longer dared to look down on Mo, and even felt a little regretful. A person who can make zombies learn such moves, even if he is not talented as a coffin suppressor, his future strength will not be too bad. Moreover, the opponent can fight above his level. Even if the tyrant's potential is limited, he can at least ensure that the opponent will become a famous master in Fengyue City. Now Yang Qi just wanted to lower his posture and wait for the captain to come forward to discuss this matter. What's more, he couldn't bear to watch his coffin spirit die. After the coffin spirit dies, the seal in the coffin master's body will also collapse, and his mind will suffer a severe backlash. The damage caused by this backlash is extremely great, and without several years of recuperation, it is impossible to recontract with the coffin spirit. When Mo heard that the other party wanted to explain, he raised his eyebrows slightly and became a little interested. Then he stretched out a hand, signaling the tyrant to stop the sequel energy first. "Okay, I'll give you this chance. But don't play any tricks unless you really want to lose the main combat coffin spirit," Mo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Qi heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly explained. "The reason we took direct action is because a big shot wants to visit the flesh market. But you let the coffin spirit kill people in the market, making the 3 floors full of bloody smell. He thought the law enforcement process was too troublesome and directly ordered us to quickly get rid of you, the perpetrator. But I didn't expect you to be so strong. But I have to remind you that our captain should be downstairs accompanying the important people." Yang Qi reminded. "Already downstairs?" There was a brief moment of astonishment in Mo's eyes, and his face was solemn. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, he gave Yang Qi a chance to explain. If the law enforcers were really killed in the inner city, it would be a huge matter, and the only option would be to escape secretly and find a way to climb over the wall to the outer city. But Yang Qi's captain seemed to be nearby as well. If the enemy you face is a coffin suppressor who is at least mid-level or above, then your chances of escape should be very slim. Fortunately, he had no intention of killing Yang Qi and others at the beginning. He just wanted to teach them a profound lesson. It turns out that this lesson is quite useful. Seeing Mo's solemn expression, Yang Qi spoke quickly. "Mo, don't be impulsive, wait for my captain to come up. As long as you don't take action, there is still room for negotiation. And that important person is also here. I think the captain will handle this impartially." Yang Qi continued to persuade. "Okay, then let's wait for them to come up. Let's talk about 2 things. There is one level of the flesh and blood market." Su Feng was following behind President Chen with a flattering look on his face. President Chen also walked around the market, but still couldn't find the food that Xiao Zongzi wanted to eat. This made his face full of distress. There are very few coffin keepers among the contracted corpse clan, and those with contract-level potential are even rarer in the world. When it comes to cultivating the coffin spirits of the corpse clan, everyone only has a vague idea, and even he is no exception. "My little ancestor, you said you wanted to eat meat, but I found so much and you didn't eat it." President Chen looked at the little Zongzi in his arms, feeling helpless, and secretly said, "I have to send this little ancestor away as soon as possible. It's too annoying." While President Chen was thinking, suddenly there was a loud noise upstairs. The loud noise interrupted his thoughts directly. Then he looked up at the rooftop, frowned, and his expression became serious. He turned to look at Su Feng and said with a hint of displeasure in his tone, "It seems that the assailant upstairs is fighting fiercely with your subordinates. Are you sure you don't want to go up and take a look?" When Su Feng saw President Chen's unhappy expression, he felt extremely frightened. However, he still has full confidence in Yang Qi and others. It would be outrageous if 2 beginner 7-star masters and 1 beginner 8-star master couldn't defeat a contracted zombie's coffin guardian. In his opinion, the loud noise undoubtedly meant that Yang Qi and others had succeeded and killed the murderer. Su Feng thought about it, then took a deep breath and said respectfully, "President Chen, don't worry. The attacker on the 3rd floor only contracted 1 zombie, so he is definitely no match for my men. The sound just now should be my subordinates controlling the assailant. I can promise that I will not disturb you later," Su Feng said with a flattering smile. Upon hearing this, President Chen nodded lightly and regained his composure. But he was thinking in his heart, the coffin master who has contracted the zombies? Could it be that guy? The next second, an energy wave with an aura of annihilation emanated from the 3rd floor. When Su Feng felt this extremely powerful energy, his face suddenly changed and he was terrified. Could this aura be the coffin spirit of the murderer? Then he looked at President Chen, trembling all over, his tone full of apology. "President Chen, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry for disturbing your interest. I have to go upstairs and help my men." After that, Su Feng was about to run upstairs. "It's useless for you to go up alone. This kind of attack is at the commander level and is more than enough to wipe you out." President Chen's tone was full of admonition. When Su Feng heard this, he was stunned. His face was pale, his previous confidence had long disappeared, and there was a pleading look in his eyes. President Chen also understood that the other party might not be a match for the attacker, so he did not blame him. Instead, he said calmly, "I am curious about who in this city can train zombies to become commanders. Since you can't do anything to him, then follow me upstairs and take a look." After saying that, President Chen walked straight towards the stairs. Seeing this, Su Feng immediately followed. Tap, tap, tap. The lights on the 3rd floor suddenly came on. The sound of footsteps came from not far away. Yemo slowly moved his gaze to the entrance. "I saw." A law enforcer in white walked in front with the 2 team members who had just left. They glared at Emo fiercely. However, they did not shout at Emo. Instead, they stood upright at the entrance with nervous looks on their faces. The man named President Chen is the perpetrator of the contracted zombies. Su Feng pointed at Emo and said respectfully towards the entrance. Hearing this, a hint of curiosity appeared on Yemo's face. "President Chen? Is this the big shot Yang Qi mentioned?" Obviously, he had also heard of Fengyue City, a city that was well known to everyone. But what was unexpected was that such a person would actually come to the inner city to visit the flesh and blood market. Is he so idle that he has nothing to do? Yemo was speechless. As an old man holding a child walked out of the entrance, Yemo's eyes instantly showed a look of astonishment, because he discovered that the child in the old man's arms was actually a zombie, and it had super potential. At the same time, President Chen was stunned when he saw Yemo's familiar face. "After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort." He didn't expect that the murderer was exactly the person he was looking for. This was really bad luck. Chairman Chen's originally serious face quickly turned into a cheerful smile, and his tone sounded somewhat excited. "Huh, so it's you, young man. We finally meet." Chapter 13, Jumping Boy, New System Task. "Huh, so it's you, young man. We finally meet." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Feng and the others felt their hearts sink, and a chill rushed into their hearts. They can tell from President Chen's expression that he is really happy. "President Chen, do you know him?" Su Feng's voice was trembling. His face was pale. He was terrified to the extreme. His legs went weak, and he fell backwards. He didn't expect that President Chen knew this young man. But because he found it troublesome, he did not handle the matter impartially and wanted to kill the young man directly. Now it seems like lighting a light in the toilet. It's like seeking death. "Boss, are you okay?" The 2 team members quickly supported Su Feng and asked while pinching his philtrum. At this moment, Su Feng couldn't believe what would happen next. He was afraid of Yemo's questioning, and even more afraid of President Chen's blame. So he simply pretended to faint and allowed the 2 team members to pinch him until he was in severe pain, but he did not dare to open his eyes. President Chen looked Emo up and down, put the little rice dumpling on the ground, stroked his beard with his hand, and felt more and more satisfied. If he was surprised by the other party's previous performance of slaughtering the warehouse. Now, the other party had contracted a zombie and was able to make the zombie learn moves that could allow it to fight against opponents of higher levels in less than 2 hours, which simply shocked him to the extreme. This little guy's talent in the Corpse Clan is definitely not simple, and he also has a super strong sensing ability. It is worthy of my full efforts to win him over, President Chen said secretly. Then an even kinder smile appeared on his face, and he slowly walked towards Emo. However, Yemo's eyes were never on President Chen from beginning to end. Instead, he was staring at the little zombie wearing a bunny doll costume and jumping around on the ground. Coffin Spirit, a jumping child with a talisman. Race, Corpse Goblin. Seal level. The maximum level of the true King J Coffin is 69. Talent. Indestructible body, seal resistance. Strong resistance to control, seal, and other states. When the intimacy is lower than 50, You can break free from the Coffin Master's contract seal at any time. Skills: Silent Leap level 3, Bite, Sword Chi / level 3, Extreme Jump, Corpse Poison. Special skill: Void Drawing. Draw various strange spells out of thin air to fight. Defects: Extremely Naughty, hates coffins, bites people. Number of possible evolutions. Evolution routes can be viewed at level 3. Introduction: He comes from the ancient land of souls. He was originally a Taoist child under the seat of the Exorcist. He is proficient in the talismans of the Exorcist. After his death, he was sealed for 1,000 years. He was born with wisdom and turned into a jumping zombie. He has great potential and is worth cultivating. It's actually a little zombie that has never been contracted by anyone. Yemo was amazed. Having used the evil-breaking golden eye for so long, he knew very well that as long as the panel did not display the level and intimacy, it meant that there was no one under contract. At this time, Yemo also noticed the talent of this little zombie, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that no one can really tame it except me. Most coffin spirits with high potential are very arrogant. If they cannot meet a suitable contract master, they will usually resist, making it more difficult to seal the contract. However, this little zombie can use the coffin suppressor to break open the coffin. Once you get out, you can cancel the contract at any time, escape from the coffin keeper, live at large, and grow into a king. It seemed that he noticed Yemo's weird uncle-like smile. The little zombie felt frightened and immediately stopped jumping. He walked stiffly to the back of President Shun and hid, leaving only half of his head exposed. He looked at Yemo with a scrutinizing gaze. "My friend, your sensing ability is indeed extraordinary." President Shun noticed the hungry look Yemo gave Xiao Zongzi and couldn't help but praise him. At this time, Yemo noticed that the old man next to him seemed to be talking to him, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on his face. He remembered that he seemed to have heard this voice in the contract center. "Are you the coffin master of contracted Xiaomei?" Yemo looked at the other party, recalling the previous scene, and suddenly became confused. "Yes, it is this old man." Upon hearing this, Yemo's expression suddenly turned ugly, and he slowly asked, "Well, you came to me. Aren't you asking me to pay compensation to the contract center? Let me make it clear first. I can't afford to pay for it." President Shun: My friend, the reason I came to you this time is not because of the matter of the contract center, but because I want to give you a great opportunity." Hearing this, Yemo instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not come to him to ask for compensation. Otherwise, the millions he had just earned from several stall owners would not be enough to cover the loss. Looking at President Chen's faint smile, Yemo felt that this old man seemed to be being attentive for no reason, and he didn't know what his purpose was. After thinking about it, Yemo decided to figure it out first. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Are you going to give me a chance?" "Yes." President Chen nodded, then turned around and picked up the little Zongzi and said in a deep voice, "I believe you are very interested in this little guy. Why don't you come with me to the Tomb Seekers Guild and have a good chat about this?" Yemo looked at the little zombie and nodded without hesitation. "Sure, I also want to go to the Tomb Seeking Guild." Just at this moment, a system voice suddenly appeared in Yemo's mind. "Ding! Unowned potential corpse coffin spirit detected. System task released. Ding! System mission. Please subdue a level 1 corpse coffin spirit and raise the intimacy to 60 points. Rewards include rare skill stones, cubic meters of space warehouse, and all coffin spirit experience." Finally, another mission has arrived. So cool! Yemo's heart was moved. As expected, when bad luck passes, good luck will follow. On the side, President Chen became even happier when he heard that Yemo also wanted to go to the Tomb Seeking Guild. "Then let's go without further ado." Yemo nodded, then turned to look at the tyrant, with a faint golden light emanating from his palm. "Tyrant, let's go." Upon hearing this, the tyrant pushed the werewolf aside, stood up, and walked towards the silver coffin. When it entered the coffin, it disappeared along with the coffin into the formation. After Yemo left, the tense people on the 3rd floor of the Flesh and Blood Market finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of the law enforcement team members pushed Su Feng and shouted, "Boss Chen took that kid away. You can wake up now." Upon hearing this, Su Feng immediately opened his eyes. Then he quickly kicked the team member who pinched him twice and said viciously, "You were just seeking revenge, weren't you?" "No, boss. I thought you were really dizzy, and I just wanted to wake you up." "Fuck, wouldn't it be better if I fainted? Otherwise, what should I do if President Shun and that kid blame me?" Su Feng cursed at his men. At the same time, he was secretly delighted, because that kid and President Shun seemed to have forgotten about it. "Yang Qi, it seems that you will not be able to join the tomb hunting group after all." Su Feng walked to Yang Qi's side, patted him on the shoulder and said, "But it's not your fault. I didn't expect that the boy zombies would be so terrifying. Captain, can you give me another chance in the future?" Yang Qi calmed down, then looked up with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Su Feng asked, patting the other person's shoulder again, with a sigh in his tone. "Hey, Xiaoyang, I only have 3 of you under my command. Wouldn't it be better for you to be a local tyrant in the inner city with me? Why do you have to go to the outer city to be bullied? If all of you want to leave, then what's the point of me being the captain? So I can't grant you this opportunity. If you want to blame someone, just blame that kid. If it weren't for him, you might be the one following President Chun now. Just then, a cold wind suddenly blew into the flesh and blood market. Everyone felt a chill on their backs, and an extremely terrifying aura made their scalps numb. Looking back, I saw a female ghost in white clothes and long hair floating in the air. The female ghost exuded a tsunami-like power, which brought the temperature of the entire flesh and blood market to freezing point. She looked at them coldly and finally fixed her gaze on Su Feng. I heard from Brother Yi that you didn't follow the rules, Xiaomei said coldly. Do you know what the consequences would be if you hurt him? As soon as these words were spoken, Su Feng immediately sat down on the ground, trembling all over with lifeless eyes. I originally thought I could escape, but I didn't expect EMO would still come to settle the score. Su Feng raised his head with difficulty, feeling extremely regretful, and said, Sir, I am willing to be punished. Xiaomei heard this, without any emotion in her tone, and said, In that case, then you should go back to the law enforcement department and resign as the law enforcement captain. The law enforcement team doesn't need a parasite like you. Thank you, sir. Chapter 14, you are a bad guy. My friend, I've already asked the law enforcement captain to resign from his post and leave the law enforcement team. Are you satisfied with it? On the Central Avenue in Fengyue City, in the back seat of a fast-moving black car, President Chen looked at EMO and smiled faintly. Thank you, President Chen. Upon hearing this, EMO showed a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Although I don't know what the other party's purpose is in looking for me, I can feel that he has absolutely no ill intentions. If the other party had not come to the flesh and blood market to shop, what happened to me would probably not have ended so easily. After all, letting the tyrant use the 8th level skill would drain away almost 1/3 of his spiritual power. My friend, there's no need to call me so strangely. If you don't mind, you can call me Mr. Chen. President Chun stroked his beard and smiled. Yemo nodded immediately and kept it in mind. 5 minutes later, the black car passed through a golden wall about 15 meters high and came to a bustling ancient street in the outer city of Fengyue City. Yemo got out of the car with President Chen and followed closely behind. Looking at the various Western-style villas, ancient pavilions, and other buildings around him, as well as the coffin masters who were talking and laughing while carrying various coffins on the road, Yemo's eyes flashed with surprise. Many of these coffin keepers are completely different from the law enforcement teams encountered in the flesh and blood market. Although their ranks were not high, they exuded a faint aura of evil. It can be seen that they must be living a life on the edge of a knife outside the city. If Yemo's opponent at the beginning was not Yang Qi, but these people, it would probably not be so easy for him to win. As expected of an outer city, there are not only many coffin suppressors here, but they are also very strong. Once I'm certified as a coffin guardian, I can go out of the city and kill monsters like them. Yemo's eyes sparkled, and he seemed extremely excited. This was the first time he had been to the outer city in 20 years, although he had already seen the scenery here on the internet. But what you see online is totally different from the experience of being there. Almost every Bay City is divided into inner city and outer city. The inner city is not big, and most of the residents are civilians. They are far away from the most dangerous areas, live comfortably, and are protected by the coffin makers, but have lost the freedom to leave the city. The outer city, on the other hand, is extremely bustling and is a paradise for coffin keepers. Coffin spirit training shops can be found everywhere, where one can buy all kinds of materials for training coffin spirits and items needed by coffin keepers. Compared to the inner city, the outer city is a place where strength is respected, good and bad people mix together, and the order is relatively loose, so bloody incidents often occur. Ordinary coffin keepers who want to seek refuge will join a grave hunting mercenary group. As long as you join the tomb hunting group, you can explore secret places and dangerous places in the wild with the other members, which can quickly improve the strength of the coffin keeper. President Chen turned and looked at EMO with an excited expression on his face. As if he had thought of something, the light in his eyes dimmed a little. Once upon a time, he was as passionate as EMO and yearned for the beautiful scenery outside the city. But now he is in his twilight years, and after all his struggles, all his passion has been exhausted. It's a pity for the ghost in the painting. He clearly has great potential, but is held back by my limited talent. I don't think I'll ever be able to help her break through level 60 and become a half-step king in my lifetime. Oh, I don't know if this kid can help me in the future, President Chen sighed. At this time, Yemo also noticed President Chen's expression and couldn't help but frowned. Mr. Chen, are you worried about something? Upon hearing this, President Chen's face froze, and he quickly stroked his beard and said with a smile, what could this old man be worried about? With my status and strength, is there anything I can't solve? Well, what you said makes sense. Yemo was stunned, and he was powerless to complain. So you really just want to give me a chance, and you don't have any requirements for me? Isn't there anything I can help you with? As soon as these words came out, President Chen's face suddenly became embarrassed. He didn't expect Yemo to question him, and was caught off guard. Well, let's talk about this after we get to the guild. Elder Chen looked embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. Soon, Yemo followed President Chun to an attic of the tomb-seeking guild. This is a huge and luxurious ancient building with an antique style and is divided into 3 floors. The guild hall on the first floor is full of technology and is responsible for the certification of coffin keepers, the registration and joining of tomb hunting groups, and the handover of various bounty missions. The second floor is the testing hall, which has an independent testing space. Anyone who wants to test the strength of the coffin spirit can accurately test the strength data of the coffin spirit here, as long as they pay a certain testing fee. The third floor is naturally the president's personal territory. Ye boy, I believe you can see that little Zhongzi has great potential. President Chen looked at Yemo with a smile, waved his hand, and pulled the little zombie aside. Yemo heard this and remained silent. Most of my abilities were probably guessed by this old man. It's just that the other party thought it was a sensing ability. Little did they know that this was one of Yemo's amazing cheats. Without any other explanation, Yemo nodded and said, I can sense that its potential is not inferior to the one in the contract center. It should be at the same level. Hearing this, President Chun took a deep breath. Even though he had already guessed it almost exactly, he was still shocked when he heard it from the other person's mouth. I just want to ask you one question, President Chun said with a hint of nervousness and expectation in his tone. He stared at Yemo and took a deep breath. Can your ability sense the existence of a higher seal level? Yemo was stunned for a second when he heard this, and his tone became calm. Not sure, maybe I can try. As soon as these words came out, looking at Yemo's indifferent expression, President Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. Even if the other party is not completely sure, it is enough as long as he does not deny it. He suddenly slammed the table and stood up excitedly. Haha, good boy. I was right about you. After a brief conversation, President Chen pushed the little zombie in front of Yemo, stroked his beard and said with a smile, Young man Yi, this is the fortune I want to give you. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but smile, and his eyes looking at the little zombie became brighter. When the little zombie saw Yemo's appearance, he actually burst into tears. Although it could not escape from the old man's palm, at least it did not need to be ordered around and could jump around anywhere. If I were to be contracted by this corpse raiser, I would definitely become a slave and would probably have to continue staying in the coffin in darkness. The next second, the little zombie fell to the ground unwillingly, kicked his legs and rolled around, his voice full of grievance, showing a pair of fangs and said, You are a bad guy. I don't want to go with you. Do I look bad? Yemo was a little confused, but on second thought, I felt that it was normal. After all, I was a god-level corpse raiser, and it might make the coffin spirits of the corpse clan feel awe. Such potential is rare. I have to let it lose its guard against me first. Yemo smiled foolishly, slowly stood up and walked towards the little zombie, ready to pick it up. Seeing this, the little zombie let out a scream, jumped up from the spot, and dived into the hard ceiling, leaving only a pair of short legs kicking around underneath. Chapter 15, 3 Conditions. Bargaining. Ah boy, this little Zhongzi is very naughty. It will be very difficult to tame it. Upon seeing this, President Chen laughed, and all the wrinkles on his old face were squeezed together. Yemo looked at the pair of short legs paddling above his head, and his face turned dark. This little zombie is extremely afraid of me. Even after the contract, it would be difficult to increase the intimacy to 60 points. At this moment, Yemo suddenly thought of something. That is the high-level template of the corpse clan. Perhaps using a template can make its flaws disappear. Yemo thought to himself. President Chen looked at Yemo's thoughtful expression and knew that he must be thinking about how to tame the little zombie. Then he asked, Are you satisfied with this little Zhongzi? Well, it's okay. Yemo said calmly. President Chen looked at Yemo in surprise, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, Young man Yi, the level 1 corpse clan coffin spirits are rarer than level 1 corpse clan coffin spirits of other races. I know your talent must be related to the zombies, and you must be eager to get it. Yemo's expression remained calm when he heard this. He didn't say anything and waited for the other party to finish speaking. This kid must be so happy inside, yet he's pretending to be calm in front of me? President Chun complained in his heart. Then he looked at Yemo suspiciously. I found that the other person was not as happy as I had imagined. For a moment, President Chun felt that he could not control Yemo. Ahem, little Yi, since I see you want the little Zhongzi so much, I will give it to you with reluctance. But you have to agree to my 3 conditions. Yemo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Here it comes. Here it comes, the old man's foxtail is revealed. It turns out there is no such thing as a free lunch. Mr. Chun, didn't you say you would give me a chance? Why are you negotiating conditions now? Yemo showed a hint of disappointment in his eyes and sighed helplessly. I'm just a beginner coffin suppressor. 3 conditions are too many. I can't do anything about it. If there is only one, I can try to work in that direction. When old Chen heard this, his face suddenly froze, and he quickly said, Don't be anxious, kid. Just listen to what I have to say first. Then you speak first. Yemo looked embarrassed. Upon seeing this, President Chen slowly began to explain. The first condition, I hope that you will stay in Fengyue City in the future, join the tomb hunting group I lead, and become a permanent member of the group. Of course, I will use a lot of resources to train you and let you quickly become a high-level coffin master. Before the other party could continue speaking, Yemo interrupted him and said with a firm look in his eyes, "It is absolutely impossible for me to stay in Fengyue City forever. You can ask me to join the Grave Hunters, but I must be a free member." Yemo would definitely not agree to such conditions. Although this little zombie has great potential, it is far from enough to make him sacrifice his freedom. And apart from him, the little zombie would be a hot potato in anyone's hands. Because of its talent, it is destined not to be a peaceful existence. As long as the intimacy level remains below 50, it can keep changing masters and use coffin keepers of various levels to upgrade madly. When there is no one left to suppress it, it will definitely rebel and become a disaster. After hearing Yi Mo's refusal, President Chun seemed relatively calm. "I have long expected that you would not agree to this condition. After all, there have been no more than 5 people who dared to commit crimes in the inner city in all these years. But are you really willing to give up the resources I gave you?" President Chun said in a coaxing manner. Yemo thought about it but still didn't want to agree. Although this condition is very good, he has a system and god-level talent, so it is definitely not difficult for him to reach a high level quickly. "Mr. Chun, tell me about the second condition." "Okay, then let's talk about the second condition." President Chun shook his head, a look of regret on his face. "I hope that after you become a high-level coffin suppressor, you will accompany me to the ancient secret realm 5 times. During this time, I will protect your safety. You only need to go to the sealed place in the cemetery and point out which ones are high potential coffin spirits and their races." After hearing this, Yemo fell into deep thought. If the coffin-keeping master wants to enter the ancient secret realm, his level must at least be high, so as not to be torn apart by the space channel. Moreover, there are usually several monster overlords above level 51 in ancient secret realms, some of which may even be half-step kings. If he really encounters a half-step king, let alone protecting himself, I'm afraid this old man won't even have time to escape. "Mr. Chun, I still cannot agree to your condition." Yemo shook his head and said, "The 5th ancient secret realm is too dangerous. I cherish my life very much." Hearing this, Mr. Chun was not angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "Boy, I knew you were not so easy to fool. Since 5 times is not enough, then just once. If you refuse again, I will be angry." Old Chen's face became serious. He felt that Yemo would not be able to shirk his responsibility this time and was destined to be under his control. However, the other party's next sentence directly broke his defense. "No, not even once. You." Old Chen's face suddenly became extremely ugly. His beard was puffed, and his eyes were glaring, his chest heaving violently. "You kid, you don't believe in my strength. I have been to the ancient secret realm more than 10 times and have never failed. If I take you there once, it will be absolutely safe. Mr. Chun, do you think it would be better to use a level 1 corpse coffin spirit to exchange for a bunch of level 2 and 3 coffin spirits that can identify their races, or even the legendary level 4 coffin spirits? Will I be at a disadvantage?" Yemo looked at the angry Mr. Chun and smiled faintly. With his golden eyes that could detect evil, he could find a bunch of high-potential coffin spirits suitable for the contract for their tomb-hunting team, even if they went to an ancient secret realm. For an ordinary person, it would not only be difficult to infer the ceiling level of the coffin, but it would also be impossible to see what is hidden in it. Therefore, the value of Yemo's eyes is self-evident. At this time, President Chen also understood that Yemo would not fall for it, and after calming down, he shook his head and sighed. "You kid, you are really not an ordinary person. If it were someone else, they would not even have time to curry favor with me, let alone dare to bargain with me. Since I can't keep you, I won't beat around the bush with you. The last condition, if you don't agree, then I will break your legs." President Chun blew his beard and glared, with a threatening tone in his voice. Upon hearing this, Yemo's face suddenly darkened, with infinite contempt in his eyes. Upon seeing this, President Chun stroked his beard, looking quite proud. Next, he took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, "Little Yi, there will be a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City next Wednesday. You must go with me. I have received news that a batch of coffins at the appraisal meeting were excavated from the dragon falling land in the 4th Holy Ruins, World Sky Ridge. So I need you to try your best to sense the dragon coffin spirits in these coffins, and at least one ancient crystal coffin. Anyway, the more the better. Please." Chapter 16 Large-Scale Coffin Spirit Appraisal Meeting. Seal Transfer. Regarding President Chen's request this time, Yemo did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. Now, President Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. "Young man Yi, I have taken advantage of you this time. After the appraisal meeting is over, no matter what the harvest is, I will give you a large amount of resources to cultivate coffin spirits. If you can really identify the ancient crystal coffin, I will give you 2 rare evolution cores of the Corpse Clan coffin spirits. Of course, you can take this little dumpling away now. I said I would give it to you, and I am serious." President Chen said, pointing to the little zombie on the ceiling. Upon hearing this, Yemo immediately showed an excited smile on his face. "Thank you very much, Mr. Chen. For him, accompanying President Chun to the appraisal meeting this time was totally worth it. What's wrong with just moving your eyes to get the resources promised by the other party? As if he had thought of something, Yemo showed a hint of joy on his face and said, Mr. Chun, can you tell me what the reserve price of this batch of unidentified coffins at the appraisal meeting is? Upon hearing this, President Chun was stunned at first. Then he guessed Yemo's plan and explained with a smile, Haha, you can want to pick up a bargain, right? But you have to be mentally prepared. The lowest price for this batch of coffins is over 500 million. Among them, the reserve price of those with good quality has increased by more than 10 or 100 times. Some cannot even be measured by price and can only be exchanged for scarce resources. Hearing this, Yemo took a deep breath and could only shake his head. These are all sealed coffins. It's a ripoff to price them based on appearance alone. Moreover, the price is a bit ridiculous. If it turns out to be bronze or silver, then I will lose all my money. Haha, you have the ability to sense things and can ignore the concealing seal. So of course you'd feel cheated. But others don't have this ability. President Chen smiled, feeling extremely happy, and continued, Besides, some of these coffins were produced from the fourth Holy Ruins World Sky Ridge. This will naturally increase the value of other coffins. So there are many people who are willing to spend 500 million yuan to gamble. Hearing the other party mention the fourth sacred ruins again, Yemo asked curiously, What is the fourth Holy Ruins? So fierce. China currently has a total of 6 of the most powerful secret realms in another world. All of them are at the holy level, and we call them Holy Ruins. The World Ridge ranks 4th among the 6, and its main monsters are ferocious beasts. There is a demon dragon guarding it, and coffin-suppressing masters who are not at the level of Supreme 5-star dare not enter. President Chen looked at Yemo, who was full of doubts, and explained slowly. Speaking of which, his voice suddenly became serious. I estimate that among the coffins produced in the Holy Ruins, there are at least 5 ancient crystal coffins. You kid must help me sense it. If you encounter a dragon coffin spirit, even if it has super potential, you can just warn me directly. Upon hearing this, Yemo gave the other party a reassuring look and said, I'll do my best. After saying that, he turned to look at Xiao Zongzi with a look of joy on his face. For Yemo, the most important thing at the moment is to complete the system task. As long as you make a contract with the little zombie in the ceiling, and then use the template to increase its potential, you can directly increase the potential of the little zombie to level. Moreover, we can learn from President Chun that the ancient crystal coffin is also an extremely rare existence in the Holy Ruins. It is conceivable how powerful the level will be. Now that I'm on good terms with old Chun, there's no need to hide my talent for the double coffin spirit contract, Yemo thought. You know, there is no harm in showing your talents appropriately in front of such important people. It will only make the other party value you more. Without thinking too much, Yemo looked at President Chun beside him and said in a calm tone, Mr. Chun, you can hand over its sealing formation to me now. As soon as these words came out, Chairman Chun immediately showed a puzzled look on his face and reminded him, Young man Yi, as a beginner coffin-suppressing master, you cannot master 2 seals. Even if I hand it over to you, the sealing formation cannot be integrated into your body. It would be better for me to seal it back into the coffin so that you can carry the coffin and guard it every day. It can't break out of the coffin and escape. Mr. Chun, you can let me have a try. Yemo smiled and said confidently, If I can't control it, it won't be too late for you to seal it. Upon hearing this, President Chun frowned slowly, but he didn't know how to refuse. In short, he absolutely did not believe that Yemo could master 2 seals at the initial level. Even though he was a legendary figure, he had never heard of such a thing. So in his opinion, Yemo will definitely fail. Okay, since you want to try it, I will satisfy you. President Chun shook his head. I saw a dark golden light emanating from his hand. As the ball of light twisted, a rotating Bagua light array slowly formed in the air. As the Bagua light array rotated, countless pitch-black words emerged and transformed into extremely mysterious runes that circled above the array. 8 trigrams demon sealing formation? Seeing this formation, Yemo spoke out of curiosity. Because this formation is one of the formations that is more difficult to integrate, it also means that the coffin spirit in it is more difficult to control. There are many formations to seal the coffin spirit, and the formations vary depending on the secret realm. The seal that Yemo had seen most often was the hexagram formation. Ye boy, when you integrate it into your body later, if it is rejected, remember not to force it to stay in your body. Otherwise, it will collide with the hexagram seal of your contracted zombie, causing damage to your coffin spirit space. If the situation is serious, you will not be able to contract with other coffin spirits in the future. So you really want to try it? Hearing the other party's warning, Yemo nodded. Next, he focused his eyes and mobilized a trace of spiritual power, and suddenly, strands of dazzling golden light appeared in his hands. Seeing that Yemo was determined to try, President Chen frowned and couldn't help showing a worried look. He was ready to spend a lot of money to hire someone to treat him. Hey, this kid is good in every way, but he's a little stubborn and doesn't listen to advice. But it's okay. If I suffer a little loss now, I will learn my lesson in the future. President Chen said to himself. It was at this time that Yemo stretched out his hand and touched the ceiling formation without hesitation. The moment his palm touched the ceiling formation, the Bagua demon's ceiling formation instantly spun at a high speed, bursting out with a strong golden light. The originally dark and strange words began to twist continuously, and finally turned into a mysterious black dragon, which directly merged into Yi Mo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the coffin spirit and the jumping boy. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The intimacy of the talisman jumping boy has been raised to 50. Obey orders. Host, please name the coffin spirit. Chapter 17 Preparation. Before leveling up, extract high-level character templates. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo couldn't help but get excited. A free level 1 was obtained so easily. It's so cool. But he doesn't plan to name the little zombie now. Everything has to wait until the character template is extracted, then you can just call the extracted character by his name. At this time, the little zombie embedded in the ceiling felt its body stiffen, and then fell from the ceiling with a bang. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but smile and said, "Come here, you." As soon as these words came out, the little zombie immediately jumped to Yemo's side with an unwilling look on his face. Although it likes to be free, what the other party just said seems to be something it cannot refuse, like a mandatory order. Ha, so obedient. Yemo stretched out his hand and rubbed the little zombie's head hard a few times. As if he found Yemo annoying, the little zombie looked extremely unhappy. He showed a pair of sharp teeth and made a sour face, as if he was ready to bite someone at any time. Ding! System prompt. The host's behavior caused great dissatisfaction to the Lingfu jumping boy. Attention! Don't do anything that the coffin spirit hates. Otherwise, it will reduce the coffin spirit's intimacy with the host. The system prompt sounded again, causing Yemo's face to freeze, and he complained in his heart. What the hell? He got mad after just 2 pats on the head. She's on par with my sister. What a hassle. Then he quickly withdrew his hand, looked at the little zombie speechlessly, and his excited heart calmed down. On the side, President Chen saw this scene. His mouth slightly opened, and he was greatly shocked. Yi boy, have you succeeded? Yes, Yemo said lightly. How is this possible? President Chen just felt that his worldview collapsed. Hundreds of years since the birth of the Coffin Keeper, there has never been a person at the initial level who can contract 2 coffin spirits. But Yemo actually succeeded in the contract, which directly broke his cognition. Yi boy, you are such a freak. President Chen thought of Yemo's incredible abilities and couldn't help but praise him. Your talent as a coffin keeper shouldn't be a corpse servant, right? President Chen looked at Yemo expectantly and asked, "Can you tell me your true talent?" Earlier in the car, Wang Ming sent him Yemo's information, and he felt sorry for him. But now, it is obvious that the information is wrong. The other party's talent must be extremely rare. Seeing the other party's expectant expression, Yemo thought for a moment, and then said seriously, "My talent was indeed a corpse servant at the beginning. But I haven't contracted a coffin spirit for 2.5 years, and recently my talent has changed a bit, and I've become a corpse raiser." Corpse raiser? President Chen was puzzled. That's right. To put it simply, I can contract double the number of corpse clan coffin spirits, and I can also summon them to fight at the same time. Yemo spoke casually, his face extremely calm. But after hearing this, President Chen was stunned and looked extremely shocked. You can summon at the same time? This kind of talent is too domineering. Even if the coffin spirits of the corpse race are weaker than those of other races, when you reach the legendary level, you can crush the coffin masters of the same level. President Chen can fully imagine how strong Yemo's future will be. His powerful sensing ability means that his potential as a coffin spirit will be strong in the future. And now, his talent as a corpse raiser will undoubtedly make him a peerless genius. This kid's future achievements will definitely surpass mine, and he may even become the pinnacle supreme. I have to let him grow up. President Chen was very excited, and his eyes were full of concern as he looked at Yemo. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After hearing President Chen's nagging, Yemo finally left the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Because of the relationship with President Chen, it was extremely convenient for Yemo to register as a coffin master in the Tomb-Seeking Guild. At the same time, he was pulled into the Tomb-Seeking mercenary group by the other party and became a free first-level member. Not only do you enjoy all the basic benefits, but you don't have to obey anyone's orders. The name Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group sounds nice. Yemo looked at the badge of the Grave Hunting Group in his hand that gave off a chill, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This badge is shaped like a hexagonal snowflake and is made of extremely rare ice black iron. It has a crystal edge and a silver-white background with a black zone character printed in the middle. The patterns are intricate, yet beautiful, and appear extremely delicate. For those who recognize this badge, it is a symbol of status. This means that Yemo can walk around Fengyue City with ease and even be flattered by many people. However, Yemo doesn't like to show off, and he doesn't like to deal with others. When you don't need this badge, just put it in your pocket. Next, Yemo bought a new mobile phone on the ancient street. He also spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the trading market to buy a black, heavy motorcycle that was as metallic as a beast, which caused people around him to laugh. In this era, most of the junior members of the tomb hunting team do not have space packages. Therefore, when it comes to transportation, they will choose pickup trucks with larger loading capacity to facilitate the transportation of supplies. Only fools or some rich people would choose a motorcycle that has no practical value. Yi-Mo ignored other people's comments and parked the motorcycle on the side of the street. He went online and looked up a map of the area near Fengyue City. Now he has to choose a dangerous place suitable for leveling up. After a while, he found a low-level dangerous place where all the monsters were at level 1. Doomsday Valley. This is it. A gleam of light flashed in Yi-Mo's eyes. The Valley of Doom is actually an extremely long mountain canyon 80 miles north of Fengyue City. Because there is a secret realm from another world deep in the valley. Monsters continue to breed there, making it a dangerous place. The reason why Yi-Mo chose this place. One reason is that there are a large number of mutated zombies, mutated ferocious beasts, and other monsters in the valley. As long as you kill the mutated zombies, there is a chance of obtaining zombie crystal cores. These zombie crystal cores are essential resources for cultivating tyrants. As for the little zombie, you just need to follow it to gain experience. After all, its potential is high enough, and there are templates to use. Secondly, the monsters in other dangerous places are mostly ghosts and demons with extremely strange abilities. Most of them hide during the day and come out at night, with very few seen during the day. It is difficult to find and kill them. Apart from the golden rays emitted from his eyes and the tyrant's supermatter penetration, Yi-Mo's other means of dealing with ghosts seemed a bit tricky. Of course, if you force the little zombies to be commanded, you can easily restrain the ghosts by using the void painting technique. Thinking of this, Yi-Mo quickly immersed his mind into the contract space. Looking at the little zombie riding on the tyrant's head and pulling at his head from time to time, the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. At this time, the tyrant seemed to sense Yi-Mo as well, and there seemed to be a look of help in his eyes. This little zombie is really annoying. Yi-Mo shook his head and said directly, "System, call up the template lottery function for me." As soon as the words fell, the virtual system panel instantly appeared in front of his eyes, forming a slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern. Ding! The zombie template lottery function is activated. It is detected that the host has a high-level corpse template lottery ticket, which can draw 3 to 5-star character templates. Upon hearing this, Yi-Mo's face flashed with excitement, and he thought to himself, "My luck has always been good. If I don't get a 5-star template, I'll be a bit sorry for the audience." At this moment, the system sound rang again. Ding! Host, please select the coffin spirit that needs to extract the advanced character template. The first-generation tyrant type. The jumping boy with a magic talisman. Hearing the system prompt, Yi-Mo said without any hesitation, "Choose 2. Ding! Selection successful. The system is extracting. Upon hearing this, Yi-Mo rubbed his hands in great anticipation, his eyes fixed on the rapidly spinning yin-yang fish. The yin-yang fish was spinning faster and faster, and began to shake violently. A few seconds later, as bursts of dazzling golden light appeared, the yin-yang fish was instantly broken through by the golden light. An extremely cute zombie loli, with lavender hair, suddenly appeared on the extraction panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template Resurrection Boy. Chapter 18. S-Level. The boy who resurrected from the dead. Hiss! It's actually her? Yi-Mo looked at the appearance of this zombie loli with an expression of great surprise. In his impression, this zombie loli was a character in a certain game. Apart from being cute, its position in the game is quite embarrassing, and it is not an exaggeration to call it the most useless 5-star character. But games are just games. If this loli's strength and background were placed on Blue Star, she would definitely be a super powerful person. Moreover, the system gave a 5-star rating based on the Blue Star background. Such a high evaluation completely exceeded Yi-Mo's expectations. Does that mean she is really that strong? A look of surprise flashed in Yi-Mo's eyes. Ding! May I ask if the host would like to use this character template for the talisman jumping boy? When the system prompt sounded, Yi-Mo couldn't help but smile. Then he suddenly thought, "Use it! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the character template." The ceiling level of the jumping boy was upgraded to the ancient crystal coffin. The host can open the panel to view the coffin spirit information. Upon hearing this, Yi-Mo's mind sank into the contract space again. The little zombie who was originally pulling at the tyrant had changed drastically. He now had light purple hair and was wearing a small skirt. He looked harmless and was looking at the changes in his body in a daze. Its originally deep pupils became big and round and extremely cute. My legs, which were originally stiff, no longer need to hop forward, and I can walk normally and are extremely flexible. The pair of zombie fangs in its mouth disappeared. What's wrong with me? Zombie Loli scratched her head and said blankly. Next, she sat on the ground, turning her head and standing upside down from time to time, blowing air at the yellow talisman on her forehead, trying to peel it off with her short hands, while observing her body curiously. After a while, It forgot what it looked like before and accepted the fact of change. Ding! Host, please name the coffin spirit. The system sounded again. Yimo grinned and silently said Chi-Chi in his heart. At this moment, Chi-Chi's panel suddenly appeared in Yimo's eyes. Coffin spirit, resurrection of the dead boy Chi-Chi. Race, corpse goblin. Level, servant level. Experience, seal level. The upper limit of the level of the ancient crystal coffin is 79 levels. Talent, indestructible body. Icy fairy power has strong resistance to control, sealing, and other states, and adds ice attributes to all skills. Skills, silent leap level 3, sword chi slash level 3, flash step level 3, advanced swordsmanship. Dui Jinfu has a special skill that can mark a single target. When you or a friendly coffin spirit attacks the marked target, they will draw power from the target and gain an overspeed recovery effect. Special skill, void drawing talisman. Fairy magic cold disease ghost messenger summons a cold disease ghost messenger to surround the target, continuously heal, and make the target gain the effect of ice fairy power. Immortal spells to save the suffering, bursts out icy immortal power to freeze the surrounding area, marks all surrounding hostile targets with the suffering true talisman, and instantly revives all dying friendly coffin spirits to full status. Defect forgetful, biting, hates coffins. Intimacy, current state doubt, curiosity, happiness. Number of possible evolutions. Evolution routes can be viewed at level 3. Introduction, originally a jumping boy with a talisman. After the fusion of the template, his innate skills have been adjusted and changed, and have been greatly improved. He has great potential and can resist, fight, and heal. His level is really awesome. When Yimo saw Chi-Chi's panel, he took a breath of cold air. Although the talents and skills granted by the template are slightly different from those in memory, they are roughly the same. However, what surprised Yimo the most was the ultimate move of saving people from suffering and overcoming difficulties. It's actually possible to revive a dying coffin spirit with full health. That's amazing. You know, reviving teammates in the game is nothing. But this is the reality. As long as you don't seek death and don't provoke anyone who can kill you in seconds. With Chi-Chi's ultimate move, the coffin spirit in his home will never die. And now the intimacy requirement has disappeared, so there is no need to worry about betrayal. And you can bring Chi-Chi out to upgrade. Perhaps after I upgrade the tyrant to level 10, I will be able to enter the secret realm in the Valley of Doom. Confidence flashed in Yimo's eyes. Now that he has Chi-Chi's assistance and the tyrant's attack methods, he can rush into the pile of low-level zombies and slaughter them wantonly, and then upgrade like crazy. Thinking of this, Yimo's heart became even more excited, and he couldn't wait to go to the Valley of Doomsday. Then he started his motorcycle and prepared to leave the city. Son, just because you are so beautiful. A dynamic telephone ringtone rang. Yimo took out his cell phone and took a look. It turned out to be my little sister. He quickly answered the phone. However, before he could speak, an extremely frantic and angry voice suddenly appeared on the phone. Yimo, where have you been? Why did you turn off your phone? Why? Tell me. Yimo said nothing after hearing this. After the other party had vented his anger, he briefly explained what he had done in the morning. Of course, he did not tell anyone about the massacre of the coffin spirits, the conflict in the flesh and blood market, and the matter about President Chun. He simply said that he had made a contract with the tyrant, then strolled around the flesh and blood market, and then went to the grave-seeking guild to be certified as a coffin maker. After hearing Yimo's explanation, Yi Xiaoyao's tone suddenly became extremely surprised. Yimo, did you really contract a level 1 coffin spirit? Did you really not lie to me? Then tell me quickly, where are you? My classmates and I are now following teacher Wen Jing in the tomb-seeking guild, preparing to be certified as coffin keepers, and then going out of the city for 2 days of training. Do you want to come with us? Upon hearing this, Yimo raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion, why did you leave the city for training in advance? Aren't you supposed to be doing combat training at the contract center? As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao suddenly became angry and complained. Originally, we planned to conduct actual combat training after contracting the coffin spirit. But I don't know which bastard secretly killed all the zombie monsters in the training ground warehouse before we completed the contract. So, we can only go to the dangerous places outside the city to train. If I see this bastard, I will definitely beat him up. Upon hearing this, Yimo's face suddenly froze. He didn't expect that the warehouse of the contracted coffin spirit was actually a training ground. Fortunately, I can go early. Otherwise, the tyrant would most likely be killed by the students who had completed the contract with the coffin spirit. At that time, he could only be forced to become the coffin spirit in the contract-grade ancient bronze coffin. At this time, Yimo couldn't help but think of Yi Xiaoyao's clenched fists and fierce look. He coughed lightly and said, Sister, girls should be gentle and not be so harsh all the time. What if it was a handsome guy you knew who killed these monsters? Would you still beat him up? That depends on who it is. If it's you, I will definitely beat you into a pig head. Humph. Yimo. By the way, Yimo, I just told teacher Wen Jing about you, and she agreed to let you train with us. The person on the phone asked again, with a hint of joy in his tone. Yimo frowned slightly when he heard this. Then he understood Yi Xiaoyao's thoughts. In his opinion, the girl was simply worried about his safety and afraid that he would leave the city alone. You know, with Wenjing as their leader, this group of students is absolutely safe outside the dangerous area. At least it allows students to upgrade without any worries. After Yi Xiaoyao completed the contract with the Hellfire Demon, she directly asked for such a spot for Yi Mo. After all, as her level was not high, she had no ability to protect Yi Mo, and she did not dare to take Yi Mo to upgrade alone. And Wenjing agreed without hesitation because of Yi Mo's great talent and was willing to give Yi Mo a chance. Yi Xiaoyao naturally didn't want Yi Mo to miss it. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Mo smiled and shook his head, politely declining. I have my own plans, so I won't go with you. You should take this opportunity to level up and strive to get to first place in Linhu Province in the assessment next week. Chapter 19. Heading to the Valley of Doom. Tomb-seeking guild hall, rest area. Seeing the call being hung up, Yi Xiaoyao's face became a little depressed. The glitter in his eyes was fleeting, and he seemed extremely helpless. However, when she thought that it was Yi Mo who told her about the Hellfire Demon, she developed an inexplicable sense of trust in Yi Mo. Maybe that guy really has his own plans. Yi Xiaoyao pursed her lips and said unhappily. On the side, when Wenjing saw Yi Xiaoyao's condition, her expression suddenly became nervous, and she asked with concern, Xiaoyao, what did Yi Mo say to you? Will he come over? Yi Xiaoyao heard this and shook her head and said, Teacher Wenjing, my brother said he has his own plans and he won't come. Does he have any plans of his own? That's such a pity. Wenjing sighed softly. Then she finally let go of her worries and thought to herself, fortunately, Yi Mo knows his own limitations. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing for me. Wenjing felt a little guilty about what she had done that morning, but not much. Especially after a talented student like Yi Xiaoyao appeared in her class, she forgot about Yi Mo's affairs. But she never expected that Yi Xiaoyao was actually Yi Mo's sister. Moreover, it was almost impossible for her to refuse the request from a genius like Yi Xiaoyao, so she had no choice but to agree. The registration for the examination has closed. It seems that I can only wait until next week after the assessment to give him some compensation. Wenjing lifted her hair, feeling a little uneasy. Now she just hopes that Yi Mo will not appear in front of other mentors. Otherwise, the news that repeaters can take the exam would be known by Yi Mo and then exposed. I guess the school or Yi Xiaoyao will cause trouble for her. At this time, Yi Xiaoyao also noticed that the other party seemed a little absent-minded and called out softly, Teacher Wenjing, what's wrong with you? Hearing this, Wenjing quickly came out of her thoughts. A bright smile appeared on her face, and she said softly, Nothing, I'm just thinking about taking you to a low-level dangerous place for training. As soon as these words came out, it was immediately heard by a male classmate with sharp ears sitting behind the two of them. He became extremely excited and shouted at the top of his voice, Teacher Wen, why don't we go to the Valley of Doom? I heard from my dad that there are many monsters there, but they are of low level, perfect for us to level up. Upon hearing this, other students also echoed it. Teacher Wen, he's right. I heard that the monsters in Doomsday Valley are very weak. They are just zombies and are easier to deal with than monsters in other dangerous places. I think it's more appropriate to go there too. After hearing her classmates' suggestions, Wenjing began to think about it carefully. The Valley of Doom is indeed the most suitable dangerous place for beginner coffin keepers to level up. If she took so many students to the outskirts of the Dark Forest or the Ferocious Beast Plains alone, it would be difficult to ensure that she could always pay attention to the safety of these students. On second thought, she also felt that the students' suggestions made sense. She then smiled faintly, stood up and gave instructions to the students around her. Then it has been happily decided. Let's go to the Valley of Doom. But before that, you need to go to the ancient street trading area and buy daily necessities for the next 2 days. Students who are afraid of zombies can also buy some anti-zombie poison potion, just in case. Boss, do you have any extra guest rooms? I want to stay here for a few days. In a small town outside the Valley of Doom, a young man was standing at the door of an exquisite little hotel, asking the owner inside. The young man has a handsome appearance, neat short hair, and a faint smile on his face. This young man is naturally Yi Mo. At this time, he was carrying a travel backpack on his back and holding the hands of a well-behaved and cute little purple-haired girl, attracting the attention of people passing by the hotel. When the hotel owner heard Yi Mo's question, he quickly stood up from behind the counter and said with a smile, Haha, brother, you came at the right time. We just have one last room left. 1,000 per night. How many days do you want to stay here? Upon hearing this, Yi Mo took out a stack of money and handed it to the boss. At the same time, he said calmly, Stay here for 3 days. Okay, I'll arrange it for you right away. The boss took the money, nodded with a smile, and turned to arrange the room. This small town is the only place to stay outside the Valley of Doom. Its liveliness is almost comparable to that of the ancient streets in the outer city. But while it is lively, it is also full of chaos. When Yi Mo just passed by, he saw no less than 3 conflicts between coffin masters. Among them, the coffin-suppressing master even released the coffin spirit to fight, and would not stop until both sides were defeated. And since he was riding such a cool, heavy motorcycle on the street, he naturally attracted people's attention. Just then, two burly men with thick faces appeared outside the hotel. One of them, a flat-headed man with a centipede-like scar on his face, walked into the hotel and slammed the counter, shouting loudly, "Where is the boss? Is he here? Are there any rooms available?" Following the flat-headed man's call, the hotel owner hurried down from the second floor of the hotel. "Boss, are there any rooms available? My two brothers and I want to stay here." The man with a flat head pointed at his companion behind him, with a questioning tone in his voice. The innkeeper was nervous when he heard this, and he said quickly, "Brother, our inn has no extra rooms." "No extra rooms?" The flat-headed man frowned, his eyes flashing with displeasure, and then pointed at EMO and said, "Why did you go upstairs just now? Did you arrange a room for this kid?" Hearing this, the innkeeper immediately looked embarrassed. However, the man with the flat head seemed to understand what was going on. He reached out and grabbed the innkeeper by the collar, pulling him in front of him with a ferocious expression on his face. "Just cancel the room you booked for that guy, and let us two brothers stay there instead. Otherwise, I will tear down your store." "Brother, I can't make the decision on this matter. Ask the young man if he is willing to give it up," said the innkeeper in a cold sweat. The two big men in front of him exuded a strong, murderous aura. It was obvious that they had done many evil things and had their hands stained with blood. However, he had already accepted Yemo's money, so it was naturally not easy for him to act on his own. Out of fear, he could only push the problem to Yemo. As soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, the two big men immediately turned their attention to Yemo. Feeling the threat in the other party's eyes, Yemo couldn't help but frown slowly. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing just a short while after leaving the city. If I were to follow in Jing, a mid-level peak coffin suppressor, as long as there is someone protecting you, you will never encounter such a blind guy. Sure enough, only strength is everything, Yemo said to himself, becoming more determined to become stronger. Chapter 20. In Conflict. The bald man looked at Yemo for a few times and didn't take him seriously at all. Then he smiled contemptuously, his tone full of dominance. "Boy, go ahead. I want the room you reserved just now." In his opinion, the aura emanating from Yemo was only at the initial 3-star level. He was just a rookie just starting out. How could they dare to disobey these coffin masters who have been in the industry for many years and have reached the initial 7-star level of strength? However, Yemo seemed not to have heard what the flat-headed man said, and just shifted his gaze to the innkeeper. The innkeeper felt Yemo's gaze and suddenly showed embarrassment on his face. He quickly advised, "Young man, just give the room to these two gentlemen. Don't blame me. We can't afford to offend these two." "I can't afford to offend them?" Yemo sneered, looked at the innkeeper, and said lightly, "I can't afford to offend them, so you can afford to offend me? It seems like I've already paid and booked the room. Now you want me to check out? Is that inappropriate?" As soon as these words came out, the innkeeper's face suddenly turned ugly. He didn't expect Yemo to be so blind. He knew clearly that these two big men were not easy to deal with, but he still pressed him aggressively. "Obviously, as long as you check out, you can resolve the conflict. No one will lose anything. However, because of this kid's lack of tact, the hotel might be smashed." Now, the innkeeper really wanted to slap the boy in front of him twice. "Brother, I'll return your money to you if you don't leave. These two guests are about to attack you. Don't blame me for not warning you later." The innkeeper showed disgust in his eyes, then threw the money to Yemo and stepped aside to watch the show. "Hey, two big brothers, can you take him out before you do anything? I've already packed up the room he just booked, and you two brothers can check in directly later." The hotel owner looked at the two big men and smiled flatteringly. Hearing this, the flat-headed man nodded with a satisfied look on his face and said, "I like you as a boss. In that case, we will obey you and not damage your store." "Hey, thanks, big brother. I'll give you a discount on the accommodation fee later." The innkeeper showed gratitude on his face. Next, he glanced at Yemo's increasingly cold expression again, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. As if he had thought of something, he quickly changed the topic and said, "Two big brothers. Why don't you just beat this kid to a pulp? I'm afraid he will take revenge on me. If you agree, I am willing to give you permanent accommodation in this store for free at any time, and provide you with 3 meals a day." As soon as these words came out, the two big men looked at each other immediately, with extremely excited smiles on their faces. As beginner coffin keepers, they only dared to operate on the outskirts of Doomsday Valley. When they encounter hordes of zombies, mutant beasts, and other monsters in the valley, they feel extremely frightened. But when they encounter someone weaker than them, they become extremely brutal. Moreover, the two of them usually plundered not many resources, and now they have the request from the innkeeper. Naturally, the two of them agreed immediately. "Haha, you really know how to behave. In that case, we brothers will help you kill this guy." After that, two big men walked towards Yemo, one on the left and one on the right. Then he was ready to grab Yemo's shoulders and throw him out of the hotel. When Yemo saw this, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Chi-Chi, cut off their hands." As soon as these words came out, the two big men were suddenly shocked. Only then did they notice that the little girl next to Yemo was actually a coffin spirit. "Be careful. Get out of the way." the bald man shouted and quickly reminded his companions. At the same time, he directly mobilized the weak spiritual energy in his body, preparing to resist Chi-Chi's attack. But before they could react, Chi-Chi's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next second, Chi-Chi appeared on the left side of the flat-headed man like a ghost. Then she raised the dagger in her hand that was emitting cold air and slashed down with all her might. With a swish, the sharp dagger flew through the air, accompanied by a sound of breaking wind, and slashed on the left arm of the flat-headed man. In the blink of an eye, the flat-headed man's arms were instantly frozen by the cold, and he couldn't dodge. Just like cutting onions, the dagger chopped it into two pieces along with the tendons and bones and threw it away. Ah, boy, how dare you sneak attack me? You are simply courting death. The flat-headed man let out a shrill scream, then rushed out of the hotel door, covering his frozen broken arm. At this time, the other big man only felt a chill on his back and quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to avoid Chi-Chi's attack. Then he took a few steps backwards and retreated several meters. Then, he immediately summoned a silver coffin more than 1 meter high from the hexagram formation on the ground. Boy, how dare you sneak attack my brother? The big man roared and opened the coffin lid directly. I saw black fog sweeping out, covering an area of several meters. As the black fog rolled, a horrifying monster with 8 human legs, a body made up of broken limbs, and 3 strange heads crawled out. This monster didn't seem like a living creature. It turned its head like a machine, staring at EMO and the purple-haired lowly who had returned to his side with resentful eyes. EMO took a look at the monster and couldn't help but frown. The monster in front of him looked quite powerful and even more bizarre than Su Feng's werewolf. Maybe it can't kill Chi-Chi, but it can definitely restrain Chi-Chi. After all, the current Chi-Chi is more than 10 levels lower than this monster and does not have extremely powerful attack skills. If EMO summons the tyrant and uses Chi-Chi as an assistant, the situation will be reversed directly. At this time, the flat-headed man, whose arm was cut off, gradually recovered his emotions. He looked at EMO and gritted his teeth and said, "You are really brave. After the sneak attack, you didn't even run away. I will chop you into pieces, chop you into pulp, and feed it to my coffin spirit." After that, the flat-headed man waved his hand and summoned a silver coffin. As the coffin opened, a huge red centipede, for meters long and with a pair of transparent wings on its back, stood up instantly and roared at EMO. "Blood poison centipede, poison rain, puppet demon spider, what about it?" The 2 big men shouted coldly, and without any hesitation, they directly ordered the coffin spirit to attack EMO and Chi-Chi. The blood poisonous centipede suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a circle of dark green venom in the direction of the 2 people, trying to cover the area and block their escape route. The puppet ghost spider shot out a black silk thread with a metallic luster towards Yemo's head. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes flashed with a hint of solemnity. The 2 men opposite were indeed coffin masters who had been in the Doomsday Town for a long time. They blocked their own way with one move. If you are not careful, you will be hurt by these 2 attacks. Chi-Chi, use the void drawing talisman. Block the venom, Yemo said with a frown. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi pointed her sword with one hand, made a magic gesture in a second, and drew a talisman emitting cold air that flew towards the venom in the air. At the same time, Yemo lowered his body and slapped the ground with his palms, emitting a wave of spiritual energy. He instantly summoned a silver coffin and placed it diagonally in front of him. He had prepared for the worst. If Chi-Chi can't block the venom, then she can only rely on the silver coffin to block it. The next second, sizz, ding, 2 explosions were heard. The talisman emitting cold air exploded instantly when it came into contact with the venom, freezing all the venom into ice cubes that fell down. The black silk thread shot out by the puppet ghost spider was blocked by the silver coffin, and a crisp buzzing sound broke out. These 2 attacks were completely neutralized. They could not pose any threat. Chapter 21 Rich Experience. Selling out teammates. Chi-Chi, good job. Yemo breathed a sigh of relief, touched Chi-Chi's head, and a faint smile appeared on his face. When Chi-Chi heard Yemo's compliment, she quickly looked up and blinked, making a very cute response. Ding, your coffin spirit. The boy who resurrected the dead has been praised, and the intimacy has increased by 5 points. Ding, congratulations to the host. The intimacy of the resurrection boy has been raised to 55. Obey orders. The sudden system sound made Yemo stunned. The intimacy increased by 5 points? When Yemo thought about the system task that was about to be completed, he became impatient. We must quickly get rid of these 2 guys and make the most of the time to level up and get the system rewards. Yemo said secretly. For him, even with the system in place, we dare not slack off at all. After all, a coffin controller who has not grown up may be trampled to death at any time. If you want to survive in this world, you must keep getting stronger. Fuck, this guy actually knew to use the coffin to block it. He has some brains. I didn't expect a little zombie to be able to withstand the poisonous rain from my pet. What a damn bad luck. 2 cursing voices were heard. Upon hearing this, Yemo stood up to summon silver coffin, then took a step to the side and stared at the two men with cold eyes. Anything else? If not, it's my turn, Yemo said lightly. When the flat-headed man heard this, a cruel look appeared on his face, and he said viciously, "You dare to provoke me when you are about to die. You are so arrogant." As soon as the words fell, he directly commanded the blood-poisoned centipede to rush towards Yemo. The other big man was afraid of Chi-Chi's instant step, so he did not act rashly. Instead, he kept the puppet ghost spider beside him to defend. "Boy, your little zombie is of low level and can't break the shell of my blood-poisoned centipede. Next, I want you to be tortured so much that you can't even die." The flat-headed man looked fierce and confident. But the next second, with a bang, the lid of the silver coffin in front of Yemo suddenly exploded, and a tall figure in a black robe jumped out of it and rushed towards the direction of the blood-poisonous centipede. "Roar!" The tyrant roared and swung his sharp claws directly at the blood-poisoned centipede, cutting a huge crack in the blood-poisoned centipede's shell. Then, it fearlessly chased and attacked the blood-poisonous centipede that was bigger than itself. Fuck! How can this guy command two coffin spirits? This must be fake. The puppet ghost spider's owner was surprised. When the flat-headed man saw this, a look of fear immediately appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? However, before the two of them could come to their senses, Yemo said with a chill in his tone, "Chi-Chi, use the cold disease ghost messenger set on the tyrant." As soon as these words came out, Chi-Chi burst out with extremely cold and pure energy, condensing into a soul emitting cold air, which followed the tyrant. The tyrant is indeed a very intimate being. It can clearly know what Emo is thinking at this moment even if he doesn't say it. I saw it instantly get close to the blood-poisonous centipede and fight to the death. With the assistance of the cold disease ghost, every attack of the tyrant's claws carries a large amount of cold air. In the blink of an eye, the blood-poisonous centipede was frozen into a bloody ice sculpture, unable to move. "Tyrant, kill it," Emo said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the tyrant quickly pinched the frozen head of the blood-poisoned centipede with his sharp claws, and at the same time a ball of light with fluctuating blood-red, terrifying energy appeared in his palm. When the flat-headed man felt this energy, his hair stood on end and his face showed fear. What kind of skill is this and why is it so terrifying? The other big man's face changed when he saw this, and he quickly whispered, "Let's go. We can't afford to offend this guy. Then what about my coffin spirit? What else can I do? Life is the most important thing." After saying that, the two big men ran away without even looking back. And at this moment, the energy in the tyrant's palm had been fully accumulated, and a blood-red beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky, directly evaporating the blood-poisonous centipede on the spot, leaving no trace. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the coffin spirit blood-poisoned centipede, and the experience was doubled, gaining 600 experience points. Ding! Chi-Chi assisted in killing the coffin spirit blood-poisoned centipede, and the experience was doubled, gaining 600 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant is currently at the servant level. The required experience for the next level is 1050. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to servant level. The required experience for the next level is 400. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and a smile suddenly appeared on Yemo's face. He didn't expect that killing the coffin spirit at a higher level would actually give him such rich experience. This was a complete surprise. It was so cool. The experience of a level 14 coffin spirit is equivalent to that of dozens of level 1 monsters. Yemo breathed heavily, looking at the two big men who were running away, a cold smile on his face. "Haha, you want to run? Just stay, and let me gain experience. Tyrant, use rush. Chase them and kill them." At this moment, Yemo directly ordered the tyrant to chase after the two people who were fleeing frantically. When the two looked back, they were immediately horrified, and a feeling of fear rushed into their hearts. "Damn it, what's wrong with this zombie? Why is it so strong?" The flat-headed man said in fear with a pale face. Due to the death of the coffin spirit, the sealing contract in the body collapsed, resulting in extremely serious backlash. If he were caught up by the tyrant, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to resist. As if he had thought of a solution, the flat-headed man quickly said to his companion, "Brother, we have a life-and-death friendship. Whether I can survive this time depends entirely on you. If we both run away, it'll be all over. Why don't you send the puppet ghost spider to hold off for a while, and then we'll be safe once we get rid of this zombie." When the other big man heard this, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. If the zombie chasing him didn't have the ability to accelerate, he would be happy to take his companions with him. But now that the companions have lost the coffin spirit, it is equivalent to losing their due value. In this dangerous situation, the other party is already injured and will undoubtedly become a burden to you. Even if the other person is rescued, there is no point. It would be better to use the other person's life in exchange for your own chance of survival. Brother, you are stronger than me. Even your coffin spirit is dead, so my coffin spirit will definitely not be able to stop that zombie. What should we do? This is the only solution now. We can't let both of us brothers die here. The flat-headed man said with a grim expression, his eyes full of despair. However, his companion's next words gave him a glimmer of hope. "Brother, I do have a way to escape without sending my coffin spirit to its death." When the flat-headed man heard this, he immediately became extremely excited. "What method? Tell me now." "What method? Huh? Of course it's you, brother. Go to hell. Fuck you." Before he could even curse, the flat-headed man felt a huge force hitting his legs. His companion kicked him hard in the calf, causing his leg to break instantly, and he fell to the ground. "Brother, you and I are friends who have known each other for a lifetime. Thank you for saving my life." "Huh?" Another big man laughed. "Then get away." Chapter 22 5 million. Encountering a trio on the high ground. Unfortunately, one escaped. Guillermo looked at the big man who had escaped into the crowd and disappeared. And for the time being, he did not choose to chase him. He immediately made plans for his next step. "Tyrant, kill him and bring his body here." Guillermo pointed at the flat-headed man lying on the ground. "No, you can't kill me." The flat-headed man looked at the tyrant who was approaching quickly with horror on his face and kicked his legs hard to retreat. But he was now disabled, and no matter how he retreated, he could not distance himself from the tyrant. A few seconds later, the tyrant crushed the flat-headed man's head with one hand. Then he dragged his body and followed Guillermo towards the hotel. At this time, the boss who was standing at the door of the hotel and watching felt his scalp tingling when he saw Guillermo and the tyrant coming towards him. The next second, the tyrant swung his body with all his might, and the flat-headed man's body flew more than 10 meters like a rocket and crashed heavily into the hotel. For a moment, the hotel was filled with a strong smell of blood, like hell on earth. When the innkeeper saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank, his whole body trembled, and he felt a wet feeling. As the fishy smell spread out, his legs and feet went limp and he knelt heavily on the ground. "Brother, I was wrong. I was confused for a moment. Please spare me," the innkeeper cried bitterly and said hoarsely. He didn't expect that Guillermo, who looked so easy to bully, was actually so powerful. He actually fought 1 against 2 and crushed the 2 beginner coffin masters. Everything he had done before undoubtedly angered Guillermo. Now Guillermo wants to settle the score with him. How can he not be afraid? "All right, money." As if he had thought of something, the innkeeper quickly shouted to Guillermo, "Brother, please spare me. I can compensate you with money. I can compensate you with a lot of money." I heard that the innkeeper was willing to compensate. Guillermo's eyebrows suddenly raised, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he asked, "Are you willing to compensate me a lot of money?" "Yes, yes," the innkeeper said tremblingly. Upon hearing this, Guillermo immediately became interested. A smile appeared on his face, and he looked at the trembling innkeeper. For most people, money is hard currency and can buy a wide range of resources. Since the other party is willing to talk about money, Guillermo is willing to calm down and talk to him. "Tell me a number, and I'll see how many there are." 1 million. "Only 1 million? Guillermo frowned. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, and he said expressionlessly, 1 million is less. 5 million. "Okay." The innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that and quickly agreed. Seeing this, Guillermo's eyes twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect the other party to agree without hesitation. "It seems that I still underestimated the other party. Perhaps 5 million is not a lot of money in the hands of the hotel owner." Sure enough, people who can survive in a place like this are either rich or powerful, Guillermo said in his heart. A few minutes later, Guillermo received the money and did not keep any more. He then parked the heavy motorcycle near the hotel and asked the hotel owner to help take care of it. At the same time, he did not forget to search the flat-headed man's body, but did not find any valuable items. Then he walked straight out of the inn and along the streets of the town towards the high ground at the entrance of the Doomsday Valley in the distance. At the door of the hotel, the innkeeper looked at Guillermo's departing back, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, making a creaking sound. He wished he could eat Guillermo alive. This kid actually dared to blackmail me. How can I swallow this? I'll go to the ghost grave hunting group soon and offer a huge reward for you. I don't believe you can get out of the Valley of Doom. I want you to be able to get the money, but not spend it. Ha ha. 1 hour later, Guillermo ran along the wide Qingshui River outside the town and came to the lush highlands near the edge of the Doomsday Valley. A refreshing breeze blows on the top of the mountain. Looking around, on the inner side of the plateau is an extremely vast canyon with a horizontal span of 2 kilometers. There is a huge, winding river in the middle of the canyon. There is a vast plain stretching along the edge of the river until it is blocked by towering mountains on both sides. The nearby Qingshui River makes a sharp turn and drops down 1,000 meters at the high cliff, forming an extremely spectacular waterfall, which rushes towards a huge river in the canyon and finally merges into one. If Guillermo didn't know that the valley was known as the Doomsday Valley, he might have been amazed by this spectacular sight. But after careful observation, he found that the valley was filled with deathly silence. On the plain in the distance, countless dilapidated buildings collapsed, and the land looked gray and lifeless. The huge river glows dark red under the sunlight. All this reveals that the valley has suffered from disaster. Just then, suddenly, footsteps were heard. Yemo turned his head and saw 3 young men and women appearing on the path on the high ground. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had an extremely cool look, with red lips slightly parted, a tall figure, and especially a pair of long, snow-white legs that were eye-catching and attractive. She was wearing an exquisite black long leather trench coat and black high-heeled combat boots, looking very imposing. Walking side by side with her was a gentle and refined young man wearing a white gown, thin-rimmed black-framed glasses, and carrying a mountaineering bag in his hand. At the front, a thin young man wearing a brown vest and carrying a golden coffin was exploring the way. The thin young man looked around, chewing a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, looking extremely irritated. When he saw Yemo, he was stunned at first. Then he ran over with a look of ecstasy and asked breathlessly, "Brother, are you also going to the Doomsday Valley Coffin Master?" Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but frown slowly. His eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a vigilant look. You know, in the wilderness, the most terrifying thing is not monsters, but people. Not to mention, Yemo was picked on repeatedly within one day, so he would never take lightly the thin young man who suddenly came running over. "So what's the matter with you?" Yemo asked calmly. Upon hearing this, the thin young man quickly spat out the dogtail grass in his mouth, showed a friendly smile, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and threw it to Yemo. Then he pointed to the 2 companions behind him and said with a smile, "Brother, the 3 of us came from Jiangnan City. As I had just arrived, I wasn't sure how to enter the canyon and was almost confused by the mountain roads. I wonder if you could give us a ride or show us a shortcut?" "Huh, are you from Jiangnan City?" Yemo raised his eyebrows, with a look of doubt in his eyes. As the largest base city in the central part of Daxia, Jiangnan City naturally has many secret places for coffin masters to train. These people came all the way to Fengyue City and even to Doomsday Valley, a lowest level dangerous place. It was obvious that they had some purpose. As if he saw Yemo's confusion, the thin young man began to explain seriously. "Brother, to be honest with you, we are all quasi-mid-level coffin suppressors. Now the coffin spirit has reached the conditions for evolution, and is just lacking a core material for the corpse race to evolve. So we came to the Doomsday Valley to enter the secret realm in the valley to search for resources." "So that's how it is?" Yemo nodded. Before coming here, he had already researched the road leading to the Valley of Doom in great detail, and he was not someone who had a poor sense of direction, so he was quite good at finding his way. Then he pointed to a narrow stone gate that went downhill not far from the high ground and said, "See that stone gate? The narrow mountain path on the left side of the stone gate leads directly to the bottom of the Doomsday Valley, but it is extremely steep. Of course, you can also choose the spacious mountain road on the right. In that case, we need to go around the high ground and may not reach the valley bottom until after dark." After hearing Yemo's words, the thin man hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, brother." The other man and woman also nodded slightly to Yemo to express their gratitude. "By the way, brother, why don't you come with us? Then we can take care of you. After all, it's quite dangerous for you, a lone beginner coffin suppressing master, to be in a place like this." The thin man thought about it and invited Yemo to go with him. Hearing this, the young man with glasses smiled and said, "My friend, I think what the monkey said makes sense. If we encounter monsters with the 3 of us here, we can kill them easily. As for the corpses of those monsters, you can deal with them as you like. Do you think this is okay?" These 3 people were quite powerful, looked like they were from wealthy families, and showed no malice, but were instead extremely friendly. After the 2 people invited him in turn, Yemo finally thought about it and nodded in agreement. Chapter 23, Encountering a Group of Zombies and Being Questioned. The tyrant was killed in seconds. Along the way, the thin young man seemed to be very familiar with others and would talk to Yemo from time to time. This also allowed Yemo and them to understand each other. These 3 people are from Jingguan College in Jiangnan City. They are all sophomores and are extremely outstanding. The cool and beautiful girl is called Lin. She has contracted a super-level corpse coffin spirit named White Phantom. The purpose of their coming to Doomsday Valley this time was to help her find evolutionary materials. The young man wearing glasses is called Qin Dong. He has also contracted a level 1 coffin spirit, but his coffin spirit has already completed its first evolution. As for the thin young man, his name is Ho Zijie, and the coffin spirit he contracted with is also a monkey. And the 3 of them have one thing in common, that is, they are road blind and can't find the way even with a map. Soon after, the 4 finally arrived at the bottom of the Valley of Doom. It was approaching dusk, as the sun was not shining on the high ground. The surroundings became dim and a gloomy atmosphere spread within several hundred meters. As soon as I stepped in here, Yemo felt a strong stench mixed in the breeze, which made him frown. "Fuck, I miscalculated. I seem to have forgotten to bring my gas mask." Monkey pinched his nose and said regretfully, "Adong, look in your space backpack to see if there is anything like a nasal congestion." "I don't have. Let's go quickly. The smell seems to be coming from nearby. Just get out of here," Qin Dong said, holding his nose with the back of his hand. The 2 seemed to be very disgusted with the smell and wanted to escape from here immediately. Compared to these 2 people, Lin is much better. She frowned and said nothing, just silently enduring the stench. Although she had also contracted a zombie and had seen many rotting corpses, she still felt sick at this strong smell. Soon, Monkey remembered the cigarettes in his pocket. A smile immediately broke out on his face, and he quickly handed one to each of them. Here. Put the cigarettes in your noses. This will reduce the smell a lot. After that, with a snap, the monkey lit the lighter, lit 2 cigarettes, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Just as he wanted to light a cigarette for Yemo, son, a strange roar came from not far away. The next second, 100 meters away, more than a dozen mechanical figures with strange movements crawled out from a dark hole in the ground one after another. Their eyes were white and their bodies were rotten, looking extremely disgusting. When they felt the fire in the monkey's hand, they opened their mouths instantly, revealing their ferocious teeth, and staggered towards the crowd quickly. Fuck, there are so many monsters here. How can we encounter so many just after entering the valley? The monkey was startled and quickly put out the lighter, saying with lingering fear, Sisterine, quickly summon the phantom to kill them. I'm sure you'll be happy to do so. Linine looked at this group of zombies. Her beautiful eyes widened, a hint of fanaticism flashed across them, and her desire to fight instantly rose. I haven't killed any monsters in half a month. Today I must let Phantom kill enough monsters. Linine licked her red lips, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and bursts of spiritual power suddenly emanated from her hands, preparing to summon the coffin spirit. Yemo, let's stay away. Lin Yin's coffin spirit likes to kill monsters. Be careful not to be splashed with flesh and blood with corpse poison. Qin Dong hurriedly said to Yemo while retreating to the back. Just then, Yemo suddenly took a few steps forward and came in front of Lin Yin. Then he turned his head and glanced at the other party, saying lightly, "Leave these monsters to me." When Lin Yin heard this, her eyebrows raised, the smile on her face disappeared instantly, and she looked at Yemo in confusion. Are you sure? Yeah, Yemo nodded. What the hell? Brother, stop it. You, a 3-star coffin suppressor at the beginning, may not be able to defeat these dozen low-level mutant zombies. Let Sisterine take action. Yes, Yemo. Although you are here for training, you will definitely not be able to handle so many zombies. If you are infected with corpse poison, you can only wait for death. Monkey and Qin Dong hurriedly persuaded. They had promised to help Yemo solve the troubles along the way, but that didn't mean they would be his babysitter. If the other party insists on going forward, they will at most give him some advice and will not intervene forcibly. After all, this is Yemo's own choice. In their view, adults should be responsible for their own feelings. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yemo heard the two people's advice and said lightly. Hearing this, the monkey could only shake his head helplessly and said, well, be careful. Lin Yin said nothing, decisively withdrew his spiritual power, turned around, and walked towards the back. It won't be too late for us to take action when he gets hurt. After this, we will part ways with him. Qin Dong adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice. The three of them looked at each other and nodded. As the zombies got closer, the three of them no longer held any hope for Yemo. In their opinion, a coffin-suppressing master with extremely weak spiritual power, who was only at the initial 3-star level, would not be more than level 6 even if he summoned a coffin spirit. A level 6 coffin spirit would have no chance of defeating this group of low-level zombies and might even be torn to pieces. Yemo, why are you still standing there? Are you waiting to die if you don't take action? The monkey was helpless and reminded loudly. However, he didn't know that Yemo was thinking about something. Should I summon Chi-Chi or summon the tyrant? Or should I summon both together? Yemo was a little confused. If you choose Chi-Chi in front of these 3 people and summon the ancient crystal coffin, it might scare these 3 people. If they were used together, the 3 of them would probably be shocked to the point of fainting. After all, even a big shot like President Chun felt his scalp tingling because Yemo summoned 2 coffin spirits at the same time. Forget it, let's use Tyrant first. After I separate from them later, I will summon them out at the same time. Yemo thought to himself. Suddenly, a spiritual power emanated from his body. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a hexagram formation quickly took shape on the ground. Next, a huge silver coffin rushed out of the ground, and a terrifying figure jumped out of it. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes were filled with excitement, and he said confidently, Tyrant, kill them in seconds. Upon hearing this, the tyrant roared and rushed straight towards the group of zombies in front of him, like a speeding truck. At this moment, the tyrant was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, smashing 1 or 2 zombies with each blow. Blood, flesh, debris, and broken bones flew everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen horrible zombies disappeared, leaving only a pile of broken limbs. When the 3 of them saw this, they gasped in surprise. Monkey, why is he so fierce? Qin Dong, this is more than 10 times stronger than when we were newbies. Linine, hiss, this level 1 zombie coffin spirit actually has this kind of strength. It's not much inferior to the Phantom back then. Chapter 24 used the zombie crystal core. Gain talent. Virus absorption. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed the crypt zombie, doubled the experience, and gained 60 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed the crypt zombie, doubled the experience, and gained 60 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed the crypt zombie, doubled the experience, and gained 60 experience points. Bye. Ding. Your coffin tyrant has been upgraded to servant level. The required experience for the next level is 30. Ding. Congratulations to the host for slightly improving his spiritual power. A series of prompt sounds rang out, and EMO felt extremely happy. Lots of experience. It's so fun to play in a group. Upgrading is like riding a rocket. There were only a dozen zombies in this wave, but they allowed the tyrant to reach level 7. If you just work harder and kill all the monsters you encounter along the way, won't you be able to reach level 10 in one day? You know, the 3 people behind him are so outstanding, and they have been in the academy for 2 years and have only reached the quasi-middle level. This made EMO even more certain of a conclusion. That means only he can gain experience by killing monsters. No one else can. Moreover, other people can only cultivate the coffin spirit by utilizing resources. Fuck EMO, are you cheating? They were killed all with a level 6 mutant zombie? Monkey said in shock. The other 2 people beside him had different expressions, some shocked, some approving. Qin Dong thought of the reminder he had given EMO just now and adjusted his black framed glasses with an awkward look on his face. No wonder you wanted to deal with these zombies by yourself. It turns out you are absolutely sure. You are really strong. Upon hearing this, EMO smiled faintly and said modestly, it's just killing a few low-level zombies. It's not worth mentioning at all. When Monkey and Qin Dong heard this, they felt their eyes twitching. Do your family members know that you are so Versailles? At this time, Lin Yin walked up to EMO, staring at him straight in the eyes, her red lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something. The next second, her cold face suddenly broke into a touching smile. Among people of the same age, I thought no one except me could train zombies to this level. EMO, you are very good, and your coffin spirit is also well trained. If we have time, we can exchange more experiences. As he spoke, Lin Yin took out his cell phone and wanted to exchange contact information with EMO. Seeing this, EMO was stunned, but he did not refuse. He also took out his mobile phone and added the other party as a communication friend. Tisk tisk. EMO, you're really good. This is the first time I've seen Sister Een take the initiative to ask for someone's contact information. You must seize the opportunity. Monkey pushed EMO with his elbow, showing an anti-smile, looking extremely vulgar. Well, Monkey, it's better to keep some things in your heart and not say them out loud. Qin Dong pointed in the direction of Lin Yin. The monkey turned around and saw a hint of murderous intent in Lin Yin's eyes. He immediately felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Sister Ian, I was wrong. He quickly hid to the other side of EMO with a look of fear on his face. In his opinion, Lin Yin would not teach him a lesson in front of EMO. Sure enough, Lin Yin didn't move at all, and his eyes returned to normal immediately. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. EMO, there may be zombie crystals in the brains of those zombies. You can go and look for them. Lin Yin glanced at EMO with her beautiful eyes and reminded him. These crystals can improve the skill level of the zombie coffin spirits. They will be of great use to you. After saying that, she slowly took out the dagger from her waist and handed it to EMO. Thank you very much. EMO nodded, took the dagger, then ignored the broken limbs and the stench in front of him, walked to the mutilated zombie bodies, and cut open their brains with the dagger. Soon, EMO cut open 2 zombie bodies but failed to find a zombie crystal. But when he searched the third one, the dagger hit a stone-hard object in the zombie's head. Could it be a zombie crystal? A look of surprise appeared on EMO's face. Without hesitation, he split the zombie's head in half with one stroke. A pure, colorless diamond-shaped crystal fell out of it. It's a zombie crystal. At this moment, the panel properties of the colorless crystal appeared in EMO's eyes. The first-level zombie crystal core has a small amount of viral energy. After being absorbed by the zombie coffin spirit, the advancement degree of a random first-level skill can be increased by 5. It can actually increase the skill level by 5? If the tyrant absorbs hundreds of these things, wouldn't it be possible to upgrade all ordinary skills to the second level? EMO was delighted, and excitement flashed in his eyes. You should know that except for the skill Super Material Penetration, the tyrant's other skills are ordinary first-level skills. If all its skills were upgraded to the second level, combined with its god-level corpse-raising talent, then the tyrant can completely kill monsters of several levels in 1 second without using Super Material Penetration. Thinking of this, EMO quickly picked up the crystal with a dagger and threw it towards the tyrant beside him. The tyrant reached out to catch the crystal, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it directly into his stomach. Then he let out a low roar, appearing extremely excited. At this time, the system sound rang again. Ding! Tyrant successfully absorbed the first-level zombie crystal core, skill tearing, and the advancement degree increased by 5. Ding! Congratulations to the host. When the tyrant increases the skill advancement, the advancement of the Heart Enlightened skill tier will be increased by an additional 10. Ding! Since this is the first time the host uses cultivation materials to enhance the coffin spirit, unlock the achievement of raising corpses. Reward the coffin spirit with the talent of virus absorption. Virus absorption. Can absorb all viruses and permanently improve physical attributes. Fuck, I just absorbed a zombie crystal core. The reward is so generous. Yemo was extremely shocked. This is so cool. In a dangerous place like Doomsday Valley full of zombies and mutant beasts, what is the most lacking? It's a virus. Even a random zombie will definitely carry corpse poison. It is conceivable how terrifying it is for a virus to absorb this talent. The tyrant's physical fitness was already outstanding, and now with the addition of virus absorption, he is even more powerful. At this time, Yemo looked at the scattered limbs and arms and said with a little excitement in his tone, "Tyrant, look for any absorbable viruses. If there is, absorb it all." As soon as these words came out, Lin and the other two showed a trace of astonishment on their faces. Absorbing viruses? Lin Yin's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted, and she asked in disbelief, "Yemo, is your coffin spirit really that gifted?" "Yeah, is there any problem?" Yemo turned around and answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin said nothing else, but a huge wave of emotion surged in her heart. The monkey next to him jumped up in shock and shouted, "Fuck, bro, you have a huge problem. Did you know that absorption enhancement talents usually only appear in level 1 coffin spirits? But it is outrageous that a level tyrant like you actually has such talent." Donald Cheen also nodded and praised. "Indeed, the hidden potential of you, a tyrant, is indeed beyond belief. It's enough to rival Lin Yin's White Phantom. It's not as mysterious as you say. It's just an ordinary talent. There's no need to make a fuss." Yemo's face suddenly calmed down, and then he looked at the three people strangely and said seriously. When the three heard this, their foreheads twitched unconsciously and they gritted their teeth, looking like they were eager to give Yemo a try and beat him up. They just want to say one thing: you will die if you don't follow Versailles. Chapter 25. Continue to improve your strength. Discuss the evolutionary path. Soon, the tyrant came to a bloody zombie body. The body was badly broken, and thick black blood kept dripping onto the ground. As if sensing the virus he needed in the black blood, the tyrant slowly raised one arm. The next second, the dark red blood vessels hidden in the tyrant's arms were like twisted poisonous snakes. They instantly rushed out of the tyrant's arms and pierced directly into the zombie body that was bleeding black blood. As the dark red blood vessels twitched, the zombie's body became shriveled like a mummy. The black blood that was slowly flowing on the ground had also disappeared. Roar! The tyrant waved his claws and roared towards the sky, appearing extremely excited. At this time, its originally huge gray claws actually emitted a faint metallic luster on the surface. Ding! The tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie virus, and its claws have been slightly strengthened. When the system sounded, Yemo felt full of energy. So cool. I didn't expect that after coming to this dangerous place, I would be improving all the time. A few minutes later, after the tyrant absorbed the nearby viruses, slight changes occurred in the muscles, claws, blood vessels, etc. throughout the body. The most notable feature is its size, which is about 2 meters tall. And overall, it looks a lot stronger than before, and it seems very oppressive. This shocked Lin Yin and the other two again. In their view, if the tyrant is allowed to continue growing like this, let alone reaching the level of a level 1 coffin spirit, he can definitely compete with a level 1 coffin spirit. "Tyrant, I found something good for you again. Come here quickly." Yemo waved to the tyrant not far away. He had just finished processing the brains of this pile of zombies and dug out a total of 3 zombie crystal cores from them. The output is about 1/5. In other words, if you want to collect 100 crystal cores and upgrade all the tyrant's skills to the 2nd level, you need to kill at least hundreds of zombies. Although there are many zombies in the Doomsday Valley, it is after all a dangerous place for entry-level training. There are countless coffin keepers who go here to level up, so monster snatching incidents are inevitable. It seems that it is still a bit difficult to upgrade all the skills of the tyrant to the 2nd level. I have to find a way to find an area with few people and many monsters, Yemo thought. Then he threw the crystal core directly at the tyrant who was rushing over. The tyrant took the 2 zombie crystal cores and swallowed them in one gulp without any hesitation. Ding! Tyrant successfully absorbed the 1st level zombie crystal core. The skill is basic healing, and the advancement degree is increased by 3. Ding! Tyrant successfully absorbed the 1st level zombie crystal core, skill rush, and the advancement degree increased by 1. This crystal core is not as advanced as the first one. Could it be because the energy in each crystal core is different? Yemo frowned and thought. Although the improvement was not much this time, he did not feel unhappy at all, because this is only the outermost part of the Valley of Doom. If you go further inside, you might get more crystal cores. Open the tyrant's attribute panel, Yemo said secretly. Coffin spirit, 1st generation tyrant type, tyrant. Race, corpse clan. Level, servant level. Experience, seal level, silver ancestral coffin, upper limit 39 levels. Talent, comprehensive virus enhancement, virus absorption. Skill, destruction below. Rush level 1, advanced level 1. Tier level 1, advanced level 15. Primary healing level 1 advanced level 3. Supermatter penetrates the 8th level. Special skill, unbinding. Defects none. Intimacy, sacrifice your life to protect your master. Current state, excited. Number of possible evolutions. You can view the evolution path at level 1. Introduction from the City of Doomsday. A rare powerful monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension ability, average strength, and limited potential. Sure enough, there have been some changes in the skill column. Yemo was delighted. However, when he saw that the evolutionary route was still undetectable, his brows furrowed again. Forget it, I still need to level up quickly. When it reaches level 19, I want to see what the tyrant can evolve into. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Yemo walked with Lin Yin and others for more than 4 hours and came to a small hill far away from the riverbank, ready to set up a tent to rest for the night. This is already the middle section of the Valley of Doom. If they go deeper, the level of the monsters will reach about level 15. Even Lin Yin and the other two will need to be vigilant and not slack off at all. However, during this period, Lin Yin and the other two were happy to have some free time. Yemo is like a fighting maniac, always the first to rush to the strongest. Kill all mutant beasts and zombies you encounter. At the beginning, the three of them just thought that Yemo was hardworking and warlike. But as time went on, they became more and more frightened. This is not just out of shock at the tyrant's change in size. What scares them most is, in the successive battles between Yemo and the tyrant, the aura of both sides actually became steadily stronger. If Yemo at the beginning felt that his spiritual energy was severely depleted and he was out of breath when he made the tyrant use his skills. But now he can easily make the tyrant use his skills crazily without even taking a breath. Soon, Monkey and Qingdong were arranged by Lin Yin to set up the tent. Yemo climbed to the top of a huge rock on the hillside, lay down flat, and looked up at the starry sky. It took more than 4 hours for the tyrant to reach level 9, and the skill advancement rate was also greatly improved. This speed is a bit terrifying. Maybe I will have a chance to upgrade Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 15 or above in the next few days. Yemo thought to himself. Just then, a fragrant breeze blew into my nose. Immediately afterwards, a graceful figure appeared beside Yemo. Yemo turned his head and saw a cold and beautiful face looking down at him. Are you here to see the stars too? Yemo asked suddenly. Hearing this, Lin Yin raised her eyebrows, pursed her lips, a puzzled expression appeared on her face, and there was a hint of confusion in her eyes. She didn't know how to answer for a moment. As if sensing the awkward atmosphere, Yemo quickly coughed and asked, What's the matter? What's up? I think your method of cultivating corpse coffin spirits is much better than mine. Lin Yin's voice was extremely pleasant, and her tone seemed full of anticipation. So, I want to discuss with you the evolution path of my coffin spirit, White Phantom. I hope you can give me some advice on which one is more suitable. Chapter 26, The Hidden Evolutionary Route of the White Phantom. Discuss with me the evolution path of the coffin spirit. After hearing what Lin Yin said, Yemo just felt a little confused. He didn't expect that the other party had accidentally found the right person, with the golden eyes that can break evil. As long as he encounters any coffin spirit that has reached the conditions for evolution, he can clearly see the evolutionary path of the coffin spirit. Then can you let the coffin spirit out for me to see? Yemo did not reject the other party, but his tone was full of expectation. You know, zombies of level 1 sealed in a golden coffin are rare. He also wanted to see what the White Phantom looked like. But the most important thing is to know the evolutionary route and the resources needed for evolution. At this time, after hearing Yemo's immediate agreement, Lin Yin started to summon the coffin without any hesitation. I saw a wave of spiritual power emanating from her hands. A hexagram formation gradually formed on the boulder. Come out, Karina. Someone seems anxious to see you. There was a hint of playfulness in Lin Yin's tone, and the corners of her mouth suddenly raised up a charming arc. She seemed to see Yemo's expression as he swallowed his saliva. You know, every time the White Phantom appears, it brings an extremely shocking visual impact to many men. If I were to describe this impact in 2 words, it would be sexy. Yemo looked at Lin Yin in confusion, and then slowly sat up straight. At this time, the golden coffin summoned by Lin Yin had already emerged from the formation and stood directly in front of Yemo. As the coffin lid opened, a white figure slowly walked out of the coffin. It was wearing a tight dark nurse's uniform and a small white cap. It had devilish curves all over its body and looked extremely beautiful. The most eye-catching thing about it is the pair of straight and round long legs. Coupled with the red and white high heels with stilettos over 10 centimeters, it makes her look even taller. Although this zombie's skin is slightly pale and has faintly visible black blood vessels, its merits outweigh its flaws. The overall look has a strange beauty that makes people feel impulsive. What the hell? It's actually a nurse zombie. Yemo showed a surprised expression on his face. Then he looked straight at the White Phantom, as if he was stunned. Coffin Spirit White Phantom Karina. Race, Corpse Clan. Level, Quasi-Guardian Level Guardian, Level 21. Seal Level Golden Mysterious Coffin Level Cap, 49. Talent, Blade claws have extremely strong cutting ability. In shadow battle, physical agility attributes such as flexibility, movement speed, reaction, and jumping are increased fivefold. Skills: Speed Leap Attack Level 2, Corpse Poison Injection, Claw Shadow Attack Level 2, Fox Step, Primary Stealth, Killing Lock. Special skill: Shadow Attack will make you invisible for a certain duration, reducing all damage received. After the stealth state is lifted, the bonus of the Shadow talent is increased by 300 until the end of the battle. Disadvantage: Low Strength. Intimacy Obedient. Current status: Evolution conditions have been met. Full of Fighting Spirit. Number of possible evolutions: 2 routes can be queried. Introduction: From the City of Doom. An agile master among zombies, as elusive as the wind, invisible, and has excellent language skills. Average strength and attack. It is worthy of being a gold-level coffin spirit. This pair of long legs and perfect slender body give it unparalleled speed and flexibility. Once an enemy is targeted, it is almost impossible to escape its pursuit. Although the claws and nails on its hands are only about 20 centimeters long and have little destructive power, they are modified from scalpels and are incredibly sharp, which can completely make up for the lack of attack power. This is a natural-born killer. If the White Phantom attacks the Coffin Keeper directly during a battle in the wild, it would be hard to defend against. Yemo was secretly shocked and gave White Phantom a very good evaluation. Generally speaking, when conflicts arise between Coffin Keepers, they will use their respective Coffin Spirits to fight each other to determine the winner, and the Coffin Keeper's lives will not be harmed. However, when faced with irreconcilable conflicts, the Coffin Master will not only control the Coffin Spirit to protect himself, but will also try every possible means to let his own Coffin Spirit take the other Coffin Master's life. This means that not only does the Coffin Spirit need to be strong, but the Coffin Maker also needs to have a clear mind. If a fool contracts a level 1 Coffin Spirit, then if he encounters a speed-type Coffin Spirit like the White Phantom, his body will definitely be torn into pieces. Of course, Coffin Spirits above the level are legendary existences, and Yemo has only seen them on the internet. This kind of Coffin Spirit can only be described as perverted and has a very strong sense of autonomy. As long as he can contract them, even if the Coffin Keeper is really a pig, he can eventually become a powerful person. Yemo looked at the attributes of the White Phantom, and a sense of crisis flashed through his mind. If the enemy he encountered before was Lenin, he might have died if he had been careless. Now I have Tyrant and Chi-Chi, so I have both damage output and auxiliary healing. The next Coffin Spirit must be able to protect me. It's best if it can possess me. Just then, Lenin looked at Yemo frowning and thinking, and couldn't help raising her eyebrows. She asked in confusion, "Yemo, what are you thinking about?" "I'm just a little surprised." Yemo shook his head and smiled. "Your White Phantom is very strong, and your speed is terrifying." "Oh, you figured it out at the first sight. Have you seen the Corpse Clan Coffin Spirit Atlas?" Upon hearing this, Yemo said in bewilderment, Is there such a thing? How come I don't know about it?" Lenin was slightly stunned, then looked at Yemo without blinking, as if wanting to see if the other party was lying. However, she didn't see any signs of Yemo lying, which made her feel a lot depressed. "Have you not even read the Corpse Clan Coffin Spirit Atlas? It seems that he may not be able to give me any useful advice," Lenin said with a little disappointment. Just then, Yemo's calm voice rang in Lin Yin's ears. "Since I have nothing to do, why don't you tell me your plan?" Hearing the voice slowly coming from his ear, Lenin nodded and said slowly, "According to the Corpse Clan's Coffin Spirit Atlas, White Phantom has only 2 fixed evolutionary routes. One evolutionary route is called Pain Baby. The other one is called Fear Baby. Both evolutionary routes will make Karina stronger, but her abilities will be adjusted depending on the route. The Painful Baby retains the skills of the White Phantom, but is enhanced by Corpse Poison, making its body more flexible and able to attack enemies from a distance, while using Corpse Poison to inflict negative effects on the enemies. The Fear Baby has acquired the talent of fear, and its body has been strengthened, and its attack power has also increased significantly." Having said this, Lenin took another deep breath and said seriously, "I remember someone once overturned the information in the Corpse Clan Atlas and successfully found a new evolutionary route for the White Phantom. This route is called Bloody Angel and is much stronger than the previous 2 routes. But that person never passed down the materials needed for Bloody Angel until his death. So I probably won't be able to follow this evolutionary path." Listening to Lin Yin's words, a barely perceptible light flashed in Yemo's eyes, and then he looked at the White Phantom again. The White Phantom's evolution route panel instantly appeared. Painful Baby Ordinary. The sexy virus queen carries a deadly virus. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Pain Corpse, Gas Mask, Strong Virus, Zombie Crystal Core Level 3. Fear Baby Normal, Devilish Figure, Evil Face, Symbol of Fear. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Fear Corpse, Hemostatic Bandage, Boning Knife, Zombie Crystal Core Level 3. Hidden Rare Blood Angel, a crazy killing machine. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Slaughter Corpse, Succubus Tail, Bloody Blade, Zombie Crystal Core Level 3. Chapter 27 Materials required for evolution. To evolve into a Blood Angel, you actually need the Succubus Tail? Wouldn't that be equivalent to becoming two races, zombies and demons? No wonder it is much stronger than the other two evolutionary routes. Yemo was shocked. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Lin and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong, Yemo? Lin asked puzzledly. Yemo thought about it, and his tone became serious, and he said, do you have any photos or videos of the Blood Angel? If so, I feel that I can infer the evolutionary materials it needs from its appearance. Of course. Lin nodded quickly, with a hint of joy in her eyes. Then she quickly took out her cell phone and opened a video about the Blood Angel. Yemo looked at the scenes in the video, and the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly. This scene is so familiar. In the picture, there was a long-legged zombie wearing a blood-red nurse's uniform, emitting blood mist and dragging a long devil tail. Holding a sickle-like blade in his hand, he was chasing a group of mercenaries with guns. These mercenaries fled in panic and were slaughtered by the Blood Angels in the blink of an eye. The Heart of Slaughter, the Tail of Succubus, the Bloody Blade, and several third-level zombie crystal cores. Yemo turned to look at Lin and said directly without choosing to hide it. Hearing Yemo's sudden words, Lin felt a little confused. For a moment, he was a little unresponsive and asked in astonishment, what are you talking about? Materials for evolving into a blood-stained angel. How did you know this? Just from this video. If I say this is my talent, would you believe me? This is too outrageous, Yemo. Lin couldn't believe it and took a breath of cold air. Although she knew very well that she could judge the evolutionary materials needed by the coffin spirit based on its appearance, there would be deviations most of the time. If the wrong materials are used, resulting in the failure of the coffin spirit's evolution, an evolution opportunity will be wasted. Originally, she didn't hold out much hope, and even if she guessed one or two evolutionary materials, she didn't dare to try it. But Yemo explained all the evolutionary materials just by watching the video for a while. How could she not be shocked? Thinking of this, Lin took a deep breath, a burning look flashed in his eyes, and then he slowly approached Yemo, trying to see if the other party was playing a trick on him. However, Yemo's eyes were calm, as if he was stating the fact. Yemo, I've accepted your suggestion. I will prepare the materials you mentioned. If what you said is true, Karina really evolved into a bloodstained angel. Then I, Lin, owe you a huge favor. Lin stared at Yemo with her beautiful eyes, her tone full of excitement. Upon hearing this, Yemo glanced at Lin calmly and said expressionlessly, there's no need to owe me a favor. I'm short of money, so I might as well transfer some money. Okay, if Karina really evolves into a blood-robed angel, I will give you 100 million as a thank you fee. What do you think? Thank you very much, rich lady. Just as Yemo and the others finished talking about the evolution path of White Phantom, Monkey and Qingdong also set up their tent nearby. In the wild, especially in dangerous places, most coffin keepers rarely choose to spend the night outside. They dared to set up tents directly in the place where monsters appeared, which obviously showed that they were very confident in their own strength. Just then, the monkey just felt his stomach growling. Then he frowned, turned to look at Qingdong, and said, Dongzi, are you hungry? Hearing this, Qingdong glanced at the other party indifferently and nodded. How about we go out and do some hunting? I heard that the meat of the mutant beasts in the Doomsday Valley is of excellent quality. I think it would be a pity if I didn't try it. Now that you mention it, I'd like to try it too. Qingdong adjusted his glasses, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Soon, the two found a pile of firewood nearby, moved it to the big rock where Yemo and Lin were, and then lit the firewood. Sisterine, Yemo, Dongzi and I are going out to hunt some mutant beasts, and we'll have a barbecue later, Monkey said excitedly. As if thinking of something, the monkey quickly reminded them, please take care of the firewood here, don't let it go out. Otherwise, we won't be able to find our way back, and that'll be the end of us. Okay, go early and come back early and be careful not to run too far. If there is a special situation, just fire the flare, and I will go to support you when I see it. Lin thought about it and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sisterine. You know that Dongzi and I are working together. As long as we don't encounter a group of monsters, even if we encounter a level 30 monster, we can retreat safely, Monkey said solemnly, his tone full of confidence. On the side, Qingdong also nodded slightly with confidence in his eyes and said, Monkey and I will be back soon. You just wait here for our good news. After saying that, the two of them each summoned their coffin spirits and walked towards the nearby woods. As the two left, Yemo and Lin fell into silence for a while. They each lay on the rocks and looked up at the starry sky, wondering what they were thinking about. On the other side of the Blood River, 6 black-robed figures carrying coffins appeared quietly. These 6 people exuded a strong, murderous aura, with ghost-like lights in their eyes. They looked like evil spirits and were extremely terrifying. One of them was holding a telescope, observing Yemo and Lin on the rock from afar. Deputy Captain, the 2 young men who looked a bit threatening have left. Only the target and another frail-looking woman were left. Should we start now? The man holding the telescope asked. Upon hearing this, the deputy leader suddenly showed a cruel smile on his face and said, We have been following these 4 guys for 2 hours. Finally, We have a chance to take action. After that, he turned to look at several team members and said, Brothers, there are 3 clients who have put a bounty on the head of that kid named Emo. We must kill him as soon as possible. If the woman next to him dares to stop you, don't show mercy, just kill her directly. Anyway, we have the leader to back us up, so even if we provoke a powerful force, we will be safe. Deputy Captain, what if those 2 young men come back? Hee, don't worry. Before they came back, the boy's head had already fallen to the ground. If the 6 of us mid-level coffin keepers can't quickly capture that guy, then our ghost grave hunters should just disband right here. Chapter 28, 2 Rare Skills. The evening breeze is quiet, and the silver moon is cool. Although there is a hint of foul smell in the air from time to time, but it will not affect Yemo's leisurely mood at all. At this time, Yemo was lying quietly on the stone. His mind had quietly sunk into the contract space. Perhaps because of the use of the template, Chi-Chi's personality seems extremely well-behaved. Not far away, the tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the ground as usual, wondering what he was thinking about. But Chi-Chi sat on the tyrant's shoulder, hugged its head, and fell asleep. As if sensing Yemo's presence, the tyrant quickly looked up. Then it slowly stretched out a clawless hand and gently scratched Chi-Chi, making a low sound at the same time. I saw Chi-Chi yawning, as if he was not awake yet, and wiped his eyes reluctantly. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Chi-Chi, come here quickly. I heard a familiar voice coming. Chi-Chi, who was originally a little lazy, suddenly became energetic. She was seen supporting the tyrant's head, bending her legs slightly, stepping on the tyrant's shoulders, and jumping towards Yemo. The next second, her figure flashed quickly in the air and appeared on Yemo's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Master, take me out to play. It's too boring here. Chi-Chi scratched Yemo's face and said, with a hint of desire in her tone. Yemo was stunned when he heard this. Then he reached out and touched the other person's head and said with a smile, You must have been bored these few hours. Now I'll take you out for some fresh air. Really? Chi-Chi asked with eyes wide open. Really? Liars are dogs, Yemo said with a smile. Hearing this, Chi-Chi jumped up excitedly and looked extremely excited. Yeah, I can finally get out of here. Seeing this, Yemo rubbed the other person's head again and immediately withdrew his mind from the contract space. Next, without any hesitation, he mobilized his spiritual power. As the Bagua formation rotated, a coffin flashed by, and Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ding, your coffin spirit. The resurrection boy is extremely satisfied with you, and the intimacy has increased by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully raised the intimacy of the resurrection boy to 60 obey orders, and the system task is completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Rewards. Rare skill stone, space warehouse, 30 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Tyrant gained experience points. Chi-Chi gained experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required for the next level is 1300. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required to upgrade to the next level is 240. The continuous notification sounds immediately made Yemo fall into surprise. Ha! The mission is finally completed. Yemo was extremely shocked. Originally, he thought that it would be extremely difficult to increase the intimacy with the jumping boy after contracting him. After all, Lingfu jumping boy is too naughty and disobedient. But Yemo didn't expect that after drawing Chi-Chi's template, everything would become so simple. After just 2 simple interactions, the intimacy level actually increased by 10 points. A 30 cubic meter warehouse space, which is almost the size of a small bedroom. It's more than enough for me to store a lot of supplies. And there are these 2 rare skill stones. I don't know what kind of skills they can unlock, Yemo said secretly. These 2 rare skill stones are undoubtedly a huge reward for him. If Yemo wants to make the most of these 2 rare skill stones, his first consideration should be the tyrant. The tyrant is now at a higher level than Chi-Chi. If he uses skill stones, it will be like upgrading his rifle to a larger one, and he can get a great improvement. As a top-level coffin spirit, Chi-Chi's skill strength is always there, and even if she obtains rare skills, it is just icing on the cake. After thinking about it, Yemo decided to use these 2 skill stones first. If a skill that was really suitable for Chi-Chi was really offered, he would not be stupid enough to force the tyrant to learn it. Use it, Yemo muttered to himself. The next second, 2 jet black skill stones in the space warehouse began to shine with fire and lightning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating a rare skill stone. Obtain the rare fire skill Flame Step. Gain the rare thunder skill Thunder Slash. Flame Step. After learning this skill, you can transform into a flame and move instantly without taking any physical damage during the movement. There is no racial restriction. When non-fire coffin spirits learn this skill, the success rate of comprehension is 1. Thunder Slash. After learning this skill, you can gather lightning from thin air and turn it into a long sword to slash. There is no racial restriction. When non-thunder coffin spirits learn this skill, the success rate of comprehension is 1. The success rate is only 1%. Ye monta was shocked. But he didn't panic. Because of the god-level corpse-raising talent, he could let the contracted corpse coffin spirit comprehend 100 skills. This means that as long as the skills are not restricted by race, they can be fully learned. Thinking of this, Yemo didn't hesitate at all and directly handed the 2 skill stones to the tyrant. These 2 skills can be said to be tailor-made for the tyrant, directly making up for the tyrant's lack of speed and the shortcoming of only being able to rely on physical combat. Moreover, these 2 skills are somewhat in conflict with Chi-Chi's Flash Step and Sword Energy Slash. Even if Chi-Chi learns them, it will not bring much improvement. According to Yemo's idea, Chi-Chi is so lively and cute, it is not appropriate for her to charge into battle. It would be better for her to be a full-time nanny. Yemo, is this your second coffin spirit? What's her name? She's so cute. While Yemo was thinking, Lin had already hugged Chi-Chi over without him noticing. Looking at Chi-Chi's cute appearance, Lin had long forgotten her doubts about Yemo's contract with the 2 coffin spirits, and only the maternal light appeared in her eyes. Seeing this, Yemo suddenly showed a faint smile on his face. It turns out that women have no resistance to cute things. Originally, he was thinking about how to explain that he had contracted with 2 coffin spirits, but he found that the other party didn't even ask, which saved him a lot of trouble. If you have any questions, you can communicate directly with Chi-Chi. Her wisdom is no different from that of ordinary people. Yemo said calmly. When Lin heard this, she was shocked. Her white phantom can communicate with people normally, but is more like a servant. There was no other thought except to obey her orders. However, the little zombie in his arms was as intelligent as an ordinary human being and could even communicate with people independently. This means that the potential of this little zombie completely crushes the white phantom, and its potential has at least reached the level. At this time, Lin looked at Yemo as if he was looking at a freak, with shock in his eyes, and said slowly, Yemo, are you really a student who graduated from high school at the age of 20? Why do I feel that you are even more evil than the proud son of our Jiangnan Jingguan College? Chapter 29. Prepare to run away. Mission selection. Yemo, are you really a student who graduated from high school at the age of 20? Why do I feel that you are even more evil than the proud son of our Jiangnan Jingguan College? After hearing Lin Yin's words, Yemo just looked away calmly. If he hadn't activated the system, he would probably still be sleeping at home. Not to mention becoming a coffin guardian, he would probably never be able to step out of the inner city of Fengyue City. There's a saying that goes, great things come late. I wonder if you've heard of it? Yemo laughed and said self-deprecatingly. If I had graduated 2 years earlier, I would be struggling to make a living now and become one of the ordinary people. Lin heard this, but didn't take Yemo's words to heart. Although it is not clear why the other party failed a grade for 2.5 years. But judging from the opponent's incredible performances, he is definitely a super genius. It seems that the evolutionary materials he mentioned are most likely correct. Maybe Karina can really evolve into a blood-stained angel. Lin Yin's eyes flashed with a gleam, and at the same time, he admired Yemo even more in his heart. Just then, Yemo looked towards the river bank, and his brows suddenly frowned. In his sight, he saw 6 figures in black robes appear there, walking quickly towards him. Lin, we seem to be in trouble. Yemo's voice came out lightly, with a hint of solemnity in his tone. Upon hearing this, Lin quickly followed Yemo's gaze, and alarm bells immediately rang in her heart. These guys seem to be coming for us. Lin frowned, then summoned the white phantom. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in her eyes. During the day, she failed to kill the monsters, and she had a strong desire to fight in her heart that she could not release. And now, with so many coffin masters coming to cause trouble, she naturally wanted to see some blood. I remember that monkey, and I didn't cause any trouble for anyone. Could it be that these people are targeting you, Yemo? Lin had a smile on his face, and a faint bloody light emanated from his eyes, which looked extremely weird. Hearing this, Yemo nodded calmly and said, if nothing unexpected happens, these people are probably coming for me. While speaking, Yemo went through the people he had offended in his mind. They are nothing more than the butcher, the innkeeper, and the captain of the inner city law enforcement team. If you don't uproot the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Yemo's eyes flashed with a strong, murderous intent, and he said cruelly in his heart, it seems that I can't let anyone who has a conflict with me live in the future. It seems that the strength of these people has reached the intermediate level. It seems a bit tricky. Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his tone was full of solemnity. Intermediate level? It seems like we are really unable to defeat him. Yemo raised his eyebrows and prepared to run away. You know, there are 6 mid-level coffin suppressors on the opposite side. Even in a one-on-one fight, it would be difficult for Yemo to gain an advantage over them. Of course, if we drag Lin and the others into the water, we can definitely fight. But this favor is a bit too big. Thinking of this, Yemo glanced at Lin and said lightly, I'm ready to run away. My advice is that you run as fast as you can and reunite with the monkeys. After that, Yemo jumped down from the boulder, holding Chi-Chi in his arms, and rushed into the forest on the side. Seeing this, Lin Yin's face suddenly changed, and he quickly stood up and chased in the direction of Yemo. At the same time, she urged him, Yimo, why are you running so fast? Take me with you. It's late at night, and I don't know the way. How can I find Monkey and Qingdong? Why don't you take me to find the monkeys? Their strength is not much weaker than mine. We can definitely fight against them at a higher level. The four of us together may not be able to defeat those 6 men in black robes. Hearing this, Yimo hesitated slightly. At this moment, a cold mechanical voice suddenly appeared in Yimo's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a life or death dilemma. System task activated. Please choose. 1. Choose to escape. Retreat without a fight. After successfully escaping, you will gain the Coffin Spirit skill, Escape. 2nd. Choose to fight to the death and fight 6 opponents alone. After successfully killing all opponents, you will obtain the Coffin Spirit's talent, God of War. 3rd. Choose to accept help from your friends and work together to fight the enemy. After successfully killing all enemies, you will gain a special ability, Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Shit, there's another mission. I'd better choose option 3. Yimo chose the 3rd option without any hesitation. Then he looked at Lin Yin and said seriously, I owe you a favor this time. If the monkey's Coffin Spirits haven't evolved yet, I can give them a lot of advice. We'll talk about this later. Let's meet up with Monkey and the others first. Deputy Captain, that guy seems to have discovered us. He has already run away. Let's chase him. And that woman, brothers, don't let her go. On the riverbank, a young man in a black robe with a wretched face put down the telescope in his hand, then pointed in the direction where Lin Yin fled and said, Ah, there's no way they can escape? Deputy Captain Zhao Long sneered, and his eyes flashed with contempt. This time they came with 6 people, just to deal with a beginner coffin suppressor, so Zhao Long was naturally 100% confident. For him, killing EMO was just an easy task and seemed insignificant. Originally, he didn't want to cause so much trouble, so he avoided Monkey and Qingdong and chose to take action when there were fewer people around. But when Zhao Long saw Lin Yin's face clearly in the light of the fire, his originally meticulous mind was instantly ignited by desire and turned into nothingness. This was the first time in all his years of life that he had seen a woman whose temperament and appearance reached the top level. At this moment, he was suddenly overwhelmed by desire, and he just wanted to capture Lin Yin at all costs. Cripple, release the vampire bats immediately to track that woman, and then tell me her exact location. The other brothers should search that area separately, and it would be best if they could cordon it off. If you encounter the 2 young men who left earlier, kill them without mercy. I believe you will have no pressure in dealing with 2 quasi-mid-level coffin keepers. If you really can't defeat me, then attack together, or notify me immediately. Zhao Long's eyes flashed with greed, and his tone seemed extremely cruel. When several members heard the deputy captain's order, they hurriedly summoned their own coffin spirits and then ran towards the foot of the mountain at the end of the plain. Zhao Long directly summoned a golden coffin. As he whistled, the golden coffin opened instantly, and a skeleton centaur emitting black mist and stepping on dark flames on all 4 hooves appeared in front of him. Haha, I want to see where you can hide. Zhao Long stared at the forest in the distance, then jumped up, sat on the back of the skeleton centaur, and galloped away. Chapter 30, High-Level Coffin Suppressor. In the dense forest at the edge of the canyon, Monkey and Qingdong were walking through the forest in the moonlight. Soon, they were far away from the riverbank and came to an open valley. Dongzi, this shouldn't be the case. Are there so few mutant beasts in the Doomsday Valley? Why haven't I seen one in such a long time? The monkey looked around, scratched his head, and couldn't help asking in confusion. Hearing this, Qingdong adjusted his glasses, looking thoughtful. After a few seconds, he seemed to think of something, and then looked at the coffin spirit next to the monkey. This is a 3-meter-tall, white ape guarding the tomb, with an extremely strong body. It has long white hair all over its body, a pair of blood-red eyes, and fangs exposed at the corners of its mouth, making it look extremely ferocious. Is there a possibility that it's because the noise made by your coffin spirit is too loud? Qingdong showed a strange look in his eyes. Along the way, the tomb-guarding white ape led the way, making extremely terrifying noises. No matter whether it was a big tree or a rock blocking the way, the tomb-guarding white ape would blast it with one punch, making a deafening sound. When Monkey heard Qingdong's words, he was stunned. That seems to be what the other party said. This place is located in the middle of the Doomsday Canyon, and the levels of the mutant beasts and monsters are not high. He directly summoned the tomb-guarding white ape with such a powerful aura, which naturally attracted the surrounding monsters to stay away and dare not show up. Well, let me let the white ape return to the contract space first. I will let it out when I see the mutant beast. The monkey thought for a moment and quickly asked the tomb-guarding white ape to return to the coffin. Just then, a subtle voice was heard. Qingdong's ears moved, and he quickly turned his head to look at the bushes 20 meters away. 2 figures in black robes pushed aside the bushes and walked out. As soon as the 2 men in black robes saw Qingdong and the monkey, angry expressions appeared on their faces. Haha, what a bummer. It turns out it's you too. I thought I ran into that guy and that woman. One of the men in black robes said coldly. Another man in black robes heard this and echoed, If we meet that woman, We brothers can still have some fun. Since we have encountered these two, let's kill them first. Saying, the two men in black robes began to summon coffin spirits, respectively. As the ground trembled, two silver coffins suddenly emerged from the ground and stood on the ground. A goat-headed demon holding a bone stick walked out of one of the coffins, and a ghost holding a sickle floated out of the other coffin. Seeing this, Qin Dong's eyes flashed with fear, and he asked coldly, "Who are you? I don't think our brothers have offended you, have they?" "Ha, you really didn't offend us. But you seem to be in the same group with that kid named Yimo. He killed the family members of our haunted grave hunters. Now that he has escaped, as his partners, it is your turn to repay the debt he owes you." Qin Dong was shocked when he heard this. Then he shouted, "Monkey, kill them with all your strength. Then go find Lenin." As he spoke, he looked at the monkey again and prepared to summon the coffin spirit again. With a loud bang, two golden coffins instantly emerged from the formation. Next, the tomb guarding white ape blocked the two of them right in front of it, letting out an angry roar. Qin Dong summoned a hunched wizard with a skull staff in one hand. One of the black-robed men saw this and immediately showed a look of fear in his eyes. He said to his companion, "Damn, these two guys are really not simple. The coffin spirits are actually super. Let's stop them first. Once the captain has dealt with that woman, he will come to help us." After saying that, the two of them commanded the coffin spirit to rush towards the two monkeys. Qin Dong saw this, a sneer appeared on his face, and he said lightly, "Wizard, use the slow spell." As soon as these words came out, a green light flashed on the skeleton wizard's staff for a moment, and then shone on the two oncoming coffin spirits. For a moment, the speed of the goat-headed demon and the sickle ghost slowed down instantly. "Monkey, I'll leave the sheep-headed demon to you. I'll deal with the ghost," Qin Dong shouted. Upon hearing this, the monkey nodded quickly and commanded the white ape guarding the tomb to rush forward. As the lowest level of demons, the goat-headed demon does not have strong abilities, but has an extremely domineering physique, even stronger than an ordinary tyrant. If the two engage in hand-to-hand combat, an ordinary tyrant will be torn to pieces by the goat-headed demon in an instant. But what the sheep-headed demon is facing now is a tomb-guarding white ape with even greater strength and physique. Even though the two coffin spirits differ by several levels, the impact of their potential is extremely huge. In the blink of an eye, the tomb-guarding white ape rushed to the front of the sheep-headed demon and stretched out his hands to grasp a pair of sheep horns. Like swinging a sandbag, he smashed the sheep-headed demon to the ground madly. In less than half a minute, the sheep-headed demon was beaten so badly that he had no power to fight back. Not only were the horns on his head broken off by the white ape guarding the tomb, but his body was also covered with scars and blood was constantly oozing out. The sickle ghost was completely suppressed by the wizard and could not form any effective combat power. "TSK, you dare to attack us? You must be tired of living." Monkey looked at the two men in black robes, his tone full of sarcasm. Seeing this, the two men in black robes took the coffin spirit back into the contract space without any hesitation. Then he threw a smoke bomb at the two monkeys and ran away. No wonder the deputy leader said these two guys are difficult. It turns out that he is really that powerful. "Fortunately, we are at a higher level, otherwise the coffin spirit would have died there," said the two men in black robes with lingering fear. On the other side, Yimo ran madly with Lenin. 100 meters behind the two men, there was a figure riding a skeleton horse and three black-robed men carrying coffin spirits. "Ha, kid, where do you want to run to? If you offend our ghost grave hunters, you will die." Deputy Captain Zhao long looked at Yimo, who was running away in front of him, his tone full of excitement. "I don't know where the monkeys have gone." Lenin frowned, her tone full of frustration. At this moment, the man riding the skeleton horse is extremely powerful and has reached the high-level 2-star level. The skeleton centaur he was riding was at level 32, which was at the commander level. Moreover, its potential is comparable to Lin Yin's White Phantom. Both are gold-level seals. Behind him, there were 3 black-robed men of about mid-level 5 stars. Faced with such a terrifying lineup, Yimo and Lin Yin had no power to fight back at all. On the side, Yimo was also running at full speed, but his face looked relatively calm. "Send a flare. If we can meet up with Monkey and the others, these people won't be a problem to us," Yimo said calmly. "I made a mistake in judgment. I didn't expect that the leader was actually a high-level coffin master." Lin Yin didn't know where Yimo got his confidence from, and an ugly smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Even if the 4 of us join forces, we may not be able to defeat him." Yimo heard this, his eyes flashed, and he said, "How do you know if you don't try it?" Chapter 31. Overtaking the enemy. Yimo, the high-level coffin suppressor, completely crushes us in terms of both spiritual power and destructive power. Although he is only a high-level 2-star, if he takes action, he can destroy a 3-story house with one blow. Lenin quickly shook his head, rejecting Yimo's idea. In the early stages of the Coffin Keeper, the gap was not that big. But after reaching a high level, the strength will change significantly with every 1-star difference. The coffin spirits, under the command of a high-level 9-star coffin master, can flatten a 10-story building with ordinary skills. The attack range also reaches a diameter of dozens of meters. Even though the skeleton centaur behind him was only level 32, its attack was no longer something Lin Yin could withstand. Yimo looked at the solemn expression on Lin Yin's face, thought about it, and decided to reveal his trump card. I have a method that can kill commander-level coffin spirits, but I need your full cooperation. Yimo said calmly. Lin Yin knew that Yimo would not joke at this time, but there was still a look of disbelief in her eyes. She asked doubtfully, "Tell me the method first. If it is feasible, we can give it a try." However, at this moment, an angry roar came from 100 meters behind. "Ah, you still want to run? Die for me?" Yimo and the other man heard the angry shout and turned around quickly. The next second, the skeleton centaur that Zhao Long was sitting on swung the spear in his hand, and a dark blue spear energy was directly released, attacking the two of them. A whistling sound was heard, and the spear force that was 10 feet high was like a crescent moon, flying rapidly along the ground, cutting a half-meter deep groove in the ground. "Get out of the way!" Yimo shouted softly, jumped to the side, rolled on the ground several times, and left the place. Seeing this, Lin Yin did the same. At this moment, the gun energy attacked instantly. There was a loud bang, and the ground suddenly cracked, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. Countless violent air currents rushed out in all directions, crushing all the surrounding bushes into pieces. That was a close call. He is worthy of being a high-level coffin suppressor. The attack is too strong. Yimo was still in shock and said while gasping for breath. On the side, Lin Yin's face also showed embarrassment. Without thinking too much, she took out the flare and fired it into the air. "The monkeys will come over immediately once they see it. Tell me your plan first," Lin Yin asked seriously. Yimo glanced at Chi-Chi in his arms, put her on the ground, then pointed at Chi-Chi and said, "If I say Chi-Chi is a high-level coffin spirit and can revive the dying coffin spirits to their full state, then is there a chance to kill this high-level coffin master?" When Lin Yin heard this, she was shocked and looked at the other person in disbelief. She asked tremblingly, "Are you telling the truth? Do you think I would joke about my own life?" Yimo nodded. "You are actually a level 1 coffin spirit. You are too evil. If that's the case, then why are we running? Why not have a good fight?" Lin Yin's eyes burst with fighting spirit. You know, her white phantom has an unparalleled speed. Even the commander-level skeleton centaurs find it difficult to keep up. As long as she focused on commanding the white phantom to attack the high-level coffin master, forcing the other party to order the centaurs to defend. In this way, the threat posed by the other black-robed men would be much smaller. Yimo, I will contain that high-level coffin suppressor. The others are up to you to handle. As long as you can hold out for 2 minutes, until Monkey and the others arrive, we will be much more relaxed. Lin Yin looked at Yimo and warned. Okay, Yimo agreed. And at this moment, Zhao Long rode a centaur and instantly came in front of the two people with a look of disdain on his face. "Ah, your name is Yimo, right? You are really awesome. You not only killed the families of our grave hunting team members, you have offended 3 employers, so you deserve to die today." Offended 3 employers? Yimo's brows suddenly frowned, and his face became extremely ugly. He clearly remembered that, including the owner of the meat stall, he had only offended 3 people in total. But now the information we got from Zhao Long was that there were 4 in total, including the butcher stall owner. So who is the other one? Right now, Yimo doesn't have time to think about so many things and can only take care of everything at the moment. Without hesitation, a burst of spiritual power suddenly emanated from his hands, summoning the tyrant in the contract space. Roar! A roar was heard, and an extremely violent aura emanated from the tyrant's body, and then he stood in front of Yimo. On the side, Lin Yin saw this scene and was stunned again. Yimo, you can actually summon 2 coffin spirits at the same time? What kind of monster are you? When Zhao Long saw this, he was stunned at first, and then he and the several black-robed men beside him burst into laughter. "Haha, kid, you dare to summon a level 9 zombie? Are you sending it to die?" "Deputy Captain, this kid is only a beginner coffin suppressor. I feel like I can crush him to death with just 1 hand." "Really? You want to crush me to death with 1 hand?" Yimo smiled coldly. Then his mind moved, and he said coldly, "Tyrant, try your new skill." As soon as these words came out, the tyrant suddenly roared, and its clawed arms flashed with thunder. In the blink of an eye, a long sword condensed from thunder energy formed and chopped towards the black-robed man who had just spoken. All I heard was a loud bang. The lightning blade was as fast as lightning. Before the man in black robe could react, it instantly struck him on the body, directly turning him into charcoal and shattering into pieces on the ground. When everyone saw this, they all had stunned expressions on their faces. Zhao Long was also shocked. An employer once told him that Yimo's coffin spirit could kill people of higher levels in an instant, but he didn't quite believe it. Although Yimoshi now relies on sneak attacks, the fact is that he kills enemies by jumping more than 10 levels. Fortunately, this kind of attack was not enough to hurt a high-level coffin suppressor, so Zhao Long did not take it too seriously. "Ha, kid, how dare you sneak attack my brothers? It seems that the price of your head will increase several times," Zhao Long said with a strong killing intent. Next, he then warned the remaining two men in black robes, "I'll leave this guy to you. As long as you're not careless, he will definitely not be your opponent. Captain, don't worry. We won't make such a stupid mistake. You can beat up that woman first, and then we'll come back to see you with this guy's head. Hey, Captain, when you get tired of playing, remember to give us a share of the pie." Chapter 32, Terrifying Flames. When Lin Yin heard the conversation between the three people and saw the obscene look in their eyes, her brows couldn't help but frown. Obviously, even if I had parted ways with Yimo at the beginning, these people would not let me go easily. Thinking of this, Lin Yin's face was covered with frost and filled with murderous intent. "Karina, use shadow attack to completely suppress this centaur and its coffin keeper," Lin Yin said in a cold tone. Hearing this, the white phantom nodded slightly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then her figure instantly disappeared into the air and she became invisible. Seeing this scene, Yimo did not sit idle and directly said, "Chi-Chi, use the cold disease ghost messenger to cast on the white phantom and the tyrant." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of extremely pure spiritual energy burst out from Chi-Chi's body. I saw several ball-like ghosts flying out instantly and surrounding the white phantom and the tyrant. Since the white phantom was invisible, the ghost also hid itself. Lin Yin felt that the skills released by Chi-Chi were extremely extraordinary, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because from the feedback she received from the white phantom, she knew that the power brought by these ghosts was extremely strong. It was at this time that the white shadow was as fast as lightning and appeared behind Zhao Long in an instant like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, the white phantom stretched out a pair of sharp claws, emitting a terrifying chill, and slashed towards Zhao Long's neck fiercely. Feeling the murderous aura behind him, Zhao Long was shocked at first. Then he shouted coldly, "Blue fire shield." The next second, fierce flames ignited from under the feet of the skeleton centaur, instantly wrapping Zhao Long up and forming an extremely hot dark blue flame shield. At this time, the white phantom's attack also fell heavily on the flame shield. With a bang, a violent explosion sounded, and the white phantom's arm exploded instantly, like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards more than 10 meters and hitting the ground. The originally white uniform was covered with a lot of dust, looking extremely shabby. This thing actually has a shield that reflects damage? We are in big trouble. Lin Yin's pupils shrank suddenly, and a drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead, which was rare. However, the next scene immediately made her feel much more at ease, because the ghosts surrounding the white phantom began to emit strange energy, quickly repairing the shattered arm. In the blink of an eye, the white phantom's destroyed arm was restored to its original state. Zhao Long's face suddenly turned ugly when he saw this, and he shouted, "This is impossible. The centaur's flame is the flame of the undead, which has a corrosive effect. How can a little ghost ignore erosion? Could it be that this zombie has great potential?" Zhao Long quickly turned his head to look at Chi-Chi beside Yimo, with extremely greedy eyes, and said fiercely in his heart, "I will kill this kid first, then take away his coffin spirit." As if noticing Zhao Long's gaze, Yimo's face became extremely gloomy. "Yimo, I didn't expect this guy's coffin spirit has a shield. It seems that the white phantom can't do anything to him." Lin Yin looked at Yimo, took a deep breath, and said helplessly, "It looks like this guy will attack you first. I can only do my best to stop him." After Lin Yin finished speaking, she shouted again, "Use all your speed to suppress this centaur." Upon hearing this, the white phantom's figure suddenly flashed and turned into a series of afterimages that were impossible to see clearly, and launched continuous attacks on Zhao Long and the centaur. Just a few seconds, the white phantom launched hundreds of attacks towards Zhao Long. The dark blue fire shield was like glass, with many small holes blasted out by the icy power attached to the white phantom's claws. Finally, the blue fire shield was consumed bit by bit. Zhao Long watched the centaur's fire shield being broken bit by bit, and became angry. "Woman, if you surrender, I promise not to torture you. I will only make you happy. You're dreaming." A hint of anger flashed in Lin Yin's eyes, and he let the white phantom rush forward again. On the side, Yimo also let the tyrant fight with the coffin spirits of the other two men in black robes. Due to the huge difference in levels, the tyrant was forced to fight back as he was alone against two. And Yimo didn't dare let the tyrant use super matter to penetrate, because not to mention that super matter penetration requires accumulation of energy. What's more, without control, this move is difficult to hit the enemy, and the huge consumption of spiritual power alone is a bit too much for Yimo to bear. Soon, the white phantom was severely injured by the centaurs one after another, but with the presence of the cold disease ghost, these injuries recovered at an extremely fast speed, making the white phantom an invincible cockroach. As if realizing that Chi-Chi's ability was tricky, Zhao Long ignored Lin Yin and rushed towards Yimo. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be so difficult to deal with. It seems that I have to get rid of you first." Zhao Long's tone was full of murderous intent. It was at this time that A deafening sound of footsteps rang out. I saw 4 figures running out from the forest, not far away. Running in the front were a 3-meter-tall white ape and a skeleton wizard, and behind them were the monkey and Qingdong. Sisterine, we are here to help you, the monkey shouted. Linine turned around, and a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. She quickly said, help Emo get rid of those 2 men in black robes first. Then we will work together to kill this high-level coffin keeper. Hearing this, Monkey and Qingdong immediately set their sights on the 2 men in black robes. When the 2 men in black robes saw this, fear flashed across their faces. You know, the woman in front of him alone is enough to restrain their deputy leader. And now there are 2 coffin-suppressing masters whose strength is no weaker than that of this woman, which makes them feel under great pressure. It seems we can't defeat the 2 guys of the captain. One of the men in black robes took 2 steps back. When Zhao Long heard this, a surge of rage emanated from his heart, and then he roared. What a loser! You've brought shame to our ghost grave hunters. Since you 2 losers are scared, then don't get in my way. Go to hell. Centaur, use death charge. Attack indiscriminately. After Zhao Long finished speaking, he frantically mobilized the spiritual power in his body. All of a sudden, spiritual energy surged into the centaur's body. An oppressive feeling of death suddenly emanated. I saw blue flames emanating from the centaur's eyes, and rows of tall shadows appeared around it. Looking around, these are all its clones. There are hundreds of them. The next second, bursts of soul fire burst out from these phantoms, rushing out in all directions and directly burning the 2 closest men in black robes into ashes. As the centaur's phantom charged, countless flames began to ignite on the ground, like corridors of fire. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was submerged and turned into a raging sea of fire. Run! Yimol shouted. Upon seeing this, several people immediately ran away. At this moment, these phantoms seemed to never stop, chasing towards Yimo and others. Shit, is this a high-level coffin suppressor? We can't even get close to him. Run quickly. Don't even think about getting close. The flames set the ground on fire. It's so fucking horrible. Chapter 33, let's go together. Soon, several people rushed into the forest. Along the way, Qingdong asked the skeleton wizard to release more than 10 fog spells, briefly blocking Zhao Long's sight. However, the effects of these spells were minimal. Facing the burning flames, they only lasted less than 2 seconds. Let's quickly hide in the forest and survive this round of attack before discussing countermeasures. Qingdong showed a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. The large number of skills released by the coffin spirit had almost drained all the spiritual energy in his body. Now his remaining spiritual energy is almost exhausted. If he forces the coffin spirit to use skills, he is afraid that he will faint. Dongzi, thank you for your hard work. You should take a rest first. Seeing this, the monkey immediately asked the tomb-guarding white ape to carry Qingdong on his back. Yimo, there is only this one high-level coffin suppressor left. Do you still have enough spiritual power? If we can't get Chi-Chi to continue assisting us, then we'll continue to delay and wait for you to recover your spiritual power before killing him. Lin Yin's face was solemn. As soon as these words came out, Monkey and Qingdong were both stunned. There was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Fuck, Sisterine, are you kidding me? The guy behind is a high-level coffin suppressor. Even if we join forces, we are definitely no match for him. Linine, let's call for help. As long as we enter the mountain, even if that guy is a high-level coffin master, it will be difficult for him to find us easily, unless he is crazy enough to set fire to the mountain. Qingdong persuaded them when they met. Upon hearing this, Linine said nothing, but just kept her eyes on Yimo. At this time, Yimo also said calmly, my spiritual power doesn't have much effect. In fact, if your coffin spirit can control that guy for 10 seconds, it will be enough. My tyrant has a skill that takes a few seconds to charge. The power of this skill has reached the commander level, and it can definitely kill the skeleton centaur. Fuck, you are too perverted. How can a level 9 tyrant have such a terrifying skill? I'm now beginning to doubt whether you are a descendant of a wealthy family in a super large base city. Monkey said in surprise. Linine was no longer surprised by this because in her opinion, Yimo was the type who had endless trump cards, and he could not be treated as an ordinary person at all. Qingdong was also extremely shocked when he heard Yimo's explanation. But he wasn't as exaggerated as the monkey. As if he had thought of something, he said, the 3 of us definitely can't stop him in 10 seconds. We can't resist the flames he emits. Let's think of other ways. At this moment, Linine interrupted him directly, then pointed at Chi-Chi in Yimo's arms and explained. Qingdong, you don't have to worry about this. The coffin spirit in Yimo's arms is of level 1. It can continuously heal the injuries of our coffin spirit and also add ice attribute to our coffin spirit's attacks. More importantly, it can restore the dying coffin spirit to its prime state. It's just that we don't know how long the phantom of the centaur death charge will last. If that clone flame dissipates, we can take action. When we control the centaur, Yimo will be able to kill it. Lin Yin's eyes flashed with madness. After hearing these words, Monkey and Qin Dong were shocked again and said, "That's right." The two looked at Yi Mo with fear in their eyes. Level? The monkey took a look at the little zombie in Yi Mo's arms and couldn't help swallowing. Yi Mo, are you defying the will of heaven? You actually contracted a level 1 coffin spirit. Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's wait for the centaur's skills to disappear, Linin said lightly. Soon, they came to a steep hillside. This is an excellent defensive position for them. In such a place, it is difficult for the centaurs to exert all their advantages. Moreover, several people also believe that the death charge just now was most likely the centaur's ultimate move, and it would definitely not be able to be used a second time in a short period of time. Hi, you guys are running? I wonder where you can run to. Down the hillside, Zhao Long rode on a skeleton centaur and looked at Yi Mo and others with a look of disdain on his face. At this time, Yi Mo looked at the skeleton centaur, and a clear data panel began to emerge. Coffin Spirit Ghost Knight. Race, Undead. Level, Commander level. Seal level Golden Mysterious Coffin, level cap, 49. Talent, Ghost Fire, Soul Enslavement. Collect the dead souls and spirits of lower level than oneself and enslave them. Skills, Rapid Rush level 3, Spear Force, Elemental Shield level 3. Flash Step, Trample, Intermediate Healing, level 2. Flame Burning, level 3. Special skill, Death Charge, summon all ghost phantoms and launch a continuous charge on the target. The charge is unstoppable and generates a sea of ghost fire. Defect, after the ghost shadow dissipates, it takes a lot of time to recondense. Intimacy, obey your orders. Current status exhausted. Number of possible evolutions. 2 routes can be queried. Introduction from Ghost Island. The supervisor among the skeleton knights, the nemesis of the dead souls and evil spirits. Average strength and attack. When Yi Mo saw the Ghost Knights panel, he just felt relieved. It turns out this guy is exhausted. It's impossible for him to use Death Charge again in a short period of time. Yi Mo's eyes flashed with strong, murderous intent. At this time, Zhao Long started shouting again, not taking Yi Mo and the others seriously at all. Come down and die. After saying that, he directly commanded the centaur to swing a spear several feet wide towards the hillside. In the blink of an eye, the huge rocks on the hillside were instantly shattered by this attack. Seeing this, Yi Mo and others retreated one after another and narrowly avoided the attack. We can't avoid fighting anymore. He can't use Death Charge again now. This is an opportunity for us. Yi Mo looked at the 3 people beside him and said seriously. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them nodded quickly. Okay, then let's get the coffin spirit in there. Yi Mo, the life of our coffin spirit is in your hands. Don't let us down, Linin said in a serious tone. Don't worry, as long as I control it, I will never fail. Yi Mo showed confidence on his face. The next second, the 4 of them directly commanded their respective coffin spirits to rush toward Zhao Long at the foot of the hillside. Thanks to Chi-Chi's protection, the icy fairy power was able to directly resist the burning of the ghost fire. The coffin spirits of several people were like crazy people who didn't care about their lives. They ignored any attacks and fought with the centaurs for their lives. The White Phantom kept attacking Zhao Long, making Zhao Long exhausted from defending. The tomb-guarding White Ape took advantage of its size and strength to punch the centaur's skeleton hard. The skeleton wizard summoned black mist to cover the surrounding area, creating opportunities for the tyrant to attack. Yimul, this guy can't come out for the time being. You can prepare your ultimate move, Linin hurriedly reminded. The monkey also said anxiously, Yimo, hurry up. I have asked the White Ape to hold the centaur tightly. It can't move now. Yimo heard this and nodded. The next second, a blood-red energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the black fog, and an extremely terrifying force was brewing. Zhao Long felt the power of this energy and felt a chill on his back, and a sense of fear arose. What kind of tricks are you using? You can actually threaten me. Zhao Long roared angrily and commanded the centaur to swing his spear wildly. For a time, countless broken limbs and arms flew out from the black fog. The White Phantom and the tomb-guarding White Ape were directly stabbed into a hornet's nest by the spear and were thrown dozens of meters away. You still want to stop me? Wishful thinking, Zhao Long roared, and immediately prepared to ride the Ghost Knight to attack Yi-Mo and others. However, before he could take a step out of the black fog, the blood-red energy began to become restless. All I heard was a loud bang. A blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. A violent storm spread out in all directions, and the black fog was blown away by the storm. At the original location, there was no trace of Zhao Long and the Ghost Knight. Only a large pit with a diameter of 10 meters was left, emitting a breath of destruction. Chapter 34. Complete the task and share experience. Looking at the big pit in front of them, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi-Mo was breathing heavily, with excitement on his face. The tyrant's attack almost drained 80% of his spiritual power. Consuming so much spiritual energy, the power of this supermatter penetration was naturally extremely terrifying, directly killing the Ghost Knight and Zhao Long. Just at this moment, several mechanical system sounds rang in Yimo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and obtaining the special ability of Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. After any of your Coffin Spirits kills a monster, the other Coffin Spirits will gain the same experience. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the Ghost Knight, and the experience was doubled. Experience points were gained. Ding! The Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing takes effect. Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi gains experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to Servant level. The experience required for the next level is 3060. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to Servant level. The experience required to upgrade to the next level is 1000. Hearing the system's prompt, Yimo felt extremely shocked. It's worthy of being a level 32 Coffin Spirit. It actually directly added 5,000 experience points. The experience of one monster is equivalent to that of hundreds of monsters. This experience sharing is too powerful. Yimo was extremely excited. For all coffin makers, it is extremely difficult to improve the experience of the Coffin Spirit. Many coffin masters rarely choose to train multiple Coffin Spirits together if they are not strong enough, because it consumes too many resources and time. They usually specifically select a Coffin Spirit with good potential and use it as the main combat Coffin Spirit. After the main combat Coffin Spirit has been upgraded to the maximum level, you will choose to train other high-potential Coffin Spirits. Therefore, for most Coffin Keepers who have contracted multiple Coffin Spirits, the strength of the other Coffin Spirits under their command will always be much inferior to the main combat Coffin Spirit. Of course, there are also many children from large families who are not included in this list, because the resources provided by their families can fully withstand their squandering. Even if they have contracted multiple Coffin Spirits, the strength of these Coffin Spirits will not be much different from that of the main combat Coffin Spirit. This way, I won't have to pull them out one by one to level up individually in the future. With the Coffin Spirit sharing, the experience gained from killing a monster no longer needs to be divided equally among the Coffin Spirits, but the same experience will be gained. Yimo was very happy. If there is no experience sharing, this time when killing the Ghost Knight, Tyrant and Chi-Chi will divide the experience equally into 2,500 points. After having it, it is equivalent to doubling the experience in disguise. This is so cool. On the side, Lin and the others looked anxious as they looked at the White Phantom and other Coffin Spirits dozens of meters away. Their Coffin Spirits were seriously injured at this time and were almost in a state of near death. If he had delayed for a few more minutes, he would have surely died. However, Lin did not urge Yimo, but waited nervously for Yimo to recover his spiritual power. In their opinion, Yimo's attack this time consumed too much energy. After the spiritual power is drained, the Coffin Master will feel dazed, tired or dazed, which is normal. However, they didn't know that Yimo was in a daze because he was shocked by the reward given by the system. It seemed that he felt the atmosphere around him was a little heavy. Yimo immediately withdrew his thoughts and turned to look at a few people. When Lin and the others saw Yimo recover, their faces became more nervous. Yimo, how much of your spiritual power has recovered? Can Chi-Chi help save our Coffin Spirit? Lin asked anxiously. Brother Yi, this time it really depends on you. Don't let our brothers down. You must bring back our brothers' coffins. Monkey said nervously, looking like he was about to cry. Hearing this, Yimo smiled and gave them a reassuring look, saying, Don't worry, they will be full of life soon. After saying that, Yimo quickly looked at Chi-Chi beside him, and then touched the other's head. Chi-Chi, it's up to you now. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately showed a lovely smile on her face. Then she performed the instant step, leaving behind an afterimage in the blink of an eye. Fuck, this little guy can actually flash step? What level is she at? Is this the Super Coffin Spirit? Its potential is truly incredible. Several people were extremely shocked and disgusted. While several people were discussing, an extremely pure and cold power burst out from Chi-Chi's body. For a moment, the ground around was covered with a layer of white frost, and as the temperature dropped, the air became a little bit biting. The white frost spread rapidly and turned into thick ice, covering an area with a diameter of 10 meters. The White Phantom, the tomb-guarding White Ape, and the Skeleton Wizard were all frozen by the ice and turned into 3 ice coffins that were emitting cold air. Seeing this, the monkey's face suddenly turned horrified, and he quickly said to Yimo, What the hell? Brother Yi, your Coffin Spirit couldn't have used the wrong skill. This is not a rescue. This is freezing them to death. Lin and Qin Dong also felt nervous, fearing that something unexpected might happen. Let's go over and take a look. After saying that, the 3 of them ran towards the ice coffin. When the 3 of them approached the area covered by ice, they felt themselves shivering. However, this feeling of coldness does not hurt people, but instead makes the mind clearer and more active. Shit, look inside the ice coffin. The monkey approached the ice coffin and saw the unusual movement inside. He couldn't help but scream. Upon hearing this, Lin and Qin Dong hurried over. I saw a burst of strange energy emanating from the ice coffin, and the 3 coffin spirits that were originally badly wounded by the Ghost Knight were healing at a very fast speed. In just a few seconds, the injuries of the 3 coffin spirits disappeared, and they became as good as new, as if they had never been injured. The next second, with a bang, the ice coffin suddenly shattered. 3 figures exuding vigorous aura jumped out of the ice coffin directly, roaring excitedly. "Thank you, Chi-Chi." Lin looked at the white phantom that had recovered to its full state and hurriedly thanked Chi-Chi. Seeing this, Monkey and Qin Dong also smiled excitedly. Chapter 35, Distributing the Spoils. When Yemo saw that the coffin spirits of several people had recovered, a faint smile appeared on his face. As if he thought of something, he shifted his gaze to the location of the big pit. Then he walked straight towards the big pit. At this time, the tyrant was lying in the pit, looking exhausted. "Tyrant, thank you for your hard work." Yemo showed a faint smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the tyrant growled softly in response. "Okay, take a break first. It's safe now." As he spoke, spiritual power flashed in Yemo's hand, and he summoned the silver coffin and put the tyrant into the contract space. I don't know if the high-level coffin master just now left anything useful. It shouldn't be completely destroyed by the tyrant's skills, right? Yemo thought, looking towards the bottom of the pit and observing everywhere. The pit was charred black and emitted a foul smell. Yemo searched carefully and suddenly found a leather backpack and a crystal flashing with a faint blue flame hidden under the soil somewhere in the pit. Could this be that guy's space backpack? And this ball of flame crystal should be the energy core of the Ghost Knight. Yemo was slightly stunned and jumped directly into the big pit. Next, he dug up the soil, took out the backpack that was underneath, and then dug out the flame crystal. Small space backpack has 10 cubic meters of storage space, and you will get unexpected rewards after opening it. Phantom Fire Soul Crystal Level 4 contains powerful soul energy. It is one of the core materials for the evolution of undead coffin spirits. It can also be used to increase the strength of coffin spirit skills. The information about the 2 items appeared in Yemo's eyes, and an excited smile appeared on Yemo's face again. A high-level coffin keeper space backpack should have a lot of good things in it. Yemo muttered to himself. He glanced at the Ghost Fire Soul Crystal in his hand, and suddenly his mind moved, and he put it into his own space warehouse. This thing is the material left behind after the death of the commander-level coffin spirit, and it is also the 4th order evolution core of the undead coffin spirit. Its value is absolutely inestimable. If this thing were sold on the market, it would definitely be worth more than 10 billion daxia coins. Thinking of this, Yemo's heart became even hotter. Once I upgrade Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, I must find a time to sell this Phantom Fire Core. Yemo has always had a lot of ideas about next week's coffin spirit identification meeting. At first, because he didn't have enough money, he naturally had no way to buy the unidentified coffin, let alone the qualifications to pick up a bargain. And now, if he were to get 1 billion daxia coins, he could at least pick up 2 unidentified coffins. You know, the value of coffin spirits with potential above level 1 is far more than 500 million, and level 2 is even more difficult to measure with money. As long as I can bid for coffin spirits of lower level or above and then resell them to other people, I will be qualified to compete for coffin spirits with higher potential. Yemo thought to himself. Just then, Lin and others brought their respective coffin spirits to the edge of the pit. Chi-Chi jumped down the pit at some point and climbed onto Yemo's shoulders. Everyone looked at the space backpack in Yemo's hand, and a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. "Fuck, Brother Yi, is that the space backpack left by the high-level coffin master in your hand?" Monkey's face showed excitement. "Open it quickly and see what good stuff is inside." Yemo was also a little surprised when he heard this. However, because it was the 4 of them who worked together to kill the high-level coffin suppressor, the things in the space backpack and the Ghost Fire Core should be divided equally with Lin and others. Without thinking too much, Yemo showed a faint smile on his face, then jumped onto the deep pit, opened his space backpack in front of everyone, and poured it out onto the ground. A rustling sound was heard. In the blink of an eye, the ground was filled with hundreds of various items. Most of them are coffin spirit cultivation materials and various weapons, and a small part are crystals emitting various lights and rare evolution materials. Fuck, that's a lot of material. This is fucking getting rich. The monkey's face was suddenly filled with excitement. Qin Dong's eyes were fixed on the pile of materials, with a look of shock on his face. Lin looked at his companions and couldn't help but snorted. "Have you two never seen the world? Can't you take your eyes off this little bit of material? Yemo, please keep these materials. They are of little use to us." After these words were spoken, Monkey and Qin Dong reacted immediately and then looked embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Yemo looked at Lin strangely and said with a hint of doubt in his tone, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." Lin nodded. Hearing this, Yemo became more appreciative of Lin. You know, they have had life and death cooperation. But after killing the enemy and obtaining so much spoils, the most feared thing is greed, which will lead to uneven distribution of the spoils and finally infighting. Yemo also admitted that he was very greedy, but he didn't have the help of the people in front of him. Not only will he fail to complete the system task, he may even lose his life. So Yemo would not take advantage of them no matter what. Thinking of this, Yemo took out the Ghost Fire Soul Crystal from the space warehouse again. Actually, the centaur also left this behind. Yemo had a smile on his face. When Lin and the others saw this, shock flashed in their eyes, and at the same time they highly affirmed Yemo's character in their hearts. Fuck, Yemo, can you give me this Phantom Fire Soul Crystal? Qin Dong looked at the crystal in Yemo's hand that was emitting a light blue flame, and he was no longer calm. Bah, it's not giving it to me, it's selling it to me. I'm willing to pay 1 billion to buy it, Qin Dong said incoherently. Although his skeleton wizard has completed the evolution, but this Phantom Fire Soul Crystal is also the most important evolution material for the skeleton wizard's next evolution. Moreover, the skeleton wizard's attack capability is not strong. If the Phantom Fire Soul Crystal is used to enhance the skeleton wizard's skills, a qualitative change will occur. It can directly transform the skeleton wizard into a powerful, offensive coffin spirit. Well, we can split this thing. Just give me 250 million. Yemo said calmly. As he said that, he threw the Phantom Fire Soul Crystal directly to Qin Dong. Qin Dong took the soul crystal, and his face became extremely excited. Then he looked at Yemo with gratitude and said, 1 billion is 1 billion. If it weren't for you, all 4 of us would have died. Come to think of it, you saved everyone's lives, because we didn't put in much effort to kill this high-level coffin master. As soon as these words were spoken, a smile appeared on Lin and Monkey's faces. Yes, Brother Yi, we won't share these things with you. If it weren't for you, we would all be corpses now. The monkey said seriously, this is not a good idea. After all, that high-level coffin-suppressing master is coming for me. Yemo shook his head. Lin thought about it, looked at Yemo with her beautiful eyes, and said, Yemo, how about this? If there are items we need in this pile of materials, just sell them to us at a friendly price. This way we can save a lot of effort in finding materials. Seeing that several people were still making excuses, Yemo also agreed. In that case, I won't refuse. I owe you a favor this time. If you need my help in the future, just contact me, Yemo said seriously. When Lin and the others heard this, excitement immediately showed on their faces. You know, Yemo's talent is obvious to all. He is simply a monster among geniuses. Although Yemo's current strength is not strong, he will definitely become someone that people look up to in the future. With the other party's favor, they also gain the other party's friendship. When Yemo grows up, they can walk sideways in Daxia country. Lin, it seems that all the materials you need to evolve your white phantom into a blood angel are in here. Look for it quickly. Yemo looked at Lin, who was excited, and pointed at a pile of materials on the ground. Hearing this, Lin quickly stepped forward, excitedly took Yemo's hand, and said, Really? Can you help me find it? Well, of course it's true. Can't you recognize these materials? Yemo looked at Lin beside him, and was suddenly confused. When Lin heard this, a rare look of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she seemed a little embarrassed. Chapter 36. Huge harvest, ready to return to the city. At the scene of dividing the spoils, Yemo became a model worker for a while. As for the materials needed by Lin and others, Yemo arranged them for them without saying a word. He picked out a few items that exuded a bloody smell from a pile of materials and threw them to Lin. Lin took the heart of slaughter, the bloody blade, and the succubus tail thrown to her by Yemo, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Thank you, Yemo. I'll give you 100 million for these materials. Do you think it's appropriate? Lin Yin's gentle voice came out. As if she thought of something, Lin quickly took out a black card and handed it to Yemo. By the way, including the conditions I promised you before, I will give you a total of 200 million. I'll give you this card. There's more than 200 million in it, Lin said with a smile. Yemo was stunned when he heard this. He slowly took the black card handed over by the other party and said excitedly, Thank you, rich lady. Hearing this, Lin just rolled her eyes at Yemo, as if she didn't like being called a rich woman. Then she took the materials in her hand and handed them directly to the White Phantom, preparing to let the other party evolve into a blood angel. A few minutes later, Yemo also helped the monkey take a look at the evolutionary path of the tomb-guarding white ape. But unfortunately, although the tomb-guarding white ape has 4 evolutionary routes, it has no hidden route. Therefore, the evolutionary path of the tomb-guarding white ape can only be determined by the monkey's preferences. Fortunately, among the pile of materials left by Zhao Long, there happened to be 2 materials needed for the evolution of the tomb-guarding white ape. Yemo didn't think much about it and handed them directly to the monkey. Since these things were not very valuable, Yemo did not accept any money from the other party. As for the Ghost Fire Soul Crystal that Qin Dong took away, it is considered to be the most valuable among this batch of materials. Under the other party's strong request, Yemo finally accepted the 1 billion Daxia coins transferred from the other party's father. 1,200 million, tut. It seems that I have to go back to the outer city of Fengyue City in the next 2 days. Yemo was very excited and thought, I just don't know how much these unused materials can be sold for. If it can be sold for 200 or 300 million, that would be enough. Soon, As Lin Yin's coffin spirit evolved into a blood-robed angel, the few of them hurriedly walked 2 kilometers under the cover of night and finally found a cave at the edge of a canyon. They planned to rest here for one night. Okay, it should be safe here. I don't think the group of people from the ghost grave hunting group will get the news so quickly, Yimo said, leaning against the wall in the cave. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others nodded. Then they sent their coffin spirits to the cave entrance to act as alert guards. Early the next morning, a ray of light shone into the cave. Yimo slowly opened his eyes, and an excited smile suddenly appeared on his face. Because the system sound rang in his mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has absorbed a large number of zombie crystal cores. All its ordinary skill levels have been upgraded to level 2. Please open the panel to check. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has successfully absorbed the moon essence stone, and your experience has doubled. You have gained a total of experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has successfully swallowed a large number of magic blood pills, and the experience has doubled. The total experience points gained. Ding! Due to experience sharing, Chi-Chi gains extra experience points, and Tyrant gains extra experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required for the next level is 2860. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required to upgrade to the next level is 800. They're all above level 10. The upgrading speed is going to take off. Yimo felt very happy. Before going to bed last night, he gave all the materials that Tyrant and Chi-Chi could use to them. Tyrant and Chi-Chi stayed beside Yimo, quietly absorbing these materials. Originally, he didn't know the value of these materials until he asked Lin Yin and found out that these materials were not valuable. For example, the moon essence stone was dug out from the corpse-raising ground in the secret realm. It contains a small amount of moon essence and is suitable for cultivating coffin spirits, such as zombies and demons. One stone costs about 200,000 Daxia coins. The devil blood pill is more common. It is a pill made by extracting the flesh and blood of the devil. Although this thing is sold in every coffin spirit cultivation shop on the market, and the price is only a few thousand Daxia coins per piece, it is a must-have item for coffin masters. Because the demon blood pill has the effect of restoring the coffin spirit's physical strength, it can also be used to cultivate coffin spirits below level 20. Rich people just need to spend money like crazy and use a large number of magic blood pills to feed the coffin spirit, and they will have the opportunity to quickly upgrade the coffin spirit to level 20. Of course, this process is extremely slow, and with each level up, the experience gained by the magic blood pill will be weakened. If you want to feed the coffin spirit directly from level 1 to level 20, you will need at least 100,000 of them. If it weren't for Yi Mo's god-level corpse-raising talent that could double the experience, then at the current level of the tyrant, he would have to absorb at least several hundred to level up. Now I have more than 1 billion. If I take out 100 million and buy tens of thousands of magic blood pills for the tyrant to absorb, I should have a chance to upgrade it to level 20. Chi-Chi's level will be close to level 20 by then. Yimo's heart moved, and excitement appeared on his face. He is quite looking forward to the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Moreover, if he could find a bargain at the appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City next week, coupled with the rare evolution core of the Corpse Clan that President Chun promised to give him, then he would have enough evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi and the Tyrant. You know, the evolution materials for the Tyrant are easy to find. But Chi-Chi is a top-level existence. The evolutionary materials she could use were definitely in the billions, and could not even be measured in money. Just when Yimo was lost in thought, Lin Yin's voice suddenly sounded from outside the cave. She was seen leaning against the wall of the cave entrance at some point, showing an extremely proud figure, which made Yimo slightly stunned. Yimo, Monkey and I discussed this. I'm not going to the secret place in the Doomsday Valley anymore. Lin Yin looked at Yimo and smiled faintly. Upon hearing this, Yimo nodded and said, the evolution materials you need this time have been gathered. You really don't need to go to the secret realm. How about you come with us now? Lin Yin looked at Yimo seriously, with a hint of concern in her tone. The deputy leader of the Ghost Grave Seeking Group was killed by us. If you still stay in Doomsday Valley, I'm afraid they will continue to send people to look for you. If the leader of the Haunted Grave Hunters comes, and you are found, your life will surely be in danger. Yimo thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I was just about to go back and sell those extra materials. Then let's hurry back to Fengwest City without delay. Chapter 37 Yimo's phone call. Yimo, this guy. I don't know what he is doing. It's been a whole day, and he hasn't replied to any messages. At the entrance to the Doomsday Valley Highlands, Yi Xiaoyao was absent-mindedly following the training team as they moved forward quickly. She took out her cell phone from time to time to look at it and clenched her fist from time to time, looking a little angry. To her, Yimo's habit of not replying to messages really made her feel tired. In front of the team, Wenjing was leading all the students, teaching them some things related to actual combat as they walked. At the same time, she was also observing Yi Xiaoyao's situation from time to time. When she saw Yi Xiaoyao's angry look, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Then, she gave some instructions to the students in front of the team and came to Yi Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, are you worried about something? Wenjing asked softly with a hint of concern in her tone. If there is anything that makes you unhappy, you can tell the teacher. Maybe the teacher can help you solve it. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao quickly put down her phone, then pursed her lips and said, "It's all because of my annoying brother. It's been more than 10 hours. I sent dozens of messages, but he didn't reply. I don't know what he is doing. It's really worrying." Wen Jing couldn't help but feel happy when she heard that. "Maybe your brother is busy. Don't worry, he's already grown up, he should be fine." Wen Jing comforted her. "I hope so. I called him many times, but he didn't answer," Yi Xiaoyao muttered. Hearing this, Wen Jing's heart was shocked, and she fell in a deep thought for a short while. It seems that those guys from the haunted grave hunters have succeeded. Wen Jing originally just wanted to avoid EMO. But when she thought about the fact that she had deprived EMO of the right to be assessed and the series of small actions she had taken, she felt a little uneasy. On the way to the Doomsday Town, she thought about it for a long time and finally decided to ask someone to get rid of EMO to prevent future troubles. And she is one of the employers of the haunted grave hunters. Just then, Yi Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. When Wen Jing heard the ringing sound, her brows immediately furrowed. "Xiaoyao, who's calling?" Wen Jing asked suddenly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao raised her eyebrows with a look of doubt in her eyes. Then she picked up her phone and saw the name displayed on the phone, and the resentment in her heart disappeared instantly. "Teacher Wen Jing, it's my brother calling," Yi Xiaoyao said happily. On the side, when Wen Jing heard this, her face suddenly froze and became extremely ugly. How is this possible? How could EMO still be alive? Didn't the ghost grave hunter say that several employers wanted to kill him and sent out high-level coffin suppressors? Why is he still alive? Could it be that those idiots from the ghost grave hunting group haven't found him yet? Wen Jing was extremely surprised. Yi Xiaoyao seemed to notice Wen Jing's expression and couldn't help but take a look at her. Then she looked at her cell phone again and quickly answered the call from EMO. "EMO, I'm warning you. Don't ignore my messages for so long next time. If you make me worry again, I will break your legs on behalf of my dead parents." Yi Xiaoyao shouted into the phone with a threatening tone. On the other end of the phone, EMO was silent for 2 seconds. His voice seemed a little perfunctory, and he replied, "Okay, got it. I'm glad to know. Tell me what you did last night." Yi Xiaoyao snorted coldly. "I came to Doomsday Valley for training yesterday, and now I'm preparing to return to Fengyue City." Yimo's voice came from the phone. "What? You also came to Doomsday Valley for training yesterday? Then why don't you come with us?" Teacher Wen Jing said she agreed to let you come with us. "You are really pissing me off to death." Yimo completely ignored Yi Xiaoyao's words. In his opinion, his sister is good in every way except that she is a housekeeper. No matter what he does, she always asks about it. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao has a strong desire for control. Although she is 2 years younger than Yimo, she completely regards herself as the head of the family. "By the way, have you trained with the teacher now?" Yimo ignored Yi Xiaoyao's complaints and asked lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao did not bother with Yimo anymore and quickly replied, "Well, I am following the class now, preparing to enter the Valley of Doom. So are you on the left or right side of the river?" "Right. That's great. I'm on the right side too. Just stay near the riverbank first, and don't go to the forest near the canyon. I expect to meet you in an hour, and I will have some materials for cultivating demons for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yimo hung up the phone. "Xiaoyao, your brother is also in Doomsday Valley? He's going to meet us later?" Wen Jing frowned, with an unpleasant look on her face. When Yi Xiaoyao saw the other person's expression, she couldn't help but become even more confused. It seemed that his teacher was worried about something and didn't seem to want to see his brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyao said puzzledly, "My brother said he would come to see me later. In that case, it would be quite dangerous for him to be alone." Wen Jing said with a worried look on her face. Then she thought about it and looked at Yi Xiaoyao again with more worry in her eyes and said with a hint of urgency in her tone, "Your brother is a beginner coffin master who has contracted zombies, and he dared to be alone in the Doomsday Valley. This is simply crazy. I'll go pick him up later. You guys should just follow the instructor of Class 3 for now." After saying that, Wen Jing found the instructor of Class 3, gave him some instructions, and then summoned the Crow Man, who took her to the depths of the Doomsday Valley. "Hey, what's going on with you haunted grave hunters? Why has it been so long, and the bounty target hasn't been killed yet?" In the sky, the Crow Man was flying rapidly holding Wen Jing. Wen Jing called the operator of the haunted grave hunting group, her tone full of questions. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Our deputy leader arrived at Doomsday Valley last night and found the target. The target of the bounty is definitely dead. There is no way he is still alive," the other end of the phone said angrily. "Impossible." When Jing heard this, and a strong murderous intent flashed in her eyes, she said coldly, "The target's sister is a student under my command. They just talked on the phone. The man I asked you to kill is not dead yet. You missed. How is this possible? Our deputy leader is a high-level coffin suppressor. How could he fail? Will you not investigate if there was any mistake? It's a pity that your tomb hunting group is still on the list of Fengyue City. I didn't expect that you can't even do such a thing. What a waste." When Jing scolded angrily, completely losing her usual gentle and pleasant female teacher image. Hearing this, there was silence on the other end of the phone. "Miss, please be patient. I will go and confirm whether the situation is true and give you an answer in 2 minutes." "No need. I will kill the bounty target myself." Chapter 38. Come and pick you up. The headquarters of the Ghost Grave Hunting Group. The operator looked extremely panicked at this time. After he called Zhao Long several times, the phone kept showing as turned off. As if he remembered that Zhao Long had taken 4 of his men to the Doomsday Valley, he hurriedly called these people. Finally, after he made 3 calls, one of them answered the phone. At this time, the operator couldn't help but ask into the phone, "What's wrong with you guys? You keep calling but you don't answer. What about the deputy leader? Why didn't they complete the mission entrusted by the leader?" After these words were spoken, there was silence on the phone for a moment. The people who answered the phone were the 2 men in black robes who were chased away by Monkey and Qin Dong last night. At first they wanted to meet up with Zhao Long and others. But when he returned, he saw Zhao Long letting Ghost Knight release his ultimate move indiscriminately, killing other companions. This made the 2 of them immediately give up the idea of meeting up with Zhao Long and choose to save their own lives. "The deputy commander is dead." A cold voice came from the phone. "What? How could Brother Zhao die? Are you kidding me? He is a high-level coffin suppressor. He is one of the best even in Fengyue City. Who in Fengyue City doesn't know the name of our ghost grave hunters? How could anyone dare to kill him?" The operator yelled into the phone. The black-robed man on the phone heard this and snorted coldly. "Whether you believe it or not, this is the fact. I can only tell you that the deputy leader was too careless and was killed by the target and 3 mid-level coffin masters who possessed golden coffins. I will report this to the team leader. If you have taken pictures of those 3 people, please send them back immediately. If not, please return to the base first." The operator reminded. After saying that, he hung up the phone and then hurriedly ran towards the courtyard where the team leader was. On the riverbank, Yemo and others were running quickly. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky not far away. As if sensing something unusual in the sky, Yemo and the others all looked up. "Yemo, it seems like someone is coming." Lin Yi narrowed her beautiful eyes, looked at the black figure in the sky, and said vigilantly. Yemo nodded, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The figure in the sky suddenly appeared clearly in his eyes. "It's actually her? Why did she run out alone without the class?" Yemo muttered. "Yemo, do you know this person?" Lin asked curiously. "This is my former mentor, and also my little sister's homeroom teacher. So he's Brother Ye's mentor. I thought it was the leader of the haunted grave hunters who came. I almost got my heart kicked out of my chest." The monkey looked up at the figure in the air and breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Dong couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he heard this, and said, "Monkey, you'd better keep quiet with your bad mouth. If we really encounter one, we will be wiped out." Hearing this, the monkey stopped talking immediately and began to tremble in his heart, filled with fear. Along the way, several people were tense and ran quickly while checking the surroundings for unusual movements from time to time. Because it was too dark last night, the 2 men in black robes who escaped from Qin Dong and Monkey have not appeared. Lin also sent out the Blood Angels to search the area for several miles, but no trace of the 2 men was found. They speculated that the 2 men were most likely hiding somewhere in the Valley of Doom, and they might have already informed the Ghost Grave Hunters. At this time, Wen Jing also discovered Yi Mo and his companions early on. She glanced at Lin Yin and the others from high above, and her expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Why are there 3 mid-level coffin suppressors around this guy? And their coffin spirits are actually gold-level seals? Could it be that the deputy leader of the Ghost Grave Hunting Group died at the hands of these 3 people last night? Wen Jing was shocked. You know, except for Yi Mo, the 3 mid-level coffin masters who were running on the ground each carried a golden coffin shining with golden light on their backs, which looked extremely dazzling in the sun. At this moment, all the doubts in Wen Jing's heart disappeared instantly. 3 mid-level coffin masters who possess super coffin spirits did have a chance to defeat high-level coffin masters to a certain extent. Of course, she didn't know that Zhao Long also owned a golden coffin, so she naturally thought that it was the 3 people in front of her who helped Yi Mo survive the disaster. I am no match for these 3. It seems that we can only find an opportunity to take him away before we can do it. Wen Jing looked at Lin Yin and the other 2 with fear. Although her coffin spirit, the ultimate move of the Crow Herald, can alienate several people. However, she did not dare to act rashly as she did not know what kind of spirit was in the golden coffin behind Lin Yin and the other 2. If you act rashly, there is a high chance that the other party will counterattack. After all, these 3 people are able to kill high-level coffin suppressors, and their strength is absolutely powerful. Thinking of this, when Jing looked at Yi Mo, her eyes slightly narrowed. Her expression became extremely cold, as if she was looking at a dead person. However, her expression and eyes were all captured by Yi Mo, who was 1,000 meters away. Why does she have such strong hostility towards me? Yi Mo's heart sank, a little confused. I don't think I have ever offended her. Yi Mo thought about it again and again, but still didn't understand what was going on. He could only act according to circumstances and figure out the situation first. Half a minute. The Dark Crow messenger brought Wen Jing and flew ahead of Yi Mo and the others. After landing, she glanced at Lin Yin and the others, gave them a kind look, and then quickly walked in front of Emo. Wen Jing looked at Emo with gentle eyes. At this time, Emo had already restrained his aura, and his body only emitted fluctuations of spiritual power at the initial 1-star level. Seeing his current strength, Wen Jing couldn't help but smile and said, "Student Emo, I didn't expect you to become a coffin master. Congratulations." Emo couldn't help but frown when he heard that. If it were any other time, he would definitely chat with the other person for a few words. But he had already seen the resentment in the woman's eyes just now. So Yemo's tone seemed extremely calm. "Sister Wenjing, why did you come to see me?" Yemo asked in confusion, staring at the other party, wanting to see how she would explain. Wenjing's tone suddenly became concerned when she heard this. "I heard Xiaoyao said you were here too, so I came here to pick you up. After all, you are a person who has just made a contract with a coffin spirit. It is too dangerous for you to be in the Valley of Doom. She and I are very worried about you. But I didn't expect that you actually had 3 friends who are mid-level coffin masters accompanying you. It seems that my worry is a bit unnecessary." Chapitre 39 Wen Jing desquille inattention. As soon as Wen Jing finished speaking, the monkey next to him had a lewd look on his face and gave Emo a thumbs up. Qin Dong also smiled faintly when he saw this. The young and beautiful teacher in front of them looked only a few years older than them. Although her appearance was not as good as Lin Yin's, she was also a first-class beauty. In particular, the other person's figure is extremely mature, more plump than Lin Yin, and even comparable to the Blood Angel. Moreover, this beautiful teacher actually cared so much about a student who had been held back for more than 2 years that she even ran a long way to greet him. This made the two of them have to admire Yemo's charm. "Brother Yi, your mentor is really good to you. He even came all the way to pick you up," Monkey said with a smile. Qin Dong thought about it and interrupted. "Yemo, why don't you go with the beautiful teacher first? Her coffin spirit can fly, and it's more than 5 times faster than us. If you go with her, you will save a lot of time and be able to return to Fengwest City faster. This way, you will be in much less danger and won't run into anyone from the haunted grave hunters." Hearing this, Wen Jing was immediately delighted. Originally, she was thinking about how to take Emo away, and now these 2 mid-level coffin masters actually helped her invisibly, which was simply a pleasant surprise. Wen Jing's face changed rapidly, as if she had thought of something. She immediately showed a look of surprise and asked Qin Dong, "Young man, what did you just say? Have you offended the haunted grave hunters?" Qin Dong was about to answer when Monkey at the side quickly said, "Beautiful teacher, a few of us have teamed up to wipe out a group of fierce ghost tomb seekers. Unfortunately, 2 members of the grave hunting group escaped. They should have called for support by now, and their leader is probably on the way. So if you can take Brother Yi with you, take him out of the Valley of Doom as soon as possible." After this explanation, Wen Jing's face immediately became a little nervous. Then she turned to look at Emo and said in an extremely anxious tone, "Emo, is what he said true? If you really have offended the haunted grave hunters, then hurry up and follow me. The leader of the ghost grave hunters is a high-level 5-star coffin master. He has a sickle demon coffin spirit and kills without blinking an eye. You need to get out of here. Come with me now. I will take you to the Doomsday Town and then arrange for someone to send you back to Fengwest City." Wen Jing looked extremely nervous and her eyes were full of worry. In fact, her heart became extremely excited. When the time comes, just let Black Crow take him to Doomsday Hill and then throw him down from the sky. Wen Jing thought to herself, "You know, even a high-level 9-star coffin tightener would be smashed to pieces if thrown down from 1,000 meters high. There are only 2 types of coffin keepers who can survive at high altitudes. One type has a flying coffin spirit, such as Wen Jing's Crow Herald. The other possibility is that the coffin-suppressing master's spiritual power level reaches the extraordinary level, in which case he can fly in the air. It was obvious that if Emo followed her, he would surely die when the Crowman flew high into the sky. However, at this moment, Lin Yin stood in front of Emo with a cold face. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her tone became extremely cold, and she said to Wen Jing, "Emo, if you believe me, don't go with her." This woman just burst out with a strong murderous intention towards you. As soon as these words came out, Emo looked at Lin Yin in surprise. The faces of Monkey and Qin Dong also changed drastically, and they looked at Wen Jing with vigilance. "What are you talking about, beautiful lady? Emo was my former student. How could I possibly have murderous intentions towards Emo?" Wen Jing frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Lin Yin sneered, "Haha, you know whether you have murderous intentions towards Emo or not. Anyway, here's my words. I won't allow you to take Emo away." After hearing this, even though Wen Jing had something to hide, she couldn't help but start to confront him. She glanced at Emo and said in a tone full of sarcasm, "Emo, is this your girlfriend? Is she jealous? I want to take you away just to get you out of danger and to prevent Xiaoyao from losing her brother. This girlfriend you found seems to have a bad personality and is a little unreasonable. You are being hunted by the haunted grave hunters now. I can obviously make you safer, but she is jealous and putting you in danger. For a girlfriend like this, the teacher's advice to you is that it's better to break up with her." Wen Jing showed a faint smile. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yin's brows suddenly frowned. She seems to be aloof and straightforward, and not good at talking to others. She put the golden coffin on her back directly on the ground and said in a cold tone, "If you don't leave, you will die." On the side, Monkey and Qin Dong also put down the coffin directly and prepared to summon the coffin spirit. "Yimo, it seems that your friend has a big misunderstanding about me." When Jing frowned and her face became gloomy, "Teacher will give you a suggestion. Such a friend who can't tell right from wrong is not worth making friends with. In this case, I will not stay here anymore. I will tell Xiaoyao about your situation." As she spoke, Wen Jing's heart moved. The dark crow herald sensed her order and instantly turned into a shadow, grabbing her and flying high into the sky. Wen Jing's eyes flashed with murderous intent at this moment. She quickly took out her cell phone and secretly took pictures of Lin Yin and others, then slowly disappeared from the sight of Yimo and others. "Yimo, your teacher seems to have taken a picture of us." Lin Yin's gentle voice came. At this moment, the indifference on her face had long disappeared, and instead a hint of worry emerged. "Brother Yi, I saw it just now. This woman did take pictures of us. I'm afraid she will pass the photos to the ghost grave hunting group because she resents us." Qin Dong analyzed. "We have to change our route, otherwise we will be blocked once we leave the Valley of Doom." Yimo heard this and nodded. "In fact, I had already noticed her hostility, but I never figured out how I had offended her." "Yimo, you don't need to think about these things. You just need her to be your enemy. Next time you see her, you will kill her." Lin looked at Yimo and said seriously, "Brother Yi's sister Yin is right. If we can successfully return to Fengyue City, we will find a chance to kill this woman." Monkey said. At this time, Yimo looked at Lin Yin and immediately looked at her curiously and asked, "How did you find out that she wanted to kill me? Could this be your talent?" Lin Yin glanced at Yimo, then nodded and explained, "My talent is called malice conversion. I can currently sense all the evil within a 20-meter radius and absorb it, temporarily transforming it into spiritual power." When Yimo heard the other party's explanation, he was suddenly shocked. No wonder these three people acted so familiar from the moment they met Lin Yin and the other two. It turned out that it was because Lin Yin had such a perverted talent that he could tell whether others were friendly or not. "Lin Yin, thank you so much. I owe you another favor this time," Yimo said with a smile. Chapter 40, Yimo's background. Damn it, how could that woman discover my murderous intentions just now? High in the air, when Jing couldn't understand what was going on. Even though I disguised myself very well, the other party still saw through me. Fortunately, she was relatively calm, and as long as Yimo didn't notice, there would be no big problem. Speaking of which, Yimo and I don't have any hatred. Instead, I feel a little sorry for him. When Jing felt conflicted. At first, she just didn't want Yimo to embarrass her, so she deceived him and deprived him of the qualification for the assessment. However, when she learned that Yi Xiaoyao was Yimo's sister and possessed extremely powerful talents, she felt extremely regretful. It was a rare opportunity for my class to have a talented student like Yi Xiaoyao, and she had a pretty good relationship with me. In the future, when Yi Xiaoyao grows up, I will be proud of it and get endless benefits. But the bad thing was that he had already planned against the other person's brother in advance. Fearing that the truth would be exposed, Wen Jing had no choice but to offer a reward for Yimo in a fit of rage. However, Yimo actually had 3 friends who were mid-level coffin keepers with good abilities, which was something she had never expected. I heard from the Ghost Grave Seeking group that I'm not the only one who has put a bounty on Yimo. I could just pretend I know nothing and distance myself from the matter. Wen Jing thought to herself. Thinking of this, Wen Jing felt much more refreshed. How about I go and explain the truth to Yimo, tell him that he can take the test, and apologize to him? Wen Jing frowned and muttered to herself. No. How can I apologize to a repeater? If he tells others that I was disqualified from the assessment, I won't be able to stay in Fengyue No. 1 middle school anymore, and I will have to face more troubles. Wen Jing shook her head and immediately denied the idea. For a moment, she felt that she was in a difficult situation, so she decided to go all out and directly handed the photos of several people to the Ghost Grave Hunting group. Wait until Wen Jing returns to her class team. Yi Xiaoyao went straight to her and asked, "Teacher Wen Jing, where's my brother? Didn't he come back with you?" Wen Jing was stunned at first, then smiled faintly and said, "Xiaoyao, your brother is now with 3 mid-level coffin masters. They seem to be your brother's friends and will protect your brother's safety, so you don't have to worry about your brother." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately showed a look of surprise. Then she showed a puzzled expression, as if she couldn't believe that her previous brother, who was a bad boy, could make so many friends. Looking at Yi Xiaoyao's expression, Wen Jing immediately revealed a gentle smile. Then she quickly turned on her mobile phone and handed the photo of Yimo and others that she had just taken to Yi Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, this is the coffin-suppressing master your brother is with, and they seem to have a very good relationship, so you really don't have to worry." Wen Jing pointed to the photos on her phone and said. Yi Xiaoyao looked at the 4 people in the photo, and her eyes lit up. There are actually 3 coffin masters carrying golden coffins. It seems that my brother is not as simple as I imagined. Yi Xiaoyao thought to herself, feeling a little happy at the same time. From the positions of Lin Yin and others in the photo, it can be seen that these three people are centered around Yimo, and they seem to regard Yimo as their backbone. However, the expressions of these people seemed a little wary. Wen Jing smiled as if she had thought of something, and then sent the photo to Yi Xiaoyao, saying, Xiaoyao, the girl in the photo seems to be your brother's girlfriend. I didn't bring your brother here, because this girl didn't want your brother to go with me. On a rugged mountain road near the edge of the Valley of Doom, Yimo was on the road with Lin Yin and others. Since we chose a road less traveled, it is relatively safer, but more time-consuming. Along the way, Yimo held Chi-Chi in one hand and asked Tyrant to lead the way with the other hand, killing all the monsters they encountered on the way. This directly allowed Tyrant and Chi-Chi to gain hundreds of experience points. Lin Yin and others followed behind Yimo, all with shock in their eyes. Because the intensity of the spiritual power emanating from Yimo has now reached the initial 6-star level. You know, when I met Yimo yesterday, Yimo's strength was only at the initial 3-star level, and the Tyrant was only around level 7. But just one night later, the strength of Tyrant and Chi-Chi began to skyrocket. Lin Yin and the other two could not even imagine that the levels of the two coffin spirits would be raised so drastically in just one night. Brother Yi, what kind of talent do you have? It's so terrifying. Your battle this past night has elevated the coffin spirit to several levels. This is almost equivalent to our several months of training, the monkey exclaimed. Even though they didn't use any materials like the magic blood pill, it only took them over a year to train the coffin spirit to level 20, making them geniuses. But compared with EMO, there's a world of difference. My talent is corpse raising. You can only contract the coffin spirits of the corpse clan, quickly cultivate zombies, and summon them to fight at the same time. When they heard this, they were even more shocked. In their opinion, the talent of being able to only contract with corpses is a defect, but they can be cultivated quickly, which can make up for many shortcomings. Moreover, they felt that EMO must have a strong background, and that he must have at least one extremely powerful person backing him up in his family. Because in the early stage, people who madly invested rare skills in a low-potential coffin spirit like the Tyrant and possessed a top-level coffin spirit. Except for the children of super large families, no one else dared to even think about it. Just then, Yimo's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the contact's name, he was stunned and stopped immediately. Hey, boy, are you in Fengyue City now? Come to the Tomb Seeking Guild as soon as possible. I have something to discuss with you. President Chen's voice came from the phone. Yimo heard this and said slowly, Mr. Chen, I am in the Valley of Doom. It will take at least 3 hours to get back to Fengyue City. As soon as these words were spoken, the voice on the phone suddenly became louder, sounding a little unhappy. More than 3 hours? Why does it take so long? You didn't run off to the depths of the Valley of Doom alone, did you? Not really, I just ran into some big trouble. Now I'm taking a detour through the mountain, so the return journey will take a little longer. Yimo said calmly. Tell me what trouble you've run into? I've been put on a bounty, and I'm being targeted by the haunted grave hunters. How can this be possible? You are now waiting in the Valley of Doom. I will bring the leader of the haunted grave hunters to you right away. I want to see if he dares to touch you. After saying that, President Chun hung up the phone, leaving Yimo and the others standing there in bewilderment. Chapter 41 President Chun takes action. Brother Yi, who was that old man you were on the phone with just now? He actually asked you to wait here, and said he would bring the leader of the ghost grave seekers here right away. Monkey looked at Yimo and asked curiously, could it be that this old man is an extraordinary strong man? When Lin Yin and Qin Dong heard what the monkey said, their eyes lit up and they looked happy. You know, the strongest person in their family is also an extraordinary coffin tightener, so they know how powerful an extraordinary coffin tightener is. The extraordinary coffin tightener has almost transcended the realm of mortals and can be called a Superman. They have a very advanced use of spiritual power and can use it to fly at low altitudes. At the same time, the extraordinary coffin-suppressing master can simply strengthen himself with spiritual power and can easily smash a building with one punch. However, the most terrifying ones are the coffin spirits under their command who have reached the Lord level or above. When these coffin spirits release their group attack skills, it is like a disaster has struck. With a wave of their hands and a wave of their hands, they can destroy a street hundreds of meters long. Yimo, your background is indeed not simple. It seems that the extraordinary coffin-suppressing master just now has a special relationship with you. Qin Dong said in surprise. I think you guys got something wrong. The old man who just called me is not a supernatural coffin master. Yimo said lightly. Hearing this, Lin Yin raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Isn't he an extraordinary coffin suppressor? Could he be a legendary master? As soon as these words were spoken, Monkey and Qin Dong burst out laughing. Ha! Sister Yin, legendary strongmen are almost always at the level of the lord of a city. If there is a legendary strongman behind Brother Yi, he must be followed by many high-level guards when he goes out. How can we team up with him? The monkey said with a smile. When Lin Yin heard this, she immediately felt that what the other party said made sense. Then she slowly turned her head and looked at Emo with her beautiful eyes. Seeing this, Emo smiled slightly. Lin is right. That old man is indeed a legendary coffin suppressor. As soon as the words fell, Monkey and Qin Dong instantly looked as if they had seen a ghost, and asked in shock. What? A legendary coffin suppressor? How is this possible? Brother Yi, you are kidding? You have a legendary expert protecting you. Then you can walk around Fengyue City with ease. The ghost grave hunters still dare to trouble you. In fact, I've only known that old man for one day. He is the president of the Fengyue City Grave-Seeking Guild. Yemo seemed to have thought of something, and quickly took out a hexagonal snowflake-shaped badge that exuded a chill from his pocket, and then handed it to Lin and the other two. Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group. Fuck, it really is the Tomb Hunting Group of the Fengyue City Tomb Hunting Guild's president. Looks like we don't have to run away in a panic. Ha! Such a big shot actually comes to pick us up in person. Monkey said with a smile, giving Yemo a thumbs up and admired Yemo even more. Okay, let's rest here for a while. I estimate that he will be here in half an hour at most. Yemo waved his hand, then found a clean patch of grass and lay down on it. Seeing this, the others also sat aside and rested on the spot. At this time, on the road outside Fengyue City, leading to the Doomsday Town, a black luxury private car was speeding. In the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak and with a green ghost pattern tattooed on his pale face was resting with his eyes closed. How long will it take to get to Doomsday Town? The middle-aged man asked in a very calm tone. However, when he spoke, a breath of black air came out of his mouth, causing the temperature in the car to drop rapidly. The driver in the front seat felt the cold and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Captain, it will take another 20 minutes to reach Doomsday Town. The driver said tremblingly. 20 minutes is too long. Go faster. Captain, this is already the fastest speed. The road ahead is not easy to drive on. If we go any faster, we may easily overturn. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the driver's forehead. He seemed to be very afraid of the middle-aged man in the back seat. When the middle-aged man heard this, a dark mist suddenly flashed in his eyes. In a moment, his eyes became extremely empty, and the pale skin on his face began to peel off like paper. His originally normal-sized mouth began to tear to the sides, and many hideous fangs grew out. Lao Wang, you have followed me for so many years. You should know that I don't like being disobeyed, right? The middle-aged man's hoarse voice came out with a look of displeasure. I'll give you one chance, or you'll be eaten by my newly conquered possessed ghost. At this time, the driver secretly glanced at the rearview mirror and found that his leader had been possessed by an evil spirit. His face turned pale with fright. Captain, I was wrong. I'll speed up now. Lao Wang suppressed his fear and stepped hard on the accelerator. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura like a mountain descended from the sky and directly enveloped the black car. The driver felt the oppressive atmosphere and fainted instantly. The car, which was driving fast, suddenly lost control and rushed towards a small hill beside the road. With a loud bang, the car hit the rocks on the hill and the hood exploded. The driver in the front seat was killed instantly at this moment. The middle-aged man sitting in the back seat suffered a strong impact. His forehead hit the seat and a trace of blood seeped out. Feeling the abyss-like atmosphere outside the car, the middle-aged man suddenly stiffened all over. The evil spirit that originally possessed him slowly returned to his body, and his face returned to normal. What's going on? Who is it? The middle-aged man was terrified. It's me, Chun Xuezong. A cold voice came from the air. Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly opened the car door and jumped out. When he saw the old man in Tang's suit standing in the air, his face changed drastically and he half knelt on the ground. Qian, who has met the president. I wonder what the master wants to talk to me about. Qian Long said tremblingly. I heard that your ghost grave-seeking group is going to attack my descendants. I want to ask you if this is true. President Chun said in a flat tone. Hearing this, Qian Hu's face suddenly flashed with surprise, and he said, President Chun, who in Fengyue City doesn't know that you only have one granddaughter. How could my ghost hunting group dare to attack the young lady? Then have you heard of the name Yemo? President Chun said. Yemo? How is this possible? Hearing this familiar name, Qian Hu was completely stunned. He didn't expect that the target of the bounty mission his tomb hunting team received was actually the descendant of President Chun. It even caused President Chun to come to him personally. For a moment, Qian Hu felt that the whole world had become dark. This was a completely unprovoked disaster for him. Not only did he lose a deputy team leader and several team members, but he also lost his life. It's over. I got cheated. Qian Hu trembled all over and muttered to himself. It seems that you did attack him. In that case, come with me. After saying that, a burst of spiritual power emanated from President Chen's hands, instantly sucking Qian Hu over. Then he grabbed the other person's neck and flew quickly towards the Valley of Doom. Chapter 42 Chairman Chen arrives. How to deal with Qian Hu. More than half an hour has passed. Mr. Chun should be here soon. In the forest, Yemo stood on a huge rock and looked towards the highlands outside the Doomsday Valley. On the side, Lin and others were also waiting quietly. Sun, a black that appeared in the distant sky, flying at a very high speed. A golden light flashed in Yemo's eyes, and he looked towards the black spot. I saw an old man standing with one hand behind his back, casually pinching the collar of a middle-aged man with the other hand, and flying quickly into the valley. Mr. Chun is worthy of being a legendary coffin tightener. This flying speed is countless times faster than when Jing's Dark Crow Herald, Yemo said in his heart. At the same time, Yemo was also extremely envious of this method of flying in the air. Perhaps after I become a mid-level coffin suppressor, I should subdue a possessed corpse to save my life. Then I will capture a flying corpse coffin spirit to help me on my journey. Yemo's eyes flashed with hope. He guessed that the reason why Mr. Chun came to see him this time was most likely related to the appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City. If I could know the general information about the coffin spirit in the appraisal meeting in advance, I could be fully prepared at that time. This appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City is undoubtedly an opportunity. If I could find a corpse dragon, I would make a fortune. Yemo thought. Yemo, look over there. Is that the President Chun you mentioned? Lenin also apparently noticed the old man flying in the sky, and there was a hint of doubt in his tone. Hearing this, Yemo nodded and said calmly, "It's him." Just then, President Chen's figure instantly appeared more than 10 meters in front of Yemo. When he saw Yemo, he just threw the black-robed man in his hand forward casually. With a bang, the black-robed man's face instantly hit the ground, and he let out a scream. Then he was pushed by a huge force and rolled on the ground for several rounds. He fell in front of Yemo with a cloud of dust. "Yi boy, you are so brave that you actually provoked them. If I hadn't come here, you would have died." President Chun stroked his beard, pointed at the black-robed man with disheveled hair and blood on his face in front of Yemo, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chun, thank you very much. I owe you a favor this time." A smile suddenly appeared on Yemo's face. Upon hearing this, President Chun suddenly became extremely excited and laughed heartily. "Haha, you boy, since you put it that way, then I will accept this favor. I will ask you to repay this favor later, so you must be mentally prepared." Hearing this, Yemo's face suddenly showed a speechless look. He was just saying it out of politeness. He didn't expect that the old man would not play by the rules. However, Yemo didn't want to care about it so much. After all, the other party really helped him solve the fatal crisis. On the side, Monkey and Qin Dong became reserved when they saw President Chun. Although Lin Yin seemed extremely calm, his eyes never left President Chun. There was respect in their eyes when they looked at President Chun, which came from their admiration for the strong. As if he noticed Lin Yin and the others, President Chun looked at them and said to Yemo with a smile, "These three pretty strong guys are your friends, right?" Yemo heard this and nodded. Hearing this, Elder Chen turned to Lin Yin and the others and said, "Since you are friends of Mr. Yi, I will take you back to Fengyue City. You three can come to the Tomb Seeker Guild and have a seat there then. Your aptitude is quite good. If I have time, I can give you some pointers." As soon as these words were spoken, Monkey and Qin Dong took a breath of cold air. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Yin's beautiful eyes, revealing a look of shock. You know, even if you receive simple instructions from a legendary master, you can gain huge benefits. The strongest person in their family also received guidance from a legendary master when his strength reached a bottleneck. Only after integrating the experience passed down by the legendary strong men did he achieve the extraordinary realm. But now, Lin Yin and the other two also have the opportunity to be personally instructed by a legendary powerful person, which makes them extremely excited. "Thank you, President Chun," the three said in unison. Upon hearing this, Old Chun stroked his beard and smiled, then turned his gaze to Yemo. This guy is the leader of the Ghost Grave-Seeking Group. If you have any questions, you can ask him. Old Chin frowned and pointed at Qian Hu, who was lying on the ground with blood all over his face. Of course, you can do whatever you want with him. After all, anyone who dares to touch the members of the Snow Shadow Grave-Seeking Group will die. Old Chin said calmly. On the side, when Qian Hu heard what President Chin said, he felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. "Master, the little one is innocent. I didn't know that Master Yi was your junior. If I knew, I would never dare to accept this bounty mission," Qian Hu said in horror, with a tearful tone in his voice. Although he was used to being the superior and almost walked sideways in Fengyue City. But when faced with a real boss like President Chun, he undoubtedly doesn't have the courage to face him. You know, the opponent's aura alone can almost crush him, a high-level 5-star coffin guardian. If you want to survive, your only chance is to kneel down and beg for mercy like an ant. Seeing that President Chun was indifferent, Qian Hu quickly knelt down in the direction of Yemo and begged, "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I should never have accepted the mission that offered a bounty on you. I should have investigated your identity in advance. If I knew you were a member of the Snow Shadow Grave Seekers, I wouldn't have dared to attack you even if I had 10,000 guts." Hearing this, Yemo raised his eyebrows, as if thinking about something. "Yi boy, his fate is up to you. But I still want to remind you, if your strength is not yet unrivaled, it is best to eliminate all risks that threaten you. Even if it is done with the help of others, it is not something shameful." President Chen looked at Yemo, who seemed to be wavering, and reminded him in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, Qian, who trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, President Chun regards his life as worthless. His only chance of survival lies in Yi Mo's hands. The only thing I can do now is to kneel down and lick Yi Mo. Master Yi, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me. I am willing to be your slave and your subordinate, and allow you to command me at will. Please let me go. Give me a chance to live. Qian, who cried bitterly. Yi Mo glanced at President Chun, then looked at Qian, who was crying bitterly, and a smile appeared on his face. It's not impossible to give you a chance to survive. As long as you tell me who offered the reward for me, then summon your strongest coffin spirit. Stand there and let my coffin spirit beat you up. If your coffin spirit can hold out, I will let you go. If you can't resist, I'm sorry, but I'll take your life with reluctance. Yi Mo said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yin's face suddenly showed an extremely wonderful expression. She knew that Yi Mo's tyrant was so terrifying, especially after it reached level 12. The blood-red energy it released could definitely kill coffin spirits below level 40. Brother Yi is going to kill him, Monkey muttered in a low voice. Qin Dong nodded when he heard this, looking extremely expectant. When Qian, who heard this, he was overjoyed. In his opinion, the people who could kill his deputy captain were undoubtedly Lin Yin and the other two. After all, these three people are mid-level coffin masters who own golden coffins. The spiritual power fluctuations on Yi Mo's body were so weak that he was undoubtedly just a jerk. It is undoubtedly a pipe dream to want to kill the sickle demon with a strong physique and a level of 35. Yi boy you, how could you possibly kill his coffin spirit? Upon hearing this, President Chun shook his head, sounding somewhat helpless. Since he did not deliberately explore Yi Mo's hidden spiritual power fluctuations, he only felt Yi Mo's breath was weak, almost the same as when he first met him yesterday. Forget it. Being kind is a good thing. Once he experiences more, he will realize how cruel this world is. President Chun sighed in his heart. Chapter 43: The Four People Who Offered a Bounty on Yi Mo. After President Chun handed over the right to dispose of Qian Hu to Yi Mo, he stood quietly aside with his hands behind his back and no longer interfered in the matter. Although he knew very well that Yi Mo's tyrant could fight across levels, the tyrant's level was too low. Even with skills like the terrifying red energy column, it was unable to hurt Qian Hu's coffin spirit. Out of concern for Yi Mo, President Chun couldn't help but remind him, "Young man Yi, let the tyrant use all his strength to strike the scythe demon's heart. That's its weak point. If you can break its defense, you might be able to kill it." Yi Mo nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chun, I'm sure I can kill it." As soon as these words came out, Qian Hu felt a little disdainful. A beginner 3-star coffin guardian wants to hurt my sickle demon? It's just a dream. Qian Hu sneered in his heart. However, due to the presence of President Chun, he kept a flattering smile on his face and appeared to be very respectful to Yi Mo. "Mr. Yi, please be merciful later," Qian Hu said with an apologetic smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse Yi Mo in his heart. Haha, if old man Chun wasn't here, you would be the one kneeling in front of me now. Thinking of this, Qian Hu quickly conveyed an order to the sickle demon in the contract space. "Scythe demon, when you are attacked by that useless boy's coffin spirit, try to act like you have suffered great damage. Since he wants to pretend, let's cooperate with him and try our best to please him. Let this loser experience the joy of fighting against opponents of higher levels," Qian Hu said to the sickle demon. At this time, Lin Yin seemed to sense Qian Hu's ill intentions and quickly reached out to pull the corner of Yi Mo's clothes, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "Yi Mo, this guy seems to be scolding you. I feel his ill intentions towards you." Hearing this, a cruel smile suddenly appeared on Yi Mo's lips. "Let me ask you, who offered a reward for me, and then commissioned your tomb hunting group to kill me?" Yi Mo wanted to verify his previous guess, so he stared at Qian Hu and said, "Young Master Yi, there are 4 people who have offered a bounty for you this time." Qian Hu answered seriously. On the side, President Chun immediately widened his eyes, looked at Yi Mo in disbelief, and said, "There are 4? Boy Yi, you are quite good at causing trouble, aren't you? What kind of evil thing did you do to make so many people care about you?" If I remember correctly, it seemed like someone else offended me first. Yi Mo looked at President Chun speechlessly and complained, "Haha, then you are quite good at attracting hatred." Old Chun stroked his beard and smiled, then moved his gaze to Qian Hu. When Qian Hu saw President Chun looking at him, he trembled all over and quickly explained to Yi Mo, "Young Master Yi, do you know a member of the law enforcement team named Su Feng? I didn't expect he really existed." Yi Mo muttered to himself and nodded in response. However, before Qian Hu could continue speaking, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from President Chen's body and pushed out in all directions. How ridiculous! I didn't expect this little law enforcer to be so bold. I've already warned him, but he still dared to attack you. You are simply disrespecting me. President Chen blew his beard and glared, looking extremely angry. "Young man Yi, when you arrive in Fengyue City later, you can hang the badge I give you on your chest. When the time comes, you can commit crimes in the inner city and no one will dare to stop you," President Chen said. As soon as these words were spoken, Monkey and Qin Dong's eyes lit up, and expressions of great admiration appeared on their faces. As expected of a legendary master, this is simply too overbearing, too protective. It would be great if we could also take President Chun as our teacher. The two were very excited. At this time, Yimo has already put Su Feng on the kill list. Although he was responsible for the other party's dismissal, it was all Su Feng's own fault. Go on, Yimo said lightly to Qianhu. Master Yi, because you killed the relatives of a member of our tomb hunting group, that member has also issued a bounty for you. But don't worry, I will order someone to kill him right now to help you vent your anger, Master Yi. Having said that, Qianhu picked up his mobile phone and sent a text message, which undoubtedly determined the fate of that member. The third one is the owner of a hotel in Doomsday Town. I believe you have also met him, Master Yi. As for the last one, Master Yi, you should be very familiar with her, but I am afraid that Master Yi, you may not be able to accept it. Qianhu's tone became hesitant. He was afraid that after Yi Mo knew this person's name, he would get furious and not keep his promise. As soon as these words came out, Chairman Qin standing by showed a puzzled look on his face. Lin Yin and the other two were shocked all over. Yi Mo, if I'm not mistaken, it should be her. Lin Yin looked at Yi Mo with her beautiful eyes, her tone full of affirmation. Brother Yi, I didn't expect that woman would offer a reward for you. Could it be that you have some deep hatred with her? Monkey said anxiously. Yi Mo frowned when he heard this and said calmly, I have never had any conflicts with her. I don't know why she offered a reward for me. I will ask her later. Yi boy, who is the woman you were talking about? Could she be your ex-girlfriend? President Chun said with a smile. Master, you misunderstood. The woman's name is Wen Jing, and she is a tutor at Fengyue No. 1 Middle School. He was also Yi Xiao's former teacher. As for why I came to Doomsday Valley in person, it was because she provided information about Yi Xiao and others. Qianhu explained quickly. Just when Qianhu wanted to continue speaking, Yi Mo interrupted him directly, exuding a faint murderous intent, and said, Okay, no need to say more. You summoned the coffin spirit. Mr. Yi, does what you said before still count? Qianhu asked nervously. Of course it counts. If your scythe demon can withstand the tyrant's attack, I will spare you. I will never break my promise. Chapter 44, Excited Qianhu, Proud Scythe Demon. When Yi Mo finished saying this, a gleam of light flashed in Qianhu's eyes, as if he had escaped death. As long as the sickle demon can withstand the opponent's attack, President Qin can't say anything and can only let Qianhu leave. Young Master Yi, the sickle demon has an extremely strong physique. If you want to practice, you can attack it a few more times. Qianhu showed a smile. He didn't understand where Yi Mo got his confidence from. A low-level corpse wanted to hurt the devil? It was simply wishful thinking. As if he heard the pride in Qianhu's tone, Yi Mo just smiled coldly and said, If you don't summon the coffin spirit, then I will kill you. As soon as these words were spoken, Qianhu felt a chill on his back and dared not delay any longer. He quickly raised his hands, and the spiritual power in his hands flashed, instantly condensing into a strange formation pattern with a blood-red cross. Next, he shouted softly and pressed the strange formation condensed in his hand directly to the ground. Rumble. A loud noise was heard. The ground began to shake slightly, and a cross-shaped crack appeared. I saw a hexagonal coffin more than 3 meters high, emitting dark golden light and engraved with evil dragon patterns squeezed out from the crack in the ground. At this time, Qianhu looked at Yi Mo and said with a smile, Young Master Yi, this is my main battle coffin spirit, the sickle demon. As he spoke, the dark golden coffin lid fell down with a loud bang, and a hideous demon with black wings on its back, double horns on its head, a huge sickle in its hand, and its body wrapped in strange runes appeared in front of them. Since Qianhu's life and death are now in Yi Mo's control, he did not let the sickle demon unleash its full momentum. But the strength of this demon still makes Lin Yin and others tremble with fear. It's actually a level 4 demon. It looks really scary. Upon seeing this, the monkey took a breath of cold air. It's worthy of being the most powerful existence among all races. I feel its potential is infinitely close to the top coffin spirits of other races. Qin Dong's tone was filled with a hint of worry, and he couldn't help but worry for Yi Mo. The demon's physique is definitely the best among all races, and it also possesses extremely powerful attack capabilities. Compared with other races, the demon is a hexagonal warrior. Although they had seen Yi Mo kill the ghost knight in seconds, how could the weak physique of the undead compare with that of the devil? At the moment, it is still unknown whether the tyrant can kill the sickle demon instantly. At one side, President Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly watching the changes in Yi Mo's expression. In his opinion, it would be very difficult for the tyrant to kill the sickle demon. But when he saw that Yi Mo still had a smile on his face, and even a hint of excitement, he suddenly felt a little confused. What's wrong with this kid? Could it be that his strength has improved a lot after just one day of not seeing him? President Qin muttered to himself. The next second, he began to explore Yi Mo's spiritual power with all his strength. Fuck, boy. In just one day, your spiritual power has increased from the initial 3 stars to the initial 6 stars? Are you kidding me? President Chun said in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, Qianhu's brows immediately frowned. From beginner 3 stars to beginner 6 stars in one day. This is absolutely impossible, Qianhu sneered in his heart, thinking that President Chun was a little blind. Even if the opponent's coffin spirit reaches level 12, it is impossible to hurt the sickle demon. Yemo didn't pay attention to what President Chun said, but just looked at the sickle demon curiously. Coffin spirit scythe demon. Race demon. Level. Commander level. Seal level dark gold dragon coffin level cap 59. Talent. Upper demon bloodline. Extremely strong physical strength, while reducing 50% of the damage received. Life Reaper, when using the sickle to hit the target, penetrate the defense, sees the vitality equal to the damage to restore itself, and make it difficult for the target's injuries to heal, and continue to lose vitality. Skills. Special Skybreak, Demonic Flame, level 3. Flash Step, Primary Regeneration, level 4. Sweep, Rapid Flight, level 2. Advanced Deterrence, level 3. Special Skill. Scythe Demon True Body, shows the strongest demon posture, attack range and attack speed increased by 5 times, attack power increased by 2 times. Defects none. Intimacy, obey others. Current status, disdain, arrogance. Number of possible evolutions, 2 times. Introduction from the demonic abyss. The manager of the upper abyss, the elite among the demons, with good attacks and decent strength. Higher demon bloodline can actually reduce damage. That's kind of powerful. Looking at the panel of the sickle demon, Yemo couldn't help but be shocked. For others, this talent alone would be extremely tricky. Any attack against the scythe demon will reduce the damage by half. The Tyrant's Super Material Penetration is an 8th level skill that can ignore physical defense and soul body. The skill level completely exceeds the potential limit of the sickle demon. This upper demon bloodline is completely ineffective to me. The Tyrant can still kill it in 1 strike. Yemo was extremely confident. This move is his trump card, an 8th level skill. You should know that coffin spirits above level 80 are second only to gods, possessing the power to destroy the world, and are called the King of the World, King of the Realm. It would really be a joke if a skill that only the King of the World could possess was reduced by a small demon talent. Seeing Yemo in a daze, Qianhu suddenly felt happy, and then he quickly invited him. Young Master Yi, please make a move. I want to see how powerful you are. On the side, Linin looked at Qianhu's smug look and couldn't help but frowning. Yemo, you can't agree to that condition just now. It's okay, I know my limits. Yemo gave Lin in a reassuring look. My lady, people of Master Yi's status always keep their word. How can you give random advice and mislead such a distinguished person as Master Yi? Qianhu was extremely dissatisfied with Lin Yin, with a hint of panic in his tone. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely be able to force this woman to submit to him, but now the situation forced him to swallow his anger and not dare to explode. Qianhu was afraid that Yemo would change his mind, so he smiled at Yemo and said, Young Master Yi, please make your move quickly. You can beat the sickle demon all you want, as long as you have fun. Hearing this, Yemo's face immediately showed an excited smile. As long as they kill the demons of the previous level, the experience gained will definitely allow Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level up again. And Yemo had no intention of letting Qianhu go from the beginning to the end. He just wanted the other party to summon the coffin spirit and then gain experience. Okay, in that case, I won't be polite, Yemo said with a smile. Then he summoned the Tyrant and had him walk directly in front of the scythe demon. The sickle demon looked at the Tyrant with disdain, then raised his head, showing his contempt. When Qianhu saw the sickle demon's actions, he was immediately frightened. Fuck, you bastard. It's young Master Yi's coffin spirit. Be respectful to it. Kneel down quickly and let it beat you up so that young Master Yi can calm down. Qianhu roared at the sickle demon. Contract Master, you are incompetent. How could a proud being like me kneel down to a zombie as small as an ant? The sickle demon completely ignored Qianhu's roar and said with his head held high. Next, the sickle demon approached the Tyrant again, looked down at the Tyrant, and said with disdain, Ant, call me, attack me. If you hurt me in the slightest, I will break off the pair of demon horns on my head and give them to you. After hearing this, how could the Tyrant endure such humiliation? It just roared, and a ball of extremely violent blood-red energy quickly condensed in its hands. In just 1 second, this ball of energy has condensed to its limit and reached a state of extreme saturation. The endless sense of restlessness distorted the surrounding air. Everyone was so surprised that they retreated more than 10 steps backwards. At this time, a low, indistinct sound came out of the Tyrant's mouth, and he roared angrily. D! As soon as the words fell, blood-red energy suddenly exploded. With a loud bang, the surrounding space shook, a burning sensation came over them, and a red light burst out like the sun, stinging everyone's eyes. After a few breaths, wait until the blood-red light disappears and the surroundings return to calm. Everyone then looked forward. Where is the sickle demon within sight? Only the tyrant was left standing next to the huge pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters, as well as a sickle in its hand, and a pair of devil horns. Chapter 45 Upgrade Again. The king-level coffin spirit of the tomb-seeking guild. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed the sickle demon, doubled the experience, and gained experience points. Ding! The coffin spirit experience sharing takes effect. Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi gains experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required for the next level is 100. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to servant level. The experience required to upgrade to the next level is 600. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the items. Devil's Scythe, Devil's Horn. When the system prompt sounded, Yemo felt refreshed. This time, killing the sickle demon gained 8,000 experience points, which brought us one step closer to the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Open the Tyrant panel. Yemo's heart moved. Coffin Spirit. First generation Tyrant type, Tyrant. Race, Corpse Clan. Level, Servant level. Experience, Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, upper, limit 39 levels. Talent, Comprehensive Virus Enhancement, Virus Absorption. Skills, Destruction Bombardment level 2, Rapid Rush level 2, Tearing Claws level 2, Intermediate Healing level 2, Supermatter Penetration level 8, Flame Step Special, Thunder Slash Special. Special Skill, Unbinding. Defects none. Intimacy, sacrifice your life to protect your master. Current state, excited. Number of possible evolutions, 1. Introduction from the City of Doomsday, a rare powerful monster among zombies, with excellent language comprehension ability. After being trained by a god-level corpse breeder, his ability has been greatly improved. Looking at the Tyrant's gorgeous skill panel, Yemo suddenly became excited. You know, yesterday's Tyrant was just a level 1 zombie with ordinary potential. However, with the help of the system and Yemo's talent, he reached level 14 in just one day and gained several more terrifying skills. If others could see the Tyrant's panel now, they would definitely be stunned. Then, Yemo took another look at Chi-Chi's panel. Except that the level had reached 12, there was no other change. But Chi-Chi, who has 2 talents and 3 unique skills, can kill monsters at least 10 levels higher. This is the power of a level 1 coffin spirit. Thinking of this, Yemo clenched his fists with an expectant look on his face. Anyway, upgrade Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 21st and evolve them once. At this time, the people around have not yet recovered from the shock. They had all seen with their own eyes that the Tyrant needed to accumulate energy for quite a long time to use this move. But now, the Tyrant was so angry that he gathered all his energy in just 1 second. This shocked them greatly. Ye boy, this silver-level sealed zombie of yours is really terrible. I'm afraid its strength is much stronger than the small dumplings of the same level. President Chen sighed. Just as President Chen was sighing, Qianhu staggered to the edge of the pit. When he looked at the sickle demon that had disappeared, a blood mist suddenly spurted out of his mouth, and his face turned extremely pale. How is this possible? How can it kill my demon? Qianhu roared like a madman with disheveled hair. You know, this sickle demon is the result of his hard work for more than 20 years. The amount of materials and money he spent on cultivating this demon was at least over 10 billion. However, he never expected that a level 35 demon could be killed instantly by a weak zombie. This was undoubtedly a fantasy, but that was the fact. Qianhu's heart felt torn apart and was bleeding. Puff! Kill my coffin spirit. I want you to die. Qianhu spat out a mouthful of blood and roared. Then he clenched his fist, condensed a trace of spiritual power, and rushed towards Emo at an extremely fast speed. Humph! You dare to attack me in front of me. You are courting death. President Chen snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, and he rushed directly towards Qianhu. In an instant, Qianhu felt like he was falling into an abyss. He was forced to his knees by the pressure of his aura, his legs were broken, and he fainted on the ground. Ye boy, I'll leave him to you, President Chen said expressionlessly. Yemo nodded, then slowly stretched out a hand. Seeing this, the tyrant handed over the devil's sickle in his hand. Yemo took it and walked to Qianhu, killing him with one blow. Half an hour later, in the outer city of Fengyue City, in the 3rd floor of the Tomb-Seeking Guild, Yemo was browsing the materials and information about cultivating zombies with great interest. Suddenly, the door in the attic slowly opened. Chairman Chen walked in with a figure wearing ancient official uniform. Yemo slowly raised his head and glanced at the figure beside President Chen. A hint of astonishment suddenly flashed in his eyes. Because, to be precise, this human figure is a zombie. This zombie is scary just by standing there, and it exudes a faint aura. But Yemo was very sure that this aura was several times stronger than the aura that President Chen had emitted before. Whose coffin spirit is this zombie? It's so terrifying. Yemo was extremely shocked. Yemo, this is Lord Xuankue. President Chen pointed at the zombie and introduced him. Xuankue? Yemo's heart was shocked, and he felt very familiar with this name. He knew very well what this name meant. However, He was not sure whether the person behind Xian Ke was the same as he knew. But what is certain is that President Chun is a legendary 9-star boss. Since he can be called Sir, Xuan Kuei is at least a king-level existence. Old Chun, there's no need to be so respectful. Now you can treat Xuan Kuei as me. Xuan Kuei said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, President Chun heaved a sigh of relief, punched Xian Kuei in the chest twice, and complained, "Oh my god, why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known it was you, would I have been so nervous?" Upon seeing this, Xian Kuei pushed President Chun away with one hand and gave a look that said, "Keep away from me. With the younger generation around, you don't need to care about your image, but I do," Xian Kuei said seriously. Watching their conversation, Yemo felt completely confused. President Chun was extremely respectful 1 second, and then he started hitting someone's chest the next. This operation is a bit confusing. However, Yemo had also seen this situation from Xiaomei, because the words spoken by this zombie were conveyed by someone else. Seeing that Yemo didn't understand, President Chen quickly explained, "Young man Yi, this is a skill that only legendary coffin masters and above can comprehend. It's called soul transformation, which allows the soul of the coffin master to be exchanged with the soul of the coffin spirit." As soon as these words came out, Yemo felt like he had opened the door to a new world. Soul conversion means that the legendary coffin master can personally control the body of the coffin spirit to fight without having to give orders from the side. After the coffin keeper's body is taken over by the coffin spirit, he can freely enter the coffin to rest and be absolutely protected by the coffin. The legendary warrior is so terrifying. This method is countless times stronger than the coffin spirit that possesses the body. Yemo was amazed. At the same time, he was looking forward to it. If you reach the legendary level, you can personally control the coffin spirit's body to fight. This feeling is much more exciting than commanding the coffin spirit from the side. Chapter 46, Exchange Chi-Chi? Lin Jizuan was extremely shocked. Just as Yemo was imagining the future scene, President Chen suddenly pointed at Xian Kuei beside him and said, "Young man Yi, the reason why I came to you today is actually because of him. Anyway, if he wants you to do something, just try your best to satisfy him. This guy will never treat you unfairly." President Chen warned again. Then he walked to the desk beside him, took out a can of tea, and started brewing it. Upon hearing this, Yemo's face immediately showed a look of confusion. He then stood up from his chair and looked at the zombie king Xuan Kuei. At this time, Xian Kuei also shifted his gaze to Yemo. "My young friend, my surname is Lin, and my given name is Jio. You can call me Taoist Lin." Xuan Kuei introduced himself. "I came here this time because I want to discuss something with you." As soon as these words came out, Yemo's face was suddenly filled with surprise. "This big guy wants to discuss something with me?" Yemo was shocked. He didn't expect that a Supreme King would come to him in person to discuss things. However, it seems that President Chun is a close friend of Taoist Lin, the supreme coffin suppressor behind Xuan Kuei. Perhaps President Chun had already told the other party about his ability to see through the coffin seal, so the other party came to find him. "I wonder what Supreme Lin wants to discuss with me?" Yemo was neither humble nor arrogant, and his tone seemed extremely calm. Seeing this, Xian Kuei looked at Yemo in surprise. If an ordinary person saw a king-level existence, they would have lost their composure, but Yemo was only a beginner 7-star coffin guardian, yet he could talk to him calmly. This junior has a good character. Supreme Lin gave Yemo a relatively satisfactory evaluation in his heart. "I wonder if you have already signed the contract for the little rice dumpling he gave you. If you have not tamed it, could you give it up and hand it over to me?" Xian Kuei said bluntly. Hearing this, Yemo's face suddenly froze. He didn't expect that the other party didn't come for the ability of the golden eyes to break evil, but it's for Chi-Chi. Of course, the current Chi-Chi is not the previous jumping boy with the talisman. He has merged with the template, belongs to the first-level coffin spirit, and has been contracted by himself. No matter what, Yemo would never terminate the contract with Chi-Chi. "Sir Lin, by chance, the kid has already made a contract with the jumping boy," Yemo explained with an embarrassed look on his face. On the side, Chairman Chun, who was making tea, saw Yemo's expression and said with a smile, "Hey, Yi boy, this guy is a professional zombie and has a terrible liking for zombies. If the intimacy between Xiao Zongzi and you is not high enough to make him obey your orders, I still suggest you give it to him. You could take advantage of this opportunity to make some money from him." Hearing this, Xian Kuei also nodded and said, "My friend, in exchange, I can provide you with a coffin spirit of another level corpse clan, and I will personally teach you for half a year and give you the materials to cultivate the coffin spirit to the Lord level." As soon as these words came out, Yemo took a breath of cold air. As expected of a supreme being, this is simply astonishing. You know, the total value of the materials cultivated to the Lord level has completely surpassed the value of the first level coffin spirit by more than 10 times. Moreover, if there is a supreme being to guide you, as long as you are given the title of registered disciple, no one would dare to mess with you, even a pig. It can be seen that what President Chen said was not wrong. The Supreme Lin in front of him did have a terrible love for zombies. If I could get this material, I could show off my prowess at the appraisal meeting and bid like crazy for coffins with high ceiling levels. Yemo thought to himself. However, this thought only flashed through my mind for a moment. I have finally obtained a high-level template and turned the jumping boy into such a cute Chi-Chi with incredible potential. How could I possibly exchange it? Besides, it doesn't seem to be too difficult for me to make Tyrant and Chi-Chi reach the Lord level. Maybe it only takes half a year? At this time, Yemo showed a trace of apology on his face, shook his head and said, Supreme Lin, it's not that I don't want to, but I have already subdued Tao boy, and our intimacy has reached the level where he obeys my every word. As soon as the words fell, Chairman Chen's hand trembled, and the teacup dropped to the ground with a clang. Then he turned around and looked at Yemo with a look of extreme shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Yi boy, don't joke with us. You have only contracted with Xiao Zongzi for 1 day. How is it possible to increase the intimacy from 0 to more than 60 points? Xian Kuei couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. Then he looked at Yemo with a frown. Old Chun, he is not lying. Xian Kuei said with a hint of disbelief in his tone. This? President Chen was speechless for a moment. Young man Yi, you really refresh my cognition time and time again. Why is your talent so amazing? As if thinking of something, President Chen said to Xian Kuei proudly, Brother Lin, this kid has incredible talent. Oh, Xian Kuei immediately became interested, looked at President Chen in confusion, and asked, why don't you tell me what's so special about this young man? Let him speak for himself. This kid likes to hide things, and I only know a part of his talent. Anyway, I am sure that this kid's talent is much better than yours, Brother Lin. Because of the large-scale coffin spirit appraisal meeting next week related to the 4th Holy Ruins, World Sky Ridge, I have to rely on him completely, President Chun said with a smile. After hearing what President Chun said, Xian Kuei became even more curious about Yemo, and even flashed a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He quickly asked, young friend, can you tell me about your talent? Upon hearing this, Yemo nodded and began to speak slowly. The boy's talent is to raise corpses. He can contract twice the number of coffin spirits and summon all coffin spirits at the same time. He has a chance to mutate the skills that the coffin spirits have learned, and he can quickly improve his intimacy with the coffin spirits. The key is to quickly upgrade the level of the coffin spirit. As soon as these words came out, Xian Kuei's mouth opened slightly, with a look of astonishment in his eyes. I've seen the talent of corpse raisers before. One of my newest disciples has such a strange talent, but he is a high-level corpse breeder, and his talent is much worse than yours. I guess your talent is at least at the king level, or even higher, right? Xian Kuei said in surprise. His own talent is also top-notch among the superclass, infinitely close to the king class. So while he was shocked by Yemo's talent, he was able to remain calm. But the next second, President Chen was getting a little impatient because he wanted to see Supreme Lin so shocked that his scalp was numbing. Yi boy, you are hiding something and hesitating again? I'll say it for you. President Chun glared at Yemo. Then he dropped a bombshell. Brother Lin, this kid just contracted a level 1 zombie coffin spirit yesterday. This morning, not only did his zombies reach level 12, they were also able to instantly kill a level 35 dark gold potential demon. In addition, he also has the ability to see through the seal of the coffin and distinguish the race and type of the coffin spirit in the seal. At this large-scale appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City, he has promised to help me capture at least 1 level 1 coffin spirit and all level 1 dragon coffin spirits. He said he has king-level talent, but you wouldn't believe it, right? From what I have seen, this kid has at least saint-level talent. He promised to help you take down the low-level coffin spirit? Xian Kuei's eyes showed extreme shock. At this moment, he realized how incredible Yi Mo's talent was. Not to mention the corpse-raising talent that surpasses the king level. Just this ability to see through the seal is enough to make Lin Jiao, the supreme coffin master, unable to sit still. Yemo is worth his full efforts to win over. My dear friend, can you come with me to this coffin spirit appraisal meeting regarding the world Sky Ridge? A stiff smile appeared on Xian Kuei's stiff face, his tone full of anticipation. Hearing this, President Chun pointed at Xian Kuei and glared at him. Lin Jiao, don't go too far, you idiot. Young Yi has already promised me, so how can he go with you? You are trying to snatch the coffin spirit from me. You are simply unforgivable. Anyway, I will never agree to it. Chun Xuezong, do you want to talk to me based on your power and status? In this case, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Xian Kuei spoke in a cold tone, emitting a strong aura that shook the entire attic of the grave-seeking guild to the point of collapse. You idiot, you're going too far. Feeling the strong oppression, President Chen's face suddenly turned red, and he roared unwillingly. On the side, when Yemo saw this scene, the corners of his eyes twitched. Okay, my 2 big brothers, I will go with you. I promise that I will take down all the ancient crystal coffins. Then you 2 can divide the ownership of the coffin spirit, okay? Hearing this, the 2 bosses put their hands behind their backs and snorted coldly at each other. Then he looked at Yemo with a kind smile and nodded in agreement. Chapter 47 Reception Disturbance in the Trading Area. An hour later, Yemo left the Tomb-Seeking Guild and prepared to go to the largest trading market in the outer city. This time when he returned to the city, he wanted President Chen to bring Lin Yin and others with him. But he was rejected by the other party. Because of the demise of the ghost grave-seeking group, Lin Yin and others were safe in the Valley of Doom. At least, if the high-level coffin-suppressing masters don't come out, they can work together to dominate the Valley of Doom. However, before leaving, they learned that Yi Mo's sister was still in the Doomsday Valley, and they immediately decided to protect Yi Xiaoyao secretly. Yi Mo did not object to the decision of the few people, but he kept this favor firmly in his heart. When he left with President Chun, he also handed the key of the black heavy motorcycle he had bought to Lin Yin. After all, if you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to buy something and only use it once, and then throw it away, that would be too extravagant. Just then, Yi Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and saw a text message from Lin Yin. Lin Yin, we have met your sister and that woman. Lin Yin, that woman was very close to your sister and didn't seem to have any ill intentions. Lin Yin, if the situation is not right, we will take direct action. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Yi Mo's brows slowly frowned. Don't you have any ill will towards Xiaoyao? It seems that when Jing is targeting me. If so, I'll see how she explains it when the time comes. Yi Mo had no intention of causing trouble for Wen Jing right now because she was still leading a team for training and Yi Xiaoyao was among them. There are also tutors from other classes nearby to provide support. In short, everything has to wait until my sister's training is completed. As long as the training is over, Yi Mo will definitely take her life. Of course, before taking her life, Yi Mo would let her release the coffin spirit for a fight. You know, although the experience of a level 28 coffin spirit is not as good as that of a commander level coffin spirit, it is still very rich. As long as you kill all the opponent's coffin spirits, you can gain a lot of experience. Yi Mo is looking forward to this. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his face, and he quickly sent a message back to Lin Yin. Yi Mo, thank you so much for these 2 days. When you return to Fengyue City, remember to send me a message, and I will come to see you. Lin Yin, soon. Yi Mo brought a space backpack full of materials and came to the largest trading shop in the outer city, Wanbeilu. The shop is very large and is an antique 3-story building that is no less impressive than the Grave-Seeking Guild. The door of the pavilion was open, and coffin controllers came in and out from time to time, making the building seem very lively. Yi Mo walked straight through the door and into the shop. The trading hall on the first floor is very large, as big as 2 basketball courts. There is a magnificent corridor in the middle, dividing the hall into 2 areas, one large and one small. The area on the right is slightly smaller, with a huge sign hanging on it that says Low-Level Material Trading Area. The slightly larger area on the left is the Intermediate Materials Trading Area. Yi Mo glanced at the coffin keepers in the trading areas on both sides, a look of astonishment showing on his face. Because the trading area for low-level materials on the right is smaller and there are not many reception staff, these coffin makers can only line up in several lines and complain from time to time. The specifications of the trading area on the left are relatively high, and there are not many coffin keepers who can trade intermediate materials, so the reception is almost one-on-one. Yi Mo thought about it, then looked towards the intermediate material trading area. The person closest to him was a young beauty, about 18 years old. Hello, I'm here to trade materials. Please help me arrange it. Yi Mo looked at the beautiful receptionist who was standing upright in front of him with a smile on her face, wearing black high heels and a uniform skirt, and waved and spoke. When the beautiful receptionist heard Yi Mo calling her, a professional smile immediately appeared on her face, and she hurried over. Sir, my name is Xiao Yu. I am happy to serve you. Excuse me, sir. Are you looking to trade intermediate materials? The beautiful receptionist asked with a smile. Yes, Yi Mo said lightly. Although he didn't know why the material trading area was divided so clearly, what he had in a space backpack was left by a high-level coffin maker, so intermediate-level materials were definitely indispensable. Then, sir, please come with me over here to appraise the value of the materials. Xiao Yu pointed to a spacious compartment in the intermediate trading area and said, once these materials are appraised, we will directly purchase them at the market price and transfer the money to you in person without charging any handling fees. After saying that, the beautiful receptionist led Yi Mo to a cubicle nearby. Just then, suddenly, an unfriendly voice appeared beside him. You are really new here. You have no sense at all. The person who spoke was a woman who was slightly less pretty than Xiao Yu and was probably in her 20s. She was standing next to Yi Mo and the other man, with extreme disdain in her eyes. Ah, you can't even tell the difference between a beginner and intermediate coffin suppressor. This job is not suitable for you at all. You should quit as soon as possible. When Xiao Yu heard this, her eyes suddenly became a little panicked. Ms. Zhang, what are you talking about? Are you saying that this gentleman is a beginner coffin suppressor? What else? If it's a mid-level coffin suppressing master, how could it be your turn to receive him? Sister Zhang said coldly. After these words were spoken, Xiao Yu's face showed embarrassment. Here, all receptionists are very clear about one thing. That is, it is almost impossible for a beginner coffin maker to produce intermediate materials. Because most of the intermediate materials are produced from monsters between levels 20 and 30, as well as various secret realms in other worlds. Yi Mo looked so young, like a student who just graduated, How could he be a mid-level coffin suppressor? Excuse me, sir. I'll take you to the low-level trading area. Xiaoyu still had a professional smile on her face and said softly, I'll tell them and ask them to arrange for you as soon as possible. He's just a guy who doesn't want to queue up and wants to take advantage of others. Why are you still so respectful to him? It's really embarrassing for us mid-level receptionists. You should resign immediately and give your position to my sister. Sister Zhang said disdainfully. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face became even uglier. She was just a newcomer who had been there for a few days. She became a mid-level receptionist because of her excellent image, so she applied for this position by chance. If you don't do your job well, you may be fired at any time. She cherishes this job very much, but he didn't dare to refute anything in front of these old receptionists, let alone offend a coffin-suppressing master. For a time, there was a mist in Xiaoyu's eyes, and she felt a little at a loss. Yimo seemed to have guessed what the other party was thinking. He frowned, then smiled and said to Xiaoyu, Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Xiaoyu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this and looked at Yimo with gratitude. At this time, Yimo looked at the sarcastic woman next to him and sneered. A mid-level receptionist seems so impressive. Can you look down on a beginner coffin master? Is there a possibility that I can become a mid-level coffin suppressor soon? You will have to receive me respectfully then. The woman laughed so hard that her body shook with laughter when she heard this, revealing a look of contempt. I'm sorry, but due to my outstanding work performance, I will soon be transferred to the second floor as a senior receptionist. Besides, my husband is a mid-level 7-star coffin suppressor. So what if you become a mid-level coffin suppressor? Do you think I'm afraid of you? You want me to receive you respectfully? Are you worthy of it? Chapter 48, I really have the 4th level materials. The woman looked very arrogant and spoke very loudly, attracting the attention of people in the trading areas on both sides. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area and a few intermediate coffin masters saw this scene and glanced at it casually. This kind of thing used to be very common here. There are many beginner coffin makers who have no status and position. In order to save time, they are unwilling to queue up and want to take shortcuts and go to the intermediate material trading area. As a result, these coffin makers could only produce low-grade materials during the appraisal, which eventually caused dissatisfaction among the appraisers. They were directly kicked out and blacklisted by Wan Bailu. You know, the price given by Wan Bailu is definitely the most reasonable in the entire Fengyue city. Most of the other shops on the ancient street that purchase materials are very blood-sucking and will at least lower the price of low-grade materials by half. Therefore, beginner coffin keepers would rather queue up at Wanbao building than go to those small shops on the street. In the corridor, a man with a black devil badge on his chest and a strength of mid-level 9 stars happened to see this scene and walked over quickly. When he saw Xiaoyu's good looks, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I didn't expect that after not being here for a few days, the mid-level receptionist would be attracted by such a beautiful beauty. But he seemed to like Miss Zhang more. After all, she had a husband and they had a good relationship. Xiaoyu was young and didn't seem to be married, which totally displeased him. He glanced at Emo with disdain in his eyes and chimed in. What era is it now? I didn't expect there are still rubbish playing this game. If you don't want to queue, why not go to the small shops outside? As he spoke, the mid-level coffin-suppressing master pulled out a space backpack the size of a purse from his pocket. This is a 1 cubic meter space backpack, worth tens of millions, but few ordinary beginner coffin masters can afford it. Boy, do you have a space backpack? You can't just take out a few first-level zombie crystal cores from your pocket, right? The mid-level coffin suppressor taunted. After saying that, he glanced at Sister Zhang again, with a proud look on his face. Miss Zhang, I have 10 third-level intermediate materials and a lot of second-level low-level materials in my backpack. Please take me to the appraisal area. I plan to sell them. As soon as these words were spoken, Miss Zhang's face immediately revealed a charming smile, and she looked at the intermediate-level coffin-suppressing master with eyes full of love, as enthusiastic as she could be. Captain Wang Xiang, are you leading the members of the Ghost Grave Hunting Group to open up a secret realm in another world above level 25 this time? Ah, that's natural. Then please follow me to the identification area. Ms. Zhang quickly pulled Captain Wang's hand and said in a soft and enthusiastic voice. Seeing this, Captain Wang touched Ms. Zhang's soft hand and showed an obscene smile. When Yemo saw this scene, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this person was also a member of the Haunted Grave Hunters. What would he think if he took out Zhao Long's space backpack and the materials left on the Sickle Demon? Boy, what are you still looking at here? Why don't you go over there quickly? Captain Wang pointed to the low-level material trading area and said coldly. On the side, Sister Zhang also looked at Xiaoyu with disdain in her eyes. Originally, my appearance was the best among the receptionists on the first floor. But after Xiaoyu came, many people looked at her, which made her extremely unhappy. However, as long as she completes this reception for Wang Xiang and her performance meets the promotion requirements, she can be promoted directly to the second floor. At that time, she will have the power to directly fire Xiaoyu and let her sister take her place. Hey, Captain Wang, why are you still wasting your time talking to such a small person? Come with me now, Miss Zhang said to Wang Xiang, winking at him. Seeing this, Wang Xiang immediately showed a happy expression on his face. Ha ha, seeing that you were so impatient, Wang will satisfy you. Wang Xiang said with a smile, turned around, and followed Miss Zhang towards the compartment identification area, without even looking at Emo. Sir, I will arrange the identification of low-level materials for you now. Xiaoyu still had an unnatural smile on her face, and was very respectful to Emo. No, just take me to the second floor. Emo said calmly. As soon as these words came out, Xiaoyu trembled all over, and her face turned a little ugly. Wang Xiang and Miss Zhang, who had just walked away less than 2 steps, also stopped. Some beginner coffin masters who were watching the fun not far away all burst into laughter. Fuck, this kid is really brave. Is he here to cause trouble? I told you that he is not qualified to go to the intermediate trading area, but he doesn't follow the rules? He wants to go directly to the advanced trading area? This guy is either mentally ill, or he is here to embarrass the girl. Someone also suggested to Xiaoyu. Little girl, just ask the security personnel to kick him out. Don't be afraid to offend him. That's right. What is a beginner 7-star coffin suppressor doing here? Is he only good at bullying the weak? A group of people were talking. When Miss Zhang saw Emo making things difficult for Xiaoyu, she couldn't help but laugh out loud and looked extremely happy. Wang Xiang on the side looked at Emo and snorted coldly. Boy, I haven't even been to the second floor. You want to go up there too? Are you daydreaming about taking out the 4th-tier materials? Upon hearing this, Emo raised his eyebrows, looked at the other person, and then smiled faintly. Sorry, I do have 4th-level materials. When these words were spoken, all the onlookers were stunned. What did they hear? A beginner coffin master said he could produce 4th-level materials? Is this a joke? Interesting. Are you from a big family? Or maybe you have a powerful background? Wang Xiang sneered. You know, who else can be a beginner coffin maker who can come up with high-level materials, except for the children of a big family? As for the children of big families, all the materials or money they need are provided by the family. Why would you come to a place like this in person? On the side, Miss Zhang was already laughing so hard that she was shaking. In her opinion, Emo is a weirdo. The other receptionists in the intermediate trading area were preparing to ask the security personnel to kick Emo out. Sir, please leave quickly, otherwise you will be blocked by Wan Bailu. Xiaoyu said hurriedly. However, Emo still shook his head. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, Don't worry, I won't hurt you for no reason. You just watch from the side. After that, Emo looked at Wang Xiang again and said coldly, Come and see if this is a 4th-level material. He pulled out a leather backpack. Then, Emo reached out and reached into his backpack. The next second, a huge sickle that shone with a sharp aura was wrapped in black lines all over and exuded a terrifying bloody aura appeared in his hand. This sickle does not look like a dead object. It seems to have a spirit, and there is a protruding blood-red vertical pupil at the end of the blade. The blood-red vertical pupils blinked from time to time, like the eyes of a devil, as if one would lose one's life if one looked at it. It looked extremely terrifying. Everyone who felt the aura of the sickle shuddered and took a deep breath. Fuck, this weapon is so powerful. Could it really be a 4th-level weapon? This guy can actually come up with something like this. There must be someone behind him. As soon as Miss Zhang saw the sickle, a look of uneasiness flashed across her eyes, and her whole body began to tremble violently. She had seen high-end materials several times, but compared to this sickle, those high-end materials seemed extremely ordinary. The sickle in front of me is definitely not just made of 4th-level materials. Whenever Emo goes to the advanced materials trading area, he will be treated as a guest of honor. For a time, regret and fear surged directly into her heart. Wang Xiang, who was standing by, felt his scalp tingling. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, and his pupils contracted violently, because he seems to recognize this sickle. It seems to be the coffin spirit of their leader, the companion weapon of the super sickle demon. Chapter 49 Greedy Wang Xiang. What kind of old waste is Chen Xuezong? This is impossible. How come you have the companion weapon of the side demon? Where did you get it from? Wang Xiang's legs went limp, his face turned pale with fear, and he took a few steps back, his eyes full of disbelief. However, when he thought of the strength of his own leader, his expression immediately recovered a lot. The team leader is a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor. Nothing will happen to him. The weapon this kid took out must not belong to the Captain Guanling. Wang Xiang comforted himself. Emo heard this, his face calm, and said coldly, Is this considered a 4th-level material? As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiang's face turned extremely ugly, and Miss Zhang beside him suddenly looked flustered. Sir, this is a 4th-level material. I was wrong just now. I look down on people. Please don't complain about me. Miss Zhang said nervously. Oh, you can still file a complaint? Thanks for the reminder. Emo said with a smile. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's legs suddenly went weak, and she fell to the ground. She didn't know how much the sickle was worth, but she knew very well how powerful the devil was. No matter how poor the materials stripped from demons are, they are still much more expensive than those from the other 5 major races. Boy, where did you get these materials? Did you pick them up from somewhere? Or did you steal them from others? Wang Xiang took a deep breath, stared at Emo's space backpack, and questioned. As soon as the words fell, There was a gleam of greed in the eyes of all the coffin keepers in the trading area. They just thought that EMO had a very powerful background. But one fact is overlooked. That is, when the children of large families become initial stage coffin keepers, they will always be followed by a protector. But EMO didn't. This means that even if the transaction is successful, the other party will still be remembered after leaving Wanbeilu. EMO felt the greed in the eyes of those around him, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I did pick up this material. By the way, I also picked up a 4th level material. I also picked up this space backpack. As he spoke, EMO shook the leather bag in his hand, and then took out a pair of devil horns from it. Fuck, this kid is so lucky. Did someone kill a demon and he took advantage of it? I guess he still has 4th level materials in this space backpack. Doesn't that mean he just picked up a backpack and made billions? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Countless coffin keepers went crazy with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The greed in his eyes became even stronger. As long as EMO dares to leave this door, they will dare to rob him of his wealth and kill him. Looking at the devil's horns in front of him, Wang Xiang's eyelids twitched, and he felt a little frightened. But at this time, he had completely forgotten about the leader's sickle demon, and his mind was occupied by greedy desires. Give me your materials, boy. I'll give you 50 million, and I'll guarantee your safety. Wang Xiang's face was unquestionable. Hearing this, EMO suddenly showed an incredible look and looked at the other person as if he was an idiot. He didn't expect that Wang Xiang couldn't even recognize the coffin spirit of his own leader. Looking at EMO's expression, Wang Xiang suddenly smiled happily. Apparently, he misinterpreted the other person's look and thought EMO had compromised. Everyone, I am Wang Xiang, the captain of the 2nd Brigade of the Ghost Grave Hunters. Please don't make things difficult for this little brother, and let him go. Wang Xiang looked around at the coffin masters who were showing greed, and spoke with a threatening tone. If I knew there was someone so blind as to attack this little brother, we, the Ghost Grave Hunting team, will never forgive the person who did this. I must kill his whole family. As soon as these words came out, the coffin keepers in both trading areas were startled, and the greed in their eyes disappeared instantly. They can't afford to offend the Ghost Grave Hunters. What's more, Wang Xiang is a team leader. Since such a person has taken action, how dare they point fingers at the 4th level materials in Ran Yama's hands? Wang Xiang looked at the people around him returning to normal, and a look of satisfaction immediately appeared on his face. Then he looked at EMO and laughed excitedly. Ha ha, little brother. It was a misunderstanding just now. One would like to apologize to you first. As he said that, he hurried towards EMO. Ms. Zhang on the side had stood up at some point with a smile in her eyes. She hugged Wang Xiang's arm and leaned against him with her huge breasts. With a dazed look in his eyes, he said softly, Brother Wang, can you let me handle the business later? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiang smiled even more brightly. This time, he gained both wealth and beauty. It was as great as he could be. Of course. Wang Xiang patted the other person's butt in front of everyone and laughed out loud. Brother Wang is so annoying. Miss Zhang blushed slightly. When EMO saw this scene, he felt his eyelids twitching. You know, Miss Zhang is married, but Wang Xiang still dares to act so recklessly. Maybe this is the benefit of being powerful? But Wang Xiang is going to hit a wall this time. Little brother, there is 50 million in this card. I bought your materials. Wang Xiang took out a card from his pocket and gently threw it to EMO. EMO took the card expressionlessly and put it directly into the 30 cubic meter space warehouse. Wang Xiang nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, Little brother, you can be happy about exchanging 50 million and your personal safety for these materials. Don't say that Wang treated you unfairly. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed the leather backpack in EMO's hand. Seeing this, EMO took a step back, and with a shake of his hand, he put the leather backpack into the space warehouse. Then he smiled and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you curious about where I picked up these 4th level materials? Wang Xiang couldn't help but frown when he saw this, but he held back his anger and asked quickly, Where did you pick it up, little brother? I picked it up in front of an old man in the Valley of Doom. EMO said with a smile, Doomsday Valley? Old man? Did you rob it? Wang Xiang was stunned. As if he had thought of something, his expression turned extremely ugly, and he felt that EMO was playing a trick on him. Ha, little brother, don't joke. An old coffin keeper who can only upgrade in the Valley of Doom. What else can he be but a waste? How could he have these materials? I don't know if he is a waste or not, but his name seems to be Chun Shuezo. I don't know if you know him. You see, he also gave me this grave hunting group badge. As he spoke, EMO took out the badge of the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking group and threw it to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang took the badge with disdain in his eyes and threw it into the trash, without even looking at it. At this moment, his temper exploded instantly, with a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Haha, what is my identity and what is his status? An old loser is worthy of me knowing him? Boy, hand over the materials quickly. If you play tricks on me again, you won't be able to walk out of this ancient street alive today. Chapter 50, you're so good. Wang Xiang was scared to death. Boy, hand over the materials quickly. If you play tricks on me again, you won't be able to walk out of this ancient street alive today. Wang Xiang's roar spread throughout the entire first floor of Wanbao Tower. Anyone can see how angry he is now. However, Yemo ignored the other party's roar and instead showed a hint of doubt on his face. You really don't know Qin Shuizong? Yemo asked with a frown. As soon as these words came out, Wang Xiang's face turned fierce and he shouted loudly, I have never heard of any bullshit Qin Shuizong. I can call out the names of anyone with some strength in Fengyue City. Are you trying to say that this sect is very powerful? Is it your backer? Wang Xiang sneered. As soon as these words came out, Yemo was speechless for a moment, and his brows slowly frowned. Is it possible that not many people know Mr. Chen's name? Yemo thought to himself. No wonder Mr. Chen holds a high position and has great power. In Fengyue City, except for a few people who have heard of his name, no one else knows his name at all. But if you throw out these 3 words, President Shun, everyone will know them. After all, there is only one person who dares to call himself President Shun in Fengyue City. Thinking of this, Yemo looked at Wang Xiang expressionlessly. His tone became extremely cold, and he said slowly, If I say that the shitty old man you mentioned is called President Shun by everyone, how do you deal with it? As soon as these words came out, like a storm, it swept across the entire trading hall. The originally noisy trading area suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop after Yemo said the 3 words, President Shun. Wang Xiang was the first to be hit. These 3 words made his scalp numb and his legs tremble unconsciously. When Miss Zhang heard these 3 words, she quickly shook off Wang Xiang's hand and retreated to the back in panic. You know, as a legendary coffin suppressor, President Chen's strength is extremely terrifying. Not only is he revered by everyone in the city, the spiritual awareness he releases can cover the entire outer city. So no one dares to joke about the 3 words President Shun. Do you know what you were saying? Wang Xiang said hesitantly with horror in his eyes. Don't talk nonsense, kid. The president is not someone you can mess with. After saying this, Wang Xiang quickly let out a long breath. In his opinion, Yemo is indeed extremely bold. In order to get out of the predicament, he even brought out President Shun. But he still didn't believe that a beginner coffin master like Yemo could get close to a super powerful person like President Shun. As if he thought of something, Wang Xiang quickly turned around and looked at Miss Zhang, who had retreated to the back. Can you go to that trash can and take out the badge I just threw away? Wang Xiang said with a puzzled look on his face, pointing to a trash can not far away. Hearing this, Miss Zhang hurried to the trash can, lay down on it, buried her head in it, and reached out her hand to carefully search through the dirty garbage. The taste was a bit intoxicating, and a pungent smell came out of it, making Miss Zhang frown. Under normal circumstances, has she ever done such dirty work? And what she is experiencing now is all thanks to Yemo. If this badge has nothing to do with the president, you're dead. Miss Zhang muttered to herself with a murderous look in her eyes. Then he suppressed his nausea and rummaged through the garbage pile with greater effort. Soon, she felt a round iron block with a metallic texture at the bottom of the trash can. I found it! Miss Zhang's excited voice came from the trash can. But in an instant, she became nervous again. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on the beautiful figure lying on the trash can. Wang Xiang threw the badge too fast just now, and they didn't see it clearly. And now, these people began to hold their breath, their eyes full of anticipation. They all wanted to know whether the badge that Wang Xiang threw away was given to that kid by the president. If so, Wang Xiang must die. If not, Yemo will die. This is undoubtedly something that the spectators will enjoy. After all, it is human nature to enjoy watching the fun. Hurry up and take it out so we can see it. What are you still hesitating about? Some coffin keepers became extremely anxious and even started to add fuel to the fire. In my opinion, this badge is most likely real. Captain Wang and this woman are dead. I think so too. The handsome boy looked very calm and must have confidence, and he shouldn't joke about his own life. After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Xiang with gloating eyes. Normally, the ghost grave hunters are usually very arrogant, and now that they have offended President Shun, things are going to get serious. Miss Zhang seemed to hear the discussions of the people around her, and her face turned ugly. Wang Xiang became extremely panicked. Take it out and show it to me quickly. Wang Xiang stared at the figure on the trash can, his voice trembling slightly. At this time, a surprised voice suddenly came out from the trash can. Brother Wang, it seems that what you just threw away is not the badge of the Snow Shadow Grave-Seeking Group. That guy lied to you. As soon as the words fell, Miss Zhang stepped out of the trash can directly, holding a most ordinary black round badge in her hand, and raised her dirty arm to show it to everyone. When everyone saw the badge, they suddenly became noisy. They didn't expect the reversal to be so quick. It turned out that this kid was really courting death. Fuck, this kid is really brave. He actually dared to make up the president's name, and he even made a fake badge to deceive people. This kid's brain is a little bit off. He could have gotten 50 million and run away. But now not only did he lose his life, he also made a fool of Captain Wang. I'm afraid his whole family will be ruined. They looked at Yemo with gloating eyes and made sarcastic remarks from time to time. Yemo just felt it was a little funny in his heart and was confused by Miss Zhang's actions for a moment. At this time, after seeing the badge, Wang Xiang breathed a sigh of relief and was ecstatic. He looked at Emo with a murderous look in his eyes, and a surge of anger quickly surged into his heart. Boy, dare you make fun of me? If you have the guts, get out of this door today. How dare you make up the president's name? You don't think that a name like Chun Shuezong is worthy of the president's noble status, do you? Emo, Brother Wang, you must not let this kid go. You must make him bleed outside the door. Miss Zhang said, gritting her teeth. Then, she looked at the security guards nearby and said coldly, someone kick this guy out. Son, a very loud voice was heard from the crowd, and many people looked sideways. I saw a burly man squeezed out of the crowd, ran to Miss Zhang, and snatched the badge from her hand. At the same time, he cursed and said, damn it, I spent so much time looking for the badge, but I didn't expect someone to pick it up and throw it in the trash. Ms. Zhang, you were so nice. He actually helped me find my lost badge. Thank you. The man scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled at Miss Zhang with his big white teeth. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Reversal, the ultimate reversal. Since this badge is not the one that Wang Xiang just threw away, the one he just threw away must still be in the bucket. As if sensing the strange looks around him, Wang Xiang's face suddenly turned gloomy. He walked quickly to the trash can and kicked it down. With a loud bang, the trash can exploded instantly. Garbage is scattered everywhere, and the smell is everywhere. Among the numerous pieces of garbage, a hexagonal snowflake badge, emitting a chill and shining with a crystal luster under the lights in the hall, flew out. It fell straight onto the floor of the hall, making crisp, buzzing sounds. For a moment, the whole place was silent. At this moment, Wang Xiang walked closer and saw that he felt like he was falling into an abyss. A sense of fear instantly broke through his brain nerves, and the feeling of suffocation almost strangled him to death. He confirmed a fact. This silver-white snowflake badge with a crystal edge is the logo of the Snow Shadow Grave-Seeking Group. In the center of the badge, a black word Zong appeared prominently. It's all over. It's all over. Wang Xiang muttered to himself. Then his eyes turned white, and he fell backwards. In full view of everyone, he was frightened to death on the spot by the badge that fell out of the trash can. Chapter 51. The second in command of Wanbao Tower. The third floor of Wanbao Building. In a luxurious private room, there was sitting a middle-aged man in formal attire who looked extremely leisurely. His name is Tang Yi. His strength is at the quasi-supernatural level. He is one of the highest leaders of Wanbao Tower and also the second in command of Wanbao Tower. Son, a flurry of footsteps was heard, and the originally closed door was instantly pushed open by a Cheongsam-wearing woman with brown curly hair and a charming face. Tang Yi looked up, frowned slowly, and asked, Yishi, what's the matter that makes you so flustered? Mr. Tang, this is bad. There was a conflict on the first floor, and someone died. Go down and deal with it quickly. Yishi patted her chest and said breathlessly, there was a conflict, and people died. Tang Ye's face turned a little unhappy. When Wanbao Tower was first established, and had not yet established its prestige, they used bloody means to intimidate those coffin-suppressing masters who wanted to cause trouble. The Wanbao Tower is known as the safest area in the outer city except for the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Whoever dares to cause trouble here will be kicked out. Interesting. It's been 20 years. These people may have forgotten Wan Baila's methods. Tang Yi lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said in a calm tone, Yishi, don't tell me about this kind of thing in the future. You can just order someone to beat the troublemaker to death in public and feed him to the coffin spirits. Tang Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette, not seeming to care at all. However, Yishi's next words instantly made him lose his composure. Mr. Tang, please don't sit down. Let's go to the first floor quickly. One of the troublemakers is a member of the Shuiying Grave-Seeking Group. Yashi stamped her feet anxiously. As soon as these words came out, Tang Yi stood up from the recliner with a bang. What the hell? What did you say? People from the Snow Shadow Grave-Seeking Group. Tang Yi said in a lost voice. The next second, he turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot, rushing towards the hall on the first floor. In the lobby on the first floor, it was already silent. No one dared to question Yi Mo's identity anymore, let alone speak nonsense. Yi Mo looked at Wang Xiang lying on the ground and was suddenly confused. Is this badge so effective? If I had known, I would have worn it on my chest all the time. Thinking of this, Yi Mo picked up the badge on the ground and handed it to Xiaoyu beside him. Help me clean it over there. Yi Mo pointed to a gorgeous fish tank in the hall and said with a smile. When Xiaoyu heard this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face, and she nodded repeatedly. Then she took the badge and walked towards the fish tank. This fish tank is one of the treasures of Wanbeilu. It contains a dragon fish with rare dragon blood. Its value is immeasurable. But now, when Yi Mo asked Xiaoyu to wash the Snow Shadow badge, no one dared to stop him. Instead, they all stepped back and made way for him. Because, in everyone's opinion, the value of this dragon fish is nothing compared to the Snow Shadow badge. Ignore! A sound of wind was heard. Yi Mo saw a figure quickly appear in front of him. The person who came was Tang Yi. Tang Yi looked at Yi Mo with curiosity in his eyes. He also saw Yi Mo handing the badge to Xiaoyu just now, but did not try to stop him. But what surprised him was that the member of the Snow Shadow grave-seeking group in front of him was so young and was only a beginner 7-star coffin guardian. Aren't all the members of the Snow Shadow grave-seeking group superhumans above 5 stars? Could this be a new member? Tang Yi wondered. But no matter what, with his professional qualities, he would not question someone holding the Snow Shadow badge. Moreover, if EMO is really a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking group, he must have some extraordinary qualities and is definitely a 1 in a million genius. Don't offend. Hello, bro. I'm Tang Yi, the second in command of Wanbeilu. Tang Yi showed a kind smile on his face and stretched out a hand towards EMO. Seeing this, EMO shook hands with the other party, nodded and said, EMO, a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking group. When these words came out, everyone around took a breath of cold air. The same happened to Tang Yi, whose hands became slightly stiff, even though he already knew Yi Mo's identity. But when it came out of the other person's mouth, it still shocked him. Haha, it's Mr. Yi. Tang Yi showed a warm smile on his face, then bowed slightly and said, Mr. Yi, please follow me to the 3rd floor. Tang will treat you well. Yi Mo smiled when he heard this and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tang. Please come in, Mr. Yi. Tang Yi extended his hand to invite. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo walked slowly towards the stairs without hesitation. At the same time, he waved to Xiao Yu, indicating that she should go with him. Seeing this, Tang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He had also seen the new receptionist before. She was very good-looking, so he had some impression of her. Now it seems that Yi Mo is quite satisfied with her service. At least, because of her existence, Wanbeilu did not offend Yi Mo to death, and there is still room for maneuver. This little girl is pretty good. I guess I'll have to promote her in the future, if I can make friends with Mr. Yi and wait for him to grow up. In the future, Wanbeilu will not have to worry about not having materials of level 5 or even level 6 or above. Tang Yi was in a good mood, and an excited smile suddenly appeared on his face. At this time, he hurriedly walked forward and came to a position half a body length behind Yi Mo. He waved to the other party and walked towards a lobby on the 3rd floor. Chapter 52. Materials increased 5-fold. Billions in profit. Yi Mo and others went to the 3rd floor. The trading hall on the 1st floor immediately returned to its usual bustle, and people began to talk. Everyone was shocked at Yi Mo's identity, and at the same time, they looked at Miss Zhang, who was sitting near Wang Xiang's body with Schadenfreude. On the side, after Tang Ye's assistant Yashi asked about the situation, her expression turned a little ugly. Then, she looked at Miss Zhang beside her, her eyes cold, and her tone full of murderous intent. Someone dragged this woman and this corpse out to feed the coffin spirits. Upon hearing this, Miss Zhang's eyes turned white and she fainted. In the luxurious private room, Tang Yi had already invited Yi Mo to sit down and personally brewed a pot of good tea. On the side, Xiao Yu was extremely nervous and looked a little stiff standing beside. You should sit down too. Don't be so reserved, Tang Yi said to Xiao Yu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu slowly shifted her gaze to Yi Mo, as if seeking Yi Mo's consent. Seeing this, Yi Mo nodded and said, Since Mr. Tang has spoken, please take a seat. Hearing this, Xiao Yu slowly walked to Yi Mo's side and sat down embarrassedly. Tang Yi caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye and became even more delighted. Although he didn't know whose fault it was for what happened on the 1st floor just now, he would never be stupid enough to ask the reason on the spot. And judging from Yi Mo's current behavior and conversation, he doesn't seem like an arrogant and domineering person. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? Tang will handle it properly and give you a satisfactory answer, Tang Yi said with a smile and a kind tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo said calmly, In that case, thank you very much, Mr. Tang. Haha, Mr. Yi, you don't have to address Tang like that. You can just call me Xiao Tang. Tang Yi laughed and quickly brought a cup of tea to Yi Mo. Yi Mo took the tea and looked at the other person with a strange look. The other party's strength and status are not bad, and the reason he is so respectful to me is because of the existence of Mr. Chun. Yi Mo certainly wouldn't be so ignorant of the ways of the world as to actually call a middle-aged man who is about 20 years older than him Xiao Tang. As if thinking about the next thing regarding materials, a smile suddenly appeared on Yi Mo's lips. Brother Tang, actually I came to Wanbeilu today because I need your help with a small matter. Tang Yi didn't expect that Yi Mo didn't put on airs at all. Instead, he called him Brother Tang. He was immediately flattered. Soon, he seemed to have figured something out and became casual. Since Mr. Yi calls me Brother Tang, I will also shamelessly call him Brother Yi. Then he asked with a smile, I wonder if Brother Yi needs my help? Upon hearing this, Yi Mo didn't waste any words and directly took out a leather space backpack. I need to sell something. At the same time, I need you to help me find a lot of materials for cultivating Corpse Clan coffin spirits below level 3. Yi Mo said lightly. Hearing this, Tang Yi was stunned. He didn't expect that the help the other party needed was so simple. Brother Yi, let's not talk about other things in Wanbeilu. But the materials below level 3 are more than what we have in other shops in Fengyue City combined. Tang Yi laughed. Since Brother Yi wants to sell the materials, Tang will help you arrange it now. After that, Tang Yi hurriedly walked out of the room and called his assistant Yashi. Yashi, go to the 2nd floor and bring Master Lu from the appraisal area. I remember telling Master Lu that the person who sold the materials was a member of the Snow Shadow Grave Seeking Group. Then ask him to double the value of the materials he appraises. No, let Master Lu increase it 5 times. As if he had thought of something, Tang Yi became ruthless and changed his words. A few minutes later, Yashi led a white-haired old man wearing reading glasses to a luxurious private room. This old man is not very strong, only at the middle level, but his identification and valuation abilities are the best in Fengyue City. Because the materials left behind by each monster after its death are almost different, this means that the types of materials are extremely complex and cannot be fully recorded. Especially for the monsters that appear in coffins of gold grade or above, the materials they leave behind after death are even rarer. Therefore, the valuation of materials is a very test of one's vision. When Tang Yi saw the old man coming, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Master Lu, this is Brother Yi. Please help him identify some materials." Hearing this, the white-haired old man adjusted his glasses and glanced at Yimo. Then he said calmly, "Young man, please take out the materials for me to identify. I promise to give you a fair price and will never cheat you." Upon hearing this, Yimo immediately showed an excited smile on his face. At the same time, he was also looking forward to how much these materials left in the space backpack could be sold for. At this time, Master Lu had already sat down at a golden Nanma table, waiting for Yimo to take out the materials. Seeing this, Yimo took out a pair of devil horns from his backpack and placed them on the table. Master Lu took the pair of devil horns and immediately smacked his lips and said, "This was taken off the head of a commander-level demon, right? It seems that this horn is only found on level 1 sickle demons. It is really rare. Master Lu, you have a very good eyesight. This pair of horns is from the sickle demon," Yimo said lightly. Although the sickle demon is powerful, the essence of its body is the sickle and the demon's heart. This pair of horns can only be used to forge weapons and cannot be used as evolutionary materials, so their value is not very high. Master Lu analyzed professionally, and he was fully engaged in his work. Yimo heard this and nodded. In fact, his eyes have already seen through the message of the devil's horn. But the price of this pair of corners cannot be found on the internet. Then I wonder how much this pair of horns is worth? Yimo asked curiously. 200 million, Master Lu said directly. At this moment, Tang Ye's eyes twitched and he coughed lightly. When Master Lu heard the voice, he suddenly remembered Tang Ye's instructions just now. He slapped his forehead immediately and laughed awkwardly. Haha, I'm really confused. These 2 corners can also be carved and used as collectibles. It's worth 1 billion. It's worth 1 billion. Hearing this, Yimo's eyes lit up. With 1 billion in the account, I will have more confidence at the large appraisal meeting next week. Thank you so much, Master Lu. Please help me look at this again, Yimo said excitedly. Next, he quickly took out a long black sickle from the space warehouse. You actually have the devil's scythe. Young man, did you really kill a sickle demon? Master Lu said in shock. When Tang Yi heard this, he was immediately delighted. He felt that Yimo's status in the Snow Shadow Grave Seeking Group was not low. Otherwise, how could he be assigned the devil's scythe? Therefore, his efforts to win over people today are worth it no matter what the cost. Master Lu, how much is this sickle worth? Yimo asked curiously. Master Lu thought about it, and then revealed a number that shocked Yimo. 10 billion. Chapter 53, Returning Home. Leisurely Upgrade. Soon, an hour passed. Yimo sold all the materials as he wished. Except for the relatively valuable materials on the sickle demon, the remaining materials are not of high value. Most of them are second-level materials, with a small amount of third-level materials. Fortunately, the quantity of these materials is not small, and Master Lu estimated the price to be around 20 to 30 billion. Yimo excitedly calculated his gains over the past 2 days. The result was an astonishing number, 100 million. At this moment, Yimo's breathing became rapid. Even if I spend 200 million, it will be more than enough to upgrade Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20. Yimo was looking forward to it, thinking to himself, if I spend billions more, I might even be able to buy all the materials for Chi-Chi's evolution. Soon, Yashi took Xiaoyu to settle everything and returned to her private room. Xiaoyu handed Yimo a luxurious gold card. Mr. Yi, this is your card. The money from selling the materials is all in the card, Xiaoyu said seriously. Upon hearing this, Yimo smiled, took the gold card, and then put it into the space warehouse. By the way, Brother Yi, didn't you say you wanted to buy some low-grade materials? Tell me quickly, so I can get people to prepare. Tang Yi asked with a smile. Yimo thought about it, then slowly said, I need 100 million each of the Demon Blood Pill, Moon Essence Stone, and the second-level Zombie Crystal Core. If there are zombie viruses such as the Progenitor Virus, or Shinin Stone, then I will give you 500 million for each. If Yimo had not received these tens of billions, he would never have been so generous. And now, you have money and can do whatever you want. Hearing this, Tang Yi was greatly surprised, because half of the materials Yimo needs are used to cultivate zombies, and the other half are used to cultivate zombies. Could it be that the spirit in Brother Ye's coffin is a corpse? Tang Yi wondered. However, he did not think too much about it, but directly ordered Yashi and Xiaoyu to take charge of the matter and asked them to deal with it as soon as possible. Evening, inner city. Yemo was lying leisurely on the grass in front of a large villa. On his left side sat a tall zombie wearing a black cloak, and on his right side lay a cute zombie lowly drooling. There were already several cargo boxes piled up on the grass ahead. There are a lot of cultivation materials and some delicious food in the cargo box. Tyrant Chi-Chi, hurry up and upgrade. Yemo laughed. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately jumped up and prepared to bite Yemo hard. As if she was frightened by her own thoughts, she shyly kissed Yemo on the face. After kissing Yemo, Chi-Chi dived into the cargo box filled with food and started to eat it, leaving the cultivation materials aside. Seeing this, Yemo just smiled and shook his head, but he was in a very good mood. On the side, the tyrant is different from Chi-Chi. It seemed extremely excited after seeing these materials. As the first coffin spirit under Yemo, its idea is very simple. Because my potential is limited and I am far behind Chi-Chi. After you reach the maximum level, you may lose the value of training. But even so, it has to squeeze out all its potential within a limited time and try its best to improve its level. Only by raising the level can we help Yemo clear the early obstacles and protect Yemo. The tyrant walked to the cargo boxes, opened them all, and quickly devoured the cultivation materials in the boxes. At this moment, it treated the virus solution as wine, the magic blood pills as beans, and occasionally picked up a piece of bloody mutant beast meat to enjoy. Ding! The tyrant swallowed the demon blood pill and gained double the experience points. Experience points are shared. Chi-Chi gains experience points. Ding! Tyrant devoured 10 kilograms of mutant beef and gained double the experience points. Experience points are shared. Chi-Chi gains experience points. Ding! The tyrant absorbed the progenitor virus solvent, and his heart function was strengthened. Ding! The tyrant absorbs the blacklight virus solvent, and his overall physical strength is strengthened. Ding! Chi-Chi drinks the ice cola and gets double the experience points. Experience points are shared, and the tyrant gets experience points. Looking at the experience points that kept refreshing the screen, Yemo felt extremely happy. At this rate of progress, as long as the tyrant's digestion speed can keep up, perhaps they can reach level 20 in one night. Moreover, after the tyrant absorbed the virus solvent, his gray skin began to turn blood red. The blood vessels and muscles became more hideous and looked extremely terrifying. Even its size began to grow slowly. Thinking of this, Yemo retained a glimmer of expectation in his heart. There's no point in staying here now. I might as well take a nap and see how things go tomorrow morning. Tyrant, Chi-Chi, you guys just stay here and upgrade first. If you reach level 20, return to the coffin on your own or stay at home. Don't run out and cause panic to others. Yemo warned them. Hearing this, the tyrant stopped what he was doing and let out a low roar. But Chi-Chi seemed not to hear it and was still rummaging in the cargo box. Yemo smiled slightly, then slowly stood up and walked towards the villa. A night passed. Yemo opened his eyes sleepily. It was pitch black before my eyes, as if it was not yet dawn. Huh? Why did I wake up so early? Yemo scratched his head. Then he picked up the phone on the bedside and took a look. 10 o'clock. It's 10 o'clock? Yemo was a little confused. Then he looked towards the window curiously. As soon as he took a look, he discovered something unusual. I saw an extremely tall black figure standing right in front of the window, blocking the entire window and not letting any sunlight penetrate into the bedroom. After seeing the figure clearly, Yemo sat up from the bed in surprise. Tyrant? Roar, the tyrant responded in a low voice. Oh my god, how did you get in with such a big body? Yemo asked in surprise. Upon hearing Yemo's words, a strange energy fluctuation emanated from the tyrant's body. The original size of about 4 meters began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it returned to about 2 meters. Virus Stan's special skill. After madly absorbing the virus, the body mutates, gaining simple body changes and limb simulations. Yemo noticed this skill and immediately laughed. He didn't expect that the tyrant's comprehension ability was so strong. It was really a pleasant surprise. Then, he looked at the tyrant's level status without hesitation and became even more excited. Level. Status can be evolved. Alright, there's Chi-Chi too. Yemo was a little excited. At this moment, a little head suddenly popped out from his quilt, looking at him in confusion. I am here. Yemo was speechless. Wasn't it agreed that they would return to their coffins after reaching level 20? Why are you all in your room? Chapter 54, Evolution Route. Limited time mission. Ding! It has been detected that the tyrant has reached level 20, activating 4 evolution routes. Do you want to check? Ding! Chi-Chi has reached level 20, activating 1 evolution route. Do you want to check? 2 system prompts sounded, and Yemo was surprised but also stunned. Tyrant has 4 evolutionary routes. Chi-Chi only has 1. Yemo asked puzzledly. Thinking of the evolutionary path of the White Phantom that he had checked before, Yemo seemed to understand something. It seems that the higher the potential of a coffin spirit, the fewer evolutionary routes it has. No wonder. The lower the potential of the coffin spirit, the less stable its form, and the more likely it is to mutate. Mutation is undoubtedly one of the most important ways for them to become stronger, but unfortunately, they have a limited number of evolutions. High potential coffin spirits are extremely rare and powerful. They have stable forms and will almost evolve in the most favorable direction, becoming more perfect after evolution. Therefore, the higher the potential of the coffin spirit, the less it needs to worry about route selection, because they do not have many evolutionary routes. Thinking of this, Yemo suddenly became impatient. Check. The next second, the evolutionary paths of the two coffin spirits suddenly appeared before his eyes. Coffin spirit, first generation, tyrant type. Evolution route, chaser normal. Curse tyrant normal. Death tyrant normal. Blade tyrant hidden rare. Coffin spirit, spirit talisman jumping boy already obtained. Resurrection boy template, after evolution, the ability is improved and the template is not affected. Evolution route, spirit talisman flying zombie girl, epic. Seeing these evolutionary paths, Yemo's eyes suddenly lit up. As expected, the tyrant also has a hidden route. Although Chi-Chi's evolutionary routes are not many, they have reached the epic level. Yemo was in a good mood. Next, he hurriedly checked the evolutionary materials needed by the two coffin spirits. Blade tyrant hidden rare, a ruthless and cold-faced butcher. Materials required for evolution. Heart of slaughter corpse, eye of blade demon, obsidian giant blade, zombie crystal core level 3. The flying zombie girl with the spirit talisman, epic. The flying zombie, which remains intact for 1,000 years and 10,000 years, can fly up to the sky and down to the earth, and can take objects from a distance. Materials required for evolution. Millennium Moon Essence Treasure, Advanced Corpse Suppression Talisman, Nether Cold Marrow Treasure, Nether Crystal Stone Level 3. Looking at the materials needed by the tyrant, Yemo's eyes suddenly lit up. Fortunately, he had foresight and left behind a lot of zombie cores and some third-level zombie crystal cores. Now the tyrant only needs the eye of the blade and the obsidian blade to complete his evolution. However, these two materials do not belong to the category of high-end materials, which means that Wanbala must have them. As for the materials of Chi-Chi, Yemo was not sure whether Wanbao Tower had it, but perhaps Mr. Chun could get it. I didn't expect that the Millennium Moon Essence and the Dark Cold Marrow were actually rare materials. I think I'm going to bleed profusely. Yemo shook his head and sighed. I made tens of billions yesterday afternoon, but if you buy these two materials, you will definitely squander them all. But so what? Since I have chosen the high potential coffin spirit, it means that sooner or later I will have to pay a lot of resources and money. And he was also looking forward to seeing how powerful the coffin spirit would be after it evolved. Thinking of this, an expectant smile suddenly appeared on Yemo's face. Ding! Limited time mission started. Please complete the evolution of all coffin spirits within 10 days. The mission rewards include high-level zombie template lottery tickets and skill random copy cards. The current remaining time is 23 hours. The sun system sound rang out, and Yemo was stunned. Advanced template lottery ticket. Yemo's face was filled with ecstasy. You know, this is one of the rewards he wants most. Not only can it directly increase the potential level of the coffin spirit, but it can also allow the coffin spirit to gain unexpected and terrifying abilities. This task must be completed as soon as possible, Yemo said in his heart. Then he looked at another reward. Skill random copy card. Can randomly extract the common skills of the contracted coffin spirit and copy them into the coffin master's body. Seeing this, Yemo took a breath of cold air. Are you going to turn me into a human coffin spirit? This reward is so cool. However, the 10-day mission time limit made Yemo feel a little anxious. I think the evolutionary materials that Chi-Chi needs are definitely very rare. Without hesitation, he called Tang Yi directly. After a few seconds, the call was connected. A surprised voice came out. "Ah, Brother Yi. Do you have something to talk to me about?" Upon hearing this, Yemo hurriedly said, "Brother Tang, I want to ask, do you have Millennium Moon Essence and Nether Cold Marrow in Wanbao Tower?" Millennial Moon Essence? Dark and Cold Marrow? Is this the material the coffin spirits of the corpse clan need? There was a hint of doubt on the phone. "Brother Yi, wait a minute. I'll go ask Master Lu." Tang Yi replied. A few minutes later, Yemo got an answer he had expected. Wanbao does not have these materials. No wonder. Wanbao is the largest material trader in Fengyue City. But the overall strength of the coffin masters in Fengyue City is not strong. For unknown reasons, there was a lack of extraordinary people among them, and now there is only one person left in the entire city. Although there are many extraordinary people in the Snow Shadow Tomb Seeking group, they do not belong to a medium-sized base city like Fengyue City, but come from other regions. Therefore, it is very difficult for Wanbao Tower to obtain materials above the 5th level now, and the treasures it has are also very few. However, there are not many people who are contracted with the Corpse Clan, and Wanbao obviously seldom purchases materials from the Corpse Clan, let alone Corpse Clan treasures. It seems that I can only ask Mr. Chun. Yemo shook his head and sighed. But right now, there is another extremely important thing he needs to do. That is the evolution of the tyrant. Thinking of this, Yemo set out for Wanbao Tower again. In Wanbao Tower, Tang Yi silently wrote down the materials Yimo needed, then took a space warehouse and went to Jiangnan City without hesitation. He guessed that a large bay city, like Jiangnan City, might have what Yimo needed. Even if there is none, he can still issue a high-level commission in Jiangnan City. Mobilize many tomb hunting groups there. The things in this warehouse are enough to be worth the reward for issuing high-level commission tasks. Tang Yi took a deep breath. Helping Yimo with all his strength is undoubtedly a profitable investment for him. As long as the other party does not die young and is able to grow, the status of Wan Beilu will definitely rise. President Chen's vision must be right, Tang Yi thought to himself. In his opinion, if Yimo only had the potential to become a transcendent, President Chen would definitely not let him join the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group. At the very least, Yimo's future strength must be at least legendary, or even on the same level as President Chen, and only then will President Chen be worthy of his special attention. Chapter 55 Evolution Blade Tyrant 1 hour later, Yimo came to Wanbao Tower. When he stepped into Wanbao building again, he immediately attracted the attention of all the receptionists. The receptionists stood up one after another and hurried to both sides of the corridor, standing in a row and bowing respectfully to Yimo. This scene made the people around stunned. Fuck, who is this guy? Why is he so grand? Shut up. This is Master Yimo, the new member of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group. What the hell? He's actually a member of the President's group. But he looks so young. It's incredible. Woo woo woo. Lord Yimo is so handsome. I want to give birth to a baby for him. Everyone was talking about it, but they all expressed respect for Yimo in their words. When Yimo saw this scene, his expression suddenly became a little unnatural. Just now on the road outside the city, many people saw me and were shocked, as if they had seen a ghost. Among them, a large number of female coffin masters came to me to ask for autographs or contact information. This gave Yimo a headache. It seems that I became famous in the outer city yesterday, Yimo said to himself. Being famous is indeed a good thing for him, as it can avoid many troubles. At least, no one in Fengyue City dares to cause trouble to him anymore. Of course, those coffin keepers who knew him were too enthusiastic. For a moment, Yimo was a little uncomfortable with it. Master Yimo! Master Yimo! Why are you here? Two surprised voices rang out. Yimo looked in the direction of the sound and saw two beautiful ladies in cheongsams and high heels running towards him quickly from the end of the corridor. The visitors were Xiaoyu and Tang, Ye's assistant Yashi. I came here to buy some materials. You don't have to make such a big fuss. Yimo waved his hand and smiled. Upon hearing this, Yashi immediately revealed a charming smile and said respectfully, Master Yimo, if you need materials, you can ask Mr. Tang to send someone to deliver them. Why bother going there in person? Well, I had nothing to do, so I came out for a walk. Yimo said casually. He actually didn't want to trouble Tang Yi. After all, it was not good to owe too many favors. But he currently doesn't know that the materials he sold yesterday have been increased fivefold. He had never checked the low-grade materials and did not know their prices. However, there is no place to inquire about the price of the materials of the side demon, so it is not excessive to sell it at such a high price. Maybe someone is in a hurry to use it? By the way, where's Brother Tang? Yimo asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Yashi quickly explained, Master Yimo, Mr. Tang has gone out for something. Now Wan Beilu is fully managed by Xiaoyu and I. Please come to the third floor with us to discuss in detail. Hearing this, Yimo nodded and walked directly to the third floor. In the trading areas on both sides, those who didn't know Yimo exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. They didn't expect that what the people around them said was actually true, and that the young man in front of them really had such a high status. It looks like Fengyue City will have one more person who cannot be provoked from now on. Master Yimo, this is the blade demon eye you need. Please take a look. In a large, high-standard trading area on the third floor, Xiaoyu presented a black wooden box to Yimo. There were strange patterns carved on the wooden box, which looked extremely creepy. A blood-red cross was tied to the front of the box, emitting a faint blood mist under the light, as if sealing an extremely terrifying existence. Yimo nodded, took the wooden box, and a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Blade Demon Eye. The first important material is in hand. Only one step is left to evolve the tyrant. By the way, where's the other material I need? Yimo asked puzzledly. The other material is a bit troublesome. You need to wait a moment. Xiaoyu's gentle voice came out. A few minutes later, there were footsteps outside the door. Several warehouse workers wearing black suits, white shirts, ties, black hats, and with slightly tanned skin came in carrying a black coffin that was more than 6 meters long. Yimo! Just put it here, Xiaoyu commanded. Upon hearing this, several people hurriedly put down the coffin, opened the coffin lid, and walked out of the room. At this time, Xiaoyu looked at Yimo and said, Master Yimo, please take a look. Seeing this, Yimo walked straight over. When he saw a 6-meter-long, pitch-black sword placed in the coffin, he was immediately surprised. This knife is so handsome. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Obsidian Giant Blade. System prompt? You have collected all the materials needed for the tyrant to evolve. Evolution or not? Upon hearing this, Yemo said excitedly without any hesitation, Evolution. Blade Tyrant. The next second, the eye of the sword demon in the wooden box and the giant obsidian blade in the coffin directly turned into a stream of light and flew into the contract space in Yemo's body. Yemo calmed down and looked into the contract space. The tyrant has received these materials and started to evolve. I saw its body suddenly grow taller to about 5 meters. The blood vessels and half of the heart that were originally exposed outside the body began to disappear into the body. After absorbing the virus, the blood-red muscles began to change slowly, as if they were cast in steel, filled with extreme explosive power. What was even more surprising was that a strange black substance emanated from the tyrant's body. As the matter surrounded him, a huge and domineering black leather coat and a black cowboy hat appeared on the tyrant. Roar! The tyrant roared, pulled up the giant obsidian blade on the ground, and instantly slashed forward with a thunder slash. With a bang, a huge blade energy flashed through the contract space and flew out at a high speed like a crescent moon of thunder, with astonishing power. Master, I have evolved successfully. Blade Tyrant's low voice came out. It's just that it speaks very unskilled and sounds a little unclear. Congratulations, Tyrant. Yemo responded. The next second, the Blade Tyrant twisted his wrist, swung the 6-meter-long sword in a few sword flowers, and inserted it directly into the scabbard behind his leather jacket. Then, along with the sword, he slowly recovered to a height of about 2 meters. At this time, Yemo directly opened the Tyrant's panel to check. Coffin Spirit, Blade Tyrant. Race, Corpse Clan. Level, Quasi-Guardian. Experience, Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Super Virus Enhancement comprehensively enhances physical fitness and extremely enhances attack power. Virus Absorption. Skill, Destruction Bombardment Level 2. Rapid Rush Stage 2. Tearing Claws Level 2. Intermediate Healing Level 2. Sword Chi Attack Stage 2. Focus Magic Eye Level 2. Advanced Swordsmanship. Supermatter penetrates the 8th level. Flame Step Special. Thunder Slash Special. Virus has a special posture. Special skill. After being released from its restraints, Blade Tyrant takes on its ultimate form. Defects none. Intimacy. Sacrifice your life to protect your master. Current state, excited, confident. Number of possible evolutions, 0. Introduction. After being trained by a god-level corpse raiser, his abilities have been greatly improved. After hidden evolution, the attack power is greatly enhanced, and it also has excellent language ability and wisdom. After reading this, Yemo was in an extremely cheerful mood and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It's worthy of being a hidden route. It's so cool. Chapter 56 Yemo. Captain Sue, I'll toast you. On the way back to the inner city, Yemo asked President Chin in detail about what he heard about the Millennium Moon Essence and the Dark Cold Marrow. The other party's answer was that these materials are very rare. But these materials just happened to be available in the Jiangnan City trading market, and because they were valuable and the core of the Corpse Clan's evolution, absolutely no one was interested in buying them. Hearing Mr. Chin's 100% certain tone, Yemo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, he still wanted to seize the time and prepare to go to Jiangnan City in 2 days. I hope these materials are really as Mr. Chin said, and no one is interested in them. Yemo said to himself. This time back to the inner city, he was not returning towards his villa. Instead, he came to one of the most powerful agencies in the inner city, the Law Enforcement Department. Looking at the law enforcement building in front of him, which is full of solemnity and sharp edges. Without thinking, Yemo put on the snow shadow badge and walked towards the door of the law enforcement building. In front of the gate, 2 ordinary law enforcers on duty saw Yemo coming. His originally relaxed look suddenly turned serious. They were going to stop Yemo and question him. As Yemo approached, they immediately showed surprised expressions, and the seriousness on their faces suddenly disappeared. Because the gorgeous crystal badge hanging on Yemo's chest looked particularly eye-catching in the sun. Please come in, sir. The 2 law enforcers gestured with their hands, looking respectful. Although the law enforcement department manages the order of the entire inner city, they dare not put on airs when facing the members of the tomb hunting group, because they manage almost all civilians who have no power at all. And there are coffin keepers whose strength does not exceed the initial 3 stars, who would rather live comfortably in the inner city. Therefore, the strength of most law enforcers will not exceed the initial level, and only a handful of them can reach the intermediate level. Seeing the 2 people's gestures, Yemo nodded lightly and walked straight into the law enforcement hall on the 1st floor. Hello, I want to ask you something. Yemo said as he looked at a woman who was sitting in front of a computer not far away, wearing a law enforcement uniform and working seriously. Hearing this, the woman slowly raised her head, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. So handsome. Then, she noticed the badge on Yemo's chest and stood up nervously. Please speak, sir. Do you know Su Feng? I want to know where he lives. Yemo said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the woman's face suddenly showed surprise, and she said, Sir, I know him. But I don't know where he lives. Then pull up his information and check it for me. Yes, sir. Inner City, Tianfeng Supreme Hotel, top floor of the 60th floor. In one of the most luxurious private rooms, more than a dozen dignitaries from the inner city gathered, chatting and laughing. Although they are ordinary people, their strength is like that of ants. But almost all of them have a high-level coffin-keeping master in their home, who always supports them. Therefore, many mid-level coffin-suppressing masters, upon learning of their identities, would sneer at them and treat them like ants, but they would not take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, these dignitaries in the inner city did not dare to offend the coffin master easily. After all, that would be no different from seeking death. On the main seat, Su Feng drank the wine with a serious expression, as if thinking about something. It's been 2 days since the bounty was posted. Why hasn't there been any news from the ghost grave hunters yet? Did you fail? Thinking of this, Su Feng shook his head again and thought to himself, maybe there are too many people offering a bounty, so they forgot to notify me. Originally, he didn't dare to have any feelings towards EMO because EMO had President Shun as his backer. But when he accidentally learned that EMO killed someone in the street in Doomsday Town, he suddenly felt a desire for revenge. And when he found out that EMO had no one to protect him after leaving the city, Su Feng understood one thing. That is, EMO doesn't mean much in President Chin's heart. So he directly offered a bounty to EMO. On the side, an obese, bald middle-aged man seemed to notice that Su Feng didn't look well. He quickly picked up a glass of wine and came to Su Feng. Ah, Brother Su, today is the day you break through to the quasi-high-level coffin-suppressing master. Why don't we put aside any troubles and have a drink first? Hearing this, Su Feng's expression immediately returned to normal, and he said calmly, okay. In that case, let me offer you a drink first, said the bald middle-aged man with a smile. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the quasi-high-level coffin-suppressing master. I'll toast you a glass. Seeing this, the others also stood up and toasted Su Feng. Su Feng picked up the wine glass, but didn't stand up. He just knocked it on the table and then drank it all in one gulp. Seeing this scene, everyone seemed extremely excited. This dinner was hosted by the bald man. They were undoubtedly extremely honored to be able to sit at the table and drink a glass of wine with Su Feng. In the inner city, Su Feng is the local tyrant. Even though his strength was not the strongest in the inner city, he was now expelled from the law enforcement department. But over the years, the ordinary forces he had won over were all the top dignitaries in the inner city, and there were even quite a few mid-level coffin masters in the outer city who were on good terms with him. Ah, Brother Su has a good alcohol tolerance. I'll toast you another glass. The bald man was very proud and poured another glass of wine for Su Feng, flattering him. Seeing this, others also added more wine. Just then, a faint voice suddenly sounded from outside the door of the private room. Add a glass for me too. I want to toast him with a glass of wine as well. As soon as the words fell, the door was slowly pushed open, and a young figure with a smile suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes. When everyone saw this scene, displeasure instantly showed on their faces. However, they were all experienced people and did not start scolding him directly. Instead, they looked at EMO with confusion. At this time, Su Feng, who was sitting on the main seat, stood up suddenly, his face showing great surprise. It's you, Su Feng said with a grim expression. What? You don't welcome me? A smile suddenly appeared on Yi Mo's lips. Then he slowly walked towards the table. Upon seeing this, a dignitary quickly made room for Yi Mo. Yi Mo ignored the other party and sat on the vacated seat. Next, he directly picked up a bottle of wine and said, Come on, Captain Su, I'll toast you a pot of beheading wine. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so inner-city dignitaries quickly stepped aside, with horror in their eyes. They didn't expect that EMO was here to cause trouble. As ordinary people, how dare they get involved in the fight between coffin makers? Ah, Lord Su, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Someone said nervously, Captain Su, my wife is about to give birth, and now she wants me to go back immediately. More than a dozen dignitaries were thinking about escaping. Su Feng ignored the words of these ants. Instead, his face turned ashen and he stared at EMO intently. He didn't expect that the ghost grave hunting group would fail and reveal his information. This means that President Chin must have made a move in secret, and he will definitely die today. But in his opinion, EMO was really brave to come here alone. Even if he dies, he will drag EMO down with him. Haha, you want to toast me with a beheading wine, but it seems that you are not qualified with your strength. Su Feng said coldly. As soon as these words came out, EMO threw a wine bottle out with his backhand, and it hit Su Feng's face and exploded. Looking at the blood flowing down Su Feng's face, EMO said expressionlessly, Are you qualified now? Chapter 57, Su Feng jumps off the building. The power of the golden light that destroys evil. Su Feng touched the blood on his face, and his expression instantly became ferocious. Boy, you are looking for death. Su Feng Zhou. The next second, the spiritual power in his hands exploded. A hexagram formation emerged, and a silver coffin emerged from it. Seeing this, Yi Mo's face suddenly showed a smile. In fact, when he entered the door, He had the opportunity to plot against Su Feng directly. As long as the opponent is caught off guard, the tyrant can kill him with one blow. But in that case, the opponent's coffin spirit will disappear with his death, and he won't be able to gain any experience at all. And now, a level 30 quasi-commander level coffin spirit. It is entirely possible to increase the experience of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Without hesitation, Yemo also summoned the Tyrant instantly. The next second, the Tyrant slashed out with a terrifying sword energy. The sword energy was extremely terrifying. It instantly split the large round table in the middle and flew towards Su Feng at a high speed. Seeing this, Su Feng was immediately shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He shouted, "Why is your summoning speed so fast?" At this time, it was too late for him to ask the spirit to open the coffin, because the moment the coffin spirit comes out, it may be killed by this sword energy. He simply placed the coffin in front of himself to block the tyrant's sword energy. All I heard was a loud bang. The silver coffin sank instantly, leaving a huge crack on the coffin lid. A terrifying force was heard, and Su Feng was blasted back several meters, smashing hard against the wall behind him with his coffin, creating countless spider web cracks on the wall. Puff! Su Feng coughed violently. A mouthful of bright red blood mist spurted out of his mouth, and his face turned extremely pale. How is this possible? He was only at the beginner 3-star level the day before yesterday. How can you hurt me now? But the next second, another burst of sword energy came bursting out. The coffin lid exploded instantly. "If you don't open the coffin, I will open it for you," Yemo said lightly. He didn't want to waste time and wanted to seize the opportunity to kill the opponent's coffin spirit the moment it came out. But Yemo didn't expect that the opponent's ability to respond was very good, and he directly changed to using the coffin to resist the damage. However, at this time, Su Feng was so frightened that he almost lost his mind. How could he have the desire to fight? Black Mist Ghost. Use your skills to hold him back. Su Feng sautet hu den. The next second, an evil ghost flew out of the coffin. Its body was made of black mist, its limbs were bone claws, and there was a white bone mask on its face. The black fog ghost suddenly spit out a mouthful of black fog, instantly turning the entire room into pitch black, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. "Take me away!" Su Feng Zhou. Taking advantage of the black fog, he smashed the room's window guard with one punch and jumped directly from the 60th floor. When he jumped down, the black fog ghost turned into a black cloud and appeared under his feet, greatly reducing his falling speed. "Ha! Boy, you want to kill me? You are still a little immature." Su Feng Lao get. But the next second, two dazzling golden light beams burst out from the top floor room, directly dispersing the black fog in the room. Looking at Su Feng, who had already jumped off the building, Yemo's face turned pale. This guy is so cunning, but he would never let the experience he gained disappear. "Tyrant, chase him." As soon as these words came out, the tyrant suddenly became more than 5 meters tall, picked up the long knife in his hand, and split a wall in half with one stroke, then jumped downstairs. Seeing this, Yemo jumped up, stood on the tyrant's shoulder, and chased Su Feng with it. At this time, Su Feng was already close to the ground. I heard a loud bang on the roof and looked up immediately. Upon seeing this, his pupils suddenly shrank and he looked extremely terrified. "Damn it, is this kid still human? How dare he chase me?" I saw countless bricks and rubble falling like rain. As the tyrant jumped off a 60-story building, he inserted the giant blade into the wall with one hand to reduce the speed of crazy falling. Yemo was extremely calm at this moment because the tyrant had a viral posture. A pair of bony horns sprouted from the tyrant's shoulders to keep him stable. Facing the harsh wind, Yemo's eyes were fixed on the black fog ghost under Su Feng's feet. Ever since he gained the ability of the golden eyes to break evil these 2 days, he has not had the chance to use the golden rays. But today, after he first experienced the power of golden light to break evil, he has become madly addicted to this feeling. He was sure that even without the coffin spirit, he could kill monsters instantly with this pair of eyes. "Tyrant, speed up your descent," Yemo said excitedly. With a roar, the tyrant pulled out the giant blade that was inserted into the wall 80. The speed suddenly increased. At this time, the tyrant was falling at a terrifying speed, getting closer and closer to the Black Mist Ghost and Su Feng. "Black Fog Ghost, use your ultimate move," Su Feng said, trembling all over. But how could Yemo give him a chance? A golden light flashed in his eyes. Die! Buzz! 2 terrifying golden light beams burst out from Yemo's eyes like lasers in an instant. The energy was so strong that it could melt iron and make gold. It directly penetrated the Black Mist Ghost and killed him instantly. Su Feng's feet were empty, and he fell directly from a great height, being smashed to pieces and covered in blood. "Ding! You have successfully killed the Black Fog Evil Ghost." "Ding! As the contract master, your kill is still valid." "Ding! Your coffin tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points." "Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gain experience points." "Ding! The current coffin spirit tyrant Chi-Chi. The level is quasi-guard level. The required experience for the next level is 3,000. Looking at the experience that had skyrocketed again, an excited smile suddenly appeared on Yi Mo's face. Haha, it turns out that killing other people's coffin spirits is more satisfying than killing monsters. Xiaoyao should be back tomorrow. I don't know how much experience points when Jing's level 28 crow can give me. There should be at least 1,000, right? Yi Mo felt a hint of murderous intent in his heart. Now, he's already a quasi-intermediate level coffin suppressor, and his coffin spirit is also level 20. The magic blood pills I bought before can no longer provide experience, and can only be used as snacks for the tyrant. The experience that the Moon Essence Stone can provide has been reduced to a few points, and is not of much value. I'll find some time today to get rid of that innkeeper and the guy who ran away from the Doomsday Town, Yi Mo said to himself. He considered resolving all the problems and then heading to Jiangnan City to find out about the evolutionary materials that Chi-Chi needed. Chapter 58 News Pop-Up Window. Angry Yi Xiaoyao. In the Valley of Doom. Just after Yi Xiaoyao commanded the Hellfire Demon to kill several low-level zombies with Hellfire, she heard a series of vibrations and message alerts on her cell phone. Out of confusion, she curiously took out her phone from her pocket and took a look. Several eye-catching news pop-up messages appeared in her eyes. Important news from the inner city. At around 12 noon today, a rare battle between high-level coffin keepers took place at the Tianfeng Supreme Hotel, the tallest building in the inner city. Former law enforcement officer Su Feng was forced to fall from a building and died. Inner City News Agency's super exciting high-level coffin suppressor battle video. High energy throughout. The Inner City Gossip Club is shocked. That man is actually a member of the Snow Shadow Grave Hunting Group. Click on these information and videos one after another. After reading it, Yi Xiaoyao covered her mouth in surprise and took a breath. This is actually my brother. Yi Xiaoyao's body trembled slightly. These news were like a doomsday storm, continuously destroying her perception of Yi Mo. You know, Yi Mo was decadent for 2.5 years before he made a contract with the coffin spirit. Now, after only 3 days of the contract, he was able to kill Su Feng, and he also became a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb seeking group that everyone knew. This is simply unbelievable. 2 minutes later, the shock on Yi Xiaoyao's face slowly disappeared, and then she showed a happy smile. Yi Mo is her brother and the only person she trusts in this world. So no matter how outrageous things happen to Yi Mo, she would not question it or get to the bottom of it. My brother is so awesome. Yi Xiaoyao became more and more delighted. For the past 2.5 years, she has been the one taking care of Yi Mo in his daily life, just like a personal nanny. But now Yi Mo has not only regained the confidence he had a few years ago, but has also become so powerful, which makes Yi Xiaoyao extremely pleased. Don't even think about asking me to take care of you again. You are the only one who takes care of me, Yi Xiaoyao thought to herself. Just then, when Jing seemed to be aware of Yi Xiaoyao's extreme excitement, she smiled, walked over, and asked softly, Xiaoyao, your Hellfire Demon is really powerful, but you still need to work hard to adapt to the rhythm of the battle and strengthen your combat awareness. In next week's assessment, you will be able to get the best score in Linhu Province. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao was slightly stunned. It seemed that when Jing was feeling complacent after having killed the monster. But this is normal. Who among the contracted coffin spirits is not arrogant? I understand, Sister Wen Jing. I will try my best. Yi Xiaoyao nodded. Hearing this, Wen Jing felt relieved. Last night she received news that in the base city next door, there were also students who had contracted a level 1 coffin spirit. This undoubtedly gave Yi Xiaoyao another competitor. Originally, the title of Excellent Mentor could reward her with a bonus of 500 million. These bonuses plus her savings are enough to buy the top-level coffin spirit of her dreams. But this time the principal gave her an order, as long as Yi Xiaoyao could win first place. Let's increase the bonus for outstanding tutors 5-fold. How could she not be moved? As long as we get this 2.5 billion, then I don't have to consider the level coffin spirit anymore, but the level coffin spirit. When Jing was in a good mood, with a charming smile on her lips. Son? An extremely surprised voice sounded from not far away. Oh my god, isn't this Xiaoyao's brother? So cool. Many students looked over in confusion when they heard the voice. I saw a cute girl holding a mobile phone, watching the video in surprise, with a shocked look on her face. Zhou Mingyu, what are you looking at? What's Xiaoyao's brother? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyao actually has a brother. How come we have never heard of it? Zhou Mingyu heard this and quickly said, didn't you pay attention to the news push in the inner city? I just pushed several messages about brother Xiaoyao. Go check them out. As soon as these words came out, many people became curious and quickly took out their phones to search. When they saw the news, they were all shocked. Fuck, Yi Xiaoyao's brother is actually a high-level coffin suppressor. He also killed the former captain of the law enforcement department. This is too awesome. It's even more amazing. His brother is actually a member of the Snow Shadow Grave Seeking Group. He's simply invincible. At this time, everyone turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao with envy in their eyes. Yi Xiaoyao not only has great talents, but also has an extremely powerful brother in Fengyue City, who will dare to provoke her in the future. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded from the crowd. Don't you recognize this face? This person is obviously the weirdo who made a fool of himself in school 2 years ago. Everyone knows that he has a talent for being a corpse servant. How could he be a high-level coffin maker? Said a pretty girl disdainfully. She has always been a rival of Yi Xiaoyao, and she doesn't believe that the other's brother is so powerful. After hearing this, many people began to talk about it. This seems to be the same weird thing as before, but he still looks pretty handsome. Maybe he's shooting a special effects video? After all, every graduation season, the inner city will shoot a high-energy battle propaganda film for everyone to watch, said a girl with an infatuated look in her eyes. The inner city has already pushed the news. How could it be false? In my opinion, this can't be that weirdo. How could that weirdo have such strength? Everyone was talking about it. At this time, the temperature around seemed to have risen a lot. Yi Xiaoyao's twin ponytails inadvertently turned into a fiery red color, then spread out and fluttered in the wind. If anyone dares to say my brother is a weirdo again, I will tear his mouth apart. There were bursts of fire in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes, and her voice was extremely cold, and she seemed very angry. When everyone looked back, they saw that Yi Xiaoyao was covered in flames, with an intense burning sensation. She looked like a fire witch, exuding terrifying power. The hellfire demon beside her was even more excited, with a greedy and cruel expression on his face. As long as Yi Xiaoyao gives the order, it will destroy everything in front of it without hesitation. Ah, sorry Sister Xiaoyao, we didn't know that adult was your brother. Sorry. Everyone apologized. After a few breaths, Yi Xiaoyao took a deep breath, and the flames around her faded away. Her expression became calm, and she ignored these people. This talent of fire baptism and the company of the fire demon have made my temper even worse. Yi Xiaoyao frowned and said secretly. But no matter what, if someone dared to say something bad about her brother to her face, she would turn against him on the spot. Chapter 59, When Jing Apologizes. Yimel, cute head. When Jing silently watched this little episode happening before her eyes. Under normal circumstances, she would have stepped in to mediate in advance. But now, she just felt that her whole body was in a daze, with a trance in her eyes. Yimo is not dead? The leader of the Ghost Grave Hunters group also failed to kill him. When Jing gasped, as if she doubted the authenticity of the news, she quickly took out her mobile phone and searched for it. The result that popped up shocked her so much that she felt like she was falling into the abyss of hell. How is this possible? It's clear that he has only been under contract for less than 3 days. How can he have the strength to kill a quasi-high-level warrior? Watching the battle scenes in the video, when Jing suddenly turned pale. What frightened her even more was that Yimo was actually a member of the Snow Shadow Grave-Seeking group. It's over. Yimo will definitely know what I did. I'm dead. When Jing panicked, and 1,000 kinds of regret surged into her heart. If I hadn't cheated Yimo for that little bit of selfish fame and gain, then wouldn't he have trained 2 super geniuses? His status would also rise. And the worst case scenario is that one is afraid that the fact that one has deceived the other party will be exposed, so one becomes ruthless and directly offers a reward to the other party. There is undoubtedly no room for maneuver. I'm dead. When Jing's eyes were red. For a moment, I almost burst into tears in front of my students, and almost dropped the disguise of the gentle, caring, and mature teacher I usually was. In fact, she is very different in private, and has an extreme and selfish personality. Should I kneel down and beg for mercy? Or should I become his slave? Will he forgive me? When Jing thought about it for a long time and didn't dare to make a decision immediately. If Yimo could really make her a slave, that would be the best outcome for her. By that time, when Yimo becomes more powerful, her status as a slave will be above everyone else. I'll call him first and ask him, maybe he'll forgive me because of our old friendship. When Jing thought, if he can't forgive me, I'll run away again. Anyway, the black crow flies fast, he definitely can't catch me. At this time, when Jing looked at Yi Xiaoyao, pretending to be calm, and said, Xiaoyao, you guys continue your training. The teacher has something to do, so he needs to leave for a while. After that, when Jing walked towards a group of dilapidated buildings near the river. Soon, she found a relatively intact high wall and leaned against it. Taking a deep breath, she called Yi Mo directly. No one answered the phone. After a few minutes, Wen Jing made hundreds of calls and finally got through. Yi Mo, my name is Sister Wen Jing. Is there something we can discuss? Wen Jing said nervously. However, a cute little girl's voice suddenly came from the phone. It's inconvenient. My master is riding a bicycle. If you have anything to say, you can tell Chi-Chi. Hearing this, Wen Jing was stunned at first. Master? Wen Jing murmured to herself, and then she felt ecstatic. I didn't expect Yi Mo to have such a hobby. Looks like I have a chance to survive. Wen Jing coughed lightly, then involuntarily clamped her throat and whispered, Can you give the phone to your master? As soon as the words fell, a confused male voice came from the phone. What do you want from me? That! Yi Mo, I'm here to apologize to you. I lied to you before, but you can actually take the graduation exam. Wen Jing said nervously, a faint smile on the phone. Interesting. Anything else? Go on. Later, I was afraid that you would know about this, so I got carried away and offered a reward for you. Wen Jing's tone was extremely weak, as if she was a little girl who had done something wrong. In fact, I wanted to withdraw the reward immediately, but they wouldn't let me and said they would kill me if I changed my mind. You also know how terrible those people are. I dare not offend them. Wen Jing lied, with a hint of tears in her voice, trying to make EMO sympathize with her. EMO, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offer you a reward, if you'll forgive me. I can be your slave like the little girl just now, and call you master. Beep, beep. The call was hung up instantly. Wen Jing's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, the teacher has already begged you so much, and you still have no shame. You are so far away from me now. What can you do to me? Wen Jing said to herself in shame and anger. I'm leaving Fengyue City now, and you'll never find me in your life. When I have money in the future, I will commission the tomb hunting group that is not afraid of the Snow Shadow group. I will offer a lifetime reward for you, Wen Jing said viciously. Son. Two bursts of laughter were heard from behind the damaged building. Ha ha ha. Dongzi, did you hear that? This woman seems to be angry out of shame. This kind of woman is really scary. Yemo didn't even provoke her, but she launched a bounty. She is so crazy. If she doesn't die, Yemo will probably never be able to sleep well for the rest of his life. Who is it? Come out. Hearing the laughter from behind the wall, Wen Jing was startled and shouted. The next second, there was a loud bang on the wall next to it, and countless bricks exploded and flew in all directions. Seeing this, Wen Jing tried to avoid the bricks. Wait until the wall collapses completely. A huge white ape guarding the tomb appeared before her. On one side of the tomb guarding white ape is a bloody zombie in a nurse's costume, and on the other side is a black-robed skeleton wizard. Behind him appeared 3 young men and women with sarcastic expressions on their faces. It's you. You are following me. Wen Jing shouted in surprise. Of course I have to follow you. If I don't follow you, what if you run away? Said the monkey with a smile. On the other side, Yemo rode a motorcycle provided by Tianfeng's Supreme Hotel and sped along the road. Wen Jing's phone call also let him know directly what breed the other party was. Originally, he was still thinking about the other party's coffin spirit and wanted to take the other party's life personally. But now I just feel sick. Hello, Lin Yin. Yemo called Lin Yin. What's wrong, Yemo? Lin Yin's voice came faintly. Stop following that woman. Please help me kill her now, Yemo said with anxiety in his tone. I'm still on my way here. I don't think she will return to the city. She's going to run away early. At the same time, Lin Yin looked at Wen Jing, who was surrounded, and a teasing smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Don't you want to kill her yourself? Why do you want to kill her now? Do you want us to capture her alive? Lin Yin said softly. Don't make me feel sick and nauseous whenever you mention this woman. I feel like killing her is too dirty. It's too damn unlucky. There was a look of disgust in the phone. TSK. Don't we really need to capture her alive? She is right in front of us now, surrounded by the 3 of us. Lin Yin asked with a smile. Kill him directly. As soon as the words fell, Yemo hung up the phone. Shopta 60 Ying Dies. Innkeeper. I'm a clown. When Wen Jing heard the voice coming from Lin Yin's phone, her face became serious. It's not that easy to kill me, she snorted coldly. As long as she summons the Crow Herald and uses her special move to separate the few people, she can leave safely. Without any hesitation, the spiritual power in her hands surged instantly, and a hexagram seal took shape directly. However, before she could summon the coffin, a tall blood shadow, bringing with it bursts of blood light, appeared in front of her like a ghost. The next second, the shadow of a claw flashed through the air so fast that it could not be captured by the naked eye. With a puff, Wen Jing's arm, which was used to form the formation, was instantly cut off and thrown several meters away. The intense pain made her face pale and her whole body tremble. The bloody nurse zombie in front of him was too fast and was not prepared to let him summon the coffin spirit. Then I can't escape now, and there is only one way to go, death. Thinking of this, Wen Jing endured the severe pain. A hint of murderous intent arose in her heart, but at the same time, she also had a hint of fantasy. As long as he stays 10 meters away from these 3 people, he will have a chance to summon the coffin spirit and escape. At worst, I can let these 3 people kill each other before I die. Can you take me to CMO? I want to apologize to him in person. I'm the one who has let him down. Even if I die, I want to die at his hands. Wen Jing said with a look of regret. But the murderous intent in her heart became stronger. When Lin Yin saw this scene, his face showed indifference and he ignored it. Instead, his eyes looked as if he was looking at a corpse. Because the malice in the other party's heart could not escape her talent. Kill him. These 2 cold words came out of Lin Yin's mouth. The blood-stained angel slowly raised a hand with blood-red claws. Then, at lightning speed, he pierced Wen Jing's heart. With a bang, as the other person's body fell to the ground, Lin Yin quickly made a phone call. Already killed, Lin Yin said lightly. Thank you. The voice on the phone said, I'll come over after I finish dealing with the things in Doomsday Town. You don't have to come over. Let's go back now. Lin Yin said. Well then, you can bring my sister back as well. We'll get in touch then. After saying that, Yemo hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Emo came to the Doomsday Town again. Coming here is simple. There is only one purpose, which is to kill the innkeeper. He might not be able to find the escaped coffin keeper for the time being, but you can learn the same method as others, then retrieve the video footage from the hotel and offer a reward for that person. In the hotel, the innkeeper was standing stiffly beside a middle-aged man carrying a silver coffin, seemingly discussing something. The middle-aged man had a centipede-like scar on his face that had not yet healed, which looked somewhat shocking. Boss Wu, are you sure you want to transfer this hotel to me? This is the legacy Wu Yong left you. It brings in at least tens of millions of dollars a year. Why don't you manage it well? Scarface looked at the innkeeper and asked in confusion. No, in the past few months, people have come here to cause trouble every day. I am a first-level 1-star coffin suppressor, and I can't suppress them. I can only compromise and spend more every day than I earn. Boss Wu shook his head and said, if only my nephew were still alive. Boss Wu's nephew is a mid-level 7-star coffin guardian. Although his strength is not very strong, he still has some skills in a low-level area like Doomsday Town. The scarred man in front of him, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was his nephew's teammate. They had a very good relationship and belonged to the same tomb hunting group. When Julong heard this, he closed his eyes tightly, with a look of great pity on his face, and said, alas, it's a pity that Xiao Wu is so young. It's a pity that our tomb hunting group has too many missions, otherwise I could help him look after you. When Boss Wu heard this, his face immediately lit up with joy. Before, his nephew often mentioned in front of him that the relationship between him and the Poison Dragon was like that of a master and disciple, and they had a lifelong friendship and could be absolutely trusted. Although Boss Wu met Dulong for the first time, after a brief conversation, he found that every word Dulong said came from his heart. Judging from his experience, the regret on the other party's face could not possibly be fake. At this time, Boss Wu seemed to have thought of something and looked a little anxious. But he still smiled and said, Boss Dulong, since Xiaoyong is your good brother, he has been taken care of by you many times. Then I will give you a 50% discount and sell this hotel to you at half the price. When Du Long heard this, he nodded hesitantly and said, well, I'll take advantage of you this time. If you encounter any difficult problems in the future, you can come to me directly. After that, Julong directly handed a card to Boss Wu. Upon seeing this, Boss Wu quickly took the bank card with an excited look on his face. In this world, there actually are such fools. If he has evil intentions, he can take away everything from me. Boss Wu sneered in his heart. A few minutes ago, he noticed the news from the inner city and discovered that the young man he had put a bounty on was not only alive, but also had an extremely terrifying background and strength. This made him want to run away. But before leaving, he decided to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. So he contacted the trustworthy person his nephew mentioned. At that time, if Emo comes to seek revenge, Dulong will most likely take the bullet for him. Boss Dulong, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I have to go out first. Boss Wu said anxiously. In a hurry, he subconsciously threw the bank card into the space backpack left by his nephew. Now that he has got the money, he is ready to run away with his family's assets. And at this moment, the Poison Dragon glanced at the other party's space backpack lightly, and his eyes suddenly froze. Then a loud laugh suddenly sounded. Boss Wu, don't leave yet. I suddenly remembered something and wanted to ask you. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu frowned and said, Boss Dulong, what do you want to ask? Didn't Xiao Wu get a rare skill stone before? I want to ask, do you know where he put it? Dulong said with a smile. Then, a spotted poisonous snake that was more than 10 meters long and thicker than a bucket was released from the silver coffin. When Boss Wu saw this scene, an expression of horror immediately appeared on his face. How could he not know what the other party meant by now? It's over. I should have known not to be greedy for this small sum of money. This time I lost a lot. Boss Wu looked very unhappy. A rare skill stone was extremely valuable, comparable to a high-level coffin spirit, and now he had thrown away so much of his fortune just for these tens of millions. Isn't this a complete clown? Chapter 61. The skill went astray. Killed 2 people in a row. The skill stone of Poison Dragon Boss is here with me. I'll give it to you. Can you let me go? Boss Wu said in panic. Then, he reluctantly took out a strange crystal stone from his space backpack. The stone was completely red and emitted bursts of burning breath. When the poisonous dragon saw this, greed suddenly broke out in his eyes and his face became extremely excited. Ha! That kid Wu Yong would rather be tortured to death by me than tell me where this skill stone is. It turns out that it was hidden in your hands. If you hadn't contacted me, I wouldn't have known that this guy had an uncle like you. It seems that he cherishes your life very much. As soon as these words came out, Boss Wu's eyes seemed to be spitting out flames, and he immediately lost his mind. So it was you who killed my nephew. He trusted you so much. You are simply a beast. Aha, so what? Not only did I kill him, I also fed his corpse to the Snake King. The poisonous dragon said with a smile, and patted the body of the spotted snake with his hand. Seeing this, the spotted snake turned its head and looked at Boss Wu. A fierce look flashed in its pupils, and it stuck out its tongue, ready to swallow the other party directly. When Boss Wu saw this, his heart sank. Although he is a fickle person who takes advantage of the situation and bullies the weak, he raised Wu Yong since he was a child and is like his own son. Blood is thicker than water. How can I be content without taking revenge? That's right. Delay for time. Delay until that young man comes over. As long as he comes, maybe I can get my revenge. And I can even have a chance to survive. Boss Wu became ruthless and decided to seize the last chance. The next second, he fell to his knees on the ground with a thud and begged for mercy. Boss Julong, I was impulsive just now and couldn't control my emotions. I can give you the skill stone, but can you let me go? Hearing this, Dulong's face flashed with disdain, and he said, Let you go? Do you think I'm an idiot? Have you heard of the saying that we should root out the grass when we cut it? If I let you go, I'll wait for you to offer me a reward. And at this moment, not far from the door, two figures slowly walked towards them. A figure stood over 2 meters tall, wearing a black leather coat, a leather cowboy hat, and carrying a large sword on his back that was longer than himself. The other figure was a handsome young man holding a child. Yemo heard the conversation in the hotel clearly. There is actually a rare skill stone? It seems that the harvest this time will not be too bad, Yemo said in his heart. Then he brought the tyrant to the door of the hotel. At this time, the two people in the store seemed to sense something unusual and quickly looked outside the hotel. When Boss Wu saw this, he felt a surge of fear in his heart, which then turned into ecstasy. He didn't expect Yemo to arrive so timely. Ha! Poisonous insect. Don't you want a rare skill stone? Go grab it. Boss Wu laughed and instantly threw the rare fiery red skill stone in his hand towards Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo grabbed the skill stone in his hand. When the poisonous dragon saw this scene, his face became extremely ferocious. Boy, hand over the skill stone quickly and I will spare your life, said the poisonous dragon angrily. Boss Wu, who was standing by, saw this and his face suddenly turned filled with joy. Fight! Fight! Boss Wu said expectantly in his heart. As long as the two of them take action, he can find an opportunity to escape. But the next second, a gushing sword energy directly blasted open the door of the hotel and slashed towards Boss Wu with unparalleled force. With a puff, a trail of blood slid down from his forehead, and Boss Wu's body was split vertically in half on the spot, deader than dead. Yemo looked at this scene calmly, with no ripples in his heart. He ignored the threat from the poisonous dragon beside him, and instead paid attention to the system prompt sound in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rare skill stone. Do you want to use it now? Use it, Yemo muttered silently, with some anticipation in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating a rare skill stone. Gain the rare fire skill, Molten Flame Spear. Molten Flame Spear. After learning this skill, you can condense a molten flame spear out of thin air and launch a projectile attack. There is no racial restriction. When non-fire coffin spirits learn this skill, the success rate of comprehension is 1. It seems to have gone crooked. Yemo's face suddenly froze. For him, this skill is nothing more than an additional means of attack, which he can learn or not. According to the skill introduction, the effect of this skill is estimated to be similar to that of Thunder Slash. Moreover, the tyrant is now focused on using the knife, and Chi-Chi's drawing talismans and dancing with the sword obviously do not match this skill. This skill would be great for Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, Yemo waved his hand and directly put the molten flame spear into the space backpack. Are you looking for death? Don't force me to kill you. The poisonous dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing everything, and murderous intent rose in his heart. In his opinion, Yemo was just a mid-level coffin suppressor. Although the tyrant's sword strike just now was amazing, it only split a door and was not very powerful. If this knife were to hit his spotted snake, the snake's hard scales would definitely be able to block it easily, making it impossible for the opponent to break through its defense. It seems like you talk a little too much, Yemo said lightly. The next second, the tyrant slashed at the poisonous dragon with his sword. Upon seeing this, the poisonous dragon quickly asked the spotted snake to stand in front of him. Only a ding sound was heard. The knife energy whistled like the wind and slammed heavily into the body of the spotted snake, instantly tearing a long wound and dripping blood. The defense is pretty good. Yemo glanced at it. Then he said expressionlessly, Tyrant, don't try, just one knife. As soon as these words came out, the poisonous dragon was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the blow that almost killed the spotted snake was just a test. Big snake, take me underground, the poisonous dragon roared. Upon seeing this, the spotted snake took the poisonous dragon into its mouth, twisted its body, and drilled fiercely into the ground. However, before it could penetrate a few inches into the ground, a blade of lightning came and cut a crack several meters deep in the ground. The poisonous dragon and the spotted snake were killed on the spot. Ding! Blade Tyrant successfully killed the spotted snake. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! The current Coffin Spirit Tyrant Chi-Chi. The level is Quasi-Guard level. The required experience for the next level is 6,000. Hearing the system's prompt, Yemo immediately smiled. With 2 more quasi-high-level coffin suppressors, I can level up. By the way, the Innkeeper and Poison Dragon space backpacks haven't been taken yet, and I don't know what good things are inside. Yemo thought. Then he asked the tyrant to dig out the body of the poisonous dragon underground, while he walked into the inn and took the space backpack from the innkeeper. Chapter 62, Gap, Yishoyo Stuffs. In the hotel, Yemo was checking the items left in the innkeeper's space package with great interest. After checking, Yemo just shook his head. The internal space of this backpack is not large, and it only contains some cash and several savings cards that cannot be used to directly withdraw money. Yemo didn't know the passwords of these savings cards, so it was useless to have these cards. The only thing he could do was to ask Chi-Chi to draw the fire talisman to burn all the cards in the innkeeper's body. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Hard Scale Skin. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Viper's Gall. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Viper's Fong. Several prompt sounds rang out in succession, making Yemo stunned. Is this the benefit of keeping the coffin spirit or the monster's body intact? Yemo said in surprise. You know, before the tyrant evolved, its attacks were not as powerful as they are now, so it had to use supermatter penetration to kill high-level enemies. However, the effect of supermatter penetration is extremely amazing. With one shot, the target is almost blown to pieces, and it all depends on luck what materials are left. Without thinking too much, Yemo hurriedly walked out of the hotel and came to the deep pit dug by the tyrant. Looking at the huge snake corpse, Yemo couldn't help but feel moved. Tyrant, it looks like you're in for a treat today. As soon as these words came out, the tyrant understood Yemo's meaning very well. He quickly used a knife to cut off several pieces of flesh from the snake's corpse and began to feast on them. For a moment, the experience flooded the screen. The snake corpse of the level 3, apart from the third-level materials just dug out, the flesh and blood left behind are also extremely precious resources. The meat of mutated ferocious beasts can not only increase the strength of coffin spirits, but also improve the physical fitness of humans after eating it. Chi-Chi, help me get a piece of snake meat and freeze it. Then I'll make snake soup for you, Yemo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi drew a talisman with one hand and held a sword with the other. She swung out with 2 swords, and the sword energy, carrying a chill, shot out and cut directly into the snake's body. With a humming sound, the hard snake scales were cut in an instant like tofu and frozen by the cold air. What the hell? Yemontakva shoket. I have always regarded Chi-Chi as a support, but I forgot one fact. The opponent is a level 1 coffin spirit. Its basic attributes are much higher than those of the tyrant, and as the level increases, the gap in potential will only become more and more obvious. The power of Chi-Chi's sword energy slash, just now, is almost comparable to the thunder slash released by the tyrant. Chi-Chi's attack is also very strong, so my efficiency in killing enemies in the future will be doubled. You can even enter the 30th level secret realm of another world alone. Yemo's eyes flashed with confidence. You know, the advantage of entering the secret realm is that you can upgrade and get materials. There is a chance that you may even come across a cemetery and dig out all the coffins buried there. With his current strength, if he faces a coffin spirit of around level 35 in the secret realm, he can definitely fight without using super matter penetration. The materials obtained by then will definitely be beyond imagination. My god-level talent has tripled the overall capabilities of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Obviously, Chi-Chi's benefits are greater. After she evolves, her strength will only become more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yemo became more and more eager to complete the evolution task issued by the system. The Tyrant's potential can only be broken through to level 39 after I use my god-level talent and specific materials. This time is very long, we can't rush it. Although in the later stages, I can cultivate the Tyrant's potential to the top level. But now, it still has a certain gap with the level 1 and even level 2 coffin spirits. Yemo analyzed in his heart. After witnessing Chi-Chi's strength, Yemo briefly fell into a misunderstanding. In fact, with the blessing of the god-level corpse-raising talent, the Tyrant's potential can no longer be measured by the superficial level. At present, the potential of the Tyrant is definitely comparable to that of other Coffin Master's super coffin spirits, and the Tyrant has a strong comprehension ability and various powerful skills rewarded by the system. All in all, even if the Tyrant faces a coffin spirit of the same level with super potential, he still has a chance to suppress it. If you use super matter to penetrate, it will be an instant kill. After Yemo figured it out, a faint smile appeared on his face, and then he continued to check the Poison Dragon space backpack. After checking it out, a look of disappointment appeared on his face. The reason was simple. The Poison Dragon was too poor. There were only a small amount of third-level materials and some survival supplies needed in the wild in his backpack. Evening, inner city, Yemo's home. Yi Xiaoyao frowned and sat on the sofa watching TV without saying a word. There were 2 things that bothered her. First, Yemo's transformation was too great. In just a few days, he went from being a person without a contract to someone whose strength was almost the same as that of a high-level coffin master. Could it be that Emo was pretending before? He had been hiding his strength from me? Second, the direction that teacher Wen Jing left was exactly the direction where Yi Mo's three friends appeared. Among them, the cold and beautiful woman in a black windbreaker exuded a faint smell of blood. Considering that teacher Wen Jing had not returned to the class for a long time, Yi Xiaoyao guessed that she had met with an accident. Why did they want to kill teacher Wen Jing? Let's wait for Yi Mo to come back, and then ask him about it clearly. Yi Xiaoyao murmured to herself. And at this moment, there was a roar of a motorcycle outside the villa. Yi Mo is back. Yi Xiaoyao quickly stood up from the sofa, walked to the window, and looked outside. Yi Mo parked the car downstairs and walked quickly towards the villa. Yi Mo did nothing the whole afternoon. He first took Lin Yin and others to the tomb-seeking guild to test their strength. Then he took the three of them for a stroll in the outer city, eating, drinking, and having fun. Finally, he settled them down and went to Wanbao Tower alone. At this time, he was in a very good mood, holding a small space backpack in each hand. This place is almost full of materials for cultivating demons. As the older brother, while he is becoming stronger, he naturally will not forget his sister Yi Xiaoyao. If Yi Xiaoyao were to offend a powerful force in the future, she would be easily ambushed if her strength was too weak. At the door, Yi Mo knocked on the door and said, "I'm back." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao opened the door directly, then ignored Yi Mo, turned around, and walked towards the sofa, sitting down on it. It seems like I didn't provoke her. Yi Mo scratched his head and muttered. Then he walked over to the sofa and sat down. At this time, Yi Xiaoyao's weird voice sounded. "Hey, isn't this the legendary Lord Yi Mo? He can actually kill a quasi-high-level coffin tightener. So amazing." Yi Xiaoyao turned around and glared at Yi Mo, snorting coldly. "Yi Mo, well, let's talk nicely if you have something to say. Don't be so sarcastic," Yi Mo said with a light cough. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately became unhappy, and she turned back to look at Yi Mo angrily. "Tell the truth now. Why are you so strong? Did you hide this from me for 2.5 years? You are so strong. Why did you need me to take care of you all the time? What is your intention?" Yi Xiaoyao was like a mad kitten, grabbing Yi Mo's ears and said, "Sister, let's talk nicely and don't use violence." Yi Mo was speechless. If someone else dared to do this to me, I would definitely send him to see the king of hell. But this is my sister. I can't hit her or scold her. I can only pamper her. Chapter 63 Explanation. Excited sister. Hearing Yi Mo's words, Yi Xiaoyao snorted again, then reluctantly let go of her hand. "Speak now, then I'll tell you the truth. I haven't hidden my strength," Yi Mo said calmly. Yi Xiaoyao heard this, and a look of suspicion flashed across her face. "You really didn't hide your strength? Then how did you become so strong all of a sudden?" "Nothing to hide. This is actually related to my talent mutation." "Okay, you don't have to say anything." Yi Xiaoyao interrupted Yi Mo. Yi Mo was suddenly confused. "I was just about to explain, but the other party didn't listen? Could it be that he was angry again?" At this time, Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi Mo and said seriously, "I don't care about your talent. You are my brother. I just need to know that you won't lie to me. If you dare to lie to me, I will twist your ears hard." Yi Xiaoyao threatened with gestures. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo immediately showed a smile on his face. Then he handed the two space backpacks in his hand to Yi Xiaoyao. "What's in this backpack?" Yi Xiaoyao asked curiously. "There are some materials for cultivating demons in here. You can use them to cultivate the Hellfire Demon." As soon as these words came out, Yi Xiaoyao's face suddenly showed surprise. Then, she quickly rummaged through her space backpack. She quickly took out a pile of materials with a happy smile on her face. Just then, she suddenly touched a crystal stone that emitted a burning breath. Without hesitation, she took it out directly from the space backpack. Looking at the rare skill stone in front of her, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes suddenly widened. "This is actually a rare fire skill stone?" Yi Xiaoyao exclaimed. "You know, even in the early stages, the demons did not have many means to directly kill the enemy, and they completely relied on their demon bloodline to crush the enemy. Originally, she was nervous because there were also people with contract-level coffin spirits in a neighboring base city. But now that this fire skill stone has appeared, it will undoubtedly give the Hellfire Demon an extra killer move. With this rare skill stone, I will be able to easily defeat all opponents in the assessment next week." Yi Xiaoyao's eyes flashed with confidence. She got the Hellfire Demon because of Yi Mo, and now Yi Mo has provided her with a rare skill stone. For a moment, Yi Xiaoyao was extremely excited. "Brother, I love you so much." Yi Xiaoyao jumped up and rushed directly towards Yi Mo. Seeing this, Yi Mo's eyes twitched. If it were another girl, he wouldn't necessarily hide. But this is his sister. If you don't hide, you're a beast. Without hesitation, Yi Mo dodged. Yi Xiaoyao fell to the ground on the spot. "Yi Mo, why are you hiding? What do you mean?" Yi Xiaoyao said angrily and couldn't help but want to twist the other person. "Sister, calm down. It's just a stone. Why are you so excited?" Yi Mo said calmly, changing the subject. "TSK, now that you have money, you start pretending. I don't know who it was before, asking me for money for no reason. Yi Xiaoyao sneered. Yi Mo. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao collected the materials provided by Yi Mo. She was in a good mood and said to Yi Mo expectantly, Brother, I will definitely take first place in next week's assessment. Remember to cheer me on at the scene when the time comes. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo's face suddenly showed astonishment. Then he said with regret, I plan to go to Jiangnan Bay City tomorrow. I won't be back until next weekend, so I don't think I'll be able to catch up with your assessment. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's originally excited mood instantly became depressed. Why are you going to Jiangnan City? Yi Xiaoyao said in a low voice. I'm going to accompany President Chun to attend the large-scale coffin spirit identification meeting in Jiangnan City. Yi Mo said lightly. Yi Xiaoyao paused when she heard this, then looked at Yi Mo with admiration and said, You are worthy of being my brother. You actually made friends with a big shot like President Chun. That's awesome. Go ahead. Come back next week and wait for my good news. The next morning, Yi Mo brought Yi Xiaoyao to the front yard of the villa. After talking for a long time last night, Yi Mo also explained what Wen Jing had done. This made Yi Xiaoyao so furious that she almost couldn't sleep well all night. I didn't expect teacher Wen Jing to be that kind of person. I'm so mad. Yi Xiaoyao kept muttering. Okay, the person is already dead, so stop talking about it. Yi Mo shook his head helplessly. Then he looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, Summon the flame demon first and let it learn the skills. As if thinking of something, Yi Mo added, If it fails to comprehend, I will take you to the tomb-seeking guild and ask Old Shun to get one. TSK. Don't believe me. My flame demon will definitely understand it. Yi Xiaoyao pouted. Spiritual power flashed in her hands, and a huge cross formation carved by flames appeared on the ground. The next second, the more than 3-meter-long True King Emerald Coffin quickly emerged from the formation. Come out, Yanjun. Hearing Yi Xiaoyao's call, the coffin lid suddenly opened. A 3-meter-tall demon with 2 horns on its head, an evil face with flaming eyes, huge wings on its back, and covered in flame magic patterns appeared in front of the two. Coffin Spirit, Hellfire Demon. Race, Demon. Level, Servant Level. Seal Level, True King Jade Coffin. Talent, Demon Bloodline, extremely strong physical strength, immune to fire damage, and reduces 75% of the damage received. The Fire King's fire skills consume significantly less energy, and their power is doubled. When absorbing surrounding fire elements, you will gain super fast regeneration effects and recover your physical strength. Skills, Pyroblast, Fire Shield, Deterrence, Elemental Special, Flying, Hellfire Special. Special skill, Flame Demon Domain, stimulates the fire element within a certain range, changes the geographical environment, greatly enhances all of its own abilities, and can also possess the Coffin Suppressing Master. Defects none. Intimacy Obedient. Current status like. Number of possible evolutions 3 times. Introduction from the Demon Hell. The Dictator in the Gate of Hell, the King of Demons, with great potential, worth cultivating. Seeing the introduction on the panel, Yi Mo immediately smiled. The intimacy has increased ridiculously. Xiaoyao's flame baptism has the fire element, which makes her a perfect match for the Hellfire Demon. It can be predicted that as long as Yi Xiaoyao contracts with the Fire Coffin Spirit, she will be able to achieve the maximum effect. I don't know if there is a fire dragon in the world's ridge. If there is, maybe Xiaoyao can come up with one, Yi Mo thought to himself. At this time, when the Hellfire Demon saw the rare fire skill stone in Yi Xiaoyao's hand, he instantly became excited. Without hesitation, it took the skill stone and absorbed it. 2 minutes passed, and nothing happened. Yi Mo and Yi Xiaoyao's expressions became more and more solemn. Could it be that the comprehension failed? Yi Mo raised his eyebrows. Son? A smile appeared on Yi Xiaoyao's solemn face. Then the laughter became louder and louder, and he was so happy that he even jumped up while pulling Yi Mo's hand. Ah, brother, Yan Jun has understood. He has understood. Chapter 64, Consulting the Powers of Jiangnan City. Ah, brother, Yan Jun has understood. He has understood. Yi Mo looked at the other party's excited expression. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he nodded and praised. Great. Of course. Yan Jun was assigned to me by you, brother. How can he not be awesome? Yi Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. At this moment, she was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. It's so great to have a brother who is talented and strong, and who could take care of you and think about you. It seems like he thought of something. Yi Mo turned and walked to the front yard of the villa, next to the black, heavy motorcycle parked against the wall. Then he said calmly, Get in the car, I'll take you to see someone. When Yi Xiaoyao heard this, a trace of doubt suddenly appeared on her face. Who are you meeting? Come up first, and you'll know when you get there. A smile appeared on Yi Mo's face. Yi Xiaoyao scratched his head and stopped asking questions. He immediately took the Hellfire Demon back into the contract space and quickly sat on the back seat of the motorcycle. Then he followed Yi Mo out of the villa. Because Yi Mo didn't know much about Jiangnan City, so before leaving, he came to the Tomb-Seeking Guild to consult President Chun about some matters. As for why I brought Yi Xiaoyao here, as an elder brother, Yi Mo naturally didn't feel comfortable leaving her alone, so he wanted to entrust her to Mr. Chun and let him take care of her. The third floor of the Grave Seeker Guild. Yi Xiaoyao was sitting next to Yimo nervously, looking at the ordinary old man in front of her from time to time. In her opinion, this old man is admired by thousands of people and his strength is terrifying. But no matter what, she never expected that her brother would behave extremely casually in front of the other party, as if their relationship was very special. Is this your sister? Has she awakened the super-level talent of flame baptism? President Chen raised his eyebrows, a puzzled look on his face. Obviously, President Chen already knew that Yi Xiaoyao had awakened her super-level talent and contract-level coffin spirit. After all, such a genius is rarely seen in Fengyue City in decades. However, because Yi Mo's performance was too outstanding, President Chen almost forgot about Yi Xiaoyao and did not take a closer look at the other party's information. Seeing President Chen's puzzled expression, Yi Mo was puzzled and asked, "Mr. Chen, is there any problem?" "Dear one?" President Chen asked suddenly. "Or from afar?" Yi Mo was stunned when he heard this. "Of course I kissed him. It's strange, why does it feel like I picked it up?" President Chen muttered softly, falling into deep thought. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo's face suddenly turned dark. Although his sister was a little short, she was extremely beautiful and would never let down his handsomeness. How could it be picked up? When Yi Xiaorao heard this, her face also changed. Her temper instantly surged, and she stood up from her seat. She no longer cared whether the old man in front of her was a legendary expert or not, and pointed at his nose and said angrily, "You are such a nasty old man. You just talk nonsense. I had a blood relationship test with my parents when I was a child. How could I have picked him up?" At this time, President Chen reacted and looked at Yi Xiaoyao's actions in surprise. He then looked at Yi Mo, whose face had turned black, and understood what was going on. Then he laughed and said, "Haha, don't get excited, little girl. I'm just kidding, just joking." Yi Xiaoyao heard this. His temper slowly disappeared, and he regretted being too impulsive. He then apologized quietly. "President Chen, I was too impulsive just now. It's okay, young people. It's normal to be a little impulsive. I was famous for my bad temper back then." President Chen seemed to have thought of something and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Xiaoyao, you don't have to call me President Chen. From now on, just call me Grandpa Chen." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao quickly looked at Yi Mo. Seeing that Yi Mo had no objection, she immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Grandpa Chen." "Ha!" President Chen laughed and seemed extremely happy. Then he stroked his beard and shifted his gaze to Yi Mo with a smug look in his eyes. "If I can't control you, can I control your sister?" President Chen was secretly delighted. As long as he treats Yi Xiaoyao as his own granddaughter. If Yi Mo needs help in the future, he will definitely do it for Yi Xiaoyao's sake, and he won't be embarrassed to bargain with me. When Yi Mo saw President Chen's smug expression, he understood his thoughts and didn't say much. "Mr. Chen, I'm going to Jiangnan Bay City soon. I don't know what I need to pay attention to over there. Please tell me something." Yi Mo said. Chairman Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he took a sip from the teacup, coughed lightly, and said, "I have wanted to tell you this for a long time. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it." Hearing this, Yi Mo's eyes flashed with doubt. It seems that Mr. Chen attaches great importance to the fact that he is going to Jiangnan City alone. "You're such a troublemaker, kid. After you go to Jiangnan City, it's best to keep a low profile and avoid getting involved if you can." President Chen said calmly. Yi Mo was surprised when he heard that, and then pointed to the crystal snowflake badge on his chest. This thing doesn't seem to work very well over there." As soon as these words came out, President Chen's face suddenly turned cold, and he snorted. "You little brat actually doubted my ability? I won't say anything else, but in the central and southern parts of Daxia, there are definitely no more than 5 people stronger than me. So apart from these 5, there should be others who can compete with you, Mr. Chen, right?" Yi Mo asked curiously. Hearing this, President Chen was suddenly speechless, and a trace of solemnity slowly emerged on his face. "Young man Yi, there is a 2-hunting group called Dao Ting in Jiangnan City that I don't deal with very well. Their 3 captains are all at the legendary 5-star level. I can easily fight 2 of them alone, but if the 3 of them join forces, it will be extremely difficult for me." President Chen shook his head with fear in his eyes. "So if you meet someone from Dao Ting, try to avoid them. Although those 3 guys won't intervene to deal with you directly, you will be in considerable trouble if you come into conflict with the people from Dao Ting. After all, Jiangnan City is Dao Ting's territory. As for other forces, the Snow Shadow Badge still has some effect. How you want to deal with it is entirely up to you." Yi Mo noticed the look in old Chen's eyes and was thoughtful. Could it be that the shortage of extraordinary coffin-suppressing masters in Fengyue City is related to this sword court? No, if that's the case, Mr. Chen will definitely destroy Dao Ting at all costs. At this time, Yi Mo felt that joining the Snow Shadow group was like getting on a pirate ship. Because if the people from Dao Ting recognized me as a member of the Shuiying group, they would definitely provoke me. Once his talent is exposed, Dao Ting probably won't let him grow. But he didn't think much about it. His abilities had been observed by Old Chen since the day he contracted the coffin spirit. So no matter what, he will be involved with the other party sooner or later. "I understand. I will try not to cause trouble when I get there," Yi Mo said lightly. Why do you have to go there now, kid? Those materials can't be thrown away. Wouldn't it be better for you to go with me and Brother Lin after I finish my work? Elderton advised. With Brother Lin here, he can just casually mention that you are his junior. Even if you cause trouble everywhere, no one in the central and southern regions will dare to attack you again. After hearing this, Yemo thought about it for a while and shook his head. On the one hand, he was eager to complete the task and wanted to get the task reward as soon as possible. On the other hand, Yemo understood that Supreme Lin had an upright character and always put the interests of the human race first. He suppresses riots in dangerous places, eliminates evil spirits in the world, and rarely interferes in the fights between coffin keepers. So Yemo didn't want to use the other party's name to show off. No, I'm worried that it will be too late and the materials will be bought by someone else. It will take a lot of time to search for it then. Yemo said calmly. Well, be careful along the way. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly and I will find you as soon as possible. President Chen instructed. After Yemo left, President Chen asked Yi Xiaoyao about her well-being, as if he were treating his own granddaughter. He was very satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao's talent. As long as she was trained well, the heights she could reach in the future would at least not be inferior to himself. But the other party is definitely far inferior to Yemo, because Yemo's talent is too abnormal. Chapter 65 heading to Jiangnan City. Breaking news, level 25 beast tide. A few hours later, on the armored train leaving Fengyue City, Yemo leaned against the car window, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. As human settlements were compressed by monsters, both sides of the road presented a primitive scene. Giant forests, cold lakes, and then barren plains. Fengyue City is not far from Jiangnan City in a straight line. But in order to avoid the secret and dangerous places outside the wilderness, railways are built on relatively safe routes. So it takes 7 or 8 hours to reach the destination. However, most of the coffin keepers who took the train felt that it was totally unnecessary for the railway to be so winding, because no monster that dared to attack the armored train could escape alive from their hands. Just then, the armored train suddenly shook violently and then slowed down abruptly. The countless coffin keepers in the carriage were caught off guard and fell to pieces. Yemo quickly steadied himself and avoided falling into such an embarrassing state. When the train stopped, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly and they were filled with anger. Fuck, are you crazy? Are you also breaking the train suddenly? Why did the train stop so suddenly? Could it be that the train broke down? Why didn't you check and repair it before setting off? Now you're stopping halfway. Are you going to let me walk to Jiangnan City? It's over. My tomb hunting group is organizing a secret activity tonight in the early hours of the morning. If I can't make it in time, I'll probably be kicked out by the team leader. Countless people were cursing, causing a commotion in the carriage. At this time, Yemo noticed that the carriage was shaking, and a solemn look suddenly appeared on his face. Could we have encountered a large ferocious beast? Yemo was shocked. Then he quickly opened his mobile phone and checked the route the armored train passed. 3 kilometers outside the railway protection zone, there was a huge plain map. On the plain map, there is a red area marked with the danger symbol of a secret world. Savage plains? Monsters around level 25? Seeing this, Yemo immediately understood what was going on. The monsters in the plains must have broken through the supergrid in the railway protection area, blocking the way ahead. And at this moment, an urgent announcement sounded in the train. Dear passengers, a small-scale horizontal beast tide has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. The weapon system has been activated. Please stay calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. Dear passengers, a small-scale horizontal beast tide has appeared 500 meters away. The train has made an emergency stop. The weapon system has been activated. Please stay calm and do not cause unnecessary panic. Once the broadcast came out, the faces of all the coffin makers changed instantly. What did they hear? Beast tide. Ferocious beasts are a relatively common presence among the coffin spirits, and they often travel in groups in the wild. There is a wild plain nearby, and most of the ferocious beasts are around level 25. You know, ferocious beasts are also a kind of coffin spirit. They not only have talents and skills, but also special moves. The beast tide formed by them is definitely much more terrifying than that of high-level coffin suppressors. If the number exceeds 500, even a high-level 9-star coffin guardian cannot withstand it. Half a minute later, although the train was still shaking, everyone's hearts, which had been in their throats, had calmed down. I was so scared. I thought it was a vertical beast tide. Fuck, stop talking, you crow mouth. If it's vertical, we're screwed. The train will probably be overturned, and everyone will be eaten. Yes, facing a small level 25 beast tide, only a high-level coffin suppressor can contain it. We small fry can only wait for death. Everyone was talking. Son, there was an extremely terrifying vibration, and the armored train began to shake violently as if it had encountered an earthquake. At this time, an urgent shout came from the radio. The beast tide changes direction. The beast tide changes direction. I am the Demon Slayer Corps, a high-ranking 5-star coffin-suppressing commander. Zhou Tong. All coffin keepers above the mid-level level should not panic. Listen to my command. Get off the car and fight to the death with me. As soon as these words came out, the armored train was first hit by a round of heavy machine gun fire. Then all the doors of the train opened. The originally terrified intermediate coffin-suppressing master, upon hearing what was being broadcasted, gritted his teeth and rushed out the door. He then summoned the coffin, carried it on his back, and rushed to the front of the train, ready to stop the beast tied outside the train. For them, if they didn't resist, they would surely die. And with the existence of the super electric grid in the protection area, they couldn't climb out. Instead of waiting to die, it's better to get off the car and fight. And now with the leadership of the high-level coffin keepers in the Legion, there is still a chance of survival, even in the face of a tide of beasts. Guillermo did not hesitate and rushed out with everyone. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally keep to himself when faced with trouble and would not help others solve it. And now, these coffin keepers have united together in order to survive. They even began to spontaneously ask trains to close their doors in an attempt to protect the weak inside the carriages and allow them to take care of themselves. However, these weaklings showed nervousness and prayed for the mid-level coffin keepers who got off the bus. Guillermo saw all of this. A few seconds later, Guillermo followed everyone to the front of the train, looking at the beast tied in the distance, which was composed of black giant wolves over 2 meters tall. Everyone's face was extremely pale, and they were trembling all over. But no one retreated. The Legion commander Zhou Tong at the front had a calm expression on his face, having long since disregarded life and death. Warriors, the beast tide is approaching 500. Either we die, or they die. Please try your best to stop them. Chapter 66 Despair. Zhou Tong's high-pitched roar was heard. This instantly affected the hearts of hundreds of mid-level coffin masters behind him. All the coffin keepers roared in anger and summoned out their coffin spirits. Let's fight. Those who are afraid of death are grandsons. Brothers, if any of you are still alive, remember to collect my body. It's been less than a week since I became a mid-level coffin keeper, and I've already encountered a level 25 beast. I must skin a ferocious beast and taste the pleasure of killing it above my level. For a time, all the panic disappeared in an instant, and the fighting spirit directly reached its peak. Zhou Tong looked at the mid-level coffin-suppressing masters behind him who were full of fighting spirit and had put their lives at risk. He clenched his fists tightly and felt extremely excited. Then he instantly summoned a 2-meter-tall death swordsman wearing black armor, emitting black mist, and holding a giant sword. Then he yelled, "Warriors, bring the coffin spirits and follow me. Use your skills to smash them hard." As soon as these words came out, all the coffin keepers no longer hesitated and ordered their coffin spirits to rush towards the wolf pack. In an instant, countless skills blasted towards the black pack of wolves, caused a series of explosions. The most conspicuous among them is the death swordsman under Zhou Tong. The death swordsman was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, holding the sword in his hand horizontally and starting to spin at high speed. At this moment, the death swordsman was like the god of death. The outer area of his rotating sword created a blue-black whirlwind several stories high, which whizzed through the wolf pack. These whirlwinds were extremely terrifying, carrying with them continuous sword energy, which killed all the giant black wolves within a few dozen meters along the way. However, this skill of the death swordsman seems to consume an abnormal amount of Zhou Tong's spiritual energy. After a few minutes, you can already feel the lack of stamina. The smell of blood filled the air, and the giant black wolf also aroused all its wildness and began to rush towards the crowd fearlessly. After a while, broken limbs and corpses were scattered all over the ground, and only half of the hundreds of black giant wolves were left. Most of the dead giant wolves were killed by the death swordsman. Only a small number were killed by the coffin spirits of hundreds of mid-level coffin masters. At this time, Zhou Tong was breathing heavily, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his face. The rapid loss of spiritual power made it difficult for him to sustain the consumption of death swordsman's skills. Now, he can only let the death swordsman use ordinary swings to fight the black giant wolf. But the efficiency was extremely slow, and the death swordsman was already feeling a little exhausted under the attack of dozens of giant black wolves. There were even countless hideous wounds on his body, and one of his arms was torn off. The coffin spirits of other mid-level coffin keepers are naturally not much better. After one round, they were almost all injured by the energy attacks released by the black giant wolf. You know, most of these coffin spirits are below level 25, and they are no match for a giant black wolf alone. What's more, they were facing a torrent of the remaining 200 or so black giant wolves. How could they possibly resist it? If it drags on for a few more minutes, the defense line formed by the coffin spirits under the mid-level coffin suppressors will most likely collapse directly, and everyone here will be killed by the beast. Damn it, I just happened to have no teammates here this time, and I encountered this situation. There is a leader hiding in the beast tide. It seems that I really have to die here today. Zhou Tong cursed in his heart, frowning, somewhat unwilling. For him, the arrival of one more high-level coffin suppressor would be enough to change the current situation of the battle. If his teammates were there, then killing the remaining half of the black giant wolves would be no problem at all. But now, among this group of people, there is only one high-level coffin suppressor, Zhou Tong, and his spiritual power is almost exhausted. All that could be done now was to take the half-dead death swordsman back to the rear, start to encourage them loudly, and command everyone to conduct defense and containment in an orderly manner. Brothers, pull back the defense line. Keep bombarding these guys with long-range means. Give me another 5 minutes, and I will be able to recover some of my spiritual power and allow the death swordsman to unleash the same trick again. Zhou Tong roared with red eyes. When everyone heard this, they were delighted and began to desperately mobilize all the spiritual power in their bodies, allowing the coffin spirit to vent its skills crazily. The black giant wolves in front felt the bombardment of countless skills, and as if they were receiving some kind of order, they began to gradually disperse and avoid, no longer rushing forward mindlessly like before. This is my first time killing a level 25 monster. It feels so good. A level 25 monster is only this good. If only we had twice as many people. These monsters might be scared. They don't even dare to charge. Seeing the wolf pack in front of them seeming to stop moving forward, countless people laughed. For a moment, they felt that the beast tide was not as terrifying as they had imagined. At this time, at the back of the crowd, Yemo looked at the scene solemnly. At the moment, he did not take any action, but just let Tyrant and Chi-Chi stay by his side. It's not because he's cold-blooded, but he was sure that in a beast tide of this scale, there must be a leader leading the way. If the leader is not killed, these black giant wolves will become more difficult to deal with. A high-level 5-star coffin-suppressing master like Zhou Tong couldn't force out the leader of the wolf pack even after exhausting his spiritual power. It seems I can only wait a little longer. Yemo muttered to himself, with a gleam in his eyes. If he rushed forward to kill the black giant wolves now, he could certainly kill hundreds of giant wolves and thus delay the battle. But the leader of the wolf pack is obviously extremely intelligent. If it runs away with all the remaining giant wolves, it will notify other packs to follow the armor train. Then the end for everyone is still death. After the skill bombing ended, an extremely long wolf howl sounded. When all the giant wolves heard this sound, their eyes instantly became bloodshot and emitted murderous light. The wolves that had been standing still suddenly became extremely violent and rushed towards the crowd regardless of everything. When Zhou Tong saw this, a solemn look flashed across his face. At this time, he had already seen clearly a giant wolf in the pack that was larger in size and covered with silver-gray fur, and it was looking at him provocatively. This is the leader of the wolf pack, and his level is as high as level 30. This beast is quite intelligent. Zhou Tong cursed angrily. Next, his heart hardened, and he shouted loudly. All the coffin keepers who have corpses and ferocious beasts, bring them to me and serve as cannon fodder. Bring the ghosts as the second echelon and go up to harass. Demons, monsters, and undead are the main force. They're also our last line of defense. I don't care whether you fight in close combat or use skills. In short, brothers, please do your best to stop them. As soon as these words came out, everyone had a heavy look on their face. It could be predicted that a large number of coffin keepers and coffin spirits will suffer casualties. But there is no other way. If I don't hold on, it will be a dead end. However, everyone seems to have underestimated the ferocity of these giant wolves. Perhaps inspired by the Wolf King, the strength of these giant wolves increased dramatically. The echelon composed of coffin spirits and the bodies of coffin keepers was dispersed and torn to pieces by the wolves in an instant. As one coffin spirit and mid-level coffin keeper after another fell, everyone's face showed fear. They are too ferocious. We can't stop them. We are doomed. I've tried my best. The coffin spirit is also seriously injured and dying. You guys can hold out as long as you can. Hold out until Master Zhou Tong's spiritual power recovers. How can we bear this? How can we bear this? It's only been a dozen seconds, and so many of us have died. It's over, we're all finished. Chapter 67 Yemo takes action. This is too outrageous. Waves of desperate voices rang out among the crowd, making everyone's heart fall to the bottom. A trace of sadness flashed across Zhou Tong's eyes. Although these coffin keepers are all very brave, they have never cooperated with each other and have never undergone Legion training. Being able to achieve this level is already the limit. They can probably hold out for another minute, but my spiritual power. If only someone could help me delay it a little longer. Zhou Tong sighed with his head down, his heart filled with despair. At this moment, at the end of the echelon, a handsome young man and two other figures pushed through the crowd blocking their way, slowly walked towards the front. In the team, it seemed that several coffin masters from Fengyue City recognized him and immediately gave out extremely excited shouts. This is Master Yemo. It's really Lord Yemo. He's on the train too. Oh my god, it's really him. If he is here, he can definitely delay until Master Zhou Tong recovers his spiritual power. We are saved. Hearing these words, everyone was shocked, and a glimmer of hope appeared in their eyes that were originally filled with despair. Brother, The Lord Yemo you were talking about is this young man? Isn't he only at the semi-middle level? Someone noticed the handsome young man's level of spiritual power and asked in confusion. Yes, isn't this quasi-intermediate level? He is weaker than us. How could he possibly hold us back? So people also questioned. You haven't seen Master Yemo's strength, so you will naturally underestimate him. I'm telling you, he's only at the quasi-middle level, but he can kill a high-level Coffin Master in one blow. The Coffin Master from Fengyue City shouted loudly, obviously admiring Yemo very much. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped and turned their attention to the handsome young man in front of them. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. What did they hear? One knife in seconds. The young man in front of him could actually kill someone 10 levels higher with one strike. How is this possible? Jumping 10 levels? Brother, are you going to tell a joke to make everyone laugh before we die? Someone questioned. Haha, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. This is our Fengyue base city's super genius. Hearing this, no one refuted. There was anticipation in his eyes. They wanted to see whether this young man would become their savior. When Zhou Tong heard the conversation between these coffin masters, he looked up in confusion and looked at the young man walking towards the first echelon. However, after he took a look, a sad look flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head and smiled. This young man seems to be very famous. It's just a pity. How could he hold back 200 giant wolves? Zhou Tong said in despair. But the next second, a figure wearing leather clothes and holding a huge blade leaped into the air. He directly slashed out a terrifying blade of energy with lightning. The blade energy suddenly shot out, making a sharp sound, as if tearing the air, and instantly slashed into the oncoming wolves. The explosion sounded. Several miserable howls were heard from the wolf pack. I saw more than 10 giant black wolves being split in half by the sword energy, and blood splattered 10 feet away. Seeing this, Fengyue City's coffin master pointed at the tyrant and shouted, Did you see that? That's Lord Yemo's coffin spirit. We are saved. When everyone saw this, their eyes suddenly lit up and they were extremely shocked. This quasi-intermediate level young man has indeed cultivated the coffin spirit to be extremely terrifying. If this coffin spirit slashes a few more times and kills half of the giant wolves, it will definitely delay Zhou Tong's recovery. Brother, come on, brother, you must hold us off. Our survival depends on you. The chance to survive was right in front of them, and everyone cheered for this young man from the bottom of their hearts. However, is Yemo's current plan just to drag it out? The Wolf King has been locked by him. As long as the Wolf King is killed, the other giant wolves will be at a loss. When the time comes, all these giant wolves will be killed. The amount of experience Yemo could gain was definitely an extremely terrifying number, enough to level up several times. Since the Wolf King has appeared, I will kill it. Then we will wipe out the remaining wolves. Yemo's eyes flashed with excitement. His eyes narrowed, and he frantically stimulated the spiritual energy in his body. A cold voice sounded at the front of the crowd. Tyrant, charge into the wolf pack and kill the Wolf King directly. Chi-Chi, follow the tyrant. Don't let any giant wolf go. As soon as these words came out, the tyrant's body suddenly grew to more than 5 meters tall, emitting a strong sense of oppression. I saw it taking flaming steps and turning into a flaming afterimage as it rushed into the wolf pack. Chi-Chi on the side directly used the instant step and followed closely with an icy blue cold air emitting from his body. Soon, miserable howls continued to be heard from the giant wolves. The tyrant was like a killing god, with an ice blue soul surrounding him. He could quickly recover from any attack he received, and he chopped a giant wolf into pieces with one strike. Chi-Chi was equally strong, and he drew all kinds of spells and talismans out of thin air and threw them into the wolf pack, setting off round after round of explosions. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit. Countless experiences flashed across the screen, making Yemo a little numb. Before they knew it, Tyrant and Chi-Chi had killed the Wolf King. The other giant wolves were easily killed like chickens and dogs. The number of giant wolves is decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, with the upgrades of Tyrant and Chi-Chi, more and more spiritual power is fed back to Yemo, and there is a tendency that it can never be consumed. Awesome! This is so awesome! Yemo had a faint smile on his face and was very excited. Behind him were a group of mid-level coffin suppressors and Zhou Tong, who was recuperating. He was obviously too shocked to speak and looked at Yemo as if he was looking at a ghost. There was no sound anymore in the crowd, and their coffin spirits also stood there in a daze, becoming eerily silent. Only the continuous howling of giant wolves came from not far away. At this time, there was only one thought left in everyone's mind. Is this really just a quasi-mid-level coffin suppressor? Isn't this too outrageous? Chapter 68, The Complaints of the Injured. Yemo's move directly changed the entire course of the battle. Most of the coffin keepers who participated in the battle became relaxed and just stood there watching the battle. A small number of coffin keepers who possessed healing coffin spirits let their coffin spirits carry the injured members back to the crowd for treatment. They looked at the battlefield. This man who looked like a god descending from heaven, with excitement, agitation, respect, and even more gratitude in their eyes. Behind the crowd, Zhou Tong had a smile on his face, as if he had survived a disaster, and he was very excited. This young man is too strong. If nothing unexpected happens, the human race will have another supreme being in the future. As if thinking of something, Zhou Tong's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he muttered to himself, "This matter must be reported to the chief, to see if this young man can be invited to join the Legion." In the giant wolf pack, Tyrant and Chi-Chi were like gods of death, ruthlessly killing these giant black wolves with devastating speed. Just a few minutes passed, and one giant black wolf fell down like wheat being cut. The railway protection zone turned into a sea of blood and corpses. You know, level 25 monsters are almost no challenge to them. Not to mention Chi-Chi's indestructible body. Even the Tyrant's body, which was strengthened after absorbing the virus, can withstand most of the damage from the black giant wolf. From this we can see that as long as Yi Mo's spiritual power is enough to support them in fighting, no matter how many giant wolves come, it will be useless. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant Chi-Chi. The level has been upgraded to Guardian level. The experience required for the next level is 0. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Mo was stunned. Then he glanced at the wolf pack, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although, as the level increases, the experience provided by these black giant wolves has been decreasing. But there are still nearly 100 giant wolves left, and the experience they can provide is at least more than 10,000. There are still more than 80 left. They should be able to reach level 25 just in time, Yi Mo said to himself. And at this moment, there were bursts of wailing coming from behind Yi Mo. He looked back and frowned. I saw many seriously injured coffin spirits and coffin makers lying on the ground, dying. Since healing coffin spirits are extremely rare, coffin spirits and coffin keepers who are not treated in time may face the risk of death at any time. If all these wounded were gathered together, Chi-Chi can probably save them all with one rescue, Yi Mo thought to himself. But soon he gave up this decision. It would be easy if it was just rescuing 2 or 3 people. But if the total number of fully revived coffin keepers and coffin spirits exceeds 40 at a time, looking at the entire Great Xia Kingdom, it was a very explosive scene. The shocking effect is estimated to be more than 10 times more terrifying than a beast tide. By then, Chi-Chi might be targeted by some super powerful people. Yi Mo didn't want to get into too much trouble, and he was not a saint. Killing all the giant wolves and keeping these people alive was already his limit. Because he wanted to reach Jiangnan Bay City as soon as possible, this was one of the reasons why he had to take action. But treating the wounded didn't seem to do him any good. He also has no obligation to provide treatment. Does anyone else have a healing coffin spirit? Summon it out quickly, someone in the crowd shouted. A wounded soldier seemed to notice the situation on the battlefield and said in surprise, Sir Yi Mo, can't the coffin spirit be healed by drawing talismans? Wait until he kills all these giant wolves. Then let him rescue us. Yes, Lord Yi Mo is so powerful. He can definitely cure my coffin spirit, someone echoed. Hearing this, a coffin-suppressing master from Fengyue City who was treating the wounded immediately retorted. Are you crazy? Master Yi Mo has been fighting all the time, and his spiritual energy has been depleted so severely. He has gotten us out of danger. You should have a good rest later. Where would you find the time to save your coffin spirits? Then what do you say we should do? Your treatment effect is definitely not as good as Master Yi Mo's. If Lord Yi Mo had taken action earlier, we wouldn't have been cannon fodder. Someone complained. That's right. Now that he has left you guys in the back row unscathed, there's no reason for him not to heal our front tier. We are the most seriously injured and have made greater contributions than you. He must heal us. As soon as these words came out, many wounded soldiers felt that there was some truth in this and turned to look at Yi Mo in front of them. Some of the wounded even had a look of blame in their eyes. The person in front of him clearly has the ability to join forces with Zhou Tong to kill all the giant wolves. You can protect them from getting hurt right from the start. But the other party insisted on waiting until a lot of people died before coming out to act as a savior to attract attention. So in their opinion, part of the reason for their injuries was due to Yi Mo. In front of the battlefield, after hearing the conversation between these people, Yi Mo just shook his head. For a moment, he felt powerless to complain. At this time, Zhou Tong also noticed their discussions and his face suddenly turned pale. He didn't expect that these people were saved by Yi Mo 1 second ago, and then changed their faces the next second. Damn it, what are you arguing about? Can't you see I'm injured too? Did I say a word? As long as you're not dead, you can recover, Zhou Tong shouted. Next, he further explained. If Brother Yi Mo and I were to come together, the Wolf King would never show his head and would just run away. If we wait for it to escape and then call the tribe, We will only die in an even more humiliating way. So from now on, if anyone dares to question Brother Yi Mo's actions, I will kick you out of the car. Zhou Tong's face looked extremely ugly. These mid-level coffin-suppressing masters present today had indeed contributed a lot. But the decisive factor was still Yi Mo, and these people wanted to use moral blackmail by relying on their own merits. That's impossible. Take the wounded to the train and ask those beginner coffin masters if they have any healing coffin spirits. If there are any, ask them to treat the wounded. Zhou Tong calmed down his anger and gave instructions to some people nearby. As soon as these words came out, many mid-level coffin keepers nodded quickly, then helped the wounded up and walked towards the armor train. When the wounded saw this, they knew they were in the wrong, and the resentment in their hearts subsided a lot. Chapter 69. Invitation from the Demon Slayer Corps. Yi Mo, not interested. An hour later, wait until all the giant wolf carcasses in the railway protection area are cleared. The armored train set off again. However, Yi Mo did not return to the carriage where he was before. Zhou Tong had arranged for him to stay in an extremely luxurious carriage near the front of the train. The interior space of this armored carriage is extremely large, just like a luxury hotel, and the facilities are very complete. Yi Mo took a bath to wash away the smell of blood on his body. Then he took out a set of black casual clothes from the space warehouse and put them on. Then he lay down on the bed and began to check today's harvest. Tyrant and Chi-Chi have reached level 25. If you want to improve further, you can only go to the secret realm of another world. Yi Mo thought thoughtfully. The beast hide that appeared today is extremely rare in the wild. However, Yi Mo learned that in the secret realm of the other world, such scenes of groups of monsters riding were very common. So after the Coffin Spirit appraisal meeting is over and Chi-Chi's evolution is completed, Yi Mo will definitely go to the secret realm in the other world. Gray Wolf Fang, Wolf Fur, Wolf Claw, Heart of the Wolf King. Yi Mo took a look at the amount of materials in the space warehouse and couldn't help but gasp. There were nearly 500 beasts in this wave. After killing them, the materials left behind naturally piled up like a mountain. Yi Mo did not take some of the materials that were of lower value and took up more space, such as wolf blood and wolf meat. Most of the higher value materials were taken away by Yi Mo. The Wolf King's heart seems to be pretty good. It can be sold for more than 100 million. Yi Mo checked the price. When he saw the prices of the remaining materials, his face suddenly darkened. He did a simple calculation and his expression became uglier. Fuck, these more than 900 pieces of materials. All added up, it only sells for less than 10 billion? This is too much of a scam. Yi Mo was extremely puzzled. The sickle demon he had killed before was sold for hundreds of billions. Even the Ghost Fire Soul crystal left by the Ghost Knight is worth a lot of money. But the total value of the mountain of materials before us is not even a fraction of that of the sickle demon. This made Yi Mo feel a little disappointed. Forget it, it's no loss anyway. After all, these black wind wolves are only level 25 and are relatively common monsters. It's normal that the value is not high. Yi Mo shook his head and stopped worrying about it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Yi Mo raised his eyebrows, slowly sat up from the bed, and said calmly, "Come in." The door opens. I saw two figures standing in the aisle of the carriage outside the door. One of them, wearing standard military uniform, was Zhou Tong. The other one was a tall, beautiful woman wearing black frame glasses and also dressed in Legion uniform. "Brother Yi Mo, are you planning to take a rest? I didn't disturb you, did I?" Zhou Tong said with a smile. Yi Mo heard this and smiled faintly. How could that be? If Brother Zhou hadn't arranged me here, I might still be staying in the noisy carriage without even the chance to rest in peace. So I have to thank Brother Zhou. Hearing this, Zhou Tong burst into laughter. He originally thought that geniuses like Yi Mo would be extremely arrogant. After all, the other party didn't say a word to anyone from the time he got off the car to the end of the fight. But he didn't expect that a super genius like Yi Mo would be so humble. "Brother Yi Mo, you don't have to be modest. These are what I should do." Zhou Tong laughed. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo quickly pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Don't just stand there, please sit down." Hearing this, Zhou Tong nodded, then pulled out a chair and motioned the woman next to him to sit down. Then he stood aside respectfully and introduced, "Brother Yi Mo, this is the commander-in-chief of our Demon Slayer Corps stationed in the Jiangnan base. She came here this time because she wants to discuss something with you." "Hello, my name is Xiaoya, an extraordinary 5-star coffin-suppressing master. Nice to meet you." Xiaoya did not sit down. Instead, she walked to the bed, stretched out a flawless white hand, and a smile as warm as spring breeze appeared on her face. Yi Mo was stunned when he saw this. He originally thought that this woman was Zhou Tong's secretary or subordinate. But unexpectedly, the young woman in front of him was actually Zhou Tong's immediate boss. Moreover, the woman in front of him looked only about 3 years older than him. Being able to become an extraordinary coffin tightener in his 20s shows how terrifying his talent is. "Hello, my name is Yi Mo." Yi Mo stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other party, then let go. Seeing this, Xiaoya slowly sat down, looked at Yi Mo seriously, and then said straight to the point, Mr. Yi, I came here this time to invite you to join the Demon Slayer Corps. I wonder if you would be interested in considering it. Hearing this, Yemo was not surprised. It's normal for me to attract their attention after showing such amazing strength. Sorry, I don't want to join any organization for the time being. Yemo answered directly. According to his understanding, the Demon Slaying Corps was an officially established organization that had stations in almost every large base city. After joining, you will certainly get a more superior status than the Snow Shadow group, but correspondingly, you will have many more responsibilities. For example, in today's Beast Tide, a high-level 5-star coffin-suppressing master like Zhou Tong could easily escape on his own. But he chose to stay and protect the weak, willing to die, which was one of his duties. If there are monster sieges, rescue missions, defense line protection, riot suppression, and other tasks, the Demon Slaying Corps will always be at the forefront. And these things happen almost every day. This means that once you join, you will be subject to constraints in various aspects. Mr. Yi, don't rush to refuse. Xiaoyu said gently. Then a gleam of light flashed in her eyes, and she said seriously, do you know why I can become an extraordinary 5-star coffin-suppressing master at the age of only 24? As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tong quickly found an excuse to leave the room. At this moment, Yemo's eyes flashed with curiosity and asked, why? 100 years ago, our Demon Slayer Corps unearthed a holy ruin in a secret place in another world near the ancient capital. We call it the Tomb of the Kings. This holy ruins is full of spiritual energy, which is extremely suitable for coffin spirits to cultivate. There are also countless rare treasures that can improve the innate physique of coffin masters. The Demon Slayer Corps has 10 places every year, which allow young people with excellent talents in the Corps to practice for 2 months. Xiaoyu continued with a look of desire in her eyes. Do you know? I was only a mid-level 2-star coffin master 2 years ago. But after I stayed in there for 6 months, the coffin spirit went from level 22 to level 45. With your talent, if you join the Demon Slayer Corps, you'll have a great chance of getting a place to practice next year. So, please consider whether you want to join us. Xiaoyu showed a gentle smile on her face and invited sincerely. Let me think about it first. Hearing this, Yemo did not refuse immediately, but started to think seriously about it. It's not that he is very interested in getting a place to practice, but he was very interested in this imperial tomb, because, according to his understanding, there must be the corpse of the emperor in this tomb. When I become stronger in the future, I must go and take a look. Maybe I can dig up the corpse of an emperor. Yemo said to himself. At this time, Xiaoyu still smiled, waiting for Yemo to make a decision. And she felt that Yemo would definitely join the Demon Slaying Corps, because it only took her 3 years to become a super 5-star. For people in this world, this is already an extremely terrifying speed of improvement. Yemo will definitely weigh the pros and cons and join without hesitation. However, how could she know that Yemo was cheating? Not to mention 3 years. Even in just 1 year, Yemo's strength is likely to surpass hers. At this time, Yemo seemed to have thought it over and said directly, I have thought it over. Hearing this, Xiaoyu was immediately delighted and said with a smile, Yemo, welcome to join the Demon Slayer Corps. We will be colleagues from now on. However, Yemo's next words made her face freeze. Well, I'm considering not joining. What did you say? You don't even want to join? Do you know that for a talent like yours, entering the holy ruins is the fastest way to grow? Xiaoyu said in surprise. I really don't want to join. Yemo nodded calmly, and then added, but I have someone I can recommend to you. Her talent is also extremely terrifying. Who? Go to Fengyue City to find Yi Xiaoyao. She is a super-level talent, possessing a super-level coffin spirit, and is the coffin master of the Hellfire Demon. Chapter 70, arriving at Jiangnan Base City. Xiaoyu talked with Yemo for a long time. In the end, they failed to reach an agreement on having the other party join the Demon Slaying Corps. This made Xiaoyu feel regretful. After she walked out of Yemo's luxurious room, she looked at Zhou Tong, who was waiting outside, and a hint of sadness flashed across her face. Commander-in-Chief, how did the talk go? Zhou Tong asked puzzledly. Hearing this, Xiaoyu smiled with a forced smile and said, he refuses to join our Demon Slayer Corps. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tong's expression instantly became extremely surprised, and he asked in a trembling voice, he refused? Yeah, Xiaoyu nodded. Fuck, this brother Yemo is too willful. That is a place to enter the Emperor's mausoleum for training. It's too outrageous to reject it directly, Zhou Tong said with his eyes wide open, startled. Maybe he's not confident enough in his own abilities. After all, those who can enter the top 10 places, their talents are at least at the super level, and some of them even have contracted super coffin spirits. Xiaoyu sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately retorted, Commander-in-Chief, you have never seen how exaggerated Brother Yemo is. I'm sure these people can't be stronger than Brother Yemo. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu just smiled faintly and did not argue with him. At this time, she seemed to have thought of something and said quickly, That's right, Lao Zhou. I have to go to Fengyue City to do some things first. I won't stay on the train any longer. I have checked the lines ahead before I came here, so there shouldn't be any problems later. You can rest assured and let the coffin's spirit recover from its injuries. Good. Then you should go early and come back early, Commander-in-Chief. Zhou Tong nodded and said. Xiaoyu responded, then walked to the door of the armored train and pressed the switch that controlled the door. When the car door opened, a strong wind rushed in, blowing her long hair. She just sank her legs and jumped out of the car door. Then the whole person took off into the air like a wild goose. Spiritual powers surged under his feet, and he flew on the air and disappeared at a very fast speed. Yemo didn't know how many hours he slept. Just then I woke up slowly from the bed. After stretching his limbs, he got out of bed and opened the curtains beside the car window. Outside the window, the sun has been blocked by the distant mountains. The setting sun is as red as blood, and the afterglow dyes the sky red. It's evening? We should be arriving at Jiangnan Base City soon. Yemo stretched his body, looking very relaxed. The armored train is not fast, but for many coffin keepers, it is safer. This journey, including the beast tide encounter before, took Emo nearly 10 hours. Fortunately, no similar incidents occurred afterwards. Otherwise, it would have taken until late at night to reach Jiangnan City. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhou Tong's voice sounded outside the door. Brother Yemo, are you awake? Hearing the sound, Yemo turned around and walked over and opened the door. As soon as he saw Yemo, Zhou Tong smiled and said, Brother Yemo, we will be outside Jiangnan City in 5 minutes. What are your plans after you get off the bus? Yemo heard this and showed a puzzled look on his face. He thought, not yet. If there is any arrangement, it will have to wait until tomorrow. In that case, how about we go out for dinner and drinks later? Let me repay you for saving my life. Zhou Tong invited, his eyes full of anticipation. Hearing this, Yemo's face suddenly showed a smile, and he did not refuse but responded, It just so happens that I am a little hungry too. Since Brother Zhou has invited me, I won't hesitate to come. Seeing Yemo agreed, Zhou Tong laughed and said, Haha, Brother Yemo, let's get drunk tonight. Soon, a whistle sounded, and the armored train began to slow down. At the same time, the train broadcast announcing that it was about to arrive at the underground station outside Jiangnan City. At this time, Yemo and Zhou Tong had already arrived at the door to get off the bus and were waiting. As the armored train stopped, Yemo walked directly down the platform. But this time, he was not like before. Instead, he learned from other coffin masters and carried a silver hexagonal coffin on his back. The reason for doing this is because Jiangnan Base City stipulates that those who do not carry a coffin cannot enter the city. Only by carrying the coffin can one demonstrate the identity of a coffin controller. On the side, Zhou Tong looked at the silver coffin behind Yemo, and his expression became extremely surprised. He couldn't understand why the knife-wielding coffin spirit was so powerful among the giant wolves, like a killing god. It turned out to be just a coffin spirit sealed in a silver coffin. This scene directly refreshed his cognition. He was shocked and asked, Brother Yemo, what kind of talent is this? He can actually summon 2 coffin spirits to fight. He also trained a level 1 zombie to be no weaker than a level 1 coffin spirit. This is just horrible. Zhou Tong subconsciously felt that Yemo's other coffin spirit was even more complicated, and it was likely to be much stronger than the tyrant. At this time, the look in his eyes when he looked at Yemo became more and more admiring. The commander-in-chief made a mistake this time. Alas, I didn't reach an agreement with Brother Yemo. Zhou Tong thought to himself, looking extremely regretful. At the same time, he became more and more convinced that even the super geniuses in other demon-slaying legion bases were far inferior to Yemo in talent. Yemo's failure to join the demon-slaying corps was undoubtedly a huge loss for them. A few minutes later, Zhou Tong took Yemo out of the dim underground station. We arrived at a parking lot reserved for the demon-slaying corps. Then Zhou Tong found an extremely powerful off-road vehicle and drove out. Brother Yemo, get in the car, Zhou Tong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yemo got into the off-road vehicle. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Tong stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the parking lot, heading towards the city gate of Jiangnan City's outer city. In the car, Yemo looked at the towering city wall standing on the horizon thousands of meters away, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. It's worthy of being the largest base city in the central and southern regions of Daxia. This outer city wall is 3 times higher than Fengyue cities. Yemo exclaimed. Hearing this, Zhou Tong burst into laughter and said, Brother Yemo, this city wall is more than just high. It's 30 meters deep underground, and it's incredibly tough. All the stones used to cast it were transported from ancient secret realms. It can easily withstand the attacks of overlord-level monsters. It can withstand the attacks of hundreds of thousands of demonic waves. So a big part of the reason why Jiangnan Bay City is so strong is because of this city wall. With it, we can live in the city in complete safety. Chapter 71. Jiangnan City's Power. Tang Yi isn't a mess. Zhou Tong drove the car and took Yemo to the demon-slaying legion's base without any obstruction. At this time, Yemo had a general understanding of the situation in Jiangnan Bay City. Different from Fengyue City, the inner city can hardly accommodate Jiangnan Bay City because of its large population. Therefore, the outer city has countless rows of streets with residential buildings on both sides of the streets where ordinary people live. There are even quite a few slums in some corners. There is a straight road in the center behind the city gate, which leads to the inner city. Here, the inner city is the center of Jiangnan Bay City, and all the coffin keepers and powerful figures gather in the inner city. But what's more interesting is that the demon-slaying Corps base is in a corner of the outer city, and the area it occupies is only the size of 2 football fields. Compared with the buildings in the inner city, the demon-slaying Corps base seemed a bit shabby. It seems that the demon-slaying Corps has another responsibility, which is to protect civilians. Yemo glanced at Zhou Tong and thought to himself. At this time, Zhou Tong parked the car next to a dormitory building in the base, and then an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Brother Yemo, please wait for a moment. Wearing a Legion uniform in the inner city is too ostentatious and will attract a lot of attention and fear. I'll go in and change my clothes and come out right away. Upon hearing this, Yemo nodded in confusion, while Zhou Tong quickly walked towards the dormitory building. A few minutes later, Zhou Tong changed into a very ordinary set of street stall clothes and walked out. Without saying a word, he drove Yemo towards the inner city again. Soon, he brought Yemo to a barbecue stall on a street in the downtown area of the inner city. Then he ordered a lot of third-level ferocious beast meat and beer and started to feast on it. This street is extremely busy, with heavy traffic, entertainment venues, and restaurants everywhere. Moreover, most of the coffin keepers on the road were in groups of 3 or 5, with the badge of the grave-seeking group hanging on their chests. This situation is extremely rare in Fengyue City. Yemo observed for a while, then said with a smile, Brother Zhou, the security in the inner city seems to be very good. I didn't see many people clashing. Zhou Tong was stunned when he heard this. Then he smiled and explained, Haha, Brother Yemo. It's not that the public security here is so good, but that behind these people there are some strong forces or families. So they are relatively restrained. For example, the coffin masters who passed by just now had black badges with the word Qin on their chests. This proves that these people are members or subordinates of the Qin family in the inner city. And the Qin family is also an extremely powerful force in Jiangnan City, ranking among the top 30. Because their patriarch, Qin Jun, is an extraordinary 8-star strongman. Zhou Tong took a sip of ice beer and said with a smile. Hearing this, the doubts on Yemo's face disappeared immediately. But a new question came into his mind. That's right, Brother Zhou. If you don't have the Tomb Seeker's badge, will you have trouble making it in the inner city? Yemo asked calmly. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tong was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Brother Yemo, you didn't join the tomb hunting group, did you? Yes, but for some reasons, my badge should not be displayed in public. Yemo said calmly. Zhou Tong frowned slowly when he heard this. Then he said solemnly, if you don't wear the badge of the grave hunters, if seen by those coffin-guarding masters with powerful families, there is a possibility that they will find fault with you. This is really a troublesome matter. Yemo muttered to himself. Haha, Brother Yemo, you don't have to worry. In fact, people from these big families generally don't cause trouble. As long as you don't run into them, with your strength, you can completely deal with those who are looking for trouble without anyone noticing. Late at night, after a good meal and a good drink, Zhou Tong left the inner city and returned to the demon-killing legion's base. With his introduction, Yemo found a hotel on the edge of the inner city and stayed there, which was extremely quiet compared to the downtown area. I'll go to the trading area early tomorrow morning and get Chi-Chi's evolution materials as soon as possible. Yemo thought to himself. You know, as long as Chi-Chi's evolution materials are obtained, the tasks previously issued by the system can be completed immediately. Let's not talk about the random skill copy cards for now. Yemo was extremely envious of the power of the high-level corpse template lottery ticket. If the character template extracted this time is given to the tyrant will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. Although the potential for improvement is limited, the tyrant can only be upgraded to level. But for a god-level corpse raiser, the potential level is nothing more than a measure of the coffin spirit's early combat effectiveness. Because, as long as Emo does not die, he will have the opportunity to increase the potential of all coffin spirits to the highest level in the future. As if thinking of the appraisal meeting in a few days, Yemo's eyes flashed with surprise again. If I get a level 1 coffin spirit at the appraisal meeting, wouldn't it be possible to become a level 100 after using the template? Thinking of this, Yemo immediately took a breath of cold air. It is obvious how terrifying Chi-Chi's special move is. If it was a coffin spirit that was 1 level stronger than her, wouldn't it be directly invincible? Thinking of this, Yemo became even more delighted. Then he turned off the lights and lay down on the bed ready to go to sleep. At this time, on the dim street outside the hotel, a middle-aged figure was covering his shoulder and staggering slowly along the street. It seemed that he was being chased by someone. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely embarrassed. After looking at the disappeared arm on the left, the middle-aged man's eyes showed a fierce look, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Fuck! The people from the Qin family, wait for me. If I don't take revenge, I won't be called Tang Yi. Tang Yi growled. The reason he came to Jiangnan City this time was naturally to help Emo buy the evolutionary materials that the other party needed. But he didn't expect that the news that he spent tens of billions to buy 2 treasures for the evolution of the Corpse Clan would spread. This caused him to be targeted by people with ulterior motives, and even attracted the pursuit of the Qin family's playboy. And now, he had already thrown out the Yuan cold marrow and lured away some of the Qin family members. However, there was an extraordinary 1-star coffin-suppressing master who still refused to give up and was determined to kill him. In desperation, he could only fight with the opponent. The result was that Tang Ye's coffin spirit was beheaded and seriously injured. Brother Yi, I am sorry for you this time. I shouldn't have taken the initiative to come here early to buy materials. Tang Yi murmured to himself, feeling extremely regretful. He originally wanted to give Emo a surprise, but also wanted to improve his own status. But in the end, it just did more harm than good. Now not only has the evolutionary materials that Emo needs been lost, but he has also lost both the wife and the army. These materials are extremely important to Brother Emo, and there is only one in Jiangnan City. I really feel sorry for him. Tang Yi was filled with despair. At this time, there was a sound of wind not far away. I saw a black-robed figure walking on the walls of tall buildings on both sides of the street, chasing towards Tang Yi. I guess from Wanbeilu and Fengyue City. Where are you going? Why don't you come with me to the Qin family to discuss the ownership of Wanbao Tower? The black-robed man said with a smile, his tone full of arrogance. When Tang Yi heard this, he was suddenly shocked. At this time, he discovered, it turns out that these people's purpose was not to get the 2 corpse evolution treasures in his hands, but the Wanbao building in Fengyue City. Chapter 72 Tang Ye's past. Tang Yi looked at the extraordinary 1-star coffin-suppressing master in front of him, and a huge hatred flashed in his eyes. Then he endured the pain and said in a cold voice, I don't think I have any grudge against your Jiangnan Qin family. When did you target me? Hearing this, the man in black robe laughed even louder. As expected of a bumpkin from a small town who has never seen the world, he doesn't even know the rules of this inner city. As a quasi-transcendent being, you dare to buy treasures without wearing a badge. This is enough to prove that you are not familiar with the inner city and are definitely not from Jiangnan City. Even if our Qin family doesn't target you, there will be forces from the Lin family, the Yin family, and even other tomb hunting groups investigating your background. So you better hand over Wanbao Tower in Fengyue Town obediently. The black-robed man said in a cold tone, with confidence in his eyes. For the Qin family, Fengyue City is a small city compared to Jiangnan City, but Wanbeilu, as the largest trading shop in Fengyue City, is definitely not worth less. As long as they can control the Wanbao Tower, they can bring continuous income to the Qin family. When Tang Yi heard the words of the man in black robe, he realized that he could not escape. There is no way the other party will let you go. Besides, it was impossible for him to hand over Wanbeilu. As the corner of his mouth formed a hideous arc, scarlet blood slowly flowed out. His voice became hoarse, and his eyes were full of mockery. Haha, do you know that I'm only the second in command of Wanbeilu? I don't actually hold the power, even if I hand over Wanbao Tower? Do you, the Qin family, dare to go to Fengyue City to take over? Hearing this, the man in black robe thought for a moment, then laughed and said, Haha, it's none of your business whether the Qin family dares to take over or not. But I can declare that from now on you are the boss of Wanbeilu. Because your boss was killed by our clan leader 8 years ago. As soon as these words came out, a huge wave of emotion rose in Tang Ye's heart. No wonder he had not been able to contact his boss for so many years. Unexpectedly, the other party died at the hands of the head of the Qin family. Thinking of this, Tang Ye's eyes were red. He roared, mobilized his spiritual power, and punched the man in black robe hard. I saw a light blue fist force vibrating out, and in the blink of an eye it hit the black robe man. When the man in black robe saw this, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. He also mobilized his spiritual energy and blocked the punch with one hand. Now that you've lost the coffin spirit, you want to use your own strength to deal with me? What are you dreaming about? The man in black robe sneered. The next second, the man in black robe suddenly turned into a shadow and attacked Tang Yi. Seeing this, Tang Yi was shocked and ran away immediately. The anger just now made him lose his mind in an instant, and he completely forgot the gap in strength between himself and the man in black robe. Now not only does he not have the coffin spirit, he is also injured. How can he possibly defeat the opponent and his coffin spirit? No, my death is not important. But I must not let them take away the Millennium Moon essence in my body. Tang Yi thought to himself. Next, he suddenly activated all the spiritual energy in his body and gathered it at his feet, which turned into a gust of wind and threw the man in black robe far away. Then he ran towards an alley beside the street. 2 minutes later, Tang Yi sealed the Millennium Moon essence in an ancient wooden box and hid it in an inconspicuous sewer in the northwest corner of the street in the inner city, near the city wall. At the same time, he took a photo of the location where the Millennium Moon spirit was hidden, attached a text, and sent it to Emo in his friend list. Brother Yi, I feel ashamed of you. Tang wanted to buy something his younger brother needed as a gift, but he was ambushed by a villain. Now, the Millennium Moon essence has been hidden here by Tang, while the Yuan cold marrow has been taken away by the Qin family in Jiangnan City. I hope that after you come to Jiangnan City, you can take the Millennium Moon essence away as soon as possible to avoid losing it again. In order to avoid leaving blood on the ground, Tang Yi covered his broken arm tightly. At the same time, he resisted the urge to spurt out blood and moved away from the sewer where the ancient wooden box was hidden. Then he turned around and walked back a few hundred meters, came to an empty street, and sat down against the wall. At this time, he was at the end of his rope and could only stay where he was and survive. Glancing at the phone in his hand, Tang Yi sent another message to Yemo, then forcibly stimulated the only remaining spiritual energy in his body and crushed the phone into pieces. It seems like I'm dead this time. Blood continued to flow from the corners of Tang Ye's mouth. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he recalled the past. He was once a genius. He contracted a coffin spirit at the age of 18 and became a quasi-supernatural being before he was 25. Because the owner of Wanbeilu was his master and had raised him. So after the owner of Wanbeilu left, he took over Wanbeilu. Because he was obsessed with business and had not left the city for a long time to gain experience. As a result, he has been wasting his potential over the years and his strength has stagnated. In Fengyue City, President Chun is undoubtedly the #1 person. However, the number of extraordinary coffin-carrying masters in Fengyue City has been reduced. Tang Yi, the quasi-supernatural being, naturally became one of the most honorable people in Fengyue City. Therefore, he has always been indifferent to the strength of his own ability. After all, in his opinion, money can also win people over. After living in comfort for so long, I forgot how dangerous the outside world is. If I could be given another chance, maybe I could become a legendary warrior. Tang Yi laughed at himself. Just then, top, top, top. A sound of heavy footsteps came from the corner of the street. After Tang Yi heard this, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy. These footsteps were like a death knell, ringing in his heart, driving him step by step towards the abyss of death. When he thought about the fact that the other party was from the Qin family and what the Qin family had done, Tang Ye's anger was rekindled. How could I die so miserably at the hands of the Qin family? The master's revenge has not yet been avenged. The materials that Brother Yi needed were also taken away by them. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Just then, he suddenly thought of something. That is, when he was buying treasures from the zombie clan in the Jiangnan City trading area, he also bought several doses of 6th-level zombie virus solution and prepared to give them to Yemo. At the same time, the manager of the trading area saw that he was quite generous. So he gave him a black corpse bead that exuded a cold aura, which was a byproduct of the Millennium Moon essence. Chapter 73. The Mutated Corpse Demon's True Form. Special notice from the Law Enforcement Department. If there is no antiviral drug, after being infected with the 6th-order zombie virus, the extraordinary people will also turn into zombies within half an hour. Tang Ye's eyes flashed with a strange look, and he took out the black beads and virus solution from the space backpack. He wanted to find an opportunity to use these viruses on the man in black robe. But soon, he thought that the other party was not a fool, so he gave up this decision. Because even after being infected, the other party can use many means to eliminate the virus. But in the end, he could not escape the fate of death. Maybe I can use it myself? With my strength. As long as I'm infected with these viruses, mutations will occur in less than half an hour. A hint of surprise flashed in Tang Ye's eyes, and he looked at the virus solution in his hand excitedly. As for this black corpse bead, it should be the poison of a 1,000-year-old zombie. Thinking of this, a crazy smile suddenly appeared on Tang Ye's face. Without any hesitation, he endured the pain, bit the test tube containing the virus solution in one bite, and drank all the virus. Then he put the test tube back into his space backpack, picked up the corpse bead in his hand, threw it into his mouth, and swallowed it directly into his body. At this moment, Tang Yi felt as if his throat was being cut by a knife, and all the nerves in his body were being gnawed by millions of ants. The horrible negative energy produced by the corpse beads in his body mixed with the virus solution, causing him to suffer excruciating pain. The blood vessels that were originally flowing with blood became stiff and gradually turned black. However, he still pretended to be calm, trying not to let the enemy notice anything unusual. At this time, the man in black robe just happened to come to the street where Tang Yi was. He looked at Tang Yi, who was leaning against the wall, looking dejected and looking a little desperate, and couldn't help but sneered. Haha, Boss Tang, so you were hiding here. Why don't you run away? Run away! Upon hearing this, Tang Yi ignored the other party and continued to endure the severe pain in his body. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Then he directly activated his spiritual power and punched Tang Yi, causing him to roll several meters. You are quite tough. Seeing that Tang Yi didn't say anything, the black-robed man's face became even gloomier. For him, killing such a tough person would only make him lose interest. He likes to give people hope first, make them beg for mercy, and then regret it in the end and give them a blow of despair. Haha, that's really a bummer. In that case, then you put your fingerprint on this document and go to hell. The man in black robe took out a transfer document and said coldly. After that, he pulled out a knife from his waist, rushed forward, and cut off Tang Ye's head with one stroke. Then he swung his knife and chopped off the opponent's arm. At this time, the man in black robe took one look at Tang Ye's body and stabbed him a few more times. Then a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He bent down to pick up the bloody arm and pressed a handprint on the document. Wamba Tower is in our hands. The master will definitely reward me this time. The black-robed man smiled and then turned and left. Late at night, Jiangnan City became increasingly quiet. The blood moon rising in the sky emitted a strange light, covering the entire city with a layer of blood. At this time, at the corner of the street in the northwest corner of the inner city, there lay a headless male corpse covered with wounds. A strange black mist surged out from the male corpse's body. I saw countless black flesh tentacles appearing at the wounds of the male corpse, instantly repairing the wounds on his body. Its severed arms and the cuts on its head were repairing themselves at an extremely terrifying speed. After a few seconds, the corpse regenerated. However, its appearance is completely different from when it was alive. The skin of the corpse was pale and covered with strange black lines. Its jet black hair turned white, and its hands grew strange sharp nails, making it look extremely evil. Tang Yi am not dead. Tang Yi slowly opened his eyes, revealing his fangs, and smiled strangely. At this moment, its eyes were extremely dark and empty, and its pupils turned blood red, making it look extremely cruel and violent. Mutated corpse demon mother? Is this me? Tang Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the changes in his body in confusion. Immortal rebirth? Devouring and strengthening? Corpse demon poison? My talent? Infection and manipulation? Thousands of disguises? What a powerful force this is. Tang Ye's face was grim, and he laughed loudly towards the sky. Next, it kicked its legs, and its whole body turned into an extremely fast white line. And in the blink of an eye, it appeared on the top of the inner city wall. I looked around the city areas on both sides of the city wall. It stretched out its long tongue and licked its cheek, with endless greed in its eyes. So much flesh and blood. As long as I devour it all, I can avenge myself. So you all should become my nourishment. As soon as the voice fell, the mutated corpse demon instantly transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person, jumped down towards the outer city, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Yimo climbed up directly from the bed. He kept in mind what Zhou Tong said to him last night. I now have the Snow Shadow badge, but I can't wear it casually. After all, Dao Ting is the largest force in Jiangnan City. Members are distributed everywhere. Once these people see the Snow Shadow badge, they will probably attack me in groups. But as long as you keep a low profile and interact with others as little as possible, everything will be fine. Just then, a telephone rang. Yimo turned around and saw that it was Zhou Tong calling. Hey, brother Yimo, I'm so sorry. I can't accompany you to the inner city trading area today. Something bad happened in the outer city last night, and I must investigate it now. An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. When Yimo heard this, curiosity flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask any more questions. Brother Zhou, just go ahead and do your work. I can take care of myself here. If I run into trouble that I can't handle, I'll contact you. Okay, I'll finish it as soon as possible. Brother Yimo, please be careful. By the time we are both done with our work, you can't come back until you are drunk, the person on the other end of the phone warned. Okay, Yimo replied with a smile. Wait until the other party hangs up the phone. Yimo's eyebrows couldn't help but raise, and he muttered to himself, did something bad happen in the outer city? What could make Brother Zhou so anxious? Yimo was very curious. Then he turned on his phone and searched for it. Last night, an extremely brutal massacre occurred in the outer city. Hundreds of civilians were killed. Their bodies were nowhere to be found, and only dry blood was left at the scene. After testing, it was found that the blood contained an extremely terrifying zombie virus. Experts speculate that this incident was caused by an outsider who deliberately released the zombie coffin spirit. Seeing this, Yimo's eyes flashed with surprise. This piece of news gave him a vague feeling that Jiangnan City might become unstable in the next few days. At this moment, several more messages popped up. Special notice from Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Department. Please call all coffin keepers from other regions who have contracted with zombie coffin spirits. Go to the Inner City Law Enforcement Department immediately to prove yourself. Special notice. If you do not follow the above content, the Law Enforcement Department will forcibly eliminate you. Chapter 74. Turn off the phone. Check the chat information. A coffin master from another region who has contracted with zombies? I didn't expect this Jiangnan Bay City to be so xenophobic. Looking at these two notifications, a hint of coldness flashed in Yimo's eyes. Jiangnan Bay City is a large city, with thousands of coffin controllers coming and going every day. If all the foreign coffin-keeping masters who have contracted zombies in the entire city were gathered together, there would probably be more than thousands of them. If so many people go to the law enforcement department to testify themselves, there will undoubtedly be a long queue. It will take at least one day. Thinking of this, Yimo quickly looked at the time of the limited time task. His face gradually became ugly. The task shows that there are 7 days left, and 3 days later, Jiangnan Bay City will hold a large-scale coffin spirit identification meeting lasting several days. By then, the number of coffin keepers rushing to Jiangnan Bay City will at least increase several times. If EMO does not find the evolutionary materials that Chi-Chi needs within these 3 days, then these materials will most likely be bought by others. This ultimately led to the failure of his own time-limited mission. No, we must get the high-level template lottery ticket as soon as possible. A determination flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. After thinking about it for a while, he made a decision immediately and prepared to go to the largest trading market in Jiangnan City immediately. First, go to the market and buy the Dark Cold Marrow and Millennium Moon Essence. Then I should still have time to go to the law enforcement department to prove myself, Yi Mo muttered to himself. After that, he packed up and headed straight for the trading market in the east of the inner city. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Mo took a taxi and came to the trading market. Although it was early in the morning, the market streets were already crowded with people. Without hesitation, Yi Mo carried the coffin that sealed the tyrant on his back, quickened his pace, and walked towards the most imposing trading shop in the center of the street, Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. After taking a look at the plaque of the pavilion hanging above his head, Yi Mo went straight in. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce is very different from the Wanbao building in Fengyue City, and each area is divided very finely. Each area is used to trade materials from different races. Yi Mo looked around and saw an area with fewer people. This is the Corpse Clan's material trading area. Hello, I want to buy 2 materials. Yi Mo found the receptionist in the Corpse Clan's materials area and said, "Sir, please make a list first. I will get the materials for you later." The beautiful receptionist smiled. Then she took out a pen and paper and handed them to Yi Mo. Yi Mo took the paper and pen and immediately wrote down the Millennium Moon Essence and the Dark Cold Marrow. However, the beautiful order taker nearby couldn't help but frown when she saw the materials written by Yi Mo. Then the tone became a little awkward. "Gentlemen, can you exchange it for other materials? These 2 materials have been sold." Yi Mo's heart tightened when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "Has it been sold? When was it sold?" "It was bought by someone yesterday at noon," explained the beautiful receptionist. Hearing this, Yi Mo's face turned extremely ugly. "Can you tell me the name of the person who bought these 2 materials? What does he look like?" Yi Mo asked. The beautiful receptionist was shocked when she heard this and quickly shook her head and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I can't tell you this, because our Chamber of Commerce does not allow the disclosure of customer information. Tell me, and I will give you 50 million, Yi Mo said in a low voice. He was determined to get these 2 materials, so he didn't skimp on them. For him at this moment, 50 million is nothing more than killing a few monsters. For this entry-level beautiful receptionist, 50 million is a windfall. Really? When the beautiful receptionist heard Yi Mo's words, her eyes lit up and her smile became extremely charming. She quickly moved in front of Yi Mo, held his hand, and walked towards a corner. "Sir," the beautiful receptionist winked at Yi Mo and hinted. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo took out a card from the space warehouse. This card was obtained from the space backpack of the boss of Doomsday Town. He never used it, but now it just happened to be useful to him. "Please check it." Yi Mo handed over the card. Seeing this, the beautiful receptionist checked it out immediately. When she found out that Yi Mo was really so generous, she became more and more excited. Next, she grabbed Yi Mo's hand and then wrote a few words on the palm of Yi Mo's hand with her fingers. Fengyue City, Tangyi. After leaving Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Yi Mo felt extremely happy. I didn't expect that the person who bought the materials was Tangyi. As for what the other party wants these materials for, Yi Mo knew, without even thinking about it, that the other party came to buy it in advance definitely to help him. It turns out that Brother Tang is really thoughtful. Yi Mo shook his head and smiled. In fact, when he checked the prices of materials on the armored train, he had already discovered that Wan Bailu had increased the price of the materials he wanted to sell 5 times. This means that Tangyi has done him a huge favor. And now, after hearing the materials he needed, the other party went straight to Jiangnan City. Yi Mo was somewhat moved by this great help. "Brother Tang, how big a favor do you want me to owe you?" Yi Mo showed a bitter smile on his face. Next, he picked up his phone and called Tangyi. However, after more than 10 seconds, a prompt tone came from the other end of the phone. "The phone you dialed is powered off or out of service area." This, Yi Mo was a little confused. He then made a few more calls and got the same message. As if he thought of something, he quickly called Tang Ye's assistant Yashi. "Sister Yashi, do you have any way to contact Brother Tang?" "I called him many times, but he was told his phone was turned off or out of service area." Yi Mo asked directly. As soon as these words came out, the person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained. "Tang Yi turned off his phone? This is impossible. He said, as long as I'm alive, he will never turn off his phone. Then he may already be on his way back to Fengyue City. The signal may be bad," Yi Mo said doubtfully. However, a negative voice came directly from the phone. "I'm pretty sure he's still in Jiangnan City." A few seconds later, Yashi's voice on the phone became a little doubtful. "By the way, I felt that he was a bit strange last night. He kept sending messages on the chat app saying that he missed me. But when I asked him to make a video call, he said he was busy and didn't have time to answer. I was really tired after a long day, so he told me to have a good rest. I listened to him and fell asleep. I woke up early this morning and he sent a message too, but he hasn't got back to me yet. Normally, he would always be on the chat app, and whenever I sent a message, he would reply immediately. As she spoke, Yashi's voice on the phone became smaller and smaller, revealing a hint of uneasiness and worry. Misty, I'm hanging up first. I'll call him and let you know when I get in touch with him. Yashi's voice sounded extremely low, and she hung up the phone directly. At this time, Yimo's brows suddenly frowned. According to Yashi, Brother Tang never seems to turn off his phone and is extremely fond of using chat software. Maybe the other party also sent me a friend message? Now that we can't contact Brother Tang, it's very likely that something has happened to him. Thinking of this, Yimo slowly moved his gaze to the most inconspicuous corner of the phone, where there was a chat software icon. I saw the red number 99 displayed on the icon. Yimo was not surprised to see this, because Yi Xiaoyao always posts some meaningless emoticons and complains about boring things all day long. If you reply to the other party with one sentence, the other party can reply with at least dozens of sentences. Yimo simply set the chat message to not remind him and was too lazy to check it. Then, Yimo clicked on the icon and took a look. As expected, Yi Xiaoyao's avatar, which was at the front of the xenophobic posts, showed more than 500 unread messages. Following that were a few messages from Lin Yin, as well as messages from the high school class group. And at the end, Yimo saw several messages from Tang Yi. Affectionate old Tang, Brother Yi, if you need any materials in the future, just tell me and I will help you get them. Smile. Affectionate old Tang, Brother Yi, when are you coming to Jiangnan City? I have prepared a big surprise for you. Smile with teeth. Smile with teeth. Affectionate old Tang, picture. Affectionate old Tang, Brother Yi, I feel bad for you. Affectionate old Tang, Brother Yi, I want to ask you two things. I beg you to help me protect Wanbao Tower and not let the Qin family take it away. The other thing is to help me take good care of her so that she forgets me and finds someone to marry. Affectionate old Tang, picture. Chapter 75, The Zombie Poison. Take away the ancient wooden box. Brother Tang. Looking at the messages sent by Tang Yi, Yimo felt as if someone was strangling his throat and his breathing became extremely heavy. He never expected it. Tang Yi died because of himself. In order to keep the materials he needed, the other party was harmed by the Qin family of Jiangnan Bay City. And that last photo is beautiful. It is a photo of Yashi wearing a wedding dress. But Tang Yi would never be able to see with his own eyes the scene he was looking forward to. Yimo looked at the news and couldn't calm down for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, he took a deep breath and slowly put his phone into his pocket. Brother Tang, don't worry. I will take good care of Sister Yashi. Yimo sighed. At this time, his face was expressionless and no one could tell that he had any emotion. However, in his heart, he was harboring a tremendous murderous intent that was about to explode. The Qin family is waiting for me. When I become extraordinary, that will be enough. Yimo clenched his fist tightly with a cold look in his eyes. Next, Yimo didn't hesitate at all. He just took a taxi and left the trading market. He remembered that the place where Tang Yi posted the pictures was not far from the hotel where he was staying. Now he just wanted to rush there as soon as possible to check the situation. If Tang Ye's body was still there, he would try his best to preserve it. As a god-level corpse breeder, he also has a system. When he grows up, he will most likely have the ability to resurrect others. So, the first priority is to go to the northwest corner street. A few minutes later, Yimo arrived at the northwest corner street near the inner city wall. As soon as he got off the car, he hurriedly looked for the location near the photo. Soon, he found a large amount of dried blood on the wall of the street. This should be Brother Tang's blood, Yimo said with a serious expression. It seems that the Qin family took Brother Tang's body away. Yimo looked around and did not see Tang Ye's body, and his heart was filled with coldness. Just then, two black, paste-like substances nearby attracted Yimo's attention. One mass looks like an arm, and the other looks like a melted head. Seeing this, Yimo frowned, then walked over, squatted down, and waved his hand, with a golden light flashing in his eyes. Corpse demon poison, a mutated active virus formed by the perfect fusion of multiple high-level zombie viruses and a 1,000-year-old flying zombie poison. It has unprecedented infectivity and vitality. This corpse poison cannot be neutralized by any anti-corpse poison medicine. Once infected, one will be transformed into a corpse demon subbody and controlled by the corpse demon. Could this be left by the coffin spirit of the Qin family? Yimo was shocked. This level of corpse poison was the strongest he had ever seen. If even a drop of it were released into the water plant in Jiangnan Bay City, it would directly cause an irreversible zombie crisis. It can't be the Qin family. If they had this kind of coffin spirit, they would have either become the king of Jiangnan Bay City or been destroyed long ago. Yimo thought to himself, it's better to collect such a strong corpse poison first, then let the tyrant absorb it, or pollute the Qin family. Thinking of this, a ruthless look flashed in Yimo's eyes. He directly picked up the black substance on the ground and put it into the space warehouse. Then he walked towards the sewer that Tang Yi mentioned. Although the street in the northwest corner is relatively remote, there are still many coffin-keeping masters with badges passing by here early in the morning. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Yemo placed the silver coffin in front of him, leaned patiently against the street lamp, and waited quietly for the opportunity to take the ancient wooden box. A few minutes later, Yemo turned his head and looked around, only to find that there was no one there. Without hesitation, he rushed to the sewer in the middle of the road, lifted the manhole cover, and jumped in. Really? At the bottom of the sewer, there is a precious ancient wooden box. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Yemo couldn't help but sigh, then picked it up and put it into the space warehouse. At the same time, ripples appeared on the wall not far from the street. I saw two figures, one strong and one thin, walking out from the wall. The two men had been observing Yemo for a long time on the other side of the wall. The sturdy young man among them had eyes glowing white, like a pair of X-ray eyes. He saw all of Yemo's movements clearly, and also saw that Yemo was not wearing a badge. Brother Tian, that outsider is indeed weird. He actually jumped into the sewer. I also got a luxurious wooden box inside. The sturdy young man with a ferocious face grinned, looking extremely excited. On the side, another thin young man with empty eyes and black mist emanating from his body couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. Haha, standing on the street early in the morning, furtively observing passersby. I knew at first glance that this outsider had something to hide. Lei Yutian said coldly. Brother Tian, what should we do next? Kill him or seize the treasure and release him? Asked the burly young man. Upon hearing this, Lei Yutian's face suddenly showed a cruel expression, and he said, Of course I will kill him. We, the Thundercloud Graveseekers, have never let anyone go before. Upon hearing this, the sturdy young man instantly released a butcher knife, evil ghost, and prepared to open the manhole cover. At this time, Lei Yutian stopped him and said with a smile, It would be boring to kill him like this. Let's wait for him to come out first. When he comes out, we will kill him thoroughly. Chapter 76, Killing the Young Master of the Thundercloud Tomb Seeking Group. It seemed that he sensed some movement on the manhole cover and heard a vague conversation. Yemo's expression suddenly turned ugly. Am I being targeted? Yemo muttered to himself. At this time, he had an idea and summoned Chi-Chi. At the same time, the silver coffin under the street lamp suddenly opened and the tyrant walked out of it. Chi-Chi, follow me. If the situation goes wrong, just kill them directly. Yemo instructed. Then he climbed up the sewer. At this time, Lei Yutian and the burly young man were attracted by the movement behind them. When they looked back, they saw a figure wearing a leather coat and leather hat, holding a huge long knife in his hand appearing next to the coffin. Brother Tian, this is the boy's coffin spirit. It looks like it's still a zombie. The burly young man felt the murderous aura from the tyrant and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Hearing this, Brother Tian showed disdain on his face and said with a smile, Isn't it just a guard-level zombie? What are you afraid of? Your butcher demon is a top guard. Just kill it directly. As soon as these words came out, before the butcher's evil spirit could react, the tyrant took the initiative. A crescent-shaped blade energy flew towards where the two were. Seeing this, their faces suddenly changed. They didn't expect that an outsider would dare to take the initiative. What's more, this outsider was a coffin suppressor who had contracted the zombies. He didn't go to the law enforcement department to prove himself, and yet dared to hurt people. His crime was even more serious. Without any hesitation, the two of them hurriedly dodged to the sides. Only a whistling sound was heard, and the sword energy instantly split the butcher knife evil ghost into two halves, killing it on the spot and turning it into a small amount of experience points. At this time, the sword's power remained undiminished, and it flew towards the inner city wall across the street at an extremely fast speed, directly cutting a huge gap several meters deep in the wall, causing a violent explosion. Nearby streets, many coffin keepers showed surprise on their faces when they heard the sudden explosion. What the hell? What happened? Why did the explosion happen suddenly? I sensed a fluctuation in spiritual energy. There must be someone fighting nearby. Then let's go and see what's going on. If a big family starts fighting, it will be exciting. Many people were talking about it. And for a moment, they all ran towards the source of the explosion with the intention of watching the fun. At this time, Yemo had already come to the road carrying Chi-Chi. He glanced at the damaged city wall, then at the two embarrassed people not far away, and a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. Kill them, Yemo said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the sturdy young man was startled and spurted out a mouthful of blood. A cold, ghostly aura suddenly emanated from Brother Tian's body, directly covering this section of the street. The surrounding streets became extremely dark and filled with deathly silence. Countless evil spirits crawled out from the ground, like a den of ghosts. Boy, you are really brave for an outsider. You actually dared to attack our Thundercloud Tomb Seeking Group. You must be tired of living, Brother Tian said coldly. At this time, he had been completely possessed by the evil ghost coffin spirit and was not afraid of Yemo at all. Because he has transformed into a spirit body in his ghost cave, no physical attack can touch him. This is a special ability that his evil ghost possesses, which can switch between reality and illusion. In physical form, it has a strong recovery ability. Although this recovery ability is not as good as that of demons and monsters, it can be fully recovered as long as the vital parts are not injured. When in the spirit state, a ghost inn will be formed, locking yourself and the enemy in the ghost inn, making it impossible to leave the range of the ghost inn. You have trained the zombie quite well, but it only has level 1 potential, and is still the weakest zombie. If you want to hurt me, you are wishful thinking. Tian Ge taunted. Upon hearing this, Yemo looked at the other person with a look as if he were a moron. Whether I am the tyrant or Chi-Chi, I have other types of damage skills, such as ice and thunder. The other party chose not to escape and locked himself together, which is no different from seeking death. At this moment, Yemo didn't want to argue with the other party at all. As if sensing Yemo's emotions, Tyrant and Chi-Chi attacked at the same time. I saw an ice blue sword energy and a thunderous knife energy rushing straight towards Lei Yutian. The speed of the two strikes was so terrifying that the opponent couldn't even react and was chopped into several pieces on the spot. The evil ghost that crawled out of the ground turned into black smoke and disappeared before it could make a move. Ding! Chi-Chi successfully killed the earthbound spirit. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! The current level of coffin spirit tyrant and Chi-Chi is guard level. The experience required for the next level is 2,200. The system prompt sounded, making Yemo slightly stunned. He didn't pay much attention to the strength of the young man who was killed. He just felt that the other party was very weak. But he didn't expect that the other party was actually a quasi-high level coffin suppressor. However, it is a pity that as my strength increases, the experience I can gain from killing a level 30 monster has been reduced by half. On the side, the burly young man looked at Yemo's two coffin spirits in horror, and felt his scalp tingling. Just now they thought Yemo was just an ant who could be easily stepped on to death, but they never expected that the other party was actually a great god who could kill people across levels. You're done. You actually killed Brother Tian. Do you know that he is the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking group? The burly young man was terrified and threatened subconsciously. What lay group? Yemo frowned and said coldly, I've never heard of it. We, the Thundercloud Grave-Seeking group, are vassals of the Qin family. Have you heard of the Qin family? One of the big families in the inner city. I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking group and the Qin family will never let you go. The sturdy young man roared. A vassal of the Qin family? Yemo's eyes turned cold, and murderous aura suddenly burst out of his body. What is the strength of the leader of your Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking group? Hearing this, the burly young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yemo was beginning to be wary. Then his face lit up and he said, Our leader is an extraordinary 5-star expert. Okay, I understand. Yemo's cold voice came out. Then he took Chi-Chi back into the contract space and turned away. When the burly young man saw this, he felt happy in his heart. He thought Yemo would let him go. But the next second, a blade of energy swept out. The sturdy young man only felt a chill between his eyebrows. Before he could say anything else, he was cut in half by the knife and died on the spot. Chapter 77 asking Chun Lao to come forward, the nervous Lin Yin. As Yemo left this area, many coffin controllers who wanted to watch the fun also rushed here. When they saw the body parts scattered on the ground, and the ground stained red, all of them took a deep breath. They apparently recognized the identity of one of the heads. Fuck, isn't that Master Lei? It's been less than half a minute, and he was killed. Who the hell is so arrogant that he dares to kill him in the inner city? The Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking group is protected by the Qin family. It's over. First, the outsiders released zombies to attack the outer city. Now someone has killed the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking group again. The appraisal meeting hasn't even started yet, and it's already going to be a mess. We'd better run away quickly. Otherwise, the Thundercloud Graveseekers won't be able to find the murderer and will target us. When these words were spoken, everyone's heart trembled, and they immediately ran away. A few minutes later, on the other largest street in the northwest corner, Yemo was sitting on a bench by the roadside, waiting for a bus to go to the law enforcement department. Since he was carrying a silver coffin when he entered the city, Yemo filled in the name of the tyrant when registering to enter the city. If he doesn't go to the law enforcement department now, the law enforcement department will come to his door sooner or later, and may even detain him under various names. Yemo didn't dare to gamble because he didn't have time to gamble. Of course, he also thought about carrying the coffin that sealed Chi-Chi when he entered the city. But the level of the coffin that seals Chi-Chi is too terrifying. Once it is memorized, it will probably directly attract the attention of the strongest people in Jiangnan City. Wait until you get out of the law enforcement department. If I want to get the Dark Hole Marrow, I should have to contact Elder Chun. Yemo thought to himself. Although Old Chun has no say in Jiangnan Bay City, his deterrent power in the inner city is not as strong as that of some large indigenous families. But he is also a legendary 9-star powerhouse after all. As long as he personally descends upon Jiangnan Bay City, it will probably make all the legendary warriors in Jiangnan Bay City feel a chill down their spines and become restless. The small Qin family was like an ant in front of Old Chun and could be destroyed with just one hand. However, Yemo would not let old Chen destroy the Qin family, but wanted to destroy it with his own hands. After all, Tang Yi was implicated because he wanted to help him, so he should take revenge himself. A daytime, Yemo spent almost the entire time in the law enforcement department. It seemed that the members of the law enforcement department looked down on them and began to deliberately make things difficult for them during the investigation. Many coffin keepers from other regions were humiliated beyond repair. Some who could not bear the humiliation attacked in anger. The result was obvious. He was beheaded on the spot by the coffin-suppressing master of the law enforcement department. Yemo didn't encounter too much trouble, because he was wearing the badge of the Snow Shadow group at that time. Perhaps some members of law enforcement recognized the Snow Shadow badge. They all stayed away and did not dare to conflict with Yemo. Of course, they didn't get any preferential treatment. Because Yemo arrived too late, they still made him wait in line for a whole day. After leaving the law enforcement department, Yemo went straight back to the hotel. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun has set, night has arrived, and there is an air of unrest everywhere. Yemo was lying on the bed. He patiently read the message sent by Yi Xiaoyao, and then called President Chun. Mr. Chun, this is Yemo. After the call was connected, Yemo said lightly. A smug laugh came from the other end of the phone. Ha ha, you boy. You've only been in Jiangnan Bay City for 1 day, and you're already calling me. In my opinion, you must have hit a wall. Tell me quickly what happened. Yemo heard this and smiled helplessly, then replied, Mr. Chun, one of the materials needed for the evolution of the little Zhongzi has been lost. Now I can't get it back, so I have to ask you to ask for it on my behalf. Ha! I really underestimated your ability to cause trouble. You must have offended a certain family in Jiangnan Bay City now, right? Old Chen laughed on the phone. Upon hearing this, Yemo replied ambiguously, I guess so. Which family? Tell me quickly, maybe I can find someone to help you get the materials right now. Old Chen asked doubtfully. The Qin family. Yemo repeated. Qin family. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone. Next, Elder Chen laughed and said, Young man Yi, I thought you had offended Dao Ting, or one of the top 5 forces in Jiangnan City. The Qin family you mentioned is nothing more than a bunch of random people. I've never even heard of them. In that case, I am too lazy to help you find you. Just wait for me for 2 days. When I come over, I will help you kill them. As soon as these words came out, Yemo was stunned for a moment, then quickly explained, Mr. Chun, I don't need you to help me kill them. When I become an extraordinary coffin-suppressing master, I will do it myself. Now, all you need is for you to find someone to help me take out the Yuan cold marrow. Yemo said, That's right. Young man Yi, you must have forgotten that among the 3 people you met in Doomsday Valley, there was one named Qin. Elder Chen reminded. Hearing this, Yemo was stunned and asked in confusion, Qin Dong? Yes, that's him. Go ask him about the situation first if you can't solve it. Then you can wait for me for 2 days. After President Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Hearing Mr. Chen's reminder, a complex look flashed in Yemo's eyes. He thought about it, then directly opened the chat software, found Lin Yin's avatar, and made a video call. At this time, in a hotel somewhere in Fengyue City, Lin Yin had just finished taking a shower and was lying on the bed. She had just changed into her pajamas and hadn't had time to wrap herself tightly. A video call pop-up window rang. When Lin Yin saw that it was Yemo calling, a hint of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she connected the video directly. Yemo, good evening. Do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Yin showed a slight smile. Yemo saw the white screen. His eyes twitched, he coughed and said, I do have something to ask you. What's the matter? Tell me, Lin Yin said. Hearing this, Yemo's expression suddenly calmed down, and he said calmly, What is the relationship between the Qin family in Jiangnan Bay City and Dongzi? Hearing this, Lin Yin was stunned for a moment, and then replied in confusion. The Qin family in Jiangnan City is Dongzi's family. Yemo, why are you asking this? Did you have a conflict with the Qin family? Do you know Tang Yi, the owner of our Fengyue City Wanbei? No. He is my friend, and I owe him a lot. This time, he went to Jiangnan Bay City to help me find materials for Chi-Chi's evolution. As a result, the Qin family took away his materials, Wanbao Tower, and his life. Yemo said calmly. However, after hearing this, Lin Yin's face turned very ugly and suddenly turned pale. She didn't expect that the Qin family would actually cause trouble for Yemo. It's no wonder. These families are used to bullying in the inner city of Jiangnan City, and they almost trample on all the foreign coffin keepers. But now, the Qin family has obviously hit a wall. You know, the person standing behind Yemo is President Chun, a legendary 9-star expert. If President Chun wants to wipe out an entire clan in Jiangnan City, the 3 legends of Dao Ting will definitely not be able to stop him. If the Qin family fails to give Yemo a satisfactory answer before President Chun goes to Jiangnan City, they will definitely be exterminated. Thinking of this, Lin Yin quickly said, Yemo, Dongzi's father is the 3rd son of the Qin family. The death of your friend and the material you lost. I will ask Dongzi to tell Uncle Qin and ask him to investigate it for you immediately. Don't worry, we will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow at the latest. When the time comes, the instigator, the perpetrator, and the materials you lost will all be sent to you for you to deal with. Chapter 78, The Third Master of the Qin Family. I didn't expect that Qin Dong's father is actually the third son of the Qin family. After hanging up the phone, Yimo muttered to himself. Although it is not clear how powerful Qin Dong's father is and how much say he has in the Qin family. But Lin Yin's words undoubtedly proved that the third son of the Qin family was capable of handling this matter well. Even if the third son of the Qin family cannot handle this matter, his identity and background will be spread throughout the Qin family, making the entire Qin family feel terrified. After all, with the pressure from a legendary 9-star boss, even a force as strong as Dao Ting would definitely be uneasy. At this time, in a luxurious villa in a larger manor in the inner city, two middle-aged men were sitting in the hall discussing something. Third Master, my son Yutian was beheaded in the northwest corner of the street today. A square-faced man with sinister eyes and a scar on his forehead had an extremely ugly expression. His name is Lei Bao. He is the leader of the Leiyin grave-seeking group and an extraordinary 5-star coffin teller. At the same time, he is also the right-hand man of the third master of the Qin family. On the side, another middle-aged man wearing a black gown, with an elegant face and gold-rimmed glasses heard this. His brows could not help but slowly frown, and he asked, "What happened? Could it be that your son offended another big family?" Third Master, I have investigated, and it should not be from any other family. Logically speaking, other families all know that the Leiyin tomb-seeking group is a vassal of the Qin family, and my son also has some reputation in the inner city. They will definitely not take action. Lei Bao said lightly, suppressing the anger in his body. According to what you said, he should be an outsider. Mr. Qin San said, adjusting his glasses. Third Master, it must be an outsider. There was no surveillance on the section of road where my son was killed today, and there were no eyewitnesses who saw the whole incident happen. So I would like to ask the Third Master to send someone to help investigate and find out who killed my son. Lei Bao knelt on one knee and pleaded. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin San seemed to be thinking about something. Although his status in the Qin family was not high, he had little power and was even the target of oppression, but he still had a certain reputation. For him, investigating the murderer who killed his subordinate's son was a piece of cake. Moreover, during his many years in the inner city, almost no one knew that he had founded the largest intelligence organization in Jiangnan City. Therefore, no matter what happened in the inner city, it could hardly escape his intelligence network and could be easily investigated by him. Okay, Leopard, you follow Shadow Ghost to investigate the surveillance cameras in the northwest corner of the street, and he will give you an answer. Mr. Qin San said indifferently. Next, he clapped his hands lightly, and a shadow instantly appeared on the floor of the villa. I saw a completely black figure with only a faint white light coming from the mouth and eyes. A figure possessed by the coffin spirit emerged from the coffin and then knelt on one knee in front of Master Qin San. When Lei Bao saw this scene, he was shocked and his scalp felt tingling. He had heard the name Shadow Ghost countless times. Although he had never seen him in person, he knew that he was the #1 guard and killer under Master Qin San. Originally, he thought that Shadow Ghost's strength was at most similar to his own. But he never expected that Shadow Ghost's strength had reached the extraordinary 9-star level. You know, the strongest person in the Qin family is the head of the family, Qin Jun, whose strength is also at the extraordinary 9-star level. But no matter what, Qin Jun would never be able to make a strong man of the same level his subordinate, and he would even feel afraid of such a strong man. And now, this extraordinary 9-star man named Shadow Ghost actually knelt on one knee in front of Master Qin San. This is simply terrifying. The Third Master is too powerful. What's his real strength? Lei Bao swallowed, feeling very nervous. At the same time, he felt extremely fortunate, because the person who supports him doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Perhaps the third brother, who has always been low-key and unwelcome in the Qin family, is actually a legendary strong man. Third Master, thank you very much. When you need the Thundercloud grave-seeking group in the future, I will go through fire and water for you. Third Master, I will not refuse, even if it means death. Lei Bao knelt on the ground and said with great submission. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin San nodded calmly and said, Okay, Lei Bao, go and do your business. Yes, Third Master. After saying that, Shadow Ghost grabbed Lei Bao's shoulder with one hand, and the two of them sank into the shadows and disappeared. Looking at the area where his two subordinates disappeared, Master Qin San was thoughtful. Brother, there is no hope of becoming a quasi-legend in this lifetime. After so many years of dictatorship and suppression of other ethnic groups, it is time to give up the throne. But my bargaining chips are still insufficient. Once I fight with him, I won't even mention that my second brother will join forces with him. Other families will intervene in this matter to some extent, hoping to get a piece of the pie. The power I currently have is not enough to completely suppress it. It would be great if we could win over some more forces. Mr. Qin San muttered to himself. Just then, suddenly, a phone rang from Mr. Qin San's pocket. Mr. Qin San raised his eyebrows, picked up the phone and looked at it. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Son, why are you calling me so late? Do you miss your dad? Uncle Qin San answered the phone and said with a smile. However, Qin Dong's urgent voice suddenly came from the phone. Oh no, Dad. Our Qin family has hit a wall. Hearing this, Mr. Qin Sanny's brows suddenly frowned. You know, his son Qin Dong knows his own strength and is a quasi-legendary coffin suppressor. And he is only one step away from becoming a legend. But now, Qin Dong actually said that the Qin family had hit a wall. It also means that the strength of this iron plate is at least at the legendary level, and it can even suppress the entire Qin family on its own. Without thinking too much, Mr. Qin San asked quickly, Son, tell me what happened? Who did our Qin family offend? Dad, that's the genius I met in the Valley of Doom before. Yimon. Are you talking about the person who gave you the Phantom Fire Soul Crystal? Mr. Qin San asked doubtfully. Yes, it's him, Qin Dong said anxiously. Someone from our Qin family stole the evolutionary materials he needed and killed his friend, the owner of Wanbeilu in Fengyue City. Dad, please find out who did this as soon as possible and hand him over tomorrow. Remember to get the materials. It has to be done as soon as possible, otherwise our entire Qin family will be finished in 2 days. Qin Dong warned loudly, his tone full of fear. As soon as these words came out, Master Qin San's face suddenly showed disbelief. The genius that his son mentioned actually had the ability to destroy the Qin family. If nothing unexpected happens, the other party must have a very close relationship with President Shun of Fengyue City. Normally, these families in Jiangnan City are not afraid of Chairman Shen because the bosses of Daoting can compete with them, and no one wants to provoke Chairman Shen. But now, he didn't expect that the Qin family he belonged to would actually encounter this bad luck, which would lead to the possibility that President Shen would come in person. If not handled properly, the Qin family might face a devastating disaster. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement suddenly appeared on Qin Laosan's face. As long as he can make good use of this opportunity, or win over Yimo and establish a relationship with President Shen, then it is a foregone conclusion that Qin Zhen will give up his position. Son, call your friend right now. Wait for my notification tomorrow, and then ask him to come to the Qin family to retrieve the materials. By the way, I'll get some heads, Qin Lao-san said excitedly. Okay, Dad, I'll talk to Yimo now. After saying that, Qin Dong hung up the phone. Chapter 79. Revenge of the Thunder Leopard, the Unbreakable Shield. In a secret underground intelligence room in the inner city, Lei Bao was standing next to the shadow ghost, trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. The shadow ghost next to him was operating a computer. Soon, Shadow Ghost then called up the surveillance footage from every corner of the inner city. As hundreds of projected lights shone onto the walls of the intelligence room, all images became clear. Lord Shadow Ghost, my son died in the northwest corner of the inner city near the wall. Lei Bao reminded respectfully. Time. Shadow Ghost made a very hoarse voice when he heard this. When Lei Bao heard the sound, he was startled and said tremblingly, it should be between 8 and 9 in the morning. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost took control again. After a few seconds, the picture on the wall of the intelligence room suddenly changed. Yimo's figure appeared in many scenes at the same time. One of the pictures showed Yimo just leaving the inner city wall area, and the last few pictures showed Yimo returning to a nearby hotel. When Lei Bao saw this, his face instantly became extremely ugly. It's this guy. It's definitely him, Lei Bao said angrily. I arrested almost everyone who showed up in the northwest corner block today and questioned them all, except this kid. And the time he left coincided with the time those passers-by went to watch. This guy is definitely the one who killed my son, Lei Bao said with red eyes. When Shadow Ghost heard this, a shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. He then turned his head and showed a ferocious smile to Lei Bao, saying, well, now that I have found out, it's time for me to leave. So, you want me to give you a ride? The Shadow Ghost's voice was extremely cold, and Lei Bao was terrified when he heard it. No, Master Shadow Ghost. You don't need to see me off. I'm leaving first. Lei Bao bowed to Ingui and then ran out of the underground intelligence room. After running hundreds of meters away from the underground intelligence room, Lei Bao could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. How dare you kill my son? I will wipe out your entire family. I will kill everyone who knows you. Lei Bao roared and punched a tree more than 10 meters high beside him, smashing it into pieces. The next second, he kicked his legs and jumped over a nearby high-rise building like a swift leopard, then ran towards the hotel where Yimo was. At this time, in a hotel on the northwest corner block, Yimo just hung up the call from Qin Dong. When he thought about getting the Yuan cold marrow back tomorrow, a smile appeared on Yimo's face. Moreover, Qin Dong's father also promised to help him find a murderer who killed Tang Yi and the person behind the scenes, which made Yimo's mood suddenly very good. Mr. Chen's reputation is really useful. In that case, let's go to the Qin family tomorrow and settle these things. Yimo shook his head and smiled. Just then, there was a sudden sound of wind outside the hotel. Immediately afterwards, a figure exuding a terrifying aura floated in front of the window outside the hotel. Yimo turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a square face and a scar on his forehead, staring at him with murderous intent. The leader of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking group, Guillermo raised his eyebrows, his face solemn, and immediately guessed the other party's identity. The aura emitted by the other party was like that of a giant, all pressing towards Guillermo, causing the curtains in the hotel to rustle. This made Guillermo feel unprecedented pressure, and he quickly summoned Tyrant and Chi-Chi to protect him. In the past, all of his opponents were around high level, and almost all of them could be killed by Tyrant or Chi-Chi in one blow. But the extraordinary strong ones are obviously dozens or even hundreds of times stronger than the high-level coffin suppressors. You know, all the coffin spirits under the command of the extraordinary strong men are above level 40. A Lord-level coffin spirit above level 40 has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to those below level 40. The strength is like a natural chasm. The reason for this is that the level 40 coffin spirit has completed 2 evolutions, even reached the final evolution, as they have an absolute advantage in terms of level and degree of evolution. These second evolved coffin spirits are enough to defeat dozens or even hundreds of high-level coffin spirits. And even if extraordinary coffin masters do not use coffin spirits, they can rely on simple spiritual power manipulation to kill high-level coffin masters personally. An extraordinary 5-star, Lord-level coffin spirit. Guillermo frowned and thought quickly in his mind. His current coffin spirit is only level 25, 20 levels lower than the other party. The gap in hard power cannot be made up even with god-level talent and a super coffin spirit. Now the only means he has to threaten the opponent may be the Tyrant's super matter penetration. But it is harder to penetrate a super coffin maker with super matter than to ascend to heaven. In the air outside the window, Lei Bao looked at Guillermo, who was not panicked at all. The murderous intent on his face became more and more obvious. He said coldly, "Boy, you are an outsider, and you don't even ask about my name? You dare to kill my son? I'm going to make you live in agony and die in agony." Lei Bao roared angrily. I saw spiritual power surging in his hands, and he was ready to punch towards Guillermo. Seeing this, Guillermo's heart started beating wildly. An ugly look flashed across his face, and he quickly communicated with Chi-Chi. He wanted to try whether Chi-Chi's indestructible body could withstand a blow from a superhuman. At this moment, Chi-Chi also immediately fed back a piece of information to Guillermo. That is, as long as it is not an attack from the skill of a Lord-level coffin spirit, her indestructible body, plus the protective talismans drawn with the power of ice, can completely withstand it. Chi-Chi appeared in front of Guillermo in an instant. At the same time, she condensed a talisman with one hand, which turned into a round ice shield to block in front of herself. "Boy, you are even more cruel than me. You actually used the coffin spirit to commit suicide just to survive. In that case, I will kill your coffin spirit first and make you a cripple. I'll imprison you and torture you for the rest of your life." Lei Bao sneered. The next second, the spiritual power in his hand suddenly burst out and turned into an extremely terrifying fist force, blasting straight towards Chi-Chi. There was only a loud bang. The force of the punch directly blasted through the window of the hotel and hit the ice shield in front of Chi-Chi. With a click, the ice shield didn't last for 2 seconds before it shattered instantly and turned into shattered ice crystals. The ice shield seemed to have absorbed all the power. The aftermath of the punch was not strong, but when it hit Chi-Chi, it still knocked Chi-Chi back into the wall. Seeing this scene, Yimo's face turned grim, and he quickly asked in his mind, "Chi-Chi, are you hurt?" "Master, his attack can't hurt me," Chi-Chi said in a voice transmission. Then she jumped out of the wall panel, as if nothing had happened. Then he dusted himself off and condensed a larger ice blue shield in front of him. Outside the window, when Lei Bao saw this scene, a look of surprise suddenly flashed across his face, and he was completely dumbfounded. He is an extraordinary 5-star strong man. Even if the spiritual attack is not as good as the coffin spirit's skills, that is not something a level 25 coffin spirit can resist. What's more, there is a level gap of 20 levels, and the opponent's coffin spirit actually stopped it without suffering any damage. This is simply too outrageous. This is impossible. I don't believe that I can't kill a coffin spirit that's 20 levels lower than me. I don't believe it. Lei Bao roared angrily. He madly stimulated the spiritual power in his body, turning it into countless punches that blasted towards Chi-Chi. With the experience of resisting once, Chi-Chi calmly drew out their own talismans to transform them into shields and stack them in front of themselves with all their strength. For a time, dozens of shields appeared densely in front of her, like an extremely strong city wall. No matter how hard the enemy tries, they cannot break through these solid lines of defense. Chapter 80, Lifting the Ceiling Contract? A call from Mr. Chin-san. After tens of seconds, Lei Bao calmed down a little and gave up the spiritual attack. But when he saw the mocking smile of the boy behind Chi-Chi, his expression became even uglier. This zombie coffin spirit can actually withstand my attack. So what level of coffin seal is it? Lei Bao looked at Chi-Chi, who was covered with shields in front of him, and seemed to be thinking about something. Although the spiritual power attack that he gathered was not even 1/10 as powerful as his coffin spirit skill attack, it could easily knock down a building or even kill many coffin spirits around level 35 with similar potential. and the little zombie in front of him actually absorbed all the energy with his shield. It was simply unbelievable. As if he had thought of a possibility, Lei Bao was suddenly shocked. Could it be that his coffin spirit potential is level 1? Or even level 2? For a time, a greedy desire filled Lei Bao's mind. If I could kill the other party, seize his coffin spirit, and then present it to Mr. Qin San, then his status under Master Qin San would undoubtedly be higher. Thinking of this, Lei Bao did not hesitate at all, and spiritual energy immediately emerged in his hands. Suddenly, a ceiling formation was erected in the air, and an ancient golden coffin emerged from it, floating in the air. Boy, your coffin spirit is at least level 1, right? Remove its sealing contract and transfer it to me, and I will spare your life, Lei Bao said coldly, with an unquestionable tone. At the same time, the golden coffin suspended in the air opened instantly. With a click, a flash of thunder sounded, and dark clouds began to roll in outside the hotel. The sky above several streets was covered by dark clouds, and gusts of wind were blowing, as if the doomsday disaster had come. Seeing this, Yi Mo's expression became serious. Then he looked in the direction of the dark clouds and saw an evil ghost with fleshy wings on its back, a green face and fangs, its body broken and charred, and emitting bursts of electric current appearing in it. Coffin spirit scorching thunder sky ghost. Race, ghosts demons. Level, Lord level. Seal level, the upper limit of the golden coffin level is 49. Talent, lightning tempering body after absorbing lightning. The physical strength and soul strength will be increased. Thundercloud control can create a large number of thunderclouds out of thin air. Skills, extreme speed flight level 4, wild thunder strike level 4, special thunder punishment, advanced stealth level 4, paralysis, chain lightning level 4, evil ghost clone level 4. Special skill, thunderstorm prison. Disadvantage intensified pain. Intimacy, obey your orders. Current status, indifferent. Number of possible evolutions, 0. Introduction, from Yin Ming Peak. Evolved from Lei Dague twice, its potential is exhausted, and there is no further progress after reaching the maximum level. Level 45 Lord. What a terrifying opponent. Yi Mo's face was solemn. The spell Chi cast just now had consumed most of his spiritual power, and the remaining spiritual power was only enough for the tyrant to use supermatter penetration twice. This means that if you want to fight back, you have to catch them by surprise, and you only have 2 chances. If he fails to kill Jiao Lei Tiangue after 2 attempts, he will surely die. Boy, I admit that your coffin spirit has great potential and can withstand my attack. But if I summon the coffin spirit now, how can you deal with it? Lei Bao said coldly. I'll give you 10 more seconds to think about it. Just kneel down, then offer its sealing formation with both hands, and I will let you die happily. Otherwise, I will torture you for the rest of your life. Lei Bao pointed at Chi and threatened Yi Mo viciously. At this moment, Lei Bao just felt extremely happy in his heart. He exchanged his son's life for a level 1 or even level 2 coffin spirit. This is a sure win for him. After all, he can give birth to a new son after he dies. But if he doesn't get the coffin spirit with great potential, he may rarely have such an opportunity in the future. However, when Yi Mo heard Lei Bao's words, he did not look panicked at all. It seems that I have to use the Snow Shadow Badge to intimidate this guy, Yi Mo thought to himself, and then took out the Snow Shadow Badge from the space warehouse. Just when he was about to use the Snow Shadow Badge to intimidate the opponent, a phone rang from Lei Bao's pocket. When Lei Bao heard the phone ringing, a look of displeasure flashed across his face. Boy, while I'm on the phone, think it over carefully. If you don't kneel down and hand over the seal formation after I finish beating you, the consequences will be serious, Lei Bao said coldly. After saying that, he took out his cell phone. It's the third master who called. Lei Bao was confused, but also a little surprised. You know, Mr. Qin Sanny had never called him before, and now a sudden phone call came, which made Lei Bao feel extremely honored. Without hesitation, he answered the call directly. Hey, third master, I'm Lei Bao. You called me so late. Is there something going on? Lei Bao said flatteringly. In the room, when Yi Mo heard this and looked at the other party's flattering appearance, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. This guy is under Qin Lao San's command? Yi Mo was a little confused. The Snow Shadow Group badge that he had just taken out was put back in his hand. On the phone, at this time, Qin Lao San's voice was also heard. Lei Bao, have you avenged your son? When Lei Bao heard this, he was immediately deeply moved. He didn't expect that Mr. Qin San would be so concerned about his private affairs. For a moment, his voice became a little excited, and he said excitedly, Master San, I'm already in front of the murderer who killed my son. I was about to kill him. Since you have found your enemy, don't waste time and just kill him. After the killing, you immediately went to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest Block and secretly protected a young man. I will send you the photos later. Please wait and take a look. Qin Laosan's urgent voice came again on the phone. Remember, you must not offend this young man. If we displease him, you and I may both suffer a catastrophic disaster. Hearing this, Lei Bao was stunned for a moment. Wasn't he next to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest Block? In other words, the young man that Mr. Chin San wanted him to protect happened to be in this hotel. Then wouldn't I need to be in such a hurry? The time saved can be used to slowly torture the kid in front of him and force him to hand over the ceiling formation. Ha, what a coincidence. Lei Bao was delighted and looked at EMO with a fierce look. Then he quickly explained to the person on the phone, "Third master, I'll be honest with you. I am now in the 5-star hotel you mentioned. I will definitely complete your instructions and make sure I won't offend the big shot you mentioned. This mission is up to you. If the other party has any requirements, you should do your best to complete them. In short, we must please him." A solemn voice came from the phone. Chapter 81 Big Shot? Lei Bao Kantovs. After hearing what Master Chin San said, Lei Bao felt even more delighted. He didn't expect that the third master would entrust him with such an important task this time. As if he had thought of something, Lei Bao suddenly laughed and said quickly, "Third master, don't hang up the phone yet. I have great news to tell you. I wonder if you would like to hear it." Lei Bao said with a smile. "Go ahead." A curious voice came over the phone. "Haha, third master. The murderer who killed my son actually contracted a little zombie with a potential of at least level 1, or even level 2. I am now going to force him to hand over the ceiling formation, and then present this high-potential coffin spirit to you." Lei Bao laughed deeply. He was sure that even a figure as powerful as Mr. Chin San would not be able to remain calm after hearing that there was a chance to obtain a super coffin spirit. As expected, there was a gasp of surprise on the phone. Hearing the noise on the phone, Lei Bao became more and more proud. He knew very well that Mr. Chin San was moved. "Ha ha ha, Master San, this could be a level 1 coffin spirit. I believe that both you and Master Chin Dong are eager to own it," Lei Bao said proudly. At this moment, he had already thought of countless possibilities of how Mr. Chin San would reward him. For example, he gave the level 1 coffin spirit to Master Chin San, who was so excited that he promoted him to be his confidant. We can even become sworn brothers with him and call him Brother Lei. For example, if he gave the super coffin spirit to young Master Chin Dong, the other party would know that he was indebted to him and might even directly worship him as his godfather. However, an extremely urgent voice came from the phone. "What does Lei Bao's little zombie look like?" When Lei Bao heard this, he was a little confused. After that, he took a look at Chi and said with a smile, "Third master, I didn't expect that you were obsessed with appearance. This little zombie has short purple hair and looks like a little girl. I believe you will like it, Master San." As soon as these words came out, there was a bang from the phone, and it seemed like the sound of a teacup falling to the ground. After a few seconds of silence, Qin Laosan's voice was heard again. However, his voice sounded extremely nervous at this time. "Master Yi, Qin didn't know that you had any grudges with my men. What Qin said just now was Qin's fault. I hope young Master Yi will forgive me." Hearing this, Yimo understood that the other party was apologizing because of what he had just said, "Kill him directly." However, Yimo did not respond, but looked at Lei Bao with a strange expression. As if he realized something was wrong, Lei Bao suddenly became a little flustered and his smile gradually disappeared. "What are you talking about, Master? Who is Yi Xiao?" At this time, even though Qin Lao San, who was always elegant and refined, couldn't help but curse on the phone. "Lei Bao, go and take a look at the photos I sent you now. Look who you and your son have messed with. You really deserve to die." Hearing this, Lei Bao was suddenly startled. A chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He was so scared that he almost fell from the air. Did my son offend the big shot that the third master mentioned? Lei Bao muttered to himself. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be that the big shot that the third master mentioned is this kid? Lei Bao looked at Yimo, swallowed his saliva, and his body trembled slightly. Next, he hurriedly opened the photo sent by Mr. Chin San. When he saw the familiar figure in the photo, an expression of extreme fear appeared in his eyes. Because there were two people in the photo sent by Mr. Chin San, an old man and a young man. The relationship between the old and the young seems to be very good. Moreover, the old man also knew a big shot who was even feared by the three overlords of Daoting, the president of Fengyue City's tomb-seeking guild. As for the young man next to the old man, he didn't know him before. But now I know. Lei Bao pointed at Yimo, too shocked to speak. He couldn't believe that this ordinary young man in front of him had such great power, and his own son actually caused him a huge trouble. This little beast is really used to being domineering and dares to mess with anyone. Lei Bao was filled with remorse and secretly cursed his dead son. At this time, Yimo looked at Lei Bao, who was still pointing at him, frowned, and said coldly, "I hate being pointed at." As soon as these words came out, Lei Bao immediately withdrew his hand, and the sound of panic came from the phone again. "Lei Bao, what good things have you done? When I come over, I'll show you how I'll deal with you." Upon hearing this, Lei Bao immediately explained with a bitter face, "Third master, I really didn't do anything. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Now you kneel down in front of Master Yi and keep apologizing to him until he is satisfied." Qin San roared. Hearing this, how could Lei Bao dare to have any other thoughts? He just kicked his legs and leaped towards the hotel window and landed inside the hotel. Next, he looked at Yi Mo with a pale face, then lowered his head and quickly knelt on the ground. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize a great man. Please forgive me. Lei Bao kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Yemo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It is rare in this world for an extraordinary 5-star strong man to kneel down in front of a mid-level 5-star coffin maker like himself. However, no matter how the other party apologized, Yemo would not let him go. After all, the experience of a level 45 coffin spirit is extremely tempting to Yemo, so he must kill it. Of course, he didn't want to take action now, because Yemo didn't want to force Lei Bao into a desperate situation, so everything had to wait until Mr. Qin-san came. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lei Bao kowtowed even harder. He knew very well that if Yemo could forgive him, his status would most likely remain unchanged. If he doesn't forgive me and wants to kill me, then at least I can save the lives of my entire family and the Thundercloud grave-seeking group. But if he chooses to escape or continues to attack Yemo, he will be doomed. 1 minute later, Yemo looked at the thunder leopard that was knocking on the floor and said calmly, "You are not wrong. It is this world that is wrong." When Lei Bao heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he realized that Yemo was teasing him and knocked even harder. "Master Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please let me go, Master Yi." No, no, no. How can you be wrong? It's obviously your son who is wrong. Yemo quickly shook his head. Lei Bao was delighted when he heard this, and quickly followed Yemo's words and said, Yes, Mr. Yi, it was my son who was wrong. It was my son who was wrong. Of course I am also wrong. I should have thrown that bastard against the wall. Yemo. Just then, it seemed as if he sensed a powerful aura approaching. A smile suddenly appeared on Yemo's lips, because he can take action against Lei Bao. When Lei Bao felt this breath, he was also delighted. As long as Mr. Qin-san saw how hard I apologized, he would definitely plead for me. So he knocked even more excitedly. Okay, stop knocking. Yemo interrupted Lei Bao's action and said lightly, It's not impossible for me to let you go, but there is a condition. Hearing this, Lei Bao was immediately overjoyed and said quickly, Master Yi, I agree to any conditions you put forward. Then, you release your coffin spirit. Then let it stay where it is and be beaten by my coffin spirit for 2 minutes. If he's not dead, you're fine. If he's dead, you're dead. What do you think? Yemo said with a smile. Hearing this, Lei Bao was even more ecstatic, and he bowed down to Yemo. Thank you, Master Yi, for letting me go. Young Master Yi can beat my coffin spirit for 2 hours, or even 2 days. Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. Chapter 82. Draining Spiritual Power, Accumulating Power Crazy. Looking at Lei Bao, who was already prostrating himself in front of him, he couldn't help showing excitement on his face. Yemo just shook his head and said calmly, You get up first. There is no need to thank me. If your coffin spirit can really survive, then thank me. Hearing this, Lei Bao was stunned at first. Then his expression became more excited, and he looked at Yemo with eyes full of gratitude. Now he was very sure of one thing in his mind. That was Yi Shao wanted to let him go. In his opinion, although Yemo's coffin spirit has strong defense, its strength is not enough to hurt Jiao Lei Tiangui. Even if Jiao Lei Tiangui stood there and let the little zombie chop him 100 times, it would probably just be a tickle. So Yemo's words were undoubtedly just a legitimate reason to let him go. Of course, Lei Bao also saw one of the meanings. That is, Yemo seems to be very confident in his own strength, and wants to show off in front of himself and Mr. Qin-san. It seems I have to let Jiao Lei Tiangui please him, Lei Bao thought to himself, and at the same time sent a voice message to Jiao Lei Tiangui. Tiangui, after you get beaten up, try to act like you're seriously injured and make it look real. In short, the more realistic the performance, the better. Next, Lei Bao looked at Yemo with an extremely flattering smile on his face and said with a smile, Young Master Yi is the strongest young man I have ever seen in my life. I believe that even the Jiao Lei Tiangui cannot completely resist Yi Shao's attack. Even if they survive by chance, they must have suffered unimaginable damage. Hearing this, Yemo's eyebrows raised immediately. I have to say, Lei Bao's flattering words are quite pleasant to hear. But unfortunately, the experience of obtaining a Lord-level coffin spirit is 1,000 times more pleasurable than this. Just then, a shadow appeared in an instant and arrived at the hotel. Yemo was stunned when he saw the figure, because the person in front of him looked so much like Qin Dong, as if they were cast in the same mold, except that the other person's hair was a little gray, making him look extremely old. Master Yi, I am Xiaodong's father, the 3rd son of the Qin family. Qin Han, you can call me Qin Lao-san. When Qin Lao-san saw Yemo, he immediately smiled and bowed. Hearing this, Yemo smiled faintly and said, Uncle Qin, there is no need to be like this. Qin Dong and I are the same generation, and I have some things that I need to rely on Uncle Qin for help. So just call me Yemo. When Qin Lao-san heard Yemo call him that, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Xiaodong is right. This young Master Yi is not only easy to get along with, but also very humble. Qin Lao-san praised him in his heart. Then he cupped his hands again and said, In that case, I will take advantage of Xiaodong and boldly address Master Yi by his name. At this time, Qin Laosan noticed that the room was extremely messy and the walls were cracked, and his heart suddenly sank. Fortunately, I called in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. As if he remembered something, Qin Laosan involuntarily exuded a powerful aura and pressed towards Lei Bao, who was standing aside. Lei Bao, look at what you have done. Who told you to stand up? Why don't you kneel down quickly? As soon as these words came out, Lei Bao immediately knelt on the ground again and explained quickly. Third Master, it was Master Yi who asked me to stand up. Master Yi said that as long as my coffin spirit gets beaten up, he will let me go. Get a beating? Qin Laosan was confused and quickly turned to look at Yemo, somewhat puzzled. He didn't expect Yemo to be so kind. He actually let his enemy go? Brother Yi, are you sure you want to let him go? Qin Laosan asked in disbelief. Hearing this, Yemo smiled faintly and said, I have made an agreement with him. I'm going to let Jiao Lei Tiangue stand still and be beaten by my coffin spirit. If his coffin spirit dies, then he dies. If his coffin is flexible, then he is alive. So Uncle Qin still needs to take action on this matter if his coffin spirit dies. Please, Uncle Qin, protect me for a while, Yemo said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Qin Laosan's expression suddenly became a little complicated. In his opinion, isn't this agreement obviously to let Lei Bao live? It seems that Yemo overestimates his own abilities. How could his coffin spirit possibly kill Jiao Lei Tiangue? Don't worry, I'm here. Even if his coffin spirit is dead, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you. Qin Laosan did not refute Yemo's words. He didn't want to undermine Yemo's confidence, so he agreed immediately. Then he turned to Yemo and asked with a smile, Brother Yi, when are you going to take action? Yemo heard this and said calmly, now. After that, Yemo summoned the tyrant to his side without any hesitation. Zombies, Lei Bao and Qin Laosan were both stunned. Immediately afterwards, Lei Bao's face was filled with ecstasy. He didn't expect that Yemo didn't use Chi-Chi, who had super potential, but instead used a zombie that looked weaker to beat Jiao Lei Tiangue. Isn't this just pure hilarious? If Chi-Chi can hurt the skin of Jiao Lei Tiangue, then the zombie in front of him probably can't even hurt Jiao Lei Tiangue's hair. Ha, thank you, Master Yi, for your kindness. Lei Bao laughed, then waved to Jiao Lei Tiangue outside the window and said, Tiangue, come here quickly. Just stand there and let Master Ye's coffin spirit beat you up. Hearing this, Jiao Lei Tiangue's figure suddenly flashed and came directly in front of the tyrant. Compared with the tyrant, it is much smaller in size, and its height is not even as high as the tyrant's chest, but its strength is much stronger than that of the tyrant. As if looking down on the tyrant's strength, Jiao Lei Tiangue seemed to be unconcerned and even stretched his head forward arrogantly. Call me, hit me on the head, kill me if you can. Jiao Lei Tiangue sent a message to the tyrant. Upon hearing this, the tyrant narrowed his eyes and a surge of anger surged from the bottom of his heart. Looking for death, the tyrant growled in his heart. The next second, it simply grabbed Jiao Lei Tiangue's head with one hand and lifted it up. I saw the violent blood-red energy in its palm begin to gather, as if it was accumulating power, emitting heart-pounding fluctuations. Master Qin San and Lei Bao felt the fluctuating energy and immediately showed surprise on their faces. The intensity of this energy is almost close to the coffin spirit skill of around level 35, right? Uncle Qin San muttered to himself. Seeing this, Lei Bao also breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's okay, it's okay. If it was just an attack of this level, Jiao Lei Tiangue could easily resist it. There won't even be any minor injuries. Jiao Lei Tiangue felt the tingling energy on his scalp, and a ferocious look appeared on his face. It sent a voice message to the tyrant again. You think you can hurt me with just this little bit of energy? Can you do it, little brother? Hearing this, the tyrant could no longer endure the provocation. Master, please use all your spiritual power to help me. The tyrant communicated with Yemo and said angrily. Upon hearing this, Yemo nodded quickly. At this moment, he no longer holds back. He drained all the spiritual energy in his body, allowing the tyrant to use this supermatter penetration move with all his strength. All I heard was the tyrant's roar. Boom! The blood-red energy in its palm suddenly surged. A terrible feeling of restlessness came over me, distorting the air in the entire room and causing the entire hotel to shake violently, like an earthquake. Lei Bao, who was originally feeling extremely relaxed, felt his hair go numb after feeling the sudden surge of energy. Because this energy has obviously reached the Lord level, and the aura is still rising. How is it possible? Jiao Lei Tiangue will not be able to withstand this kind of energy, Lei Bao said tremblingly, feeling doubtful and uncertain. Then he turned his head with difficulty to look at Mr. Qin San, only to see that Mr. Qin San was also shocked. What a powerful energy fluctuation! This zombie is not simple, Master Qin San said to the tyrant in surprise. At the same time, he no longer doubted Yemo's strength. As time passed, the red energy in the tyrant's hands had condensed to an extreme saturation state, exuding a breath of destruction. Third Master, save me, Lei Bao said in a voice transmission with an expression of extreme fear on his face. He could now clearly feel that with this blow, Jiao Lei Tiangue would definitely die. However, Mr. Qin Sanni's next words plunged him into despair. You should pay the price for whatever trouble you cause. You should still place your hope on the spirit in your coffin. If it holds up, I think EMO will definitely not take your life. Chapter 83 Terrifying Power. 80,000 experience points. After saying these words, Master Qin San also quickly summoned a shadow wizard holding a gorgeous ruby staff and wearing a crow feather cloak. Then, on the top floor of the hotel, a 200-meter shadow barrier was deployed, blocking the vicinity. You know, a full-strength attack from a top-level, Lord-level coffin spirit could directly destroy the entire northwest corner street and turn an area of hundreds of meters in radius into a living hell. Although the tyrant's next attack was not as powerful as that of a lord, it was still terrifying. If the shadow barrier is not used to block it, this attack will definitely cause irreparable damage. At this time, the coffin keepers near the northwest corner of the block felt the terrifying energy fluctuations, and they all ran away in fear, away from the five-star hotel in the block. After they ran several hundred meters, they looked back at the top floor of the five-star hotel and were suddenly shocked. I saw a huge black barrier covering the area around the hotel, and a blood-red light was flashing in the barrier. As the blood-red light became stronger and stronger, waves of terrifying aura began to emanate from the barrier, making everyone nearby feel a little suffocated. This is definitely a battle between extraordinary people in the inner city. What the hell? Why are there extraordinary people fighting in the inner city? Could it be that there is a conflict between two major forces? Run quickly, this aura is too terrifying. We, the mid-level coffin masters, will die if we touch it. Amid the discussion, countless people began to run desperately, just wanting to get away from this place of trouble. In the enchantment, Lei Bao was already sweating profusely at this time, kneeling on the ground with an extremely pale face. Jiao Lei Tiangue didn't dare to move at all. Mr. Qin San, who was standing aside, also had a serious look on his face, because the tyrant in front of him has almost reached his limit. They could easily feel that this violent energy fluctuation was completely comparable to the skills released by a level 49 lord. Once he makes a move, Jiao Lei Tiangue will definitely die. Yimo's face showed excitement, and he was breathing heavily. Although the spiritual power in his body had been drained and his whole body was trembling as if he would collapse at any time, he still persisted. It seems that the tyrant's limit of using supermatter penetration is more than 2 major realms. Yimo murmured to himself. According to normal combat, he would never be able to charge the supermatter penetration for more than 5 seconds. And this time, Qin Laosan was there to protect him. He simply drained all his spiritual power at once and accumulated it for a full minute. As long as this blow is delivered, not only the building under your feet, but even everything within a radius of 300 meters will be razed to the ground. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please spare my coffin spirit's life. Lei Bao knelt on the ground with a look of despair on his face and begged for mercy loudly. Master Yi, I beg you, master? When Mr. Qin San heard this, his face turned dark. Then he kicked Lei Bao directly and threatened him in a voice transmission. Shut up. This is your own fault. You'd better accept this fact. If you make another sound, you might interrupt his coffin spirit's ultimate move. Not only will the entire Thundercloud Tomb-seeking group be buried with you, even your whole family and even me will be implicated. Master Qin San took a deep breath and reminded. Hearing this, Lei Bao was immediately disheartened. He cursed his son's ancestors again in his heart. How could I give birth to such a thing? This is such a bummer. Lei Bao spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, the violent energy seems to have been accumulated. Then it suddenly exploded. All I heard was a loud bang. A blood-red beam of light instantly tore through the top of the shadow barrier and shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire inner city in blood red. Like hell on earth. Before Jiao Lei Tiangue could even make a sound, he was torn into pieces by this energy, and not even a trace of him was left. The storm caused by the aftermath of the explosion actually caused the shadow barrier to collapse and swept towards several nearby streets. For a moment, screams and cries were heard everywhere, and countless people were fleeing frantically for their lives. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the Jiao Lei Tiangue. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant Chi-Chi has been upgraded to guard level. The required experience for the next level is 6,840. Your coffin spirit level has increased, and you have received a large amount of spiritual power feedback. After hearing the system's prompt, Yimo instantly became numb on the spot. There are only 2 words in his mind now. What the hell? Yimo exclaimed. 80,000 experience points, directly leveled up 4 levels. It's really cool to kill monsters above your level. Yemo was extremely excited. He never thought that he could gain such a huge amount of experience by killing the coffin spirit 20 levels higher. This undoubtedly directly refreshed his cognition. It would be great if I could kill monsters like this more often in the future. A smile appeared on Yemo's face. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly felt happy. Didn't Mr. Chin want to take me to the ancient secret realm? After the appraisal meeting is over, go with him a few times and pick up the heads of Overlord-level monsters. Then I will be so happy. Chapter 84 Yemo loses a lot. Devouring and improving. 2 minutes later, when the aftermath faded, Yemo looked at the surrounding environment indifferently and couldn't help but take a breath. The surrounding walls had long since disappeared, and the upper floors of the hotel had long since been blown away. Many nearby buildings that are close to the hotel have cracks on their walls, and they seem to be about to collapse. At this moment, he felt as if he was on the rooftop of a building dozens of stories high. If he took 2 more steps forward, he would fall down. It seems that being too aggressive is not a good thing, as I actually lost all the materials. What a huge loss, what a huge loss. Yemo muttered quietly, with a look of pain on his face, feeling extremely sorry. Brother Yi, your strength is too. Master Qin was hesitant to speak, not knowing how to describe Yemo for a moment. You know, a mid-level coffin controller can actually control the coffin spirit to release attacks comparable to those of the transcendent 9 stars. This is even more difficult than defying the heavens. But Yemo did it. If Yemo becomes much stronger, he might be able to threaten the legendary strongman. This kind of genius, plus President Qin's protection, it seems that Fengyue City will rise in the future. Mr. Qin San sighed in his heart. On the side, Lei Bao looked at the Jiao Lei Tiangue, who disappeared without a trace, and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. He seemed to be frightened, his face was pale, his eyes were blank, and his body was shaking uncontrollably. Okay, Captain Lei, it's time to fulfill our agreement, right? Yemo glanced at Lei Bao and said lightly. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao took a deep breath and nodded in despair. As if he had thought of something, Yemo suddenly felt happy and said expectantly, Captain Lei, as an extraordinary 5-star expert, you should have contracted more than 1 coffin spirit, right? The level of your other coffin spirits should not be low, right? How about we make another bet? As soon as these words came out, Lei Bao was suddenly terrified and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Just now, his strongest coffin spirit was killed instantly. The other party is actually planning to target other coffin spirits? And now Yemo has somehow recovered his spiritual power and his strength has increased. How could Lei Bao dare to be fooled like this? Young Master Yi, now that things have come to this, stop joking. Please give Lei a quick death. Lei Bao said with an unpleasant expression, shaking his head. He would rather let the coffin spirit in the contract space be exiled to the secret tomb and sealed again after his death than let Yemo humiliate him like this again. Okay, that's fine. Yemo spread his hands and said expressionlessly. The next second, a flash of knife light appeared. With a puff, Lei Bao was chopped into 2 halves by the tyrant on the spot, and then slowly fell down the tall building. Mr. Qin San looked at the scene expressionlessly and didn't say much. Although Lei Bao was his subordinate, the other party had offended someone that he could not afford to offend, so he could only say that it was all his own fault. Yemo, let's put this matter to an end. Lei Bao attacked you before and frightened you. It was because Uncle Qin failed to discipline his men well. Uncle Qin is willing to compensate you 5 billion as compensation for mental damage. What do you think? Uncle Qin said to Yemo. Upon hearing this, Yemo smiled again. Although I didn't get the materials for Jiao Lei Tiangue, I was able to get 5 billion, which is definitely not a loss. Then, Yemo laughed quickly and said, haha, Uncle Qin, this isn't a good idea, right? After all, I haven't lost anything. When Mr. Qin San heard this, he was stunned and looked at Yemo strangely. Just now he clearly heard the other party muttering about losing a lot of money because of the lack of materials. And now you say there is no loss? Mr. Qin San just wanted to complain in his heart. I don't believe you. Don't push it away. This is Uncle Qin's compensation to you. Just accept it. Uncle Qin advised with a smile, and then stuffed a gold card into Yemo's hand. After Yemo took the card, he became even happier. He is now a mid-level 9-star coffin guardian and can definitely contract 2 more coffin spirits. And the wealth he has accumulated has exceeded 20 billion. If a coffin of good quality appears at the appraisal meeting, he will also have the opportunity to compete for it. Once the fight is successful, he will be asked to contract 2 more powerful corpse coffin spirits. Then his strength will be directly enhanced to an epic level. As Yemo was invited to the Qin family by Mr. Qin San, the coffin keepers who had escaped from the northwest corner area all breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't expect that the ones who caused such a commotion were Master Qin San and the leader of the Lei Yin tomb-seeking group. Isn't Captain Lei Bao a subordinate of Master Qin San? Why did Mr. Qin San kill him so cruelly? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. Is this even worth thinking about? Just now, Mr. Qin San took a young man away. Didn't you see it? He must be Mr. Qin San's illegitimate son. Lei Bao just attacked 3rd Master Qin's illegitimate son. This will definitely anger third Master Qin. As soon as these words came out, everyone understood what had happened and started discussing it wildly. It seems like there's one more person in the inner city who we shouldn't mess with. Yes, he actually killed his extraordinary subordinates for a bastard. This is too cruel. Don't talk nonsense. If what you said gets to Mr. Qin-san's ears, you'll definitely be dead. Retreat, retreat, let's just pretend we know nothing. As most of the onlookers dispersed, the northwest corner of the street once again returned to the silence of the night. At this time, at a street corner, a white-haired man with bloodshot pupils appeared. Tang Yi looked at Lei Bao's body, licked the corner of his mouth, and greed appeared in his eyes. After last night's killing, he devoured a lot of ordinary flesh and blood, which only gave his body a very slight improvement. This made him understand one thing, that only by devouring the coffin keeper could he become stronger quickly. Originally, he planned to attack the inner city tonight, but he did not expect such a big commotion to happen in the inner city. This forced him to stay on the sidelines and watch. TSK, the flesh and blood of an extraordinary coffin tightener. I wonder how much my strength can be improved. Tang Yi muttered as he looked at the corpse that was split in half and whose blood had not yet dried up below the hotel. Next, he kicked his legs and turned into a white light, quickly passing over Lei Bao's body and bringing it back. Swallow, Tang Yi shouted softly. The blood vessels in his body suddenly twisted and turned into several tentacles with fangs, which instantly devoured Lei Bao's body. Feeling the immense amount of energy pouring into his body, Tang Yi revealed a ferocious smile, and his aura suddenly rose a bit. 1 star beyond measure. Sure enough, only by devouring a powerful coffin keeper can one quickly improve his strength. Huh? Tang Yi said excitedly. As if he thought of something, his expression became even more cruel. Why not take advantage of this commotion and devour all the coffin-suppressing masters nearby? As long as my strength can be improved a little more, I will have a chance to take revenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Yi's appearance suddenly changed and turned into that of Lei Bao. Then he did not hesitate and took advantage of the night to start a killing spree. Chapter 85. Patriarch Qin Jun, Sword Court Vassal. The next morning, the Shadow Ghost came to the manor where Mr. Qin-san lived with a piece of information. At this time, Mr. Qin-san and Yi Mo were already waiting in the lobby of the villa. As if sensing Shadow Ghost's arrival, Master Qin-san showed a hint of a smile on his face and said, Xiao Yi, Shadow Ghost seems to have already investigated the loss of your materials and the death of your friend. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo immediately showed his delight and said to Mr. Qin-san, Thank you, Uncle Qin. After that, a shadow appeared on the ground of the villa, and a ghost slowly emerged. Greetings, Third Master. Greetings, young Master Yi. Shadow Ghost bowed to the two of them. Thank you for your hard work, Shadow Ghost. Tell me what you found out quickly. Mr. Qin-san asked. Without hesitation, Shadow Ghost took out a recorder and played the video footage of the northwest corner area that night. In the picture, a man in black robe is seen chasing a middle-aged man. When Yi Mo saw this scene, his face suddenly became gloomy and filled with murderous intent. The middle-aged man who was fleeing in a panic and looked extremely miserable was Tang Yi. On the side, when Mr. Qin-san heard the familiar voice of the man in black robe, he was shocked. It turns out to be Big Brother's man. Immediately, Master Qin-san was filled with joy. He couldn't stand Qin Jun's dictatorship. He endured years of suppression and secretly developed his power just to find an opportunity to seize the position of head of the family. And now the other party really sent people to kill Yi Mo's friends and take away the evolutionary materials that Yi Mo needs. To provoke someone with such a powerful background is tantamount to seeking death. Yi Mo looked at everything on the screen, his face becoming increasingly ugly, and he asked coldly, Uncle Qin, do you know this person? Is he from your Qin family? Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin-san reacted and nodded quickly. No, he is a vassal member of the Qin family and the leader of a small tomb hunting group under my eldest brother. I think his name is Ying Lu, and he is just an extraordinary 1-star coffin-suppressing master. Qin-san explained. Hearing this, a murderous look suddenly flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. It turned out that the head of the Qin family took away his materials and caused Tang Yi's death. It seems that the matter that Mr. Qin-san had promised to deliver the materials and heads to him is about to become difficult. It seems that we can only wait until Mr. Qin comes, Yi Mo said to himself. At this time, Master Qin-san seemed to notice that Yi Mo looked a little unhappy, and then he coughed lightly and ordered Shadow Ghost. Shadow Ghost, gather all your subordinates above the extraordinary level immediately and follow me to the Qin family's patriarch's manor. I want to seek justice for Xiaoyan. As soon as these words came out, the aura of a quasi-legendary, strong man instantly burst out from Master Qin-san, causing the entire manor to tremble violently. Feeling this powerful momentum, Yi Mo's face was suddenly shocked. Uncle Qin is actually a quasi-legend? It is said that the strongest person in the Qin family, the head of the family, Qin Jun, is only a transcendent 9-star. I didn't expect Uncle Qin to be so well hidden, Yi Mo thought to himself. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost no longer held back his strength. exuding the aura of a supernatural 9-star, resisting the pressure from Qin San, then knelt on one knee and said, "I will follow the orders of the third master." At this time, Mr. Qin San nodded. Then he looked at Yi Mo, and a weak spiritual power emanated from his body, pulling Yi Mo up out of thin air. He took Yi Mo and flew quickly towards the Qin family's patriarch's manor. At the same time, in the Qin family manor, there is an open space at the foot of a hill more than 100 meters high. An old man with serious face, dark hair, and wearing black training clothes was practicing boxing leisurely. He clenched his fists, gathered his spiritual energy, and punched towards the hill in front of him. All I heard was a loud bang. The terrifying fist force suddenly erupted, shaking the entire hill violently, causing the rocks to explode and collapse in half. Looking at the scene in front of him, Qin Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. I have finally reached the legendary level. Ha ha! Just then, suddenly a black shadow flashed by, and a figure covered tightly in a black robe knelt down in front of Qin Jin. Congratulations to the patriarch on his promotion to the legendary level. The master of the family has unparalleled magical powers. His magical powers are boundless. The man in black robe said excitedly. Haha, who am I? It's only natural that I'm promoted to a legend. Qin Jin laughed, his tone filled with extreme arrogance. As if thinking of something, Qin Jin quickly asked the black-robed man, "Eagle Ghost, are the two pieces of news that came out of the inner city last night true?" "Master, I've already found out everything." Lei Bao, the leader of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking group, was indeed killed by the third master. As for that young man, he is definitely not the third master's illegitimate son. He is a member of the Fengyue City Snow Shadow grave hunting group and has a close relationship with President Shun Xuezong. Ingue replied respectfully. Hearing this, Qin Jun's eyes suddenly flashed with contempt, and then he sneered, "Haha, third brother, third brother." In order to please a force far away in Fengyue City, he had the heart to kill his most capable subordinates. It's really vicious. You have been hiding for so many years, and I have already figured out the power under your command. Do you think you can covet the position of the head of the family? What wishful thinking. Qin Jun said to himself. Besides, do you really think that I have no backup plan and would be afraid of that person in Fengyue City? Qin Jun smiled coldly, appearing extremely confident. On the side, when Eagle Ghost heard this, he seemed extremely shocked and asked quickly, "Master, have you joined that organization?" "Ah, of course." Qin Jun laughed. While talking, Qin Jun directly took out a blood-red, round, exquisite badge pierced by 3 black daggers side by side, and put it on his chest. Seeing this, Eagle Ghost seemed to recognize the badge and gasped in surprise. Daedaoding. Eagle Ghost trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. You know, in Jiangnan City, Dao Ting is the absolute king. Moreover, Dao Ting is extremely protective of its people. As long as you can join, you can enjoy absolute protection. He seemed to be extremely satisfied with the shocked looks of his subordinates. Qin Jin laughed again and said, "From now on, our Qin family will be a vassal of Dao Ting, and my strength in Dao Ting can be ranked in the top 10. That is to say, among the 30 families in the inner city, there are several others who have joined the Sword Court. The Qin family does not need to give face to any other family in the future. You can step on them if you want. The head of the family. I have investigated and found that the owner of Wan Beilu in Fengyue City, who was killed by Ying Lu the night before, was a friend of the member of the Snow Shadow Group. What if the third master brings that member of the Snow Shadow Group to cause trouble for us? How should we respond?" Eagle Ghost mentioned this matter hastily. Hearing this, Qin Jun was stunned at first, then sneered. What about the members of the Snow Shadow Group? The Qin family is protected by Dao Ting. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. Chapter 86 Arrogant Qin Jun. What about the members of the Snow Shadow Group? The Qin family is protected by Dao Ting. If they really dare to come to the Qin family to cause trouble, they will all be trampled to death. Qin Jun's extremely arrogant words echoed in the sky. At this moment, several sounds of wind suddenly sounded in the sky. More than a dozen extraordinary strong men emitting powerful aura descended from the sky. Then it slowly landed more than 10 meters in front of Qin Jun. The leading Mr. Qin San took a look at the hill that was collapsing in the middle next to him, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. But there was a hint of stiffness and solemnity in this smile. Mr. Qin San didn't expect that his information was wrong. At this time, Qin Jun's strength is obviously not at the extraordinary 9 stars, but a legendary 1 star who is 1 level higher than himself. Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to break through the legendary realm. This is really cause for celebration. Qin San cupped his hands and said with a half smile. Qin Jun heard this, put his hands behind his back and looked at the dozen or so extraordinary people in front of him, and immediately sneered. "Ah, third brother, why do you bring so many people to my manor? You come here with a group of people in such a threatening manner. But do you have any objection to me as the head of the family?" Qin Jun narrowed his eyes and questioned Mr. Qin San. When Mr. Qin San heard this, he frowned. Then he said calmly, "Brother, you are joking. I came here just to ask you to return some things to their original owners." Return the property to its original owner? Have I ever touched your things? Qin Jun asked coldly. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Qin San's face suddenly turned gloomy, his tone suddenly turned cold, and he said, "Brother, you sent someone to take away a piece of evolutionary material called Yuan cold marrow, right? If so, please hand over this material to Yinglu. Third brother, your ability to talk nonsense has improved a lot. So, what if I took it away? If you really want to take it back, then I will have to see what you are capable of." Qin Jun snorted coldly, and then the spiritual power in his body suddenly burst out. Without saying anything, he clenched his fist and punched in the direction of Mr. Qin San. When Mr. Qin San saw this, his face suddenly darkened. Without any hesitation, he summoned the Shadow Mage in an instant. Shadow Barrier. A black barrier emerged, covering everyone around. With a loud bang, the Shadow Barrier suddenly collided with Qin Jun's fist force, making a deafening sound. The shock wave caused by the collision was like a tsunami, sweeping out in all directions, blowing sand and rocks into the air, breaking all the trees, and raising the area within 100 meters to the ground. After a while, the storm dissipated, and the people within the barrier were unharmed. However, the dozen or so extraordinary people who followed Master Qin San couldn't help but reveal fear in their eyes. The third master's strength is too strong. What should we do? One of them trembled. Third master, if we really fight with the patriarch, we may be completely wiped out. Why don't we take a long-term view? Everyone was talking about it. These extraordinary beings are supreme and cannot be offended in front of many coffin-keeping masters in the inner city. But when they really stood in front of the legendary strongman, they were like ants. When Qin Jun saw these things that looked like clay chickens and clay dogs, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Third brother, your strength doesn't seem to have improved over the years. I only used 20% of my strength, and you can't resist. Look at the guys under your command. Do you still expect them to help you? Qin Jun said with sarcasm in his eyes. When Mr. Qin San heard this, his face instantly turned ashen, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his tone. Brother, what do you mean? Don't you really want to return the dark cold marrow? Don't you want to hand it over? Haha, so what if you don't hand it over? Do you want to snatch it back from me? Qin Jun said confrontively. At this time, Yimo stood beside Mr. Qin San and also had an unpleasant look on his face. He originally thought that this time he could not only get back the Yuan cold marrow, but also find out the person who killed Tang Yi. But according to the current situation, Mr. Qin San seemed to have underestimated the strength of the head of the Qin family. The other party also did not take Mr. Qin San seriously at all. Uncle Qin, why don't we retreat first? Yimo said in a very calm tone. For him, he was very anxious to get back the Yuan cold marrow. But the situation is not right now, and there is no way to solve it, so we can only wait until Mr. Qin comes. When Mr. Qin San heard Yimo's words, his expression temporarily recovered. Then he took a deep breath and said, "It doesn't matter. I will help you get the materials back today no matter what." Yimo heard this and didn't say much. Because his strength was too weak, he could no longer personally intervene in a fight at this level. And what Mr. Qin San said undoubtedly showed that he had his own trump card. At this time, Master Qin San suddenly exuded an extremely strong aura and said coldly, "Brother, if you still insist on not changing your ways, when that big shot from Fengwest City comes over, you will definitely die." Hearing this, Qin Jun's face showed even more disdain, and he laughed loudly. "Ha, third brother, is this your trump card? Do you think that the people of Daoding are afraid of the big shot you mentioned?" Saying, Qin Jun directly took off the badge on his chest and threw it at Mr. Qin San. Mr. Qin San took the badge, then spread out his palm, his expression becoming increasingly uglier. "It's actually the badge of Daoting," Mr. Qin San said, gritting his teeth. When the extraordinary people around saw the blood-red badge, their eyelids all twitched wildly. The head of the third master's family has joined the sword court. What should we do? Shadow Ghost asked third master Qin in a low voice. Now that we are here, there is no turning back. Even if we retreat now, he will retaliate against us later. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that he has just joined the sword court and his status is not high yet, and he does not have much say. Let's just take action and get rid of the trouble. Qin San's face was fierce, and his tone was full of murderous intent. Hearing this, even those extraordinary people who wanted to retreat just now felt scared. They were already extremely dissatisfied with Qin Jun, and now the other party has joined the sword court. If they don't resist Qin Jun now, they will only become slaves and be bullied by Qin Jun's clan in the future. Third Master, the head of the Qin family has been promoted to a legendary level. Are you sure you can defeat him? Asked one of the extraordinary 8-star coffin masters. Upon hearing this, Mr. Qin frowned slightly. His face looked extremely solemn, and he said lightly, "Not sure, but my main battle coffin spirit has potential 1 level higher than his and can restrain him. If we fight to the death, there is still hope of winning." After that, Master Qin San ordered the others, Ingui, the rest of you protect Xiaoyi, and at the same time finding Liu and take back you Inhan Sui. If anyone else dares to interfere, they will be killed without mercy. Chapter 87 Legend leaves the city, Yimo's plan. As soon as Mr. Chin Sandy finished speaking, everyone looked serious. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost nodded quickly and said with a folded hand, "Don't worry, Third Master. We will definitely protect Master Yi." After that, a vortex of shadow appeared under the feet of the Shadow Ghost, emitting waves of strange spatial fluctuations. This shadow vortex is similar to the ability of fixed-point teleportation. As long as the situation is not right, Shadow Ghost can take his companions away from this troubled area. When Mr. Chin-san saw this vortex of shadow, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he seemed a lot more relieved. Because of the presence of Ingui, a capable subordinate, he can now fight Qin Jun desperately without any scruples. "Brother, I have one last piece of advice for you. Please hand over the Yuan cold marrow immediately. If you are stubborn and refuse to return the things, then don't blame me for breaking up with you," Third Master Qin said in a cold and murderous tone. As soon as these words came out, Qin Jun's face showed disdain again, and he said in a cold voice, "Ah, Qin Han, please stop saying these high-sounding words. Do you think I can't see your evil ambitions? After being suppressed by me for so many years, are you finally unable to hold back and show your fangs today? In that case, as your elder brother, I will teach you a lesson today." As soon as the words fell, Qin Jun opened his hands instantly, and as his spiritual power was stimulated, a hexagram formation emitting terrifying fluctuations quickly condensed in his hands. He just stretched out his hand and pressed, and the hexagram formation quickly crashed towards the ground. With a loud bang, the patterns of the formation suddenly spread out along the ground, becoming more than 100 meters long, emitting endless spiritual pressure. "Come out, Shadow Wolf Lord," Qin Jun snorted coldly. The next second, all that was heard was a series of soul-shaking wolf howls. At the same time, within the range of the hexagram formation with a diameter of 100 meters, a dark golden coffin with dragon patterns that was more than 10 meters wide slowly emerged from the ground. The size of this coffin was beyond everyone's imagination. It was dozens of meters high and stood upright in front of them, like a 10-story building. When they saw this scene, their scalps went numb, and even Yemo was shocked. However, before they had time to discuss it, the coffin lid was suddenly blown open, and a giant werewolf appeared from inside. It was dozens of meters tall, emitting cold blue flames, and its entire body looked like a phantom of a soul. The dark blue flame on the werewolf's soul shadow dripped onto the ground and began to slowly wriggle, transforming into giant, ferocious ghost wolves with strength reaching the extraordinary 8-star level. When Mr. Qin San saw this scene, his expression became even more solemn. Although he was still confident that he could fight against the Shadow Wolf Lord summoned by Qin Jun, but his men may not be able to defeat these giant ghost wolves in front of them. "Shadow Ghost, I can't distract myself to deal with these ghost wolves. I can only leave them to you. If the situation is not right, take Xiaoya and evacuate immediately," Qin San hurriedly instructed. And at this moment, Qin Jun seemed to be angry for a long time. He snorted coldly and said, "My manner is for you ants to come and go as you please. Since you are here, all of you shall die." Qin Jun only let out an angry roar, and then he leaped with all his might, turning into a stream of light and flying directly onto the head of the Shadow Wolf Lord. The next second, his spiritual power was activated, and the Shadow Wolf Lord instantly raised his sharp claws high and slapped in the direction of Master Qin San and others. I saw several huge blue lights flying out, attacking at a high speed with terrifying power. When Mr. Qin San saw this, his eyes suddenly froze. In his opinion, Qin Jun's attack was obviously insane and disregarded any consequences. Because if the opponent's attack lands, no grass will grow within a radius of 500 meters, and it will be turned into ruins. The energy after the impact would even spread to most of the residential areas in the manor, causing unimaginable casualties. "Shadow Exile," Master Qin San muttered to himself. The shadow mage beside him instantly sensed his thoughts and directly activated the staff in his hand. Then, in the air directly in front of him, he summoned a huge and extremely dark portal, which blocked the attack from the Shadow Wolf Lord and diverted all the attack energy away. Qin Jun saw that all of the Shadow Wolf Lord's attacks were absorbed without a ripple, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Third brother, I take back what I said before. Your strength has indeed improved a lot, but that's all you have," Qin Jun said calmly. Upon hearing this, Master Qin San smiled, his eyes gleaming with coldness, and said, "Brother, after so many years, you are still as arrogant as ever. In that case, there is nothing more to talk about between us brothers. Why not fight somewhere else? Haha, this old man naturally has the capital to be arrogant. Since you want to challenge me, then as you wish, follow me out of the city for a fight." Qin Jun sneered. Qin Jun then glanced at his men in black robes and said with a strong murderous tone, "Eagle Ghost, don't let any of those who followed Qin Han here to cause trouble go. I'll temporarily let you control my ghost wolf. When I come back, I want to see all their corpses. Otherwise, you will commit suicide right here." Upon hearing this, Ngui's face suddenly changed. He knelt down and asked, "Master, What should we do with the young man from the Snow Shadow group? Except for you, no one dares to touch him. Qin Jun glanced at Yemo when he heard this. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he said in a voice transmission, "Don't worry about him. If he dares to take the initiative, fight back and capture him alive, and I will deal with him when I come back." Hearing this, Ingwe heaved a sigh of relief and said sternly, "Master, I will do my best to kill these rebellious guys. Don't let the Qin family manor be affected in any way. Well, I will go and deal with this little trouble Qin Han first. I'll leave this place to you for now." Qin Jin nodded. After saying that, the Shadow Wolf Lord under his feet kicked his legs, flew into the air, and disappeared on the spot with Qin Jin. Upon seeing this, Mr. Qin San gave another warning to Ingwe and the others, then turned and flew in the direction Qin Jin had just left. After the two legends Qin San and Qin Jin left, the Qin family manor instantly fell into a tense situation. Many extraordinary people from Qin Jin's lineage seemed to have received Qin Jin's orders and gathered near the hill. For a time, there were 10 more extraordinary people in the entire Qin family's manor. Seeing this, Ingwe and others all looked solemn. Although the strength and number of Qin Jin's lineage's extraordinary people are not as good as theirs, they are only at the extraordinary 5-star level. But the group of giant ghost wolves left behind by the other party are truly extraordinary 8 stars. If a head-on fight breaks out, they will definitely have a hard time defending and will have no time to focus on protecting Yemo. "Brother Ingwe, why don't you take young Master Yi away first?" one of the extraordinary people said in a deep voice. "Yes, Brother Shadow Ghost. This time we follow the third master and have no way to retreat. This battle will be fierce. Young Master Yi is not yet at a high level. It will be dangerous for him to stay here." Someone echoed. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost slowly turned his head and looked at Yemo as if he wanted to ask for Yemo's consent and said, "Young Master Yi, how about I take you to a safe place first?" "No, I am capable of protecting myself. You don't have to worry about me," Yemo said lightly. Before, when Chi-Chi was only level 25, she could easily withstand the attacks of the Thunder Leopard. Now she has reached level 29, close to the Quasi-Commander level. Naturally, she can handle everything in front of her. And Qin Jin and Mr. Qin San have left. Even if the coffin spirits of other extraordinary people use range skills to affect Yemo can resist it. Hearing Yemo's words, the coffin masters around him suddenly changed their expressions and felt that Yemo was a little arrogant. However, when he thought that Yemo was a member of the Snow Shadow group, his expression recovered a lot. "Master Yi, please put on the Snow Shadow badge." Although the head of the Qin family is not afraid of the Snow Shadow group, but apart from him, none of his men have the guts to attack you. As long as you are not affected by the ability, you will be absolutely safe. Shadow Ghost advised. Hearing this, Yemo smiled and said, "Okay, I'll just watch from the side." As if he had thought of something, Yemo added another sentence. "By the way, if their coffin spirits are on the verge of death, you can throw them next to me and let me finish them off." After hearing this, everyone was confused and didn't understand what Yemo meant. They subconsciously thought that Yemo had a habit of killing coffin spirits. However, Yemo's next words made them gasp. "Of course, if your coffin spirit is dying, you can also throw it in front of you. Maybe my coffin spirit can restore them to full condition," Yemo said with a smile. "Fuck, Master Yi, are you telling the truth? What the hell? Does your coffin spirit have life transfer skills? This is too perverted." No wonder Yi Shao was able to join the Snow Shadow group. It turns out the coffin spirit is so terrifying. Shadow Ghost was also extremely excited. Is Yi Shao really like this? Of course. Yemo nodded. As soon as the words fell, Master Qin San's men became extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Brothers, with Master Yi here, we will definitely win this battle. Retrieve the treasure from Master Yi. Seize the position of Patriarch from Master San." Chapter 88. Picking up a bargain? Backed by Yemo's promise, the extraordinary people under Master Qin San no longer had any scruples and summoned out their coffin spirits. Qin Jun's men did the same when they saw this. After a while, nearly 30 powerful coffin spirits descended into the Qin family manor, starting an extremely terrifying melee. Explosions and shock waves continued to sound in the Qin family manor. Under the bombardment of the coffin spirit skills, the entire manor shook violently as if a severe earthquake had occurred. In just less than 3 minutes, the ground in an area of nearly 500 meters began to crack, and all the buildings collapsed, turning into ruins. At this time, Yi Majing ran out of the battlefield, observing everything happening in front of him with lingering fear. "Who is throwing skills at me? Luckily, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been killed." Yemo panted and muttered to himself. Just now he was sitting leisurely nearby observing, thinking that no one dared to touch him. However, at some point, among the two sides in the melee, a coffin spirit suddenly raised its hand and aimed at Yemo, and a terrifying black light wave directly blasted towards Yemo. Fortunately, Yemo reacted quickly enough and asked Chi-Chi to condense several shields to block in front of him. so he did not suffer any harm. At this moment, Yimo also understood a truth. If you want to take advantage of someone who is missing out, you can't be so arrogant. Because of his promise at the beginning that he could restore the coffin spirit to full condition, some enemy coffin keepers wanted to kill him. After all, these people were already bloodthirsty in the battle, willing to risk their lives, so why would they be afraid of the Snow Shadow grave-seeking group? It seemed that he noticed that Yimo was attacked by someone. These extraordinary strong men under Master Qin San were immediately furious. Fuck! How dare they sneak attack young Master Yi? They are really tired of living. One of the extraordinary people roared. As he spoke, he released all his spiritual power, causing the coffin spirit to vent its skills like crazy. Brothers, please be more careful later. If anyone dares to attack Master Yi, let's all gather together and kill that man. As soon as these words were spoken, a cold look flashed across everyone's face. The shadow ghost also noticed that Yi Mo had retreated very far and quickly sent a voice message to ask, "Young Master Yi, are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm just a little scared," Yi Mo said casually. "That's good." Shadow Ghost breathed a sigh of relief. As if thinking of something, Shadow Ghost quickly said, "Young Master Yi, did you see clearly which coffin spirit attacked you just now? If you see it, let us know. We'll kill it right away." Hearing this, Yi Mo felt a burst of joy in his heart, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that he would be treated like this now. This means that as long as he tells which coffin spirit attacked him, Shadow Ghost and the others will cripple the coffin spirit. Ha! This is not just picking up a bargain. This is simply helping me gain experience. Yemontak was secretly delicated. At this time, without hesitation, he pointed directly at a bat coffin spirit of around level 41 on the battlefield. "It seems like it was the bat that attacked me. You guys quickly beat it to a pulp, then throw it in front of me so I can kill it with my own hands," Yimo said, pretending to be angry. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost quickly turned around and looked in the direction Yimo pointed. He instantly burst out with all his spiritual power, condensed into an extremely terrifying black shadow spear, and shot towards the bat coffin spirit. The black shadow spear instantly cut through the void, like an arrow piercing the clouds, and directly pierced through the bat coffin spirit. Then, the shadow ghost disappeared from the spot, brought the bat coffin spirit to Yimo, and threw it at Yimo's feet. Seeing this, Yimo's face suddenly showed ecstasy, and he laughed and said, "Ingei, you have worked hard. Young Master Yi, if anyone dares to attack you again, I guarantee that he will die without a burial place." Shadow Ghost said coldly, and then returned to the battlefield again. At this time, Yimo looked at the dying bat coffin spirit at his feet and directly summoned the tyrant out. "I don't know how much experience a level 41 coffin spirit can provide me. It should be around 10,000 or 20,000, right?" Yimo thought to himself. Then he smiled and said to the tyrant, "Tyrant, do it." As soon as these words came out, the tyrant instantly drew out his long sword and slashed it directly on the bat coffin spirit, splitting the bat coffin spirit in half. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the green-winged demonic bat. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant Chi-Chi has been upgraded to the quasi-commander level. The required experience for the next level is 4,690. Chapter 89. Rare Materials. Shadow Ghost True Form. Hearing the system's prompt, Yimo's face immediately showed an extremely excited smile. Although the experience gained from killing the coffin spirit is not as shocking as the previous one from Jiao Lei, Tian Gui, but it still allowed Yimo to level up. Now he has entered the ranks of high-level coffin keepers and is considered a master in the entire Fengyue city. If all of his strength were taken into account, it would be enough to protect himself from all the extraordinary people. Recalling a few days ago, facing a high-level coffin-suppressing master like Zhao Long, he could only flee madly. But now, even if 100 Zhao Longs came to surround and kill me, I would not be afraid. With my current strength, it may still be difficult to easily kill a transcendent, but killing a high-level coffin-suppressing master is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. Yimo's eyes flashed with confidence. It seems like he thought of something. Yimo quickly looked at the coffin spirit's corpse on the ground. "Tyrant, go find out what materials we can use from it," Yimo said excitedly. Obviously, he was extremely looking forward to the complete corpse of the green-winged demon bat. Hearing this, the tyrant nodded quickly. Then it instantly pulled out the long knife from its back. The long knife suddenly became shorter and turned into a boning knife, emitting a sharp light. The tyrant shook the boning knife in his hand excitedly and hurriedly walked to the body of the green-winged demon bat, squatted beside it, and began to dissect it carefully. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Demon Core Level 5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Demonic Bat Flesh and Blood. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Demonic Bat Venom Fang Level 4. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the rare item Green Wing Level 5. Ding! Congratulations! A series of system prompts sounded, leaving Yi Mo stunned on the spot. He had killed many powerful coffin spirits before, and he almost always let the tyrant use super matter to penetrate and kill them. This results in the direct destruction of the usable materials on the coffin spirit. All in all, this was the first time he had preserved the powerful coffin spirit intact, so he left behind extremely rich materials. There is actually a rare 5th level material. Yemo felt extremely happy. Haha, this is the rhythm of getting rich. He could almost foresee that if these materials were sold, their value would definitely not be low. It might even be more than all his current belongings. It seems that it was a wise decision for me to watch here. If we can really kill a few more blood-residing coffin spirits, then we will really take off. Yemo murmured. At this time, Yemo looked at the battlefield in the distance where terrifying noises continued to erupt, and a look of infinite expectation flashed in his eyes. Although Mr. Qin Sanni's fight with the head of the Qin family today was in his own name, he wanted to seize the position of the head of the family in advance. But the other party also wanted to help me get the materials back and make friends with me. The fact that the other party can now achieve this level is undoubtedly 100 benefits to Yemo with no harm at all. If he could take back the Yuan Cold Marrow today and kill many Lord-level coffin spirits, Yemo would naturally not have to trouble Old Chun to do it personally. If Mr. Qin San was defeated, Yemo would definitely invite Old Chun out and let the entire Qin family manor bear the revenge of the legendary 9-star strongman. I hope Uncle Qin can win. Yemo shook his head and smiled. Thinking of this, he looked at the battlefield with a smile on his face again, then stayed at the edge of the battlefield, quietly waiting for the benefits to be delivered to him. 1 hour later, Yemo still stayed where he was. However, his expression now no longer had the joy he had before, but instead looked unhappy. Because, at this moment, standing in front of him was an extraordinary being with a panicked look on his face and as fat as a ball. In the arms of this extraordinary person, he was holding a very beautiful female, ghost in white with blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Young Master Yi, my coffin spirit is seriously injured. Please help it recover quickly, please. The extraordinary fat man pleaded with a sad face. When Yemo heard this, several black lines flashed across his forehead. This extraordinary person is the 8th person to come to see him. The coffin spirits of the 7 extraordinary people from before were indeed seriously injured. Almost half of them were disabled and unable to fight anymore. But the coffin spirit of the extraordinary person in front of him had neither missing arms nor broken legs, nor was his soul injured. There was just a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. How could this be considered an injury? Mr. Yi, please help save my Xiaoqian. The extraordinary fat man cried loudly. Seeing this, Yemo narrowed his eyes and said calmly, "You are afraid of fighting, so you want to come here to play?" As soon as these words came out, the extraordinary fat man stopped crying immediately. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He gave Yemo a thumbs up and said, "Young Master Yi, you are really amazing. Nothing can escape Ning's eyes." Hearing this, Yemo glanced at the other person calmly and said, "Then do you want to rest here for a while? I'll talk to Shadow Ghost, he should agree." No, I'm going to continue fighting." After that, this extraordinary person simply held the female, ghost in white, in his arms and returned to the battlefield in shame. Seeing this scene, a look of helplessness flashed across Yemo's face. Originally, he thought he could kill several Lord-level coffin spirits with his own hands. But during this period of time, the subordinates of the Qin family had seemed to have received a piece of news. That is, Mr. Qin San was suppressed by Qin Jin throughout the whole process and was always at an absolute disadvantage. And these extraordinary people who got the news began to become extremely excited. Their momentum increased a lot, and they gradually showed their advantages in the battle. As for Mr. Qin Sanni's side, everyone felt a little depressed, and many even had no intention of fighting, because they knew that if they waited for the result, Qin Jun would come back. Then none of them, including Yemo, can escape. So this resulted in people on Yemo's side being injured over the past hour. It seems that Uncle Qin's battle is not going well. Maybe I can only consider taking back the Yuan Cold Marrow first. As for the rest, let's wait for Elder Qin to come. Yemo thought to himself. Just then, a somewhat excited voice appeared beside Yemo without warning. "Master Yi, I have found where the Yuan Cold Marrow is. Come with me." Upon hearing this, Yemo quickly looked down. I saw a black shadow appearing on the ground in front of me, and in the shadow, there was a dark human head looking at me respectfully. "Who are you, Shadow Ghost?" Yemo frowned slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance. At the same time, a barely detectable golden light flashed in his eyes as he observed the monster in front of him that looked exactly like the Shadow Ghost. Name: Shadow Ghost, true form. Race: Goblin. Level: Lord level. Seal level: True King Jade Coffin. Talent: Shadow Twin. Shadow Ghost can condense its true body and clone. Both the true body and the clone can be cultivated and possess completely different abilities. Skills: Special Unlimited Surveillance. Level 5 Absolute Concealment. Special Shadow Portal. Level 5 Shadow Escape. Special Skill: Shadow Escape. Disadvantages: no combat capability, no defense capability. Current status: respectful, excited, trustworthy. Number of possible evolutions times. Introduction. It is formed by the soul of a shadow ghost. The real body is used for reconnaissance and surveillance of targets. It does not have any combat ability and is prone to death and dissipation after being injured. The clone is used for combat and will not be harmed. When the real body dissipates, the clone will also disappear. Master Yi, I am the real Shadow Ghost. The one fighting over there is Shadow Ghost's clone. Shadow Ghost's real body said respectfully. At this time, the Shadow Ghost in the battle also sent a voice message to prove his identity. Young Master Yi, follow him. He did find it. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo's expression immediately returned to normal. Through the detection of the evil-breaking golden pupil, the true abilities of the Shadow Ghost are clearly visible. And now the other party dared to appear in front of him so brazenly. Obviously, he trusted him very much. Because once he has the intention to kill, the real body of Shadow Ghost will surely die. Okay then, Shadow Ghost. Take me there, Yi Mo said calmly. After that, the Shadow Ghost suddenly extended a shadow tentacle and tied it to Yi Mo, then took Yi Mo into the shadow on the ground and disappeared. Chapter 90, Cold Marrow. After a while, two figures appeared at the corner of a luxurious villa in the Qin family manor. Yi Mo glanced at the guards walking back and forth near the villa, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Shadow Ghost, is the Yuan Cold Marrow you mention here? Yi Mo asked indifferently. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost nodded and said, Young Master Yi, this is Qin Zhen's residence. I spotted Ing Lu earlier. I saw him walking towards the villa with an iron box emitting a cold aura in his hand. If nothing unexpected happens, the dark cold marrow in his hand is hidden in this villa. Hearing this, a hint of solemnity suddenly flashed across Yi Mo's eyes. If he wanted to take back the Yuan Cold Marrow, he would inevitably have to fight with Ing Lu. Once the movement was noticed by people nearby, he would definitely be besieged by many members of Qin Zhen's clan. The real body of the Shadow Ghost next to it does not have any combat power. If it is injured, it will die, so it can only hide. This means that Yi Mo will be alone in a tough battle. Thinking of this, Yi Mo's brows slowly frowned, and he seemed to be thinking about something. If I get the Nether Cold Marrow, I can only kill as many people as possible if I want to leave Qin Zhen's villa. But if Qin Zhen knew what I did, it would definitely make him angry, and I would not be able to stay in Jiangnan City for the next 2 days. Yi Mo thought to himself. Since the spiritual awareness of legendary strongmen is extremely powerful, it is absolutely easy to find someone in a base city. Before, Yi Mo had no intention of having a direct conflict with Qin Zhen. Therefore, both sides are wary of each other's identity, so they can live in peace. And now, Yi Mo now had a reason to provoke Qin Zhen. After all, it was Qin Zhen who sent people to take my things first. Now I'm just taking it back. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold look flashed across Yi Mo's eyes, and waves of murderous intent emanated from his body. Just then, Shadow Ghost seemed to have discovered something unusual and quickly said, Master Yi, Ing Lu seems to have entered a basement. Then he put down the box in his hand and left. Should we go over and take the box away now? Hearing this, a hint of joy suddenly appeared on Yi Mo's face. The Shadow Ghost's true form has the ability to monitor anyone at any distance, so it can see every move of the person being monitored. So naturally, Ing Lu couldn't escape the eyes of Shadow Ghost. Take me to the basement to have a look. We will retreat after getting the Yuan Cold Marrow, Yi Mo said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Shadow Ghost once again spread out a shadow under his feet, and then pulled Yi Mo and disappeared on the spot. In the basement, Yi Mo looked around and saw many valuable items on display, like a museum hall. A hint of shock suddenly flashed in his eyes, because there are so many materials in it. Could this be Qin Zhen's treasure house? Why are there so many precious materials? Yi Mo looked at the Shadow Ghost and asked in confusion. When Shadow Ghost heard this, a smile suddenly appeared on his lips, and he said excitedly, Young Master Yi, I've heard about this from Third Master before. Qin Zhen likes to collect treasures very much, so it is not surprising that he has so many precious materials. As soon as these words came out, Yi Mo took a breath of cold air. After roughly estimating the things placed in the basement, Yi Mo's smile became more excited. If all these things were taken away, Qin Zhen would probably be so angry that he would die on the spot. Yi Mo thought to himself. As if seeing through Yi Mo's thoughts, Shadow Ghost quickly reminded him, Young Master Yi, if you want to take these things away, you must seize the time. I'm afraid Qin Zhen will return directly if he uses his spiritual sense to find out that it was us who did it. They will definitely hunt us down regardless of everything, and we will surely die. Hearing this, Yi Mo nodded immediately. Then he quickly glanced at the materials in the basement. Then he discovered that on a tray in a corner, there was a black iron box emitting a strong cold air. Seeing this, Yi Mo walked straight towards the black iron box without hesitation. As he opened the iron box, he saw a piece of black mist surrounding it, which looked like an ice jade that had not melted for thousands of years. The treasure of the dark cold marrow. This is originally a cold jade that has frozen a flying zombie for thousands of years. After being affected by a large amount of Yin energy, it has turned into an extremely Yin and evil thing, which can be used to increase the potential of zombies. The dark Yin cold marrow. I finally got it! A hint of excitement flashed in Yimo's eyes. The most important thing for him to do this time when he went to Jiangnan City was to find the Yuan cold marrow and the Millennium Moon essence. And now, these two materials have finally been found. This means that Chi-Chi can not only complete the evolution, but also complete the system tasks. Thinking of this, Yimo threw the high-level corpse-suppressing talisman, Yiming Stone, and Millennium Moon essence that he had collected before into the contract space without hesitation. Then he directly picked up the Yuan cold marrow from the iron box and threw it in. The next second, the familiar system prompt sound suddenly rang in Yimo's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Nether Cold Marrow Treasure. System prompt. You have collected all the evolution materials Chi-Chi needs. Evolution or not. Chapter 91 Begin to Evolve. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the item Nether Cold Marrow Treasure. System prompt. You have collected all the evolution materials Chi-Chi needs. Evolution or not. Evolution. Yimo said excitedly without even thinking. After that, his consciousness instantly sank into the contract space. At this time, Chi-Chi was sitting cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed, and a cold air was surrounding her body. It seemed to have affected the surrounding environment. Cold and gloomy winds were howling in the entire contract space, causing the temperature in the space to drop by dozens of degrees, freezing the ground within 100 meters in patches of white. Feeling the temperature in the contract space, Yimo couldn't help but shiver. But what made him curious was that Chi-Chi's aura had been increasing, but her overall appearance had not changed at all. It's worthy of being a template. It completely defines the appearance. It's just a pity that I can't see what it looks like after evolution. Yimo shook his head, a smile on his face. At this time, Chi-Chi seemed to sense something and slowly stretched out a hand, stimulating the icy fairy power in her body, and then condensed an evolutionary illusion evolved from the fairy power around her. The appearance of this evolved phantom was almost the same as before, but it did not seem as immature as it was at the beginning. However, her original lavender short hair turned into shoulder-length hair, and her height was completely different from before. This illusion was much taller than Chi-Chi, and looked like a grown-up beautiful girl, with a curvy figure and very obvious lines. The originally short legs turned into a pair of slender and well-proportioned snow-white long legs. The official uniform on the upper body also seemed a lot smaller, and became extremely tight, as if it was about to be stretched out by something. Is this what it looks like when it evolves into a flying zombie girl? It's quite pretty, Yimo said with a smile, looking extremely happy. Yimo watched all this with great interest. However, after dozens of seconds, Chi-Chi was still sitting cross-legged in the same place. Could it be that Chi-Chi's evolution will take longer than Tyrant's? Yimo raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. When the Tyrant evolved previously, it only took more than 10 seconds, and the entire process was visibly enhanced, and its image changed drastically. And now, after nearly a minute, Chi-Chi didn't see many changes. It just actively evolved an illusion of successful evolution. This means that it may take some time for Chi-Chi to complete her evolution. After all, she was also a level 1 coffin spirit before she was fitted with the template, so the evolution time and difficulty must be longer than that of a level 1 tyrant. Thinking that there were still several days left to complete the limited time task assigned by the system, Yimo was not in a hurry at this moment. He also didn't believe that Chi-Chi's evolution stage would be delayed until the time-limited mission was over. Forget it, the evolution has already begun, so you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The most urgent thing is to leave this place first. Yimo shook his head and smiled. Now that we have found the Yuan cold marrow and have let Chi-Chi begin to evolve, staying in the basement for too long will become more dangerous. But before leaving, Yimo decided to take away all the collections in the basement. Shadow Ghost, I'm going to take all these things away. What is the limit of your portal? I want you to teleport me directly to the farthest place from the Qin family manor. Yimo looked at the Shadow Ghost, and his face suddenly showed excitement. When Shadow Ghost heard this, his eyes suddenly shrank, and he looked extremely frightened. Master Yi, do you really want to take these materials away? If Qin Jin finds out, the third master may not be able to stop him. If he comes back and uses his divine sense to search for you in the inner city, you will never be able to escape. Shadow Ghost hurriedly persuaded. If you really anger him, I'm afraid he will attack you in anger. Then even the Snow Shadow Badge won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Yimo's brows suddenly frowned, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Perhaps it was because Qin Jun became a legendary warrior and joined the Sword Court. That's why he looked down on Yimo, a weak member of the Snow Shadow group. Although he was still somewhat afraid of President Chun behind Yimo and would not attack Yimo directly, the premise was that Yimo would not provoke him. But Qin Jin's men took away the Yuan cold marrow and killed Tang Yi, which undoubtedly angered Yimo. If he just left naked like this, Yimo would definitely not be able to swallow this. Now Qin Jin has been blocked by Mr. Qin-san and can't come back for a while. How could Yimo not be greedy for these collected materials? Shadow Ghost. Can you teleport me to the outer city? Emo frowned and asked lightly. Seeing that Emo had made up his mind, Shadow Ghost didn't say anything more and replied, Master Yi, my shadow portal can only teleport from here to the inner city wall. It's enough to reach the inner city wall. Emo nodded. Then a smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because he has already thought of a good place. That is the demon-slaying legion base. Zhou had talked to him about many things about the demon-killing base before. Emo also learned that the status of the demon-slaying legion was extremely special, and there was far more than one supreme being behind them. Therefore, no matter what force it is, no one dares to act rashly in the demon-slaying base. Even a powerful being like Dao Ting will stay away from the members of the demon-slaying legion. If I take away all of Qin Zhen's materials and he finds out, I guess he won't dare to chase me to the demon-killing base and attack me. Emo thought to himself. Then he looked at the Shadow Ghost beside him and said calmly, Shadow Ghost, open the portal. Send me directly to the gate of the inner city later. Hearing this, Shadow Ghost nodded and did not refuse. I saw a strange wave emanating from his body, and the place under his feet instantly turned into a dark shadow. Mr. Yi, let's move quickly, Shadow Ghost said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Emo no longer hesitated and directly summoned the tyrant. Tyrant, pack up these things and take them away, Emo said with a smile. The tyrant quickly stretched out his hands, showing a viral gesture, and his arms turned into countless blood-red tentacles. Immediately afterwards, these tentacles quickly wrapped around all the materials in the basement and threw them towards Emo one after another. Seeing this, Emo directly took the materials thrown by the tyrant and threw them into the space warehouse one by one. 2 minutes later, the basement, which originally contained a large number of treasures, was now empty. Emo looked at everything in front of him and immediately smiled excitedly. He could almost foresee Qin Zhen vomiting blood afterwards. However, at this moment, a supernatural aura suddenly appeared, and a series of hurried footsteps were heard outside the basement door. The next second, the footsteps suddenly disappeared. The stone door of the basement seemed to be pushed by someone and was opening to one side little by little. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, and he quickly reminded the Shadow Ghost beside him. Shadow Ghost, hurry up! However, the Shadow Ghost seemed to have been frightened to such an extreme degree that its entire body began to tremble. All I heard was Shadow Ghost speaking at an extremely fast speed, trembling. Young Master Yi is too late. The inner city gate is too far from here. Once we enter the Shadow Portal, it will take 10 seconds to teleport, and the portal cannot be destroyed during this process. If it is destroyed, I will be injured and killed, and you, Master Yi, will also suffer considerable trauma. We probably won't be able to leave. Master Yi, try to hold on. I'll hide first, and then find a chance to call for help, Shadow Ghost said with an unpleasant expression. Then he used Shadow Escape to sink his entire body into the ground and disappeared. Chapter 92, Killing Yinglu. Watching the ghost disappearing before my eyes, Yemo's expression became more and more solemn, and then he asked the tyrant to prepare for the battle. There is no way. The Shadow Ghost's real body will almost certainly die after being injured, so the wisest choice is for the other party to escape. What Yemo had to do now was to try his best to block the extraordinary person outside the door and wait for Mr. Qin San's men to come and help him out. 1 second later, the stone door was finally opened. At this moment, a man in a black robe, exuding an extraordinary one-star aura, appeared outside the door. When Yemo saw this familiar figure, his eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, because this person was the murderer who killed Tang Yi. Eagle 6. When Yinglu opened the door, he found a young man exuding a strong, murderous aura and a coffin spirit with an extremely terrifying aura. He immediately gasped and shouted in fear. Who are you? How come you are here? Who I am? I'm the one who killed you. Yemo snorted coldly, not wanting to waste words with him. With a golden light flashing in his eyes, he attacked Yinglu directly. 2 extremely terrifying golden lights burst out from Yemo's eyes and instantly blasted towards Yinglu's head. Upon seeing this, Yinglu was so frightened that his scalp went numb and he retreated rapidly. While retreating, he quickly mobilized all his spiritual power to wrap his entire body, trying to resist Yemo's evil-breaking golden light. But the next second, all I heard was a loud bang. The entire basement was illuminated by dazzling golden light. The limit-breaking golden light instantly penetrated the entire basement passage and hit the wall at the end of the passage, melting a huge hole in the wall. You managed to avoid this? Looking at the disappearing figure in front of him, Yemo's eyes flashed with even stronger murderous intent. Since the space in the basement is small and not conducive for the tyrant to fight, Yemo directly took advantage of the situation and chased him out of the passage. At the same time, he also wanted to see if his golden light that could break evil could injure a transcendent being. At this time, on the first floor of Qin Zhen's villa, Yinglu was gasping for breath and escaping madly from the tunnel. Looking at his arm that was burned and smelled burnt with lingering fear, an extremely confusing question appeared in his mind. Who the hell is he? Why is he trying to kill me? Why can he also enter the treasury of the master of the house? You know, Ing Lu is Qin Jun's most beloved subordinate, and the coffin spirit under his command is a top-level tomb-hunting gold rat. Because 80% of the materials in Qin Jun's treasure house were collected by him. So Qin Jun gave him the power to enter and exit the basement treasure house at any time. But he couldn't understand why a stranger appeared in the treasury of the patriarch. Moreover, this stranger was full of hostility towards him and wanted to kill him. Who is he? Could he be Qin Laosan's man? Ing Lu looked ugly. Now Qin Jun is fighting with the third son of the Qin family. At the same time, all the extraordinary people under Qin Jun have been transferred away. He is the only one-star extraordinary coffin-suppressing master left in the entire villa area. Apart from him, the others were all high-level coffin suppressors. How could they stop the guy who just attacked him? Thinking of this, Ing Lu ran for his life even more frantically. However, at this moment, a terrifying blade energy flashed by and whizzed directly in front of Ing Lu. When Ing Lu saw the sword energy chasing after him, his face suddenly darkened. He condensed his terrifying spiritual power and punched towards the sword energy. Only an extremely terrifying explosion was heard, and the sword energy was instantly dispersed by this punch. When Ing Lu saw this scene, he was stunned. Only then did he realize that the person chasing him was actually just a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor. Why am I running? Ing Lu's face suddenly became extremely ugly. As a one-star transcendent, although the coffin spirit is not very strong, he can easily kill quasi-transcendents by relying on his own strength and the cooperation with the gold-seeking rat. But he didn't expect that he, a transcendent being, would be frightened and flee by a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor. This is such a great shame. Boy, who are you? Why did you attack me? Ing Lu turned his head to look at Yemo, who walked out of the villa, and said coldly. After that, he directly summoned the tomb-hunting gold rat, let the gold-hunting rat escape into the ground, and sneak attack towards Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes flashed with a hint of indifference. Just now, he used a golden light to break the evil, and it was actually able to directly blast open the spiritual power shield of the extraordinary person. This means that his current strength is not weaker than that of a one-star extraordinary person. Moreover, the fighting power of the gold-hunting rat in front of him seemed extremely weak and was completely unable to withstand his attack. So Ing Lu is bound to die. It seemed that he felt the vibration coming from under his feet. Yemo understood that Eagle 6 gold-hunting rat had appeared under his feet. Without any hesitation, a golden light flashed in Yemo's eyes again, and he concentrated on feeling everything under his feet. The next second, there was a sound of breaking ground, and a half-meter-long tomb-hunting gold rat instantly rushed towards Yemo, trying to bite off Yemo's neck. Looking at the tomb-hunting golden rat that suddenly appeared in front of him, golden light suddenly burst out in Yemo's eyes. Kill this coffin spirit instantly. Ding! You successfully killed the tomb-seeking rat. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi's experience is doubled, and you gain experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, Chi-Chi, is currently at the quasi-commander level. The required experience for the next level is 14,690. Ignore the system prompt sound. Yemo raised his head and looked at Ing Lu, who was terrified not far away, and murderous intent suddenly rose in his heart. The tyrant suddenly slashed at Ing Lu with a knife, cutting Ing Lu in half. Who are you? Why are you killing me? Ing Lu asked in horror before he died, blood spurting from his mouth. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that if you kill Tang Yi, it means you will die. Chapter 93, Killing the Qin family's high-level guards. After Yemo killed Ing Lu, Shadow Ghost nervously came out from the ground. He took a look at Eagle 6, who was lying on the ground and split in half, and the tomb-hunting golden rat, who was roasted in a charcoal by the golden light, and his eyes showed extreme shock. What the hell? Master Yi, you actually killed a one-star extraordinary expert in an instant. Shadow Ghost said in amazement. Although Mr. Qin San has been talking about Yemo's incredible talent and terrifying strength in front of his clone since last night, but Shadow Ghost never expected that Yemo would be so terrifying. You know, the other party's spiritual power is only at a high level now. If it were any other quasi-high-level coffin tighteners, even 100 of them combined would not be enough to kill one extraordinary person. It is extremely rare to find someone who can kill a transcendental person with quasi-high-level strength and surpass 10 levels. Even some evildoers with king-level talents and contracted coffin spirits can hardly do it. Just then, suddenly, many footsteps were heard. More than a dozen high-level coffin masters appeared outside the villa. They were wearing the clothes of Qin family members, carrying their own coffin spirits, and their faces showed strong, murderous intent. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the residence of the Qin family's patriarch? Are you looking for death? One of the leading high-level 5-star coffin masters pointed at Yemo and asked. Hearing this, Yemo raised his eyebrows and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the guards would hear the news and come here so quickly. so he decided to just go all out and kill them all. Tyrant kill, Yemo said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the tyrant swung his long sword with one hand, taking the initiative and sweeping a stream of sword energy like a streak directly towards the leader in the crowd. The leading coffin-suppressing master saw the sword energy flying towards him in midair like lightning. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he quickly summoned a giant weasel monster to stand in front of him. However, the tyrant's invading sword energy is like a biting cold wind, penetrating every hole. It actually ignored the defense of the weasel coffin spirit. After penetrating the body of the weasel monster, it sank into the body of the leading coffin maker. I only heard a poof sound. The leading coffin-carrying master only felt severe pain all over his body. His eyes were